Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 144, A Straightforward Confession. The angry curses inside the magical space went on and on without end, loud enough to even draw the attention of Andrus. He stared wide-eyed at Grindlevald, who was pointing toward the outside world and shouting furiously. In Andrus' mind, Grindlevald had always been the quintessential scholarly wizard, refined in manner, elegant in bearing, the sort of dark wizard who still carried an odd, magnetic charm. But the Grindlevald before him today. He reminded Andrus of those village women in rural Greece who would get into shrieking matches over a single fish. Study space, block the sound. Tom smiled as he shut out the noise for his own peace of mind, and continued strolling through the garden with Newt. Of course, he didn't turn off his visual feed. Grindlevald hadn't left either, just glaring at Newt and hurling insults. He was so worked up he slipped into his mother tongue. Much to Andrus' astonishment, the men picked up quite a few colorful new words that day. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. The part of the magical space on display was limited, after all. The real treasure trove, or perhaps terror trove, lay inside that very suitcase which had made countless ministries of magic across the globe pale at its mere mention. Honestly speaking, in Britain, Voldemort's notoriety was beyond compare. Even Grindlevald couldn't match him there. But on the world stage, Voldemort was, at best, a newcomer with some reputation. Dumbledore had kept him firmly pinned within Britain, and Voldemort, in his obsession, refused to stir trouble abroad until Dumbledore was dead. Newt, on the other hand. Among British wizards, he was a source of pride, a national treasure whose name was spoken with warmth. But in many other countries, Newt's global reputation had reached the absolute top tier, right alongside Dumbledore and Grindlevald. When Tom had done his research, he'd even discovered something peculiar in the legal codes of many foreign ministries of magic. In Clause 267, to be exact, Mr. Newt Scamander is welcome to visit our country. However, if he is found in possession of his suitcase, he will be fined the maximum amount permitted by law and immediately expelled. And as for locking him up in a wizard prison, forget it. Try saying that to the terrifying horde of magical creatures of unknown number and classification living inside that suitcase. It was laughable, sure, but Tom understood why such absurd laws existed. After all, who in their right mind would want a walking arsenal of mass destruction strolling into their country? Even if that person was the famously kind-hearted Newt Scamander. And sometimes, in the course of protecting his creatures, Newt caused destruction on a scale most dark wizards could only dream of. Right, New York. Every bizarre law had an equally bizarre history behind it. Tom found himself curious about what these ministries had gone through to pass such regulations. He made a note to himself, when their relationship grew closer, he'd definitely ask Newt about it. Unfortunately, after their garden tour, Newt led him straight into the villa, showing no intention of taking him into the suitcase. They sat down in the living room, Tom eyeing the 4 or 5 meter gap between them with mild exasperation. It had been the same while walking earlier. Newt had kept at least 5 meters between them at all times. Was his social anxiety worse with age? Tom, I'm sorry, It's fine, Newt, Tom cut him off gently. I understand. Dumbledore's told me quite a bit about you. Newt gave him a grateful nod, then asked, why don't you tell me about the problem you're facing? If you've come to me, I'm guessing it has something to do with magical creatures. That's right, Newt. Tom released a fraction of his draconic aura. Outside, a chorus of frightened squeaks and calls erupted from small creatures nearby. Newt, feeling it directly, stared at him in astonishment. A bloodline wizard, and one with a fire dragon bloodline, no less. Exactly. Last Christmas, I killed a fire dragon, Tom said plainly. The one that escaped from the Romanian dragon sanctuary. So it was you, huh? Newt began, then stopped mid-sentence, staring at the boy in disbelief. Did he hear himself just now? That was a fire dragon. And last Christmas, this boy had only been at Hogwarts for 1 semester, and he went out to kill a fire dragon. Were Hogwarts students this wild nowadays? Tom gave a sheepish smile. I've got some natural talent, and with good teachers, I've progressed a bit faster than most. That's understandable, right? Understandable, Newt replied numbly. Tom continued, if you think killing the dragon goes against your principles of protecting magical creatures, I won't trouble you with what I need help with next. He was a straightforward person, and Newt, with his personality, preferred directness too. If Newt couldn't accept it, Tom would simply leave now and head to the Thunderbird Reserve, though he'd have to be careful to avoid the wizards there. Newt shook his head. That dragon had already escaped the reserve. In the outside world, it was a danger, being killed was its fate. That's very different from poachers invading a reserve and disrupting a stable ecosystem. Then the old man chuckled, even cracking a rare joke. I'm still human, after all, I'll stand with humanity. My dream is to find the perfect balance between humans and magical creatures. Good. Tom relaxed at that. Then you can probably guess that my fire dragon bloodline is connected to the dragon I killed. Newt nodded. Naturally, he had guessed. Actually, I have a unique ability. By overcoming certain challenges, I can improve my magical talents, all of them. Fire dragons are 1. Unicorns 2. Newt's eyes widened in alarm and he waved his hands. Tom, a wizard's magical gift is their deepest secret. You mustn't share it so casually. You've only just entered the wizarding world, you don't yet know how dangerous people can be. That applies to others, Tom replied with a casual wave. But you, Newt, you're different. I haven't told even my head of house or Dumbledore about this gift, but I'm telling you. 1, because I trust you. And 2, because I need your help. Newt flushed with embarrassment at the blunt sincerity, yet he was also deeply moved. He nodded earnestly. Tom, don't worry. I won't tell anyone your secret. Not even to magical creatures. The comparison was a little funny, but coming from Newt, it somehow carried absolute weight. Chapter 145, Tom's Bold Plan. Inside the space, Grindlevald was practically grinding his teeth. This kid, Tom, he had Newt Scamander's personality completely pegged. Back in the day, wasn't it because Dumbledore trusted Scamander so utterly that Newt had gone all out to help him cause trouble for Grindlevald? Stupid Scamander. Can't you see this brat is playing you like a fiddle? Grindlevald almost laughed out of sheer exasperation. He'd originally thought Tom was a lot like himself, methodical, domineering at the core. But now he realized Tom was more like Dumbledore. Just as scheming. Mr. Scamander, I came to America this time to find a Thunderbird, Tom said, completely unaware that Grindlevald was mentally cursing him to the high heavens, and steering the conversation back on track. Thunderbird. Newt's face turned hesitant, he thought Tom wanted to kill a Thunderbird. Thunderbirds were nothing like dragons. As long as you didn't provoke them, they posed almost no threat to humans. Dragons, on the other hand, would occasionally get the urge to vent their temper by torching a nearby human village. Every year, dragon-breeding countries had to invest enormous manpower and resources just to deal with the aftermath. Newt's expression practically screamed, "No way." Tom instantly understood what was going through his mind and explained. Mr. Scamander, I don't need to kill or hurt a Thunderbird. I just need to beat it in a contest of speed. Oh, I see. Newt let out a long breath, his expression easing. But when Tom mentioned he wanted to race a Thunderbird in flight speed, Newt's face twisted again, this time in worry for Tom. Did Tom have any idea how fast a Thunderbird could fly? At full speed, even the fastest broomstick currently in existence couldn't keep up. Then Tom suggested something that made Newt's eyelid twitch wildly. My thinking is, if I can't beat the big ones, why not pick on the small ones? If you can help me find a Thunderbird that's just hatched, or maybe a chick that can barely fly 100 kilometers, I'll race that. It wasn't just Newt who was dumbfounded, Grindlevald and Andrus both felt their lips twitch violently. Sorry, Dumbledore. I take back what I said earlier, this kid isn't like either of us. He's more shameless than both of us put together. Racing against a newborn bird. How do you even say something like that out loud? Tom didn't care about their reactions. As long as it didn't slow down his mission, he'd happily race, well, even a half-hatched egg. The reason he sought out Newt was because Newt had once saved a Thunderbird and had even helped establish the Arizona Sanctuary. He had real influence among Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds, like dragons, were extremely protective of their chicks and eggs. If Tom tried to steal one himself, he'd end up with an entire flock chasing him down. In both the wizarding world and the magical creature world, it all came down to connections and reputation. Newt still thought the idea was a bit shameless, but he had to admit, it was clever. And since it didn't involve harming a Thunderbird, he could actually help. So he agreed without hesitation. Tom, when I visited the sanctuary last year, a few Thunderbirds had just hatched. Judging by their growth rate, they should fit your criteria now. Here's what we'll do, I need to make some preparations. Let's leave in 2 days. That okay with you? I'm ready anytime, Tom replied with a smile. Thank you for your help. Newt shook his head. It's nothing. I make the trip every summer anyway, to visit that one. You mean the Thunderbird you rescued back then? Tom asked, intrigued. This wasn't some secret grudge like the one between Newt and Grindlevald. Many books recorded that Newt Scamander had saved a Thunderbird from poachers and, together with it, had helped prevent the exposure of the wizarding world. As for how that crisis came about, well, don't ask. Newt smiled faintly. That's the one. Time flies, look at me, old and worn out, and it's only just reached middle age. Thunderbirds had a long lifespan, easily living 150 years, sometimes even 200, just a bit shorter than the 300-year lifespan of dragons. These 2 days, let's not waste time, Newt continued. I'll teach you how to get along with Thunderbirds and win their trust. It'll help you a great deal. Exactly what I was hoping for, Tom nodded. They chatted a while longer, and Tom learned quite a bit about Newt's current life. Newt had a son who had followed in his footsteps to become a magi-zoologist, constantly traveling the globe. This time, he'd even brought along his grandson, Rolf Scamander. After the summer, Rolf would start his studies at Hogwarts. No need to guess, he'd be a Hufflepuff, of course. Tom also mentioned that in August, he planned to visit Nicholas Flaml. Hearing that name, Newt's eyes softened with nostalgia for his impossibly old friend. Since their meeting in Paris years ago, they'd kept up a strong friendship. Unfortunately, Newt had been banned for life from entering France by the French Ministry of Magic, so the last time they'd met was 30 years ago at Flaml's home in Devon. Later, when Voldemort rose to power, Flaml moved back to Paris to avoid trouble, and since then, they'd only corresponded by letter. Tom was puzzled. With your experience, sneaking into France to see an old friend shouldn't be that hard, right? After all, before coming to New York to see Grindlevald, Newt had already been on the not welcome list of dozens of countries, and yet he'd always managed to move around freely. How could his skills have suddenly declined? Newt gave an awkward laugh. The International Confederation of Wizards assigned someone to watch me, so I can't just go wandering around. Tom frowned, stretching out his senses again. After a careful sweep, he said gravely, Mr. Scamander, I didn't sense anyone watching your house on my way here. Could it be that the Makusa had hired someone so skilled even he couldn't detect them? With his soul power tripled and his physical abilities also tripled, it would have to be someone extremely powerful to escape his notice. Snape, for example, wouldn't stand a chance at hiding from him. Would they really waste such a master just to watch over Newt? Newt's expression grew even more awkward. His hands fidgeted as he muttered, It's Tina. She still works at the Makusa in a special capacity, and she's the one assigned to watch me. Tom. Mrs. Goldstein certainly, still has plenty of vigor, Tom coughed lightly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, the unicorns have shown some new changes recently. Half an hour later, the elderly lady in question, Tina, official keeper of Newt Scamander, finally came home. Chapter 146, Dinner with the Old Lady. Are we expecting more guests? The elderly lady, who had just stepped through the door, caught the sound of voices from the sitting room and came over, curious. Tom also caught sight of the strong, commanding woman who seemed to have Newt completely under her thumb, Tina Scamander. Like Newt, Tina's hair was entirely silver, but her spirit was bright and sharp. Just from her posture and grace alone, it was obvious that in her youth she must have been a breathtaking beauty. Every movement carried an air of elegance. Hello, I'm Tom Riddle. Tom rose from his seat, offering a polite half-bow in greeting. The old lady broke into a warm smile at once, stepping forward to clasp Tom's hand and giving it a gentle pat. I was just wondering who this handsome young fellow might be, so it's you. My fault, she continued, I'd forgotten you were coming today. Otherwise, I would have postponed my report to the Makusa Congress. Tom, glancing sideways at Newt, who had also gotten to his feet, couldn't help but think, seriously. You're the men of the house, yet the moment Tina walks in, you stand up like a suspect facing the chief inspector, or an underling greeting the boss. In just the short moment since Tina appeared, Tom had already mapped out the hierarchy of this household. No matter how you arrange the order, Tina was undoubtedly at the top of the food chain. His smile grew warmer, though his words carried a hint of mock complaint. You should have told me earlier. I came straight here after registering with the Makusa Congress. If I'd known you were in, I'd have waited and come back with you. The traffic here in New York is even worse than London's. Instead of taking offense, Tina laughed even more brightly. Too right. Neither of those cities is much good. If it weren't for work, I'd have long gone back to Devon for some peace and quiet. Actually, North Yorkshire isn't bad either, Tom offered. The climate there's milder. These days, Devon's crawling with tourists, not exactly peaceful anymore. How does one win over an elderly person who already has a good impression of you? Step 1, don't be nervous. Step 2, be outgoing, but not noisy, they enjoy the vigor of youth, not the racket of a brat. Step 3, show a touch of maturity, prove you're still young, but not completely clueless. You must distinguish between playfully charming and obnoxiously bratty, mix them up and you'll ruin everything. Right now, Tom had nailed it. He naturally closed the distance between them, and at just the right moment hinted at his orphan status. Before long, Tina had taken his hand again, fussing over his daily life. Watching from the side, Newt was stunned. When Tom spoke with him earlier, he hadn't felt like he was talking to a child at all, and now suddenly, Tom was acting like a kid again, almost like a grandson. No, compared to Rolf, that taciturn gourd of a grandson, Tom was much more outgoing. Suddenly, Tom pressed a hand to his stomach. Why do I suddenly feel hungry? Tina, glancing at the clock, realized it was already 6 o'clock. She slapped her forehead. All my fault. Once I start chatting, I forget the time. Newt, why didn't you remind me? Newt. You two were talking so much I couldn't get a word in. What exactly was I supposed to remind you of? My bad. He thought it, but he wouldn't dare say it, even if you gave him 3 extra doses of courage. He forced a smile and took the blame. Wait just a moment, dear. Grandma will make you something to eat. With that, Tina bustled into the kitchen, her wand sending pots, pans, and utensils into action. Tom tilted his head at Newt. What about the house elf? Does Grandma Tina usually cook herself? Though she still looked energetic, she was nearly 100 years old, still working, and cooking. That was a workload heavier than a cart horse's. In a quiet voice, Newt explained, we used to have a house elf, but Leo and the others have it much tougher outside than we do here, so we sent Chick to help them. Ah, that makes more sense. Newt didn't seem, and certainly didn't have the gall, to exploit his wife. Since Tom was hungry, Tina kept the meal simple, hamburger patties with a generous side of spaghetti. In just 15 minutes, the 3 of them were sitting down to eat. Tom was a carnivore through and through, so the patties suited him perfectly. Seeing him eat so happily made Tina happy too. Her son and grandson were away, but having Tom here wasn't bad at all. In fact, he was more talkative and had a better temperament than Rolf. Over the meal, Newt reported to Tina about his upcoming trip to the Thunderbird Sanctuary, the way an employee might brief their superior. Tina didn't object, but she did give him a reminder. That child has come such a long way, and it's already been tiring for him. Make sure you handle things properly for him, and don't stir up any more trouble, understand? Thank you, Grandma Tina. Before Newt could even nod, Tom jumped in with a flattering reply. A true Slytherin, Tina said with a pointing finger and a smile, obviously pleased. She'd met more people in her life than she could count, of course she could tell Tom was buttering her up. But noticing it didn't mean she disliked it, quite the opposite. It showed he was quick-witted. She'd married a wooden man, given birth to a wooden son, and that son had a gourd of a grandson. She adored clever youngsters like this. The more she looked at Tom, the more she liked him, and she decided to share something from the heart. Tom. Tom, still chewing on a beef patty, looked up in curiosity. Since you're in Slytherin, you must be careful around Dumbledore. He's not exactly fond of your house. Tina, Newt quickly interrupted, don't say things like that in front of the boy. Dumbledore's not that kind of person, he wouldn't harm a child. You're still defending him. Tina's eyes narrowed dangerously, Newt practically tossing fuel onto the fire. Tell me what I said that's wrong. Isn't it true that Dumbledore's favorites are always the Weasleys, the Prewetts, and the Longbottoms, all Gryffindors? If he hadn't thought you were useful back then, would he have bothered keeping in touch with you so often? But I wanted to do those things, Newt protested. No one could force me to do something I didn't want to do. Exactly, Tina said with a cold smile. That old fox's greatest talent is guidance. He loves students like you, the kind who'd thank him while counting the coins he just sold you for. Tom. With Newt silenced, Tina turned back to Tom, who had just finished his meal. What I said is the truth. Newt's right about one thing, Dumbledore won't harm a student. When I say, be careful, I mean don't let yourself be overly influenced by him, to the point you become the sort of person he wants you to be. Chapter 147, Ferrets don't impress unicorns. I told Rolf the same thing, Tina said. Once he's at Hogwarts, he should just focus on living his own life. Don't get too close to the people Dumbledore keeps an eye on, otherwise, he's bound to attract attention. Tom nodded. No wonder. With someone as talented and well-bred as Rolf's commander, it was strange Dumbledore hadn't tried to draw him into the fight against Voldemort. Turns out his family had already warned him in advance. Judging from Tina's attitude toward Dumbledore, Tom suspected she hadn't just warned Rolf, she had probably sent a polite but pointed warning to dear old Albus, as well. This woman, clever, Grindlevald muttered in the study space after hearing Tina's words, letting out a sigh. Even he had to admit, the Scamander couple were remarkable people. Oh, right, there was also Newt's brother, Newt's sister-in-law, and even Newt's muggle friend. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. Tom gave Tina a warm smile. Actually, my relationship with the headmaster is decent. I've noticed the guidance you mentioned, but I already have my own plans for my growth. I won't be swayed so easily. If you're worried about Rolf, I can keep an eye on him for you at school. If anything changes, I'll send word immediately. He very much wanted to witness Dumbledore and Tina facing off, it promised to be quite the show. Tina's eyes lit up. Tom was far shrewder than her grandson. Having him as a little spy was much more reassuring. She agreed without hesitation. Then I'll trouble you with this, Tom. Oh, don't mention it. It's nothing at all. As long as I'm at school, no one will bully Rolf. I heard that when Great-Uncle Newt was at school, things weren't exactly easy for him. Ah, it wasn't the Hufflepuff's fault, they were all good students. The problem was the headmaster at the time. Dumbledore, for all his scheming, at least wouldn't expel a student for no reason. Your Great-Uncle Newt was just too honest and fell victim to a honey trap. Really? Please, tell me more. Newt gave a helpless smile as the two grew more animated in their conversation. Dumbledore, I've done my best to salvage your reputation, but alas. I don't think it's working. By the time the clock struck 8, Tina finally stopped sharing gossip with Tom, still a little reluctant to part. She had work to deal with and went upstairs to her study, while Newt shooed the plates into the sink to wash themselves. Tom thought for a moment, then followed. Great-Uncle Newt, want to come check on the unicorns with me? I'm not sure if I've been taking proper care of them. To Hogwarts. But aren't you still? Newt stopped mid-sentence. His eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. You brought them out. The little ones were too clingy. I had no choice but to make a space to bring them along. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Clang. 2 plates dropped into the sink, both cracking clean in half. Newt didn't care in the slightest, he grabbed Tom and headed for the door. In the front yard, Tom found an open spot and took out his card case. Enlarging it, he popped open the lid and stepped inside, motioning for Newt to follow. Once they were both standing on the platform, the wooden floor beneath them began to lower automatically. Newt's breath quickened. Of course. Automatic lift, why didn't I think of that? What? Tom asked, puzzled. Nothing, Newt said with a forced smile, though inside, he was practically weeping. His own suitcase still had the most primitive stairs, and at his age, over 90, he had to climb them multiple times a day. It was exhausting. But he couldn't tell Tom that, he didn't want the boy thinking he was an old fool. Originally, Newt had planned to take Tom into his own portable world tonight, but now, no. He would have to spend the evening upgrading his entrance so it wouldn't look pitiful in comparison. They soon landed on a grassy lawn. Tom whistled, and within moments, the unicorns appeared before them. The moment he saw the 3 of them, Newt's eyes sharpened like an X-ray scan, his expression growing more and more animated. Coat perfectly white, build elegant. These 2 adult unicorns are the healthiest I've ever seen. No, wait, their horns have grown longer. Their magical capacity must have increased as well. And this little one, pink. A mutation. Completely absorbed in his observations, Newt muttered to himself while Tom busied himself petting each unicorn in turn. Between his alchemy work, flight training, and spending time with the Greengrass sisters, he'd been busier than when school was in session, he hadn't had proper time to play with the unicorns in days. Newt's expertise answered many of Tom's questions, but there were still plenty he couldn't explain. In the end, he attributed all the changes to Tom, specifically, to the influence of his patronus. Tom, could you feed them some of your patronus magic now? The old man asked hopefully. It was a small request, and Tom was happy to oblige. White light burst from him, and the 3 unicorns hurried over to absorb it eagerly. Newt watched, eyes wide, determined not to miss a single detail. The patronus magic matched the unicorns perfectly, but it still shouldn't have been enough to trigger such evolution, or perhaps, a reversion to some ancient bloodline. Even after the little ones had finished, he hadn't figured it out. So he released his own patronus, a snow-white ferret. It hopped over toward the unicorns, but the 3 didn't move. They merely gave it a single glance before looking away, their big eyes showing nothing but disdain. Chapter 148, Newt eyes the Ganges water. Newt had never claimed to be the most upright of wizards, but he had always been confident in his patronus. After all, he had never harbored malicious intentions, considered himself genuinely happy, and possessed strong positive emotions. But judging from the unicorns' reactions, they clearly didn't think much of his patronus. Seriously, what have these unicorns been eating all their lives? This made Newt far more curious about Tom's patronus, and it also deepened his trust in him. A wizard who could produce a patronus of such rare quality couldn't possibly be a bad person. It seems the problem lies with your patronus, Newt said, glancing at Tom. Its quality surpasses mine, and even the essence of these 3 unicorns, so it's purifying the energy within them. That must be the cause of their change. Tom nodded. That's my guess as well, and it could apply to other magical creatures too. On this point, Newt's thoughts aligned perfectly with the conclusions of Grindlevald and Andrus. In fact, Tom trusted Newt's judgment here even more. Oh. Newt's interest deepened. Could you give me another example? Let's take Thunderbirds, Tom began after a moment's thought. They often fly into the skies during natural thunderstorms to bathe in lightning. That's how they strengthen themselves. So, if I could provide lightning even stronger than nature's, could they absorb it? And then there's the venomous Bagheera, Tom continued. Their natural venom is already terrifying. But if we fed them a toxin even deadlier than their own, maybe they could grow even stronger. Of course, the conditions are extreme, but it's not impossible. Since we're heading to the Thunderbird Sanctuary anyway, it's worth a try. Newt found the idea reasonably feasible. The moment the conversation turned to magical creatures, his entire demeanor lit up. He was ready for action in an instant. And where exactly would you find lightning stronger than a Thunderbird storm? Tom asked curiously. Newt's enthusiasm froze mid-expression. Right. What wizard's lightning spell could rival the sheer might of nature? Perhaps Dumbledore at his absolute best, but calling in Dumbledore just for a theory? Far too unrealistic. Better to focus on the venomous Bagheera instead. Newt recalled a rumor from India. Apparently, one such beast had once drunk from the Ganges River and dropped dead on the spot, foaming at the mouth. I've just had a new idea. Roar. Just as Newt was about to tell Tom he planned to borrow some Ganges water, a high, piercing dragon's cry split the air inside their space. The three unicorns instantly shrank back, hiding behind Tom. From a distance, a dark shadow shot toward them at incredible speed. Newt already had his wand in hand, but Tom pressed it down, stepped forward, and spread his arms wide. The black figure slammed into his embrace, forcing Tom to take 2 heavy steps back. Well now, you've gotten heavier, haven't you? Tom caught the affectionate Usagi as she nuzzled his neck. Compared to when they'd gone to the Greengrass estate, she had grown immensely. Her length had gone from half a meter to nearly his own height, and her girth had thickened considerably. It actually took effort for him to hold her now. The Greengrass family's meteorite, combined with all the other minerals she'd been fed, had long since been devoured. 3 days before his departure, she'd fallen into a deep slumber to digest all that energy. And now, the moment they arrived in New York, she had woken. Rayquaza chirped indignantly. She was a girl, after all. How could he just say she was heavy? Tom's face twisted oddly. What kind of dragon makes cutesy noises like that? Who had been teaching her this? Far away in Britain, Daphne suddenly sneezed. Tom, is this your pet? Newt stepped closer, studying Usagi intently. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He would swear on his own name, he had never seen such a magical creature before. Not even a close relative species. Could this be a completely undiscovered magical beast? The old man's voice trembled. Tom gently stilled the little dragon's playful wriggling. Yeah, Usagi is from the Rayquaza species. She told me that much herself, but she's never said more than that. Newt leaned in another step, but Usagi immediately let out a low, warning roar. Only then did the old man realize his excitement had crossed a line. His gaze and movements had triggered her wariness. With an embarrassed smile, he stepped back to his original place. Grandpa Newt, Tom said evenly, Usagi doesn't like being studied. I won't force her. If you want to learn more, the best you can do is observe from a safe distance. That's my limit. Newt nodded repeatedly. I understand. Many magical creatures dislike humans. From her voice, I could feel her draconic might, but it's more refined and pure than that of a fire dragon. Dragons are the proudest of all creatures, and earning her recognition, that's truly rare. Tom simply smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 149, The Unicorn Problem. He played with Usagi while Newt sat off to the side, scribbling and sketching on a notepad. The unicorn that had held Newt's full attention earlier now seemed to have vanished entirely from his mind. It wasn't until 10 o'clock, when Tom was getting ready for bed, that Newt reluctantly took his leave. The very first thing Newt did upon returning home was to modify the entrance to his personal pocket world. The next day, Tom finally got his wish. He stepped into that magical trunk countless people had only dreamed about. Newt had fixed the trunk's entrance. He would only shift it back when necessary. Lifting the trapdoor, Tom and Newt stood on what was clearly a newly installed automatic lift, descending into a cramped little wooden shed cluttered with tools. Then the old man pushed open a cracked wooden door, and a vast, vibrant world exploded into view. It was as if Tom had stepped out of a shack on the African savanna into a breathtaking paradise. The sheer contrast stole his breath away. He stood frozen for several seconds, just drinking in the sight. Grasslands, mountains, lakes, canyons, every type of terrain and ecosystem imaginable stretched before him. Compared to Newt's world, the cardholder space Tom had built wasn't even worthy of being called a small world. It was a pitiful shoebox in comparison. How is this even possible? Tom couldn't help but ask. My magic isn't weak, but even if I pushed my limits, I could never make something like this. Truth be told, my extension charm isn't that much stronger than yours, Tom. Newt smiled quietly. When I saw your space yesterday, I was already impressed. Honestly, fitting such a large, intact piece of space into a container. I couldn't imagine a first-year student managing that. An intact piece. Tom's sharp mind latched onto the key phrase. That's right, an intact piece. Newt nodded, pointing toward a distant curtain-like partition and letting his finger linger in certain places. Haven't you noticed? My space here is all stitched together. That's even harder. Tom protested. It's easy to keep one space stable, but so many spaces crammed together. One slip and they'll collide, everything would spill out. That's why we divide them, Newt explained freely, not holding back his hard-earned experience. Don't think of the trunk as one whole. Break it into sections, then join them together. Using special materials and spells, you can turn the inside into small, separate chunks. Cast the extension charm on each, and you'll get what you want. Tom cast an eagle-eye charm on himself, letting him see farther and clearer. Sure enough, beyond the areas partitioned by the curtain, there were countless faint borders. When a creature crossed them, its form would blur and distort for a split second before returning to normal. Let's keep the unicorns here for now, Newt told the boy. They need more space to move, and I'll run a few checks to make sure they're in perfect health. Tom nodded and went upstairs to fetch his card holder. Before entering, Newt had him leave the card holder and a few large warehouse-sized storage bags outside. Nesting one expanded space inside another could be dangerous, only small extension pouches were considered safe. Once inside, the three unicorns bolted off joyfully into the distance. Usagi, however, had already shot into the air, letting out occasional dragon roars that sent whole flocks of magical creatures scattering in alarm. Leaving them be, Newt and Tom mounted broomsticks and flew toward one of the curtains. Passing through it, they emerged into a lush rainforest where the air turned warmer, and far more humid. This was part of Newt's daily routine, visiting each habitat to check on its residents. If he encountered an injured or endangered creature, he didn't always rush to help, he would first watch, seeing if it could recover on its own. Like now, a Kneazle with an injured leg limped nearby. Newt merely observed for a moment, then, seeing it could manage, moved on with Tom. You see, we have to let magical creatures retain a degree of wildness and survival instinct, Newt explained during the flight. I can't protect them for their entire lives. Even their descendants must inherit that wildness. Long-term coddling erodes instincts and causes them to degenerate. Tom asked, and if two different species fight? If one might even kill the other, would you intervene? The old man was silent for a long moment before shaking his head slowly. Usually, no. That's the law of nature. I can't disrupt the balance of the food chain. A moment's compassion could bring disaster later. Like the Murtlap, he continued. They prey on Jarvies and impish little devils. All are magical creatures, how could I take sides? That must be hard, Tom said with a crooked grin. If it were him, he'd certainly have his own biases and help the ones he liked best. But Newt put himself in a higher place, maintaining balance with something close to a god's eye perspective. Newt simply smiled at Tom's words and didn't reply. During their patrol, Newt also taught Tom how to build a world of his own. Many of the theories blew Tom's mind, and his learning points shot up like a rocket. Newt was humble, but his extension charm was undeniably powerful, far beyond Tom's current level. Yet what truly stunned Tom was his spatial stitching technique, a skill that had reached an unprecedented level in magical history. It might sound disrespectful to the immortal legends, but even among the kings of the century, Andrus the Invincible, Grindlevald, Dumbledore, Voldemort, none could match Newt in this particular art. By the time they reached the final habitat, a snowy landscape, Newt fed a snowman some cold remedy. That marked the end of the day's patrol. The two returned to watch Newt examine the unicorns. The creatures still refused to let any male but Tom approach. Newt was familiar with this quirk, so his examination involved having them complete a series of tests instead. The two larger unicorns shared one set of challenges, while the little one had its own. Tom, controlling various floating tools, zipped them through the air. The tasks were completed quickly. Newt demonstrated first, his obstacle course looked almost like military special forces training. Seeing a 90-year-old man move with such agility left Tom wide-eyed. Once the demonstration was done, it was the unicorn's turn. They leapt hurdles, dashed at full speed, blasted targets with magic, and thrust their horns through small barrel holes. All three completed their round of testing, but Newt's expression grew steadily more serious. Tom felt a knot of worry in his chest. Mr. Newt, they're not sick, are they? No major problems. Newt shook his head slightly, and Tom exhaled in relief, until the old man continued. But there are quite a few minor issues. To put it simply, they're too lazy. Physically, they're in excellent condition, far stronger than most of their kind, but their activity level is far too low. They're only using a fraction of their potential. Keep this up, and they might develop illnesses, like excessive obesity. Tom. Chapter 150, The Arizona Sanctuary. Tom never would have imagined that he had somehow raised 3 lazy bums. After finishing their test, the 3 unicorns were half kneeling on the ground, taking a break like overworked divas. Tom's temper, normally kept under lock and key, flared for once. Storming over, he gave each of them a firm swat. Honestly, what a disgrace, embarrassing him in someone else's home, no less. Still trying to slack off, are you? Get moving. You'll only get a patronus snack when you've reached the standard Uncle Newt set for you. Woo-woo. The 3 little ones immediately protested. A life of eating and sleeping and eating, how perfect was that? Why ruin it with exercise? But Tom was immune to cute tricks today. He shoved and nudged until they began running again. Their owner was out there day and night, studying hard, traveling all over without rest, and here they were developing luxury illnesses. Was this fair? Absolutely not. Newt, watching Tom fume, just chuckled and shook his head. That's the drawback of keeping magical beasts as pets, spoil them too much, and you wear away their wild nature. Still, it was a fixable problem. If Tom could harden his heart, the 3 unicorns would be back to normal before he left the States. Newt immediately improvised a special feed for them, tailored to their current condition. Tom watched him work, and for some reason, was reminded of Professor Oak and that silly guy. That silly guy just went around seducing Pokemon, while Professor Oak was the real breeder. But Tom wasn't idle for long. The place wasn't just a paradise for magical creatures, it was also a treasure trove of magical plants. Magical animals and magical herbs had always been linked in symbiosis, and Newt's menagerie was even more diverse than the Forbidden Forest. Many of the herbs and special materials here made Tom's fingers itch. With Newt's permission, Tom began his own treasure hunt. It felt like letting a niffler loose in a gold vault. If he saw something good, never mind whether he needed it or not, he wanted to pocket it. His brain's only job was to remind his hands to leave some behind. So Tom kept busy right until evening, when Tina came to call them for dinner. Only then did they leave the little pocket world. The old lady looked thoroughly displeased. Tom, don't go copying Newt, spending all day in that blasted case and not talking to people. You're not a Hufflepuff, so how come you get along with this old man so well? Because a love for magical creatures transcends houses. That made Newt beam with pride, and made the old lady's brows shoot up. Tom quickly added, but I'm not as universally affectionate as Uncle Newt. I only like a few kinds of magical creatures. Today just took longer because I was gathering materials. That soothed Tina's temper. If you like any material, just take it. If you can't find it, let Newt help. But tomorrow, go out more, see the city. Don't just stay at home. Tom agreed readily, he was planning to look around. Since he'd traveled all the way abroad, he might as well bring back some souvenirs for the little witches back home, and check out a few landmarks, tourist style. But the next day, Tom was scratching his head in dismay. He'd been foolish, what souvenirs could a country whose history was shorter than a British cookbook possibly offer? Buy leaves. Ridiculous. And beneath those lofty skyscrapers lay filthy streets and swarms of homeless people. The glamour from afar was gone up close. He'd basically wasted a whole day outside. In the end, he only bought a few transformers and some dolls as keepsakes. Of course, he wouldn't give them away just like that, he planned to magically modify them first. Otherwise, they'd be embarrassing to hand over. And the transformers? Those were for him. Who could resist a robot that turned into a car? When he got back to Newt's, there was good news. Tomorrow, they would head to the Thunderbird Sanctuary. Getting into the sanctuary wasn't easy. You had to apply to the American Magical Congress, undergo strict vetting, and be approved. Applicants had to have no criminal record, no history of poaching or killing magical beasts, and a Congress-approved reason to enter. The process could take ages. Fortunately, this time the applicant was Newt, world-famous not only as a master of magical creatures but also for his sterling reputation. No one in their right mind would suspect Newt's commander of being a poacher, not even if they suspected the President of Congress. Add to that the fact that Tina had once risen to head Auror and trained a whole army of protégés, and the paperwork flew through in record time. Indeed, behind every successful man was a woman who could make him live comfortably off her influence. Dumbledore had once had such an opportunity, and had passed it up. A bit of a life failure there. How are we getting there? Tom asked. Newt produced 2 slips of paper. I've already bought tomorrow's plane tickets. Flying's a lot slower than flow powder or a portkey, isn't it? Tom's mouth twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. Newt shook his head with a sigh. I'm too old for those jarring ways of traveling. A plane's nice, we can even sleep on the way. Tom suspected he was talking nonsense. If a unicorn's tantrum didn't faze him, no mode of travel would. but the tickets were already bought, so he said nothing more. On the morning of their departure, Tom left Usagi inside Newt's little world, to live independently for a few days. This was Newt's suggestion. When Tom kept his draconic aura suppressed, it was faint enough not to bother even a Thunderbird, but Usagi was different. She might not be fully grown, but her aura already surpassed that of a regular fire dragon. Best she stay home and not stir up trouble. Given that there were 300 pounds of meteorite in it for her, Usagi reluctantly agreed. Before they left, Newt packed a spare suitcase with various odd magical creatures, both suppliers of raw materials and bodyguards. When you faced a Scamander, you never knew how many magical creatures you were really facing. Once everything was ready, Tom and Newt left, hailed a taxi, and headed for Kennedy Airport. After more than 5 hours of flight, they arrived in Arizona's capital, Phoenix. From there, Newt grabbed Tom's shoulder and operated twice in quick succession, until they stood in a small town. The place was dusty, with crooked houses lining the crisscrossing streets. The town was lively enough, though, and in the sweltering heat, many wore cowboy hats to shield themselves from the sun. Tom even spotted a few people with rifles at their hips and wands in their hands, obviously dual-discipline fighters. Newt led the way, speaking softly as he explained, "This is Thunderbird Town, named after the Thunderbird itself. Inside the sanctuary, apart from Thunderbirds, there are plenty of other magical creatures. Many families and companies have set up breeding bases and material processing plants here. With tourists increasing every year, this pure wizard town gradually grew into the heart of the American Southwest wizarding community. The Magical Congress even has a branch office here." Tom nodded. That, at least, made sense. Chapter 151, a figure shining on the horizon. North America's wizarding population was far larger than Britain's, several times larger, in fact, and with its vast territory, it was inevitable that the Magical Congress's grip would be weaker. Having regional centers was only natural. "I've got a house here," Newt said. "We'll be staying there for the next while." But then he noticed Tom had stopped walking. Following the boy's gaze, Newt's expression froze, and then his face flushed red. That is. Tom grinned. "What's there to be embarrassed about? You should be proud." What Tom was looking at was a towering brass statue, a Thunderbird bowing its head, and a young wizard with a suitcase in one hand, reaching out to stroke it with the other. No need to guess, this was to commemorate the day Newt had rescued a Thunderbird from poachers. "They made far too much fuss over it," Newt muttered awkwardly. "I only did what anyone should do." "You're far too modest," Tom said, shaking his head. "Doing what's right is already a rare quality. But in this case, it's something most people could never dream of doing." Newt quickened his pace. If Tom kept praising him, his skin might just peel right off. Newt's local property was a 2-story house with a back garden, looking no different from the neighboring homes. He had places like this all over the world, some deep in remote forests, some in bustling cities, but they all shared one thing in common: magical creatures nearby that had once crossed paths with him. The Scamanders were hardly short on money. Newt could take the smallest amount of rare material to market and walk away with a fortune. Take, for example, the juice Tom had collected from a Jarvie the other day, worth 10 times the venom of an acromantula. Once the beds were made, Newt came over. "Let's rest today. Tomorrow we'll head into the sanctuary. Will we come back here afterward?" Tom asked. "Normally I apparate back," Newt said after a moment's thought. "But if we run into special circumstances, we might end up camping. Then let's stock up on some food." Newt agreed. They went to local pubs and restaurants, buying plenty of hot dishes, sealing them with magic so they'd stay fresh for days. Tom handled all the talking. The old man, ever the introvert, couldn't even bring himself to step inside the busier shops. Tom was starting to suspect Uncle Newt had brought him along mainly as a diplomatic envoy. The night passed without event. At dawn the next day, Newt and Tom arrived at the sanctuary's entrance, where Congress Aurors were stationed to check visitors. The moment the wizard inspecting documents saw Newt's commander, his expression turned respectful and eager. To Tom's surprise, the man pulled out the latest edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. "Mr. Scamander, I'm a huge fan. I've bought every edition of your book. I've been hoping you'd pass through while I was on duty. Could you sign it for me?" The sudden enthusiasm left Newt utterly flustered. Tom, seeing him freeze, quickly pulled him aside and took the book from the Auror. "Of course he can sign, just give us a moment." Once again acting as middleman, Tom waited for Newt to finish the autograph before handing the book back. With that, they were waved through into the sanctuary. With no outsiders around, Newt relaxed again. He pulled out 2 Nimbus 2000s, handing one to Tom, and together they swept across the vast wilderness, diving deeper in. The sanctuary was mostly high-altitude desert, located in the middle section of the world-famous Grand Canyon. Towering above the land were massive saguaro cacti, the only giant species in the cactus family. In ordinary places, they reached 30 meters. But here, perhaps under the influence of magic, 30-meter saguaros were everywhere, and 50-meter ones were not uncommon. The two flew fast, crossing ridge after ridge, until they reached the top of the canyon, then followed it northward. The sky grew steadily darker, with flickers of lightning rolling through the clouds. Scree! Thunder split the air. A piercing cry echoed from afar, and the sky suddenly flared with light. From the roiling clouds emerged a pure white figure. Tom's eyes lit up. The Thunderbird was magnificent. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Native Tribe. The Thunderbird was a massive, awe-inspiring bird, with 3 pairs of wings. The largest pair had an incredible span, and when it flew, it was as majestic as a great eagle. All 3 pairs would beat in rhythm, sending shimmering light glancing off its snow-white feathers. Its emotions could influence the weather, and its presence alone struck fear into the hearts of those with evil intent. To many wizards, the Thunderbird was a living emblem of justice. Some even claimed it was a distant relative of the phoenix, though whether that was fact or myth was anyone's guess. Either way, the moment Tom laid eyes on it, he felt this bird fit perfectly with his own refined taste. That pure white body, it looked like justice itself, just like him. But take one home as a pet. Tom had no such thought. Thunderbirds belonged in the wild. Keeping one in Britain, tiny as it was, would be nothing but cruelty. He leaned forward, ready to accelerate toward it, but Newt quickly held him back. Tom, don't get carried away. Now's not the time to approach a Thunderbird. We need permission first. Permission? From who? Are there aurors here? Tom asked in puzzlement. No. Come with me and you'll see. Newt tilted his broom and turned 45 degrees away from where the Thunderbird was soaring. Tom could only follow. They hadn't flown far when a cluster of thatched huts appeared on a plain, like a small village. As they drew closer, the people there spotted them and began shouting, pointing at the sky. Each held a spear, wore feathered headdresses, and had painted their bodies in strange patterns. Indigenous people. Tom raised a brow, recognizing them instantly. When Columbus discovered the New World, he'd mistaken it for India, lumping all the peoples here under the name Indians, a label dripping with prejudice. But long before Columbus, wizards had already known of the Americas, keeping contact with the magical folk here. So wizards didn't misuse the term. It wasn't until immigration surged that native became the proper, settled term. Don't say a word later, let me handle it. They're good people, just cautious, Newt said, motioning for Tom to follow him down and giving him a warning. Newt had met many powerful wizards in his time, the most unforgettable being Grindlevald and Dumbledore. People liked to say the two were polar opposites, fire and water. But Newt could see a lot of similarities between them, some of which he was already seeing in Tom. All 3 were, deep down, fiercely proud. Dumbledore hid it best. Tom would never tolerate an insult. Which was why Newt had to stress that these people meant no harm, just to avoid a fight. Tom would, of course, give Newt that face. He mimed zipping his mouth shut. The village was ringed by a tall wooden fence, with 4 watchtowers at its corners. Tom and Newt landed outside, where muscular warriors raised their spears, ready to throw at the slightest provocation. Tom left it all to Newt and didn't bother about their hostility, he was too busy admiring the female warriors' physiques. Their faces weren't much to speak of, but their figures were striking, curved in all the right places, with oiled bronze skin and clearly defined muscles. Seeing Tom relaxed, Newt eased a little. He began speaking in a strange, bubbling language. Soon, several elders emerged from the village, leaning on canes. They clearly recognized Newt, for they barked orders at the warriors, who quickly lowered their spears and bows. Their gazes toward Newt shifted to respect. Newt embraced one of the elders and began talking. A short while later, all the elders turned their eyes to Tom, then looked back at Newt, and nodded slightly. Moments later, a woman brought 2 flower garlands and handed them to Newt. After exchanging a few more words with the elder, Newt returned to Tom. All good? Tom asked. Put this on. Newt slipped on his garland and passed the other to Tom, who obediently wore it. They mounted their brooms again and took off, the villagers returning to their huts. Tom could guess the gist of what had been said, but still wanted to hear it straight. Newt didn't hide anything, telling the whole story. Inside the sanctuary, aside from magical beasts, there were 3 tribes of natives, all of whom revered the Thunderbird as a totem. When Newt had returned the Thunderbird named Frank years ago, they had mistaken him for a poacher. A fight had almost broken out. Fortunately, Newt had a good temper. Even when captured, he patiently explained several times. And when Frank showed clear affection toward him, the tribe finally realized it was all a misunderstanding. Later, during the sanctuary's establishment, it was Newt who mediated and stopped the magical congress from relocating the tribes. He even arranged for them to be officially employed as Thunderbird guardians, with yearly supplies from the congress. These tribes weren't just warriors, they had shamans, which in wizarding terms meant actual spellcasters. Their combat ability was nothing to scoff at, and they often caught poachers aiming for the Thunderbirds. Poachers, once caught, were never handed over to the Congress. They were taken back to the tribe, as sacrifices. What Newt had just done was get the tribe's permission for them to approach the Thunderbirds. Normally, Newt wouldn't need such formalities, but this time he had Tom along, so he went by the book. The garlands on their heads were essentially passes. Any tribal warriors guarding the Thunderbird territory would let them through. Which meant Tom had been absolutely right to go with Newt first. Otherwise, things might have gone very differently, more along the lines of Tom Riddle slaughters his way through the North American wizarding world. After hearing this, Tom was speechless. Even the natives are into politics now. Can't anyone just be simple anymore? Oh, quit complaining, Newt chuckled. These garlands will help you too, the Thunderbirds will be friendlier when they see you. That made Tom grin. Connections, eh? If you've got them, use them. Chapter 153, Chicks in the Sky. An hour later, the two of them landed halfway up a mountain slope. Flying straight into a Thunderbird's nest from the air would be seen as invading its airspace, so they would have to walk the rest of the way. This time, Newt didn't complain about being old, his pace was even quicker than Tom's. While Tom's physical fitness was excellent, there was one undeniable disadvantage: short legs. At just over 160 in height, he had to take 3 steps for every 2 of Newt's, working hard to keep up with the old man's nimble stride. After a short climb, they were nearing the summit when dark clouds suddenly rolled over the peak, blotting out the sun. Scree! Another sharp cry tore through the air. A Thunderbird, larger than any ordinary one, came diving toward them. One look at the smile on Newt's face told Tom exactly who it was. Sure enough, the Thunderbird landed gracefully before Newt, then dipped its proud head, making it easier for the old man to stroke its feathers. Man and beast exchanged a few moments of quiet communication before Newt beckoned Tom forward. "You can't touch him yet," he murmured, "but getting closer is fine." Soon after, Frank, for that was indeed the great bird, spread his vast wings and flew away. Newt and Tom resumed their climb. "Don't rush," Newt said. "Your task for the next few days is to win the Thunderbird's trust. Only then will you have a chance to approach the chicks." Tom understood. He had time to spare, there was no need to push things too fast. The summit was home to 5 Thunderbirds, Frank, his 2 mates, and 2 chicks. Tom's goal was exactly what Newt had mentioned earlier, 2 one-year-old younglings born last year. Frank was the undisputed king of all the Thunderbirds in the sanctuary. If Tom could win him over, the rest would be easy. So they set up camp right there at the top. Each had their own tent, though tent hardly did justice to the space inside: 3 bedrooms, 2 sitting rooms, a kitchen, a washroom, even a fish tank, all comfortably arranged. Following Newt's guidance, Tom only prepared food Thunderbirds enjoyed, delivering it twice a day, morning and evening, and sometimes accompanying them when they went soaring for exercise. It was during these outings that Newt discovered something surprising. When Tom spoke of racing Thunderbirds in flight, he didn't mean on a broom. He used a modified version of the Andrus flight charm. Tom even taught this improved spell to Newt, saving the old man considerable trouble. As for Grindlevald's own flight magic, well, Tom wasn't about to hand that over. If he gave away a spell that Grindlevald had painstakingly created, the men might just spit blood from sheer fury. Days passed, and Tom slowly integrated himself into Thunderbird society. On the 7th day, while Newt went down to the town to restock supplies, Tom finally saw his targets, the 2 one-year-old chicks. Unlike smaller birds, which can often fly within days or weeks of hatching, large raptors like Thunderbirds, or golden eagles, needed at least 3 months before they could take to the skies. These 2 younglings weren't very big yet. Their wingspans had just passed a meter, and their parents rarely let them out of the nest. But watching them flap their small wings eagerly inside the nest, Tom felt a surge of confidence. For the next few days, Tom became the very image of a doting caretaker, fussing over the chicks with meticulous attention. If Max and Leo saw him now, they'd definitely curse him out. A few months ago, he'd been their sweetheart. Now, a 2-timing scoundrel. In addition to building rapport, Tom had another mission: learning to communicate with the Thunderbirds so they could understand him. Dumbledore might have mastered over 100 non-human languages, but Newt was no less impressive. Many magical creatures' calls translated instantly into words in his mind, and Thunderbird speech was among them. Under Newt's instruction, Tom progressed quickly. Thunderbird language didn't have complicated vocabulary, the real challenge was telling apart subtle variations in tone so as not to misunderstand. Finally, when Tom judged the time right, he began his grand persuasion campaign, aimed squarely at the chicks' parents. Standing inside the nest, he launched into an impassioned speech. "If you've never faced the storm, how can you see the rainbow? A Thunderbird that's never fought the forces of nature is no true Thunderbird. You can protect your children now, but can you protect them for a lifetime? Education must start young. Keeping them in the nest all day will only spoil them. You'll raise weaklings. The two adult Thunderbirds blinked in confusion. But, we were raised this way. What's wrong with that? Tom pressed on, voice smooth and persuasive. In the East, they say, the early bird catches the worm. If your chicks grow stronger sooner than the rest, won't they have the advantage? Who's to say the next Thunderbird king won't be one of them? Well. Tempted yet? Scree. The idea of their offspring surpassing even the current king stirred something deep in the bird's instincts. Every living creature, after all, carries the buried urge for their bloodline to rise higher. How about this, let them race me. If they can't even outfly a human, do they deserve to be the future rulers of the Thunderbirds? The parents bristled instantly. No way their children could lose to a mere human. With one sweep of their wings, they shooed the younglings from the nest and carried them to a cliffside. Tom crouched down, explaining to the chicks what to do. Then, as both sides lined up, a sharp cry rang through the air. Tom's back sprouted gleaming white wings, his body glowing faintly. And in the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. It was only after he'd flown a considerable distance that the two chicks finally flapped into the air. A quick glance back showed the gap widening. Tom grinned. The so-called fourth trial. Piece of cake. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Ambushed, Scamander, the Saints won't let you off. 15 minutes later, Tom trudged back, shoulders slumped, dragging the wings of two small Thunderbirds in each hand. Didn't work out. Newt, seeing his expression, had already guessed the result. Tom, clearly annoyed, returned the two little ones to their parents. We didn't even make it 30 kilometers before they were so exhausted they could barely flap home. They have to finish the race, right? At least 100 kilometers, Newt reminded. This time Tom had underestimated the challenge, and perhaps pushed his shamelessness too far. Maybe even the trial itself couldn't bear to watch him cheat, there hadn't been the slightest sign that the trial had even started. But Tom didn't mind much. Over the past few days, he had learned the ins and outs of the Thunderbird flock. Their ecosystem was healthy, with birds of every age. All he had to do was slowly raise his demands until he found the weakest possible opponent. Newt could only smile helplessly. He had thought Tom's plan was unreliable from the start, but it was the boy's talent, an outsider had no say in how it was used. And now, seeing they weren't all that different in their stubbornness, he simply let it be. Tom only looked dejected for a moment before his fighting spirit reignited, so Newt didn't bother with comfort. That night, back in the Thunderbird sanctuary, Tom buried himself in research and by morning had chosen a new target. This time he wasn't picking just a couple of specific Thunderbirds, he included all between the ages of 3 and 15. He would befriend them, train them in competition awareness, and make sure none gave up halfway. Once he got close to them, Tom could wander around with the young Thunderbirds without any of the adults interfering. Tom, you've been here almost 10 days. How about coming out with me for a stroll? Newt thought the boy was pushing himself too hard. If he wasn't training Thunderbirds, he was studying, or else sitting in a daze, which was actually just more studying, spatial magic, no less. That wasn't good. Studying was fine, but losing all of one's childhood joy over it. Not fine. So Newt had decided to invite Tom into town. For the sake of Tom's mental health, even the socially awkward old man was willing to push himself. Tom was in the middle of pondering spell fusion when he froze, catching the concern in Newt's eyes. One quick thought, and he understood exactly what Newt was worried about. He agreed without hesitation. Sure. Honestly, I hadn't noticed. Give me a sec to tell the Thunderbirds, then we can go. He stood up from the cliff edge and flew off toward the horizon. By midday, Tom and Newt arrived in Thunderbird Town. They'd spent one night here before, but that time Tom had only followed Newt to buy food, no sightseeing. Today would make up for that. Their first stop was the central statue of the town. Without a hint of shame, Tom pulled out his magical camera and asked Newt to take a picture of him with it. Newt's face burned with embarrassment, he only agreed after Tom threatened to tell Tina, snapping a few awkward side-angled shots while barely looking. Thankfully, magical photos could be edited, or the results would have been unspeakable. Even worse, Tom made Newt take a picture with the statue. That one would surely go down as one of Newt's rare blackmail-worthy moments in history. The plaza was ringed with shops and vendors pushing carts piled with goods. Tom wandered up to one cart, which displayed beautiful feathers, bone-crafted trinkets, and odd-looking eyeballs. Want to take some souvenirs home? The stall owner asked enthusiastically. All from the reserve, Thunderbird feathers, daggers made from Thunderbird teeth that still carry a bit of their lightning, and Thunderbird eyes. Lowering his voice, the man added mysteriously, this one was hard to get. It can tell friend from foe. 50 galleons, and it's yours. Tom almost laughed out loud, more out of sheer disbelief. What did this guy take him for, some gullible tourist? The Thunderbird feather was dull gray and lifeless. The Thunderbird teeth were clearly rhinoceros teeth. Pull a rhino's tooth, smear on some potion, and in a month you've got more. As for that Thunderbird eye, please. If you're going to fake it, at least use an eagle or a hawk. Not a pigeon eye with an enlargement charm slapped on. Newt said nothing. He knew Tom wouldn't fall for it and saw no need to interfere. But just as Tom was about to turn away, a balding wizard squeezed past Newt, eyes lighting up. I heard you say that's a Thunderbird's eye. And it can sense hostility. Absolutely, genuine, guaranteed, fake it and I'll pay you 10 times back, the vendor swore, pounding his chest. The balding wizard nodded rapidly, pulled out the coins, and handed them over without a second thought. I'll take one. If I find out you lied, I'll be back for you. Don't worry, my friend. You'll be fine, the vendor said, grinning ear to ear as the man walked away clutching his prize. Only one left now, kid. You sure you don't want it? Tom shook his head. Nah. Me and Thunderbird eyes just don't have that kind of fate. Wait for your next, fated customer. Without another glance, he pulled Newt away, leaving the vendor sighing. If he could just sell off this batch, he'd move on to the next town to scam fresh faces. Walking side by side down the street, Tom spoke without looking at Newt. You feel it too? I got the warning, Newt murmured. A bowtruckle peeked its head out from Newt's pocket. It was highly sensitive to magical fluctuations, perfect for finding the strongest magical trees in a forest. Looks like they're here for you, Tom said with a teasing grin. When that balding wizard had brushed past Newt, he'd cast a tracking charm on him, thinking it had gone unnoticed. But both Tom and Newt had caught it instantly. Newt had his physical cheat codes. Tom simply had a soul of exceptionally high caliber. Newt wasn't sure what to say. Even for him, a bit of anger stirred. It wasn't unusual, plenty of poachers and even pure-blood families had suffered heavy losses because of him. Being targeted was normal, in fact, it had happened so rarely in recent years that it almost felt strange. But today, of all days, when he'd finally convinced Tom to come out and relax, trouble had found them anyway. That made Newt feel like he'd dragged the boy into danger. Tom, when they show themselves, I'll open the case. You get inside right away, and I'll handle the rest, Newt said softly, more serious than usual. Tom just curled his lip. Come on, Newt. I've taken down a dragon, do you really think I'm scared of a few wizards? Newt blinked, then remembered Tom's rather impressive battle record. Chapter 155, Ambush over the Arizona Sands. In the wizarding world, a dragon was the ultimate measure of strength, a true dividing line. A witch or wizard who could barely hold their own against a dragon was already considered exceptional. Someone who could subdue a dragon single-handedly. That was a rare figure, one of the elite. And slaying a dragon alone. No matter the country, no matter the age, such a feat would crown you a powerhouse. But you're still just a child, Newt said quietly. That's exactly why I should face more challenges now, Tom replied without hesitation. If I don't learn how dangerous the wizarding world can be, am I supposed to wait until something really happens and get caught unprepared? Give Newt 3 mouths and he still wouldn't have been able to argue his way past Tom's reasoning. In the end, he could only let the boy have his way. They didn't leave Thunderbird Town immediately, it would have looked far too suspicious. Besides, in the desert's daylight, cover was scarce, and anyone tailing them might hesitate to make a move. So, sticking to their original plan, Tom wandered through nearly every shop in town, buying armfuls of souvenirs. There was a carved Thunderbird model, a quill made from genuine Thunderbird feathers, and even a crystal sphere said to record the sky-splitting storms the mighty bird could summon. By evening, after a hearty feast at a Texas-style barbecue joint, they finally strolled lazily out of the little town. Moments later, they mounted their broomsticks and soared into the night. Arizona summers were blisteringly hot, and even at night, flying fast on a broom brought only a dry, heated wind. They kept low, just 10 or so meters off the ground, and half an hour passed without incident. Then, over a vast plain scattered with the towering silhouettes of saguaro cacti, the earth split open. Beams of magic burst upward, streaking toward them. In a heartbeat, Tom leapt off his broom, wings of black feathers unfurling as he switched to a flight charm. With a sharp beat, he twisted through the air, narrowly dodging the spells hurled his way. It seemed he was only being caught in the crossfire, those curses were misfired shots meant for Newt. The sheer number aimed at Newt was several times what came at him. Newt yanked sharply upward on his broom to slow, and from his coat pocket wriggled out a tiny alchemy, one that swelled in an instant, its serpentine body thickening until it was broader than an ancient oak. The great creature coiled protectively around him, scales turning aside the curses without so much as a scratch, though the assault only enraged it. The moment Newt landed safely, the alchemy surged forward, scattering the attackers with a single lash of its massive tail. Newt's case snapped open, releasing a waiting force of magical beasts, a graphorn, 3 Kneazles, and a deadly Nundu. With a flick of Tom's hand, a blazing fireball tore through the night like a meteor, illuminating the battlefield and revealing their ambushers, 8 wizards in position, with 3 more riding brooms hard out of the distant darkness. The Akami had 2 pinned immediately, the Nunda kept 2 more locked in place, while the graphorn, slow but relentless, pressed down on one with its massive hooves, locking him in a battle of brute force. Meanwhile, the 3 Kneazles darted and split into duplicates, leaving the remaining attackers flailing helplessly. Seeing that Newt had the situation well in hand, Tom's gaze shifted to the incoming reinforcements. With a snap of his wings, he shot forward like an arrow. The broom-riding wizards fired at him mid-charge, but he weaved through their spells with predatory grace. In moments, he was on them. He locked one attacker, the fastest, by the throat, yanked him clean off his broom, and slammed him into the hard ground. The impact knocked the men out cold instantly. "Lane," one of the others shouted, voice thick with a German accent. Tom's eyes narrowed. Germans. He filed away the thought and kept moving. Pier totem locomotor. With a sweeping whirl of his wand, a nearby saguaro cactus stirred to life. Its twin arms thickened into monstrous limbs, each palm bristling with dagger-like spines. The shouting wizard hurled himself off his broom, tumbling across the ground in a desperate bid to escape the giant hand's strike, barely making it. His companion wasn't so lucky. His broom darted aside, but his poor flying left one arm exposed, a cactus spine speared through it and wrenched him into the air. His scream tore across the night. A blasting curse smashed apart another wizard's shield charm, and hidden in its shadow, a stunner shot home with unerring precision. In mere seconds, the would-be reinforcements were down, before their comrades on the ground could even breathe. Tom didn't kill them. He wanted answers, specifically, who had sent them after Newt. A few conjured ropes bound the 3 together, and his wand disappeared into his robes. Back on Newt's side of the field, the fight was ending. His seamless coordination with his beasts left the enemy overwhelmed and falling one by one. When Tom returned with his captives, only a single wizard, a middle-aged man, the strongest of the lot, was still resisting. Apparition mid-battle had spared him from being boxed in, but that advantage ended the moment Tom laid down an anti-disapparition jinx. The Akami coiled him up in an instant. They didn't stun him, he was the only one left who could talk. The man's glare was venomous. Newt's brows knitted tightly. "Sir," Newt said, his voice firm but calm, "I don't believe I've met you before, nor had any dealings with your companions." The man bared his teeth. "Scamander, be it 50 years or 100, the saints will never let you go." Newt's face paled. And Tom's expression turned oddly intrigued. Chapter 156, The Saint's Vengeance. Grindlevald's request to let them go had nearly made Tom faint from frustration. The title of saints had long since faded into the depths of history, but in the memories of many older witches and wizards, it was still something that sent a chill down their spines. Compared to them, the name Death Eaters sounded almost childish. The history of the saints went back centuries. The Deathly Hallows were not merely a fairy tale, they were a legend many witches and wizards fervently believed in. Those who devoted their lives to pursuing the 3 Hallows gave themselves the name saints, and they even adopted a symbol. A triangle on the outside, representing the invisibility cloak. Inside, a circle, the resurrection stone. And a vertical line piercing through both, the elder wand. But in this century, the meaning of saints had been completely reshaped. Grindlevald had adopted the Deathly Hallows symbol as his rallying banner, calling his followers saints. From then on, the name belonged to Grindlevald's adherents, though the public preferred another name for them, the Pureblood Alliance. And with that, Newt's reason for being attacked was self-explanatory. Grindlevald's defeat had 2 chief culprits. Number 1, Albus Dumbledore. Number 2, Newt Scamander. Everyone else didn't even make the top 10. Newt sighed. "Judging from your age, you weren't even in that war. So why the grudge against me? Who was your father?" The moment this man revealed himself as a saint, Tom quietly opened the learning space. Inside that mental space, both the middle-aged wizard and the silent Grindlevald answered at almost the same time. "Simon Macduff." Newt thought for a long while before the name finally clicked. He remembered Simon as one of Grindelwald's competent aides, though not in the highest ranks, more like the second tier. "I recall your father didn't die in the war. He passed away last year in Bastille prison," Macduff said darkly. 30 years ago, you destroyed Lord Grindelwald's great cause. My father wasted away in despair because of it. Why is it that you, the culprit, still get to live freely? So I will kill you, for Lord Grindelwald, and for my father. The companions who came with me today are all descendants of saints. Newt Scamander, our hatred will never end. Today I may have failed, but I still have a son, a daughter, and they'll have children of their own. Unless you die right here and now, the rest of your days will be filled with our endless vengeance." Macduff's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, as though he wanted to devour Newt with his gaze alone. Newt let out a quiet sigh. This was hardly his first assassination attempt from the Saints. Only after publicly retiring in Britain had they gradually stopped appearing, which had lulled him into thinking the feud had ended. He had been too naive. Tom, Grindelwald's voice came from within the space, unusually weak, almost pleading. It's my fault for what happened to them. Help me this time, let them go. Remember this hand sign, show it to them, and they'll know not to trouble Scamander again. Tom didn't reply immediately. Instead, he turned to Newt. What do you intend to do? Newt was silent for a moment before waving a hand. Macduff, you may leave. Macduff stared at him in disbelief. You're not going to kill me. Newt shook his head. I've never killed anyone in my life. And you have no quarrel with me personally. What existed was only between me and your father. As long as you don't threaten my family, do whatever you please. The Saints, at least, had a better reputation than the Death Eaters. In Europe, the wizarding families were so interlinked that their grudges were usually kept personal, they wouldn't target relatives. That was why Newt's sons and grandsons could travel the world without ever being harassed by Saints. Just moments ago, Macduff himself had said only Newt's death would end the feud, never once mentioning Tina. And then something even more shocking happened. Tom stepped back, raised one hand, and made a strange gesture. Before Macduff could even speak, an immense mental pressure slammed into his mind. He understood the silent warning in Tom's eyes. Only when Tom was sure Macduff would keep his mouth shut did he say, "This is your matter. We'll leave him here, the rest isn't our concern." Newt agreed. He whistled softly, pulled a small snuff box from his pocket, and sucked the Thunderbird inside. Macduff just stood there like a fool, even after his restraints were removed, he didn't move. Newt tucked the rest of his magical creatures back into the case. Tom, let's go. Coming. Tom brushed past Macduff and, without even bothering with a broomstick, flew straight to Newt's side. Only after the two vanished did Macduff finally lift his scorched arm. It was as though fire had burned a scar into the back of his hand, a scar that formed a short phrase in German. August 20th, Paris. You saw it for yourself, Tom said to Grindlevald in the learning space as they flew toward the Thunderbird's nesting grounds. That's Newt's character. Truth is, I didn't need to say a word. He wouldn't have killed them anyway. Grindlevald let out a long breath. Even as my enemy, I have to admit. Scamander is a good man. A good man I cannot get along with. People like Newt and Dumbledore had their own kind of charisma. Even among the opposing side, there were those who admired them. Tom glanced at his system panel, Grindelwald's favorability had risen to 75. Clearly, the Macduff affair had struck a deep chord with him. Tom even began to suspect that, for the sake of these old comrades' descendants, Grindelwald might already be considering a return to the stage. The journey back was quiet. It wasn't until they reached the tent, just as Tom was about to step inside, that Newt stopped him. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Tom shook his head. Honestly, Newt, I do have quite a few questions. But I figured you might not answer them anyway, so I didn't bother asking. A lie. The truth was, Tom thought the grudge was pretty straightforward, and besides, he had another key witness in his head. Asking Newt or not didn't really matter. But he could see Newt seemed to be in a rare, talkative mood, wanting to confide something. So Tom played along. They walked together to the cliffside. Newt looked up at the stars and said quietly, "You didn't seem surprised when you heard about Grindlevald and the Saints. That means you already know a fair bit about them." Chapter 157, Newt's Past with Grindlevald. Tom nodded. I've read about it in history books, but this is the first time I've actually encountered it in person. Grindelwald's been defeated for 50 years, yet there are still people seeking revenge for him. But why come after you instead of Dumbledore? Newt's expression turned slightly odd. Go after Dumbledore. I think, even before Grindlevald was imprisoned, most of his saints wouldn't have dared to think of such a thing. Besides, truth be told, I've had more than a few dealings with Grindlevald myself. How many times? You plagued me for nearly 20 years. Grindelwald's voice bellowed from within the study space. Andrus was right there beside him, happily munching on metaphorical popcorn, enjoying the gossip. Honestly, life in this strange limbo was more comfortable than when he'd been alive. Newt gazed at the night sky, as if seeing once again the white-haired man with that proud, unruly expression. He was a man of extraordinary personal charm. The future he painted for the wizarding world drove countless witches and wizards into a frenzy, many willingly pledging themselves to his banner. And Grindlevald himself worked tirelessly for that goal. But what he sought to achieve would have swept countless innocent lives into the crossfire. So Dumbledore thought of me, a wizard with few personal ties, but other methods, and asked me to deal with him. Other methods? Tom thought back to what had just happened, a handful of magical creatures had already tossed 8 fairly well-trained wizards into complete disarray. And those creatures were just the tip of the iceberg compared to what Newt kept in his enchanted case, let alone whatever he had released over the years. The thought made Tom shiver. Better to provoke a dark wizard than to tangle with a beast tamer like Newt. Far too dangerous. Actually. Newt's voice suddenly lowered, as if wary of eavesdroppers. The first time I met Grindlevald was in New York. Dumbledore sent me, or rather, he steered me, into rescuing Frank. I had no choice but to bring him home. At the time, Grindlevald had already been impersonating the head of the Auror office, Percival Graves. By chance, Tina and I caught him, and we subdued him. But for safety's sake, the whole affair was never made public. Slander. He's slandering me. In the study space, Grindlevald was loudly defending himself to the now thoroughly entertained Andrus. They didn't capture me, I let them. Do you understand? I was infiltrating the Makusa from the inside, working to sway them. And I succeeded. Ah, yes, of course. Andrus nodded with utter insincerity. And to sway others, you just have to get caught, right? Grindlevald was on the verge of fainting. You know nothing. Getting caught is how you make them drop their guard. You muscle-brained brute, all you know is blasting through problems with magic, you don't understand hearts and minds. Ah, yes, of course. You. Tom ignored the 2 old men squabbling in the background and instead turned to Newt with surprise. You captured Grindlevald. That's a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore. Newt gave an embarrassed smile. It was a combination of many coincidences. I could sense Graves held a deep hostility toward me, though we had never met before. Only when he revealed his true identity did I understand, it was because. Halfway through, Newt abruptly stopped. If he continued, it would stray into certain adult matters involving Dumbledore. And Tom was still a child. Best to keep that to himself. Don't tell anyone about this. I only want you to know why those saints are targeting me. Their focus is on me alone. You won't be in any danger, so there's no need to worry. I understand. Tom nodded. Worry about the saints. He was only worried there weren't enough of them. But with such a great contribution, you've never let the public know, it's such a shame, Tom prodded slyly. Newt's lips curved into a faint smile. Once Grindlevald is dead, I'll publish a memoir to record those years. Inside the study space, Grindlevald nearly passed out from rage. Shrimp and pig heart. How many decades had it been, and you're still planning to dig up my grave? And you wrinkled relic in your 90s, what makes you so sure you'll outlive me? After hearing Newt's plans, Grindlevald made up his mind. Even if he had to cling to life with the foulest dark magic, he would outlast Newt. The old man was not dying before him, no matter what. I think you don't need to be afraid, Tom said casually. Just an old man locked away, no need to show him any courtesy. Best to write it now and get it published sooner. In Tom's mind, if Voldemort never appeared, Grindlevald could easily keep breathing for another 20 or 30 years. And Tom was impatient, he wanted those updates. The Bhutan election was still more than a decade away from 45. What had happened in between? He wanted to hear Newt's version, not the self-flattering drivel Grindlevald would tell. A Hufflepuff's account was far more trustworthy. Newt shook his head firmly. No. Never underestimate Grindlevald. He escaped from Makusa's prison once, he could do the same from Nurmengard. If we push him too far, the one to suffer wouldn't just be me. The entire European continent could be thrown into turmoil. All right, it's late. Go get some rest. With that, Newt dusted off his coat and walked away. Tom sighed regretfully and returned to his own tent. Then he entered the study space, only to be greeted by the sight of Grindelwald's face, dark as a thundercloud, his eyes narrowed like a predator's. The murderous intent wasn't aimed at him, of course. It was all for Newt. Tom, Grindelwald said coldly, when you see Macduff in August, ask about the saints. Learn what you can about them. And if you can, help them. Chapter 158, Receiving the Saints. Tom didn't immediately agree. Helping them is fine, he said, but only if they're worth helping. It was a blunt statement, but Grindelwald wasn't offended, in fact, he nodded in agreement. Tom was realistic. And people should be realistic. If you always pander to others, all you'll do is harm your own interests, slowly losing yourself until you become nothing but a tool in someone else's hands. If you want to rise to the top, the first thing you must protect is your own interests. Your own gain is the greatest gain. Tom's meaning was clear, if the saints could offer him benefits and value, he'd step in. Grindelwald gave a faint smile. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse, Tom. You're underestimating me. His expression was tinged with arrogance as he continued. When I lost to Dumbledore back then, it wasn't that I couldn't escape, it was that I knew the tide had turned. Struggling on would only have cost me more comrades. So I offered my surrender in exchange for their temporary safety. These years they've been suppressed, yes, but their numbers and their foundations are not something a few decades can erase. What they lack," he paused, "is a leader." Grindlevald fixed his gaze on Tom. "You're my disciple. Naturally, you have the right to be that leader. I don't ask you to carry on my ideals, those are my path, not yours. I only hope you can make use of them, reward them accordingly, and restore their former strength. If, in the end, they truly can't be of use to you," the once mighty Dark Lord sighed, "then so be it. When you've fully risen, just do me one favor, let their bloodlines continue. For my sake." This, Tom didn't refuse. He nodded. Mainly because the Saints' ideology wasn't as extreme as the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters pushed pure-blood supremacy so far that even half-bloods and Muggleborns were considered enemies. Voldemort once claimed Hogwarts only needed Slytherin House. The Saints, however, believed in wizard rule over the world. If you were a wizard, you were an ally. Their goal was to abolish the statute of secrecy so wizards could cast magic openly anywhere, becoming the ruling class, without having to constantly hide from Muggles. If Tom were a Muggle right now, he'd definitely see Grindlevald as a terrorist. But as a wizard, he had to admit, the man's vision wasn't bad. Many who opposed him didn't think he was evil, they simply feared his ideals would bring disaster upon wizards. Right now, wizards could survive quietly in the shadows, so why risk everything by stepping into the light? If it were people like Bellatrix or young Barty Crouch Jr., Tom would find working with them disgusting, even if they were useful. Seeing Tom's agreement, Grindlevald smiled at last, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Hey, Grindlevald, tell me, how exactly did that kid catch you? Did he let his magical beasts loose to bite you?" Andrus, having waited for their serious talk to end, now strolled over for his daily dose of gossip. The smile froze on Grindelwald's face. "Merlin help him, what did he do in a past life to deserve a colleague and roommate like this? I was caught by a husband and wife team, you single mutt. You wouldn't understand." Grindelwald shot Andrus a glare and returned his thoughts to Nurmengard. And just like that, Andrus' grin disappeared, while Tom's took its place. The Saint's revenge was just a small interlude. Once the time was set, Tom didn't think about it again. His real priority now was completing the fourth trial. The next day, Newt wandered around the nearby town again, seeing if he could lure out any hidden stalkers to clean them up in one go. Tom, meanwhile, began testing in the races. The 3-year-old division had already been ruled out, their Thunderbirds were far too mischievous, easily distracted mid-flight by random things. Racing them was more play than competition. The 5-year-old division was worth a shot, Thunderbirds at this age could breeze through 100 kilometers without trouble. The only question was whether the trial's magic would recognize it. Tom gave it a try, and, sure enough, the trial didn't react at all. So that left the 10-year-olds. Any older than that, and the birds would be older than him, which was just depressing. Sure enough, the 10-year-old group worked, the fourth temple lit up brilliantly. The problem? Tom's current top flight speed was 320 kilometers per hour. The 10-year-old Thunderbirds? They were hitting 350 to 380 kilometers per hour. By Thunderbird growth standards, these were young adults. At 15, they'd be fully grown. They not only had near-adult speed, but could also summon weather phenomena mid-flight. Tom was already slower, and on top of that, he had to dodge random lightning strikes from above. After 100 kilometers, he was a full 10 kilometers behind. Helpless, Tom returned to working on merging 2 spells, dragging his young Thunderbird for daily practice laps, hoping for some miraculous breakthrough. And so, the days passed, until the last day of July. On a steep cliff, Tom and the Thunderbird stood at the highest point. Chirp chirp. Don't chirp at me. I've lost many times before, but today, I'm the one who's going to win. Chirp chirp. Oh, mocking me now. I dare you not to call down lightning on me. Chirp. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Completing the Fourth Trial. You said it yourself, are you ready? Tom's magic erupted in a sudden surge, twin wings unfurling from his back. At once, fierce winds roared across the cliffside, whipping dust into a frenzied dance. Yet around the boy's figure, an invisible barrier shimmered, blocking every gust and grain of grit from reaching him. Every time Newt felt Tom's magic, he couldn't help but be astonished. All set, Mr. Newt, Tom nodded toward him. 3, 2, 1. Newt dropped the French flag, and men and bird shot forward almost simultaneously. These days, Newt had become quite the experienced referee. To give Tom more of an edge, he deliberately varied the starting rhythm each time. After all, Tom could react to the signal faster than the Thunderbird. Once the flag fell, Newt quickly leapt onto his broom to follow. There was no way he could match their raw speed, of course, but with his eagle-eye charm, he could at least keep them in sight over a 100-kilometer race. To Newt's surprise, this time Tom wasn't falling behind at all. But the truth wasn't that Tom had gotten faster, rather, the Thunderbird had gotten slower. For the past few days, aside from racing and training, Tom had been working on another critical mission, raising the little Thunderbird like a pig. He didn't just study magic, he'd studied relativity. If the opponent slowed down, it was the same as him speeding up, wasn't it? So, over the last few days, Tom had procured vast quantities of prime-quality beef, slipping the bird a mouthful whenever he could. In that short span, the young Thunderbird had plumped up by a full 2 sizes. Seeing his scheme bear fruit, Tom was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he switched into transcendent state, his speed surged once again. In this heightened state, his control over magic took a leap forward, he could adjust his flight far more frequently. Not only did this boost his own pace, but he deliberately positioned himself ahead of the Thunderbird, disrupting the airflow in its path. With every push and pull, the gap between them steadily widened, until about 1 kilometer in, when the effect plateaued. Still, as long as he could stay in the lead, even by a single centimeter, it would be counted as his victory. But the Thunderbird, noticing it was behind, began to grow agitated. Its emotions rippled through the air, and storm clouds swelled overhead. In moments, the sky rumbled with deafening thunder, streaked with jagged spears of lightning. Crack! A bolt tore past Tom, close enough to make the air tremble around him. The first strike didn't slow him in the slightest, but the next few forced him to weave aside. Even in transcendent state, where his instincts chose the perfect evasions, his speed inevitably took a hit. The distance between the two narrowed with each passing second. 80 kilometers had already been covered, only 20 remained. Newt, trailing behind, was tense. He knew exactly how much Tom had poured into this. If he lost again, would they really have to keep feeding the Thunderbird until it was ready for slaughter? Tom refused to let all his effort go to waste. With a flick of his wand, he hurled a spell skyward, shattering half the storm clouds and sharply cutting down the lightning's interference. But the Thunderbird was just as desperate, it conjured more thunderclouds in an instant. Thus began a relentless duel, Tom racing forward while blasting apart storm after storm, magic pouring out of him at a staggering rate. And then, at last, the finish line appeared in sight, marking the 100-kilometer endpoint. By now, even the Thunderbird understood what that line meant. It gave a high, piercing cry, its speed surging upward. Tom matched its burst. He had recently developed a magic output technique that allowed him to raise his upper limit for a short span, a kind of magical overdrive. The fusion of his 2 flight spells was still incomplete, but it had yielded other fruits. Side by side, they tore toward the finish, until, at the last instant, Tom abruptly dove. Dispelling Andrus's flight charm, he let gravity and the slipstream hurl him forward at breakneck speed. In one explosive burst, he shot past the Thunderbird by a single body length and slammed through the line first. The moment he crossed, the 4th palace blazed with dazzling light. But Tom had no time to celebrate, he'd come in far too fast, and now couldn't brake. He tumbled across the ground for dozens of meters, rolling end over end before finally skidding to a stop, his head spinning like a top. Fortunately, his body was sturdy enough that he suffered no real injuries, just a good bout of dizziness. Before he could even catch his breath, the rewards of the 40th trial began. A thundercloud formed above, vast beyond anything from before, stretching across the heavens like a rolling sea of lightning. From every inch of the black mass, countless silver serpents of electricity coiled and writhed. Tom's body was lifted into the air without his consent. Newt, just catching up, froze in shock as he saw a massive lightning bolt slam into Tom. Then a second. Then a third. It was as if Tom had committed some unspeakable offense, and the heavens themselves were unleashing their infinite wrath. The air became deadly to approach. Newt held back, but through the blinding flashes, he could make out Tom's silhouette, still intact, arms and legs twitching now and then, and not from convulsions. That small detail let Newt calm himself enough to keep watching. And indeed, Newt's guess was right, Tom was doing perfectly fine. The lightning wasn't harming him at all. In fact, the sensation was far better than his last baptism in dragon's blood, his whole body hummed with a pleasant, tingling numbness. Even the usual agony of physical transformation was absent. More than that, he suddenly felt an odd sense of kinship with the sky above, as though it were no longer an enemy to challenge, but a domain to rule. The final seconds of transcendent state hadn't yet run out when sudden insight struck him, he now understood why the 2 flight spells had refused to merge. Andrus's flight charm rejected all external forces. But, why reject them? Instead, he could seize control of those forces, bending them to his will, just as he had mastered airflow, turning every disadvantage into an advantage. The wings he dispelled earlier unfurled once more, but this time, the feathers were no longer purely black. Nearly half of them gleamed a pristine white. Tom moved, so fast he left an afterimage where he had been, reappearing atop a distant peak in the blink of an eye. The thunderclouds chased him, bolts raining down as he ran, but he welcomed it, diving headlong into the storm to drink in more of that raw, primal energy. From afar came the cries of thunderbirds, dozens of them. 20 in all, counting the young one he had raced. Some were fully grown, others nearly so. Drawn by instinct and the call of the storm, they wheeled through the sky, eyes alight with hunger, and plunged into the lightning sea alongside him. Newt's curiosity burned. He wanted nothing more than to discover how this storm's power differed from ordinary lightning. But one glance at his own spindly limbs told him he wouldn't even make it halfway before being roasted alive. So he stayed back, notebook in hand, scribbling furiously. 10 minutes later, the deafening thunder finally began to fade. The cloud banks thinned, washed clean. The thunderbirds circled above, full and content. And Tom descended slowly to the ground. Newt rushed to meet him, eyes immediately catching on the most striking change of all. He was pure white. Chapter 160, Lord of Wind and Thunder. Tom's looks needed no introduction. After all, they were already enough for Tina to naturally warm up to him. That was the power of appearance, and as things went on, it worked like an amplifier for everything else. A cute, sensible child will always be more likable than a plain-faced, dull one. Tom, however, didn't have particularly fair skin. Instead, it carried a healthy bronze glow, which had only deepened after days under the merciless sun. By now, he was tanned enough to blend in with the locals. And then came that lightning strike. Now the boy was radiantly pale, almost glowing, with flawless, aristocratic features so perfect they looked painted by the hand of a master in an oil portrait. Did it strip off a layer of skin? Newt muttered under his breath. Tom's bright smile froze instantly. Strip off a layer of skin. Excuse me. That was just a deep cleanse. And his skin was delicate, thank you very much. Newt, how can you be so shallow? Don't just look at the surface, look closer, Tom protested. Newt flushed a little at the rebuke, realizing he might have been a bit superficial. He took a more careful look. Tom cooperated by unleashing his full aura. Newt, well-versed in magical creatures, instantly sensed the change, something uncanny. The aura of a fire dragon and the aura of a thunderbird existed together within this human boy, both pure and powerful. In the end, Newt could only say in admiration, your talent. I don't even know how to describe it. The challenge was tough, yes, but the reward is extraordinary. If Newt had been more poetic, he might have called it the bearing of dragon and phoenix, the radiance of sun and sky. After all, the fire dragon was still a dragon, and the thunderbird was kin to the phoenix, nothing wrong with the comparison. Tom grinned. We'll only know for sure after some testing. Give me a moment. With that, he soared back into the sky. The thunderbird bloodline was different from the fire dragon's. The dragon's power had been unlocked gradually over time, but this time, perhaps because both his life essence and soul essence had ascended, the Thunderbird bloodline surged forward immediately at a high level of awakening. The sky, which had just cleared, fell victim again, this time even faster than thunderbirds themselves could muster storm clouds. Fierce winds tore across the land, small whirlwinds forming and swelling into massive tornadoes that blotted out the sun. Tom pointed into the distance. A serpent of lightning streaked from his hand, striking a jagged boulder over 10 meters tall, shattering it into rubble with a thunderous crack. The thunderbirds drew close, circling him in tight, protective spirals. Newt stared, thunderstruck. This was the treatment only Frank had ever received, an honor reserved for the king of thunderbirds. And now, Frank himself joined the circle. Before, Tom had been their friend, a special human, yes, but still an outsider. Now, things had changed. They no longer just accepted him as one of their own, they recognized him as their king. The old magi zoologist quickly pulled out parchment and quill, recording the scene with magic to preserve it for future study. Tom continued experimenting with his powers. His spells now crackled with greater force, every curse could be imbued with a jolt of electricity, making them more than twice as lethal. Even if blocked, the current could seep through, stunning or paralyzing opponents. Wind and thunder magic, too, had reached new heights. The Sectum Semper's invisible wind blades were sharper than ever. Weather magic no longer required conscious thought, controlling lightning had become instinct. He accelerated in flight, so fast that even a full-speed flock of thunderbirds was left far behind. Only Frank barely kept pace. His speed had doubled at least. And there was something more, his very life essence had risen again. With every merged bloodline, every inherited gift, he was evolving toward perfection. If he completed all 12 trials and reached the final ascension, he might very well transcend the category of any being on Earth. Newt. We're heading back. Tom called from above, leading the grand procession of thunderbirds home. Newt sketched the last detail, mounted his broom, and followed. Once they returned, the olderman couldn't help blurting out, "Tom, what's your next target?" "I'm guessing it's another magical creature, isn't it?" He was starting to enjoy this. Watching Tom grow stronger through encounters with extraordinary creatures gave him the same satisfaction as leveling up a prized companion in a game. Tom blinked, surprised that Newt was more impatient than he was. Don't rush. I was so focused on testing my new abilities just now, I haven't had the chance to sense the next step. Give me a second. He closed his eyes, diving into the depths of his mind, and reached out to touch the fifth palace. Fifth trial, name, you now possess notable strength and foundation. It's time to gain the renown to match. Task, earn the Order of Merlin, first class. No time limit. The sixth trial will be revealed in 6 months, and both may be pursued simultaneously. Reward, 1 random Merlin class magical talent. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Fifth Trial, Name. First class Order of Merlin. Tom opened his eyes, full of confusion and puzzlement. He had thought this trial would involve tracking down some magical creature again, but the leap in difficulty was enormous. It had jumped straight to earning a first-class Order of Merlin. How is it? Newt asked quietly. Tom forced a smile. This one's going to be more troublesome. To complete the challenge, I have to earn a first-class Order of Merlin. The demand startled Newt. A first-class Order of Merlin, what did that even mean? To put it plainly, in an entire century, the number of people who had earned a first-class Order of Merlin could be counted on one hand. Even Newt, whose name was celebrated worldwide, had only been awarded a second-class medal, granted in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the field of magical creatures. Officially, the Order of Merlin was open to wizards worldwide, a so-called international honor. But in truth, it was more of a British magical community self-congratulatory pastime. In fact, some awards Newt had received in America were far more prestigious. Second-class or third-class awards. Those were doable. Newt had a few old friends in the right places, and with some of his unpublished research results, he could probably give Tom a hand. But first class? Tom. Newt said with a wry smile. If I remember correctly, you're on good terms with the Greengrass family. You even mentioned their children in your letters. Maybe you should ask them for advice. I'll talk to them once I'm back, Tom nodded. The task sounded absurd, but the reward was tempting, Merlin's random magical talent. At the very least, it would be the gift of an immortal legend, possibly the most valuable reward outside of the 12 trials. Tom recalled that a member of the Black family had once managed to get a first-class order simply by donating a staggering amount of gold. Once back at school, he could ask Phineas Black for some insider tips. If the problem could be solved with money, then it would be perfect. They spent another day in the sanctuary. Under the reluctant gaze of the Thunderbirds, Tom had to put in quite an effort to finally tear himself away and follow Newt out of the Thunderbird Reserve. Several baby Thunderbirds even tried to follow Tom home, with the full consent of their parents, but after much hesitation, Tom decided not to take them. Baby Thunderbirds needed careful, proper raising. The damp, chilly weather of the Scottish Highlands was worlds apart from Arizona's dry, blazing heat. It would be better to leave them here for now. Once he had a stable situation, and had prepared his small world with a proper habitat for them, then he could collect every single Thunderbird from here. As for whether the sanctuary would allow it, well, if the Thunderbirds decided to fly off on their own, what business was that of Tom Riddle's? If anyone had a problem, they could take it up with the other Riddle. In Thunderbird Town, Newt lit the fireplace in his home. First, the two of them traveled via the FLU network to a major hub in Los Angeles. From there, they transferred to a central FLU station in Nebraska, and finally returned to the headquarters of MACUSA in New York, before operating back home. The house was far livelier now than when they had left. Not only was Tina there, but Newt's son and his family had returned as well. When they arrived, Tina and a middle-aged woman with a pleasantly standard look were busy in the kitchen. A tall, broad-shouldered man came forward, giving Newt a warm hug before turning a beaming smile on Tom. "Hello, I'm Leon Scamander," the man said, offering his hand. Tom felt the calloused skin of a man used to hard work as they shook hands. Compared to Newt's shyness, Leon had clearly inherited his mother's talkative nature. "I've read that article you sent my father about unicorn evolution, and I even saw the unicorn you're raising in your small world. Amazing. I never imagined a high-quality patronus could actually help magical creatures. How are they doing?" Tom asked. "Before I left, I told them to exercise. Have they been slacking off?" Leo chuckled at the memory. "Well, according to the logs I've seen, they're much healthier now. But they've also developed a habit of throwing little fits every day, scaring the youngsters in both the rainforest and the regular habitats." Newt's face immediately changed, and he hurried off to check his small world, worried something might have gone wrong with his creatures. That's when Tom noticed a small figure peeking from behind the dining room door, half a head visible, watching him timidly. Leon followed Tom's gaze and called out, "Rolf. I was just looking for you. Come here, this is Tom, your senior at Hogwarts." Obediently, the boy stepped forward. His face was sprinkled with freckles, pure Scamander style, and he spoke shyly. "Hello, I'm Rolf. Rolf Scamander. I'm Tom Riddle." Tom didn't extend his hand, such formalities weren't for children. Instead, he smiled and nodded. "I can guarantee you'll be sorted into Hufflepuff. The students there are very friendly, it's one of my favorite houses. Too bad I wasn't placed there myself." Rolf's face lit up, the strangeness between them dissolving instantly. "My grandfather says the same, he told me I'd be happy in Hufflepuff. Trust him. Hufflepuff is the most stress-free house of all," Tom said with conviction. "Gryffindor was noisy, Slytherin was calculating, and Ravenclaw was, well, let's just say its internal politics rivaled a certain kingdom's court intrigues. Only Hufflepuff kept to itself, content to stay near the kitchens and live peacefully." "How was your trip to Arizona?" Leon asked as the three of them moved to the living room. "Very rewarding. The Thunderbirds were all friendly," Tom replied with a smile. "In Britain, you'd be hard-pressed to find such a vast area devoted entirely to a magical creature sanctuary. Just the muggle-repelling charms alone would make the ministry sweat." "True. That's why magi-zoologists rarely make the trip there," Leon agreed. "But I've always been fascinated by the Forbidden Forest. I'd love to see what it's really like." Leon had attended Ilvermorny, around the time Voldemort was rising to power. In terms of age, he would have been a contemporary of Mr. Weasley and James Potter. The two men chatted more about Thunderbirds, with Rolf gazing at Tom in pure admiration. This older boy, only a year above him, was incredible. He could answer questions that even Rolf's father considered challenging. Tom didn't ignore the little one either, sharing details about Hogwarts, the trick staircases, hidden passageways, and countless fascinating portraits and ghosts. Even Leon seemed tempted, his desire to visit Hogwarts growing stronger by the minute. Over dinner, Tina's smile never faded. It was rare for their family to gather so completely, and now they had Tom, her favorite junior, at the table as well. Elderly folk cherished such warm, bustling scenes. Tom had planned to take his leave tomorrow, but seeing Tina so happy, he swallowed his words. Forget it, he'd stay another 2 days as a rest. He had been exhausted recently, and with a whole month left of summer break, there was no need to push himself too hard. Chapter 162, Nicholas Flaml. France, Saint-Tropez. Home to the world-famous Pampelon Beach, where countless tourists flock each year to bask in the sun, the sea, and bikinis. An old man lay sprawled under a sunshade. His withered, ancient appearance made onlookers wonder whether he might just stop breathing any second. For someone his age to still make it to the beach, many passers-by threw him glances of genuine admiration. The old man wore sunglasses, seemingly dozing. But if you got close enough, you'd hear. "Oh, that's a good one, great curve on the backside. Not bad either. The sway's making me dizzy, real deal, definitely real deal. Oh ho ho, twins. Excellent. TCH, where'd this fat one come from? Out you go. Oof, that waist is going to be the death of me." Standing behind the parasol, Tom glanced down at the invitation in his hand, gave it a dubious thumbs up, then looked at the old man again, his expression somewhere between disbelief and speechlessness. Today was August 3rd. After lingering in New York for 2 extra days, Tom had used a portkey he'd applied for in advance, traveling for several hours before arriving in Paris. The moment he landed, the blank invitation Nicholas Flaml had sent him changed. Right in the center of the parchment, a golden arrow appeared, pointing in a particular direction. Tom immediately understood this was Flaml's way of guiding him, so he followed the arrow. At first, he assumed it would lead him somewhere within Paris. Half an hour later, he realized something was wrong, the arrow's direction hadn't shifted at all. Eventually, he switched to flying. He flew for over an hour, more than 600 kilometers, before finally finding himself on this beach. Now, staring at the old man drooling over beautiful women, Tom, for the first time in his life, began to doubt Nicholas Flaml's alchemical prowess. Could the invitation have led him to the wrong person? "Child, you arrived much faster than I expected." Tom was still hesitating when the old man spoke first, his voice warm and kindly, so much so that it jarred with the image of someone ogling a swimsuit model. How could a man be this gentle while looking at that? But since the other had spoken, Tom stepped forward, stopping at the right side of the lounge chair. "Mr. Nicholas Flaml, is that you?" "Haha, indeed, I am Nicholas Flaml." The old man reluctantly removed his sunglasses, casting one last longing glance at the beach before turning a smile on Tom. "The invitation activated a little over an hour ago. Did you get here from Paris already?" "I've mastered a flying charm, so my travel time's much shorter," Tom confirmed, now certain of the man's identity. "Newt asked me to send his regards. He said once the French Ministry of Magic lifts its restrictions on him, he'll come visit you." Flaml chuckled quietly. "That boy Newt. Tina's hold over him isn't as strict as it seems, he just doesn't want to cause her trouble. Then, eyeing Tom, his gaze full of appreciation, a flying charm is already a remarkable bit of magic, and yours is fast as well. Child, you've surprised me the moment we met. Tom forced a polite smile. And you've surprised me too. He'd actually meant shocked. Ha ha ha. Flaml handed Tom his sunglasses. Let me guess, you expected me to be a strict, humorless old codger, like Albus. No, more like Professor McGonagall. Young people shouldn't cling to stereotypes. Flaml grinned. Even a so-called master is still human. Especially an old man like me who's lived for centuries, of course I yearn for youthful, beautiful bodies. Can't touch, can't move much, so I can only look. Come, you take a look too. You may not have much use for it now, but you can cultivate your taste. I think my taste is just fine, Tom said with a dry laugh, but he took the glasses. Holy, X-ray vision. Tom smoothly took them off and, just as smoothly, slipped them into his pocket. Traditional alchemy meets modern fashion accessory. Excellent. Worth studying. Seeing this, the smile in Flaml's eyes deepened. Feeling hungry, Tom pulled out a burger Tina had made for him and started devouring it. He didn't bother offering any to the old man, with those few teeth about to fall out, one bite would probably finish them off. Flaml sipped at his special liquid meal, watching Tom eat with such appetite that even his own bland food began to taste better. Yes, he was literally using Tom as a side dish. Once Tom finished, Flaml got up slowly, packed away his lounge chair, and, when no one was looking, shrank it and tucked it into his bag. I was planning to stay here till the afternoon, but since you're here, let's head home. Following him, Tom said quietly, if you like places like this, I can recommend one next time. Spain's a lot more exciting. How exciting? Just don't send this old man to an early grave. Tom smirked. I don't believe that for a second. After watching this long, you're already immune. Flaml blinked, then burst out laughing. Tom soon noticed that Flaml's legs weren't at all like in Fantastic Beasts, where he shuffled along as if death were right behind him. While his stride was short, the speed of his steps was surprisingly quick. Then Tom spotted another secret. Every one of Flaml's steps was exactly the same length. To Tom's trained eye, there wasn't even the tiniest deviation, steady and precise, like a machine. You've noticed. Flaml caught his look and smiled. You know the drawback of the elixir of life, it grants immortality, not eternal youth. If I had to rely solely on my body's own strength, I'd be lucky to walk 10 meters. So, you also performed alchemical modifications on your body? Tom supplied. Exactly. Flaml nodded. Using alchemy to improve life, that's the very essence of the craft. How much of your body have you altered? Tom asked curiously. About 30%. Flaml thought for a moment. That's enough. Any further, and I fear I'd lose my human instincts. Perhaps at that point, I might discover the true philosopher's stone, but I wouldn't like it. Tom nodded, not pressing further. Human body alchemy didn't interest him. He had always believed the human form was already perfect and held limitless potential. Flaml's path was a cornered man's desperate solution, not much worth referencing. Chapter 163, Andrus's bizarre cause of death. Tom followed Nicholas away from the bustling tourist area, climbing halfway up a mountain to a modest house, one of Nicholas's vacation homes. The moment they stepped inside, an array of enchanted tools zipped through the air. One deftly swapped Nicholas's beach sandals for a pair of soft slippers, another whisked off his beach shirt. A mechanical arm then made a rather bold move toward Tom's pocket, only for the boy to slap it away without so much as blinking. Nicholas waggled his eyebrows at Tom with a mischievous grin, but alas, after that lightning strike incident, Tom's face had developed a rather formidable resistance to embarrassment. The house wasn't large, and unlike many wizard homes, it hadn't been magically expanded. Each room kept its original size, 3 floors in total. Yet everywhere Tom looked, the furniture and decor were dominated by intricate alchemical constructs. That, he quickly realized, was what truly set this house apart. Even the clock mounted on the wall above the TV wasn't a normal one, it resembled the Weasleys' magical family clock, showing not the time, but the current locations of its owners. It had only 2 hands, Nicholas Flaml's pointed to Vacation Villa, while his wife Perenelle's rested on Opera House. Pick any room you like, my boy, Nicholas said, easing into a single rocking chair in the sitting room. We'll only be here for 1 night. Tomorrow, we head back to Paris, far better conditions there, and all my supplies. He smiled warmly. So, tell me, how did you find America? Their magical world is far closer to Muggle society than Europe's, you know, quite different. I didn't see much of the magical community itself, Tom replied. I went with Newt to the Arizona Magical Reserve. Tom gave a simple account of his time in America, carefully leaving out the matter of the 12 trials. He spoke of seeing a Thunderbird and mentioned his encounter with the saint. Nicholas listened with evident interest, occasionally sighing in reminiscence. Even in my several centuries of life, Grindlevald was one of the most brilliant wizards I ever met. And Albus, well, he's even more extraordinary. Tom's mind sparked with curiosity. Master Flaml, over the years, how many wizards have you seen who were on par with Dumbledore and Grindlevald? Were there many? Nicholas chuckled, clearly amused by the naive question. Of course not. Sometimes a century will pass without a single one. In my youth, the most powerful wizard alive wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. A few have appeared since, but never more than one or two in the same era. These wizards, their magical power is so immense that their bodies simply can't keep up. Most don't live past 150. Tom nodded silently. He already knew the secret. Why had Andrus appeared in the prime of life? Because he died at 62. 62, barely middle-aged for a wizard. And the cause? Exactly as Nicholas described, his body began to break down under the strain of his overwhelming magical power. Rather than suffer the decay, he chose to end his life swiftly. Every time the subject came up, Andrus would bemoan his fate, how he had explored countless ancient ruins, survived innumerable battles, each one making him stronger, only to have died young for the crime of being too exceptional. Whenever he said that, both Tom and Grindlevald privately agreed, this guy was basically humble bragging. The conversation gradually drifted from Tom's recent adventures to the finer points of alchemy. Nicholas had promised in his letters to give Tom guidance, but first he wanted to test the boy's real skill. Before the summer break, Tom had been little more than a bookworm, crammed full of theory, but without any practical experience. But after several days of intense training at the Greengrass estate, he'd managed to truly integrate his knowledge, enough to hold his own under Nicholas's questioning. As the minutes passed, Nicholas's questions grew more advanced. Tom's answers came more slowly now, some he could work out after careful thought, but many were in fields he'd never studied. When he didn't know, he admitted it outright. And that, in itself, impressed Nicholas. Alchemy had never become widespread because its demands were too great, not just money and talent, but a powerful lineage of knowledge. Without a good mentor, you could pour endless gold and time into it and still end up like a blindfolded fool banging into walls. Tom, though, his answers bore traces of several different alchemists' teachings, some even from Nicholas himself, yet fused with his own interpretations, clearly born from personal practice. Not all were entirely correct, but many were heading in the right direction. To reach this level after only a year in the wizarding world, self-taught in his spare time. Nicholas couldn't deny it. The boy was a prodigy. And not only in alchemy, Tom had successfully brewed the elixir of life using the philosopher's stone, proof that he had great talent in potion making as well. Together, the two disciplines could enhance each other enormously. Your level is far beyond what I expected, Nicholas said at last, giving a slow clap, genuine admiration in his eyes. But inevitably, you've made some textbook mistakes. That's not your fault, it's the lack of a teacher. He leaned forward slightly. My boy, spend the rest of your holiday here. I'll do everything I can to lay a proper foundation for you. Thank you, Master, Tom said quickly, taking the opportunity to flatter. Nicholas laughed, calling him a sly one, but he didn't take back the offer. With the test over, Tom finally let out a quiet breath. Nicholas was in high spirits, so Tom decided to probe further. Master, do you have any leads on the Greengrass family's blood curse? Chapter 164, The House of Flaml. In his earlier letters, Nicholas had already learned of Tom's purpose in seeking the philosopher's stone. But hearing it spoken aloud now, the old man's brows still furrowed together, his expression clouded with a quiet gravity. Tom. I've gone through some materials myself. There aren't many records about the blood curse, and its effects vary greatly depending on the caster. That Greengrass you mentioned, I've heard of her. That family is very skilled in social maneuvering. Their contract magic and unique way of conducting affairs are the key to their long-standing influence. In fact, over 200 years ago, their family already had designs on the philosopher's stone. Back then, I simply hid away and ignored them. The old man chuckled. And yet, after all the twists and turns, 2 centuries later, the stone still ends up being lent to them. Do you have any way to cure it completely? Tom asked. Depending on the stone to prolong life could only solve the problem temporarily. What if in the future he and Astoria had children who also inherited the blood curse? Wait, no. Shouldn't that be with Daphne? Tom suddenly realized his thoughts had wandered into dangerous territory. While the boy stood there distracted, Nicholas spoke again. There are ways. In fact, there are 2. Tom instantly straightened, listening intently. The first, Nicholas began, is to fight poison with poison, use an even stronger curse to suppress the effects of the blood curse. For example, curse them to live for 100 years. But it might be painful. Even if the blood curse is suppressed, it still exists. Two curses clashing inside the body, that's a torment few can endure. Tom waved his hands quickly. No, no, pick another. They're both girls. I won't have them suffering like that. You do know how to care for people. Nicholas smiled, tapping Tom lightly on the forehead. He'd expected Tom to refuse, and wasn't surprised in the slightest. The second is a blood replacement. The old man's expression turned far more solemn. Blood curse. The name itself tells you, it's an inherited curse bound to the bloodline. Not only must the blood be replaced, even the heart might need to be changed. The implications are far-reaching, and not easily explained in a short time. I'd rather you discover the reasons and answers yourself through study. When Nicholas had agreed to meet Tom, it had been mainly as a favor to Dumbledore. But now, he truly admired Tom's talent, and even entertained the thought of finding a successor to pass his mantle to. To Nicholas Flaml, life and death had long lost their sharp edges, but he still wished to leave some trace of his existence in the world. So now, he was speaking as a mentor thinking of his student's future. Tom understood the old man's good intentions. He didn't press further, but instead took out the anti-disarming bracelet he had designed. The old man examined it and nodded repeatedly. Your fundamentals are solid, but you lack a system. You're piling up knowledge by sheer force, which makes the work feel too much like craftsmanship rather than artistry. For example, here in this line work, you could make it far more ingenious. Tom listened intently to every flaw Nicholas pointed out, jotting them down in a notebook, nodding from time to time with a sense of sudden clarity. Andrus knew nothing of alchemy, and Grindlevald had no time for it, devoting himself entirely to his own power. Tom truly lacked a teacher in this field. Even in the magical study spaces, it would be hard to find a better instructor than Nicholas. He might not have been the king of the century, but in alchemy, he was undoubtedly among the best. In 100 years, you might find one or two kings of the century, but in the past several centuries, there had been only one Nicholas Flaml, rarer still. After speaking for a while, Nicholas finally stopped, still full of ideas but unwilling to say too much too soon. Tom needed to start from the very basics under his guidance before they could go deeper. Puck. Nicholas tapped the arm of his lounge chair, and with a pop, a house elf appeared. Nicholas instructed it to prepare a room and dinner for Tom. Though walking hadn't tired him much, spending a whole morning watching beauties on the beach had worn the old man out, so he retired to his room for rest. Tom, left to himself, wandered through the house, picking up each alchemical tool to examine it. In an afternoon, he'd only managed to explore one kitchen and one sitting room. The next day, they boarded a luxurious carriage pulled by Ethonans and made their way back to Paris. Paris was divided into 20 arrondissements, and Nicholas' home was in the 8th, the district best known for the Avenue de Champs-Élysées. The old man liked its bustling charm, saying it let him feel the warmth of ordinary life. They slipped into a shabby little shop on the street. Nicholas lightly pressed the bell on the table, and the back wall began to ripple, forming a wide arched doorway. Stepping through, Tom found himself in a grand estate, only slightly smaller than the Greengrass family's. But instead of a castle, the grounds held a cluster of lavish palaces. Looks a bit like Versailles, doesn't it? Nicholas said with a grin. Back in the 18th century, I was bored and took a position as Louis XIV art advisor. I used a few tricks to make him think it was alchemy. Some of my suggestions even made their way into the real Versailles. When I saw how good it looked once finished, I decided to build one for myself. Tom gave him a big thumbs up. Living long really was the greatest advantage. You could meet anyone. To enter the palace, one had to walk through a 100-meter-long hall of mirrors, lined with hundreds of mirrors and dozens of arched windows. There were far too many rooms in this palace, so 5 house elves handled daily upkeep. Nicholas assigned Puck to attend to Tom exclusively during his stay, meeting his every need. In a tea room, Tom was introduced to Madame Pernelli Flaml. The elderly lady's condition was much like Nicholas, her energy lasted for only short periods each day. After a few minutes of conversation, Tom excused himself so as not to tire her. But she seemed to like him, inviting him to join her for morning tea the next day. Tom naturally agreed. Leaving the tea room, Nicholas led Tom to the place most important for him, the library. The old man handed over a notebook. On the first page was a list of dozens of book titles, with even more filling the pages that followed. This is your task. Read these books in order. Every day I'll check your progress, and if you don't understand something, save your questions, I'll answer them all once every 3 days. Tom nodded earnestly, taking the reading list. Then, looking a little embarrassed, he asked, "Professor, could I start tomorrow? I have a friend here in Paris, I promised I'd meet her." A friend, eh? Male or female? The old man's expression shifted instantly into mischievous gossip. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Farewell to the Quartervilla. She's a girl, Tom said simply, giving a brief rundown of Fleur's details and how they'd met. As for the whole dragon-slaying incident, he conveniently left that part out. Nicholas Flaml was on very good terms with Dumbledore, but unlike Newt, he wasn't the overly earnest type. If Tom swore something would stay secret, Flaml would never pry. So Tom chose to keep a few cards hidden up his sleeve. Sure, even if Dumbledore found out, he probably wouldn't give Tom any real trouble, but in life, there's no need to play the pig eating the tiger if you can just be the tiger quietly. No point in showing all your trump cards for free. Well, you're even smoother than I was at your age. Got sisters on both sides, eh? Flaml nodded knowingly, giving Tom a teasing grin as he patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Tom's body went taut. Crack. The old man's hand snapped. You really hold grudges, don't you? Flaml chuckled wryly. No wonder you're muggle-born and still got sorted into Slytherin. Come on now, I'm just a sturdy young man. Don't overthink it. All right, go find your Vila girl then. After granting Tom free access to his estate, Flaml strolled away at a leisurely pace. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell's sudden chime broke the quiet. Fleur immediately told Gabrielle to go upstairs, then drew her wand and approached the door cautiously. Any visitor who could find this house was usually a friend of her parents', and such people would never show up at a time when the adults were at work. When she peeked through the peephole and saw who it was, caution melted instantly into delight. The Quartervila flung open the door and launched herself into his arms. Tom. Well, hello there, what a warm welcome, Tom said, pleasantly surprised by the bonus he got the second the door opened. Her fragrance drifted into his nose, and he chuckled, giving her back a friendly pat. See? I told you I'd keep my word, didn't I? Remembering herself, Fleur pushed him away with feigned annoyance. Half the summer's already gone before you show up, you must have forgotten me. Hey, forgetting you's no big deal, but I'd never forget Gabrielle. You scoundrel. Fleur bristled, pounding her small fists against his chest. Up on the stairs, Gabrielle, who had been secretly listening, perked up at the sound of his voice. With a delighted squeal, she dashed down, wedged herself between them, and clung to Tom like a little koala. Tom. You finally came to see Gabrielle. Ah, my little cutie, your face looks even rounder than last time, Tom teased, hoisting her higher with one arm while his other hand pinched her smooth, soft cheek. He didn't use much force, and far from being annoyed, the little girl burst into giggles. She even tattled. Big sister's so mean. She told me to go upstairs just so she could hide you. Gabrielle. Fleur scolded, cheeks coloring. How was I supposed to know it was Tom? I told you to go upstairs to keep you safe, bad men love little girls like you. She shot Tom a pointed glare. With someone to back her up, Gabrielle wasn't afraid of Fleur's scolding. She made a silly face and urged Tom to carry her inside. Fleur quickly fetched a brand new pair of slippers for him, and the three of them settled in the living room. On the carpet lay scattered magical building blocks, clearly Fleur had been babysitting here just moments ago. Gabrielle didn't stand a chance in a verbal spar with her sister. The moment Fleur casually suggested, why don't you show Tom the thing you were building, the little one scampered off happily, leaving the two of them some space. Tom didn't hesitate to sit close, so close that from behind, they could have been mistaken for a couple leaning on each other. You could have told me you were coming, I'd have prepared something, Fleur said. I've been in America, remember? Too much trouble to write. Oh, here, I brought you something. Tom pulled out two Thunderbird models. Normally these were made from ordinary feathers, but he had replaced them with real Thunderbird plumage. The sheen was richer, the colors more vivid, they seemed almost alive. And this, Tom said, producing souvenirs from Ilvermorny's 4 houses. Fleur examined each in turn before deciding that the Wampus cat emblem best suited her tastes. So, you met Mr. Scamander, she asked, curious. You admire Newt? Not exactly. Fleur laughed a little sheepishly. Our Care of Magical Creatures professor uses him as a bad example, says if you can't control your pets, you'll end up banned from multiple countries, just like him. Tom. Seriously? After all these years, the French were still salty about nearly getting Paris burned down. If they had to blame someone, shouldn't it be Grindlevald? Why did poor Uncle Newt always take the fall? Tom began recounting his American adventures, and Fleur's eyes lit up with a sparkle of wonder. Compared to his eventful summer, hers had been a dreary cycle of homework and caring for the little whirlwind now building blocks nearby. Glancing at Gabrielle, Fleur's expression softened with both affection and exasperation. Still, now that Tom was here, they could actually go out tomorrow. Surely two of them could handle one small, excitable girl. With renewed energy, Fleur began describing the sights of Paris, both wizarding and muggle, and was soon planning out the next few days with enthusiasm. But before she got too far, Tom gently interrupted her. Fleur, actually, here's the thing. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Living Legend. What? You're actually learning alchemy under Monsieur Nicholas Flaml himself, and living in his home. Fleur stared at Tom in shock, her rosy lips forming a perfect O, as though she'd just heard something beyond belief. If anyone else had said it, Fleur would have scoffed and suspected they were boasting. But this was Tom. The only possible explanation was that her ears were playing tricks on her. Ah, is that really so shocking? Tom asked, puzzled at her exaggerated reaction. That's Nicholas Flaml, the pride of the French wizarding world. Fleur said excitedly. She rattled off a long list of Flaml's accomplishments before leaning forward urgently. How did this happen? You came straight from Monsieur Flaml's house, didn't you? Tom had no choice but to give her a brief rundown of the events that led up to this. He had underestimated Flaml's status in the hearts of French wizards, it was even higher than Dumbledore's in Britain. It wasn't just because Flaml was the most accomplished wizard France had produced in centuries, but because of his remarkable contributions to Beauxbatons. Before Flaml, Beauxbatons had been little more than a private finishing school for pure-blood aristocrats. After Nicholas Flaml, however, he poured vast sums of gold into the school, allowing it to greatly expand enrollment. Students from France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and beyond came to study. Only then did Beauxbatons grow into one of the three great wizarding schools of Europe. Thus, in France, Nicholas Flaml was as revered by students as Godric Gryffindor or Salazar Slytherin were at Hogwarts, a living legend. When Tom finished describing life in Flaml's household, Fleur's eyes were brimming with envy. I'm starting to hate you a little, Tom. Being able to have Monsieur Flaml as your teacher, you've hit the magical jackpot. Then what should you call me? Ancestor. Fleur, without any instruction, reached over and pinched the soft skin at Tom's side. The boy immediately raised his hands in surrender. It wasn't that he feared pain, he feared being tickled. After their playful exchange, Fleur sighed in regret but said earnestly, Tom, this is a rare opportunity. You must learn everything you can from Monsieur Flaml. Next time you come to France, we'll go out and have some fun. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Tom toyed with a lock of Fleur's silky silver hair, smiling. I'm there to study, not locked up in prison. I can come and go freely. I might not be able to see you every day, but dropping by every few days is still possible. Besides, if I study constantly, my brain will get tied into knots. I'll need to relax once in a while. Fleur found that reasonable and her smile returned. Brother, my carriage is ready. Gabrielle clapped her tiny hands, calling Tom over to admire her handiwork. Tom walked over and sat beside the little girl, nodding seriously at the assembled carriage. Not bad. Though it would be even better if the door wasn't on the ceiling. Oh, right. Gabrielle nodded blankly. How had her carriage door ended up there? Watching the two of them get along so well, Fleur's lips curved into a knowing smile. That evening, the Delacour couple returned home. They were equally delighted to see Tom. The last time, Tom had been in a hurry and hadn't been able to thank them properly. This time, Monsieur Delacour immediately booked a restaurant to welcome Tom to France. When they learned Tom was studying under Nicholas Flaml, their reactions were nearly identical to Fleur's. They too reminded him not to waste such an opportunity. The dinner lasted well into the night, and it was after 9 o'clock when Tom finally returned to Flaml's estate. From the next day onward, Tom threw himself into learning, following the reading list Nicholas had given him to relearn alchemy from the ground up. Even though the first few books were the most basic introductory texts, Tom still read them with complete seriousness, without the slightest hint of contempt. To be more efficient, Tom projected the books into his study space and then brought them into his meditation chamber for reading, nearly doubling his learning speed. After just 3 days, when Flaml tested him, the old man was surprised at Tom's progress. Worried that Tom might have skimmed over such shallow material without truly understanding it, Flaml's test was thorough and exhaustive, the questioning lasted a full hour. Only then did the old alchemist conclude that Tom had read all 10 books carefully. His perception of Tom's learning ability shifted yet again, and he grew even fonder of his last apprentice. An obedient, intelligent student who didn't let talent breed arrogance, what teacher wouldn't like that? As for morals and ideology, such things meant little to someone who had lived over 6 centuries. Flaml didn't care what Tom would do with the knowledge, all that mattered was that his legacy would endure. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Relearning alchemy in a structured way under Flaml's careful guidance, Tom realized just how wild his previous methods had been. Tasks that should have taken 3 parts effort had taken him 10, even 15, before. Without proper technique and experience, all he had relied on was raw talent and brute magical force. Now, Tom had several ways to improve his enchanted bracelets, saving on materials while enhancing their effects, tightening the bond between artifact and owner, and making them automatically return to their wielder without even a conscious summons if knocked away. He could even integrate multiple defensive spells, such as the shield charm and cushioning enchantments. But Tom made only a few of these before stopping. Why give the ministry such good gear? If he didn't hold back for future upgrades, how would he keep making money or control an arms market to counter the ministry? I'll have 2 chilled soups and 2 garlic breadsticks. At the long table, Tom finally set aside his book after holding that posture for over an hour in the study space, stretching his stiff muscles. He didn't have to wait long before a small trolley glided into the library. There was no house elf pushing it, it moved entirely on its own. The trolley stopped, and the plates and bowls on top sprouted legs, obediently walking over to arrange themselves neatly before him. Yes, Nicholas Flaml really was this eccentric. Not just in his vacation villa, but throughout his massive palace, most objects were alchemical creations. Tom wore a ring on his hand, Flaml's master control. With it, he could summon meals from the kitchen, have the washroom prepare a bath, set the opera house to cue music, tell the tea room to steep strong tea, order laundry, prepare ingredients, all remotely with a thought. After finishing his late brunch, Tom found Flaml in the sunroom, basking in the light. The sunroom was a chamber walled entirely in enchanted glass, capable of showing different landscapes. Today it displayed a sunset over endless wheat fields, looking remarkably like a scene from magical virtual reality. "Sir, this is my latest work. Please take a look." Tom placed his newest anti-disarming bracelet on the side table. Flaml picked it up, examining it closely, then put on a pair of magnifying spectacles to study the magical engravings within. Chapter 167, Summoning the Saints. 5 minutes later, the old man gave a small nod, clearly pleased with Tom's recent progress. Compared to a few days ago, the difference is like heaven and earth. You could already be called an alchemy master. Tom rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Oh, come on. Alchemy master. That's a title even a dog wouldn't want. Nicholas Flaml wasn't mocking him, he meant it. In the outside world, Tom's current level really would place him among the elite, standing at the very tip of the pyramid. But just how far was the tip of the pyramid from the sky? In alchemy, Nicholas was the sky. Don't always compare yourself to me, Flaml said casually. When I was 12, I was worse than useless compared to you. And how long have you even been studying? Reaching my level is only a matter of time, and of how much effort you're willing to invest. Tom was a true polymath, and the curse of a polymath was figuring out how to divide one's talents. Dumbledore had faced the same problem in his youth, eventually pouring most of his gifts into traditional magic rather than potions or alchemy, something Nicholas still regretted to this day. Tom's potential was even more outrageous than Dumbledore's back then. He didn't even have to specialize fully to have a real shot at catching up to Nicholas in alchemy. As for surpassing him, to be honest, even Nicholas himself couldn't see what lay beyond his current mastery, so he couldn't imagine how Tom might exceed it. You can put the bracelet research aside, Nicholas advised. Digging deeper will only reveal it to be an ordinary object. Try broadening your horizons. If you need materials we don't have here, tell Parker, he'll get them for you. Actually, I already have something in mind, Tom said with a smile. I came today to borrow something, the magical address book. Let me think. It took Nicholas a moment to recall what Tom meant. When it finally clicked, he sighed. Oh, that thing. I haven't used it in ages. More and more old friends have vanished from its pages. Now it only connects to Hicks and Albus. Hicks was the former Ilvermorny Charms professor who had once fought Grindlevald, and had even served a term as the school's headmaster. Nicholas told Tom where the address book was kept. Not wishing to disturb the old man's rest, Tom turned and left the sunroom. Back in his bedroom, he swapped his clothes for a sharp 3-piece suit and added a bow tie before leaving the manor. He wasn't dressed up for a date, he was meeting the saints who would be arriving today. This was August 20th, the day he'd agreed upon with Macduff. Tom was certain that, with his fanatical devotion to Grindlevald, Macduff wouldn't miss the meeting. How many others would come along? That, Tom didn't know. But the more, the better. In the wizarding world, numbers were power, and a show of numbers would prove that the saints were still a force to be reckoned with. On his way, Tom casually marked a few buildings with the secret symbols known only among the saints, all while scouting for a meeting place. He had a quicker summoning method. Grindlevald had taught him a spell called the Flowing Black Shroud, which would drape a building in a black curtain invisible to muggles, far more conspicuous than subtle codes. Paris was familiar with the site, Grindlevald had used it here before. But if Tom cast that spell now, he suspected he might draw not just the saints, but every Auror in France, and possibly Dumbledore himself, arriving from Hogwarts at top speed. In the end, he chose a tastefully decorated café. He stepped inside, ordered a latte macchiato and a serving of truffle chocolates. As he savored them, the customers slowly began to leave, one by one. Even the staff, their eyes slightly unfocused, drifted out the door. In the end, Tom was the only one left. And just as he drained the last sip of coffee, the café door finally creaked open again. Macduff stepped inside, looking wary, with several wizards following close behind, familiar faces from the day Tom and Newt had dealt with them. Even the poor fellow who'd had his arm pierced through by a cactus was there. The moment they saw Tom, their hands went to their wands, expressions tense. "Looks like you still remember the old code," Tom said, setting down his cup and turning slightly to smile at Macduff and the others. "Who are you, and why do you know this code?" Macduff demanded, his voice edged with anger. Many saints could read the code, but only Grindlevald himself had the right to use it. "Me." Tom straightened his bow tie. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tom Riddle, student of Gellert Grindlevald. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Through Fiend Fire." "Impossible." Macduff's words burst out before he could stop himself. Everyone knew that the Great Man was currently locked away in Nurmengard. The International Confederation of Wizards maintained an incredibly tight watch over the Nurmengard Tower. On the surface, it looked as though only a single squib handled the food delivery and daily watch. But in reality, the entire fortress was cocooned in layers upon layers of warding magic, trigger spells, restricting charms, constantly renewed and upgraded every few days. Why not simply station wizards there as guards, instead of relying on rigid magical arrays? Because someone had a history. A dangerous history. Wherever he went, he bewitched minds. From the head of the Aura office down to the lowest clerk, once they were subjected to his words, their loyalty could crack in an instant. This problem was so severe that no country dared risk sending their own people as wardens anymore. Only lifeless, incorruptible arrays could provide true peace of mind. Of all the saints in the room, the one with the deepest grudge was the unlucky man whose arm Tom had once pierced clean through with a cactus. He immediately snapped. "Kid, Grindelwald's locked in Nurmengard. What, did you fly in to become his apprentice?" "I." He never finished the sentence. Halfway through, his throat seemed to seize up, as though an invisible pair of hands had closed tightly around it. The others showed the same expression, their eyes bulging in alarm. In Tom's palm, a flame had appeared, dark, malevolent, and radiating a sinister aura. He kept it confined to a controlled size, letting it twist and reshape itself at will. Before their eyes, the blue fire morphed into a horned demon bird, its form both alien and terrifying, and it let out a piercing, inhuman shriek at them. Death itself seemed to descend upon the cafe, and sweat broke out on every brow. The Stymphalian bird, messenger of the underworld in Greek myth, a herald of the pits themselves. It had bronze beak and talons, razor-edged tail feathers it could launch with deadly precision, far sharper than any arrow. Whenever it appeared, it left swathes of corpses in its wake. To wizards and muggles alike, it was an omen of doom, an envoy of Hades. Curiously, the Stymphalian bird was linked in strange ways to both Grindlevald and Andrus. The creature had truly existed in ancient times, until Andrus slew the last of its kind, erasing it from the mortal world and consigning it to the realm of legend. That act became enshrined as the sixth labor of Heracles. And Grindlevald. His fiend fire's chosen form was exactly the Stymphalian bird. Because of this, Andrus had never stopped teasing him. Now, watching Tom, Macduff and the rest felt their certainty waver. The effortless grace with which he wielded fiend fire, the unmistakable, unique form it took. No one here could believe Tom had nothing to do with Grindlevald. Could he truly be the great man's disciple? Tom closed his hand, and the fiend fire vanished into nothingness. His gaze slid past the visibly shaken Macduff and his group, toward the cafe door. "Aren't the ones outside coming in? I've already proven who I am. Talking with these juniors is pointless. It's time for someone with weight to step forward." A brief silence fell. Then, more figures appeared at the doorway. Macduff and his companions quickly stepped aside. 3 men and 1 woman, all elderly, all with hair as white as snow, entered the room. Mr. Riddle, the leader, greeted, inclining his head slightly. "Forgive our caution. These are not kind times for us. The saints cannot afford any more losses." Counting the people outside, there were around 20 in total, an impressive turnout. Part of the reason was the signal Tom had used last time. They wanted to know the truth about him, and so their highest ranks had come. The other part was fear that this might be a sting operation by several ministries of magic, laying a trap just to punish them later. In that uncertainty, they had chosen to come in greater numbers. If it was a trap, then they'd be ready to fight their way out. But after what Tom had just shown them, the suspicion melted away. It wasn't just the appearance of the firebird, this elder had personally witnessed Grindlevald conjuring fiend fire before. That same air of absolute dominance, that same godlike presence of a new age deity. Such things could not be faked. Only the great man himself could have trained such a disciple. And so, his tone toward Tom was one of deep respect. "How should I address you?" Tom asked quietly. "Anton Vogel," the elder replied. Tom's sharp gaze cut into him, as though piercing his very thoughts. Instinctively, Vogel wanted to throw up the occlumency barriers in his mind, but he suppressed that reflex, forcing himself to remain still. Tom saw what he needed to see, and his expression softened. "My apologies, Mr. Vogel. I misunderstood." Vogel shook his head quickly. "The fault is mine. I should have explained sooner, my father and I share the same name." Tom gave a slight nod. Even after all his years in the West, he still found it strange that fathers and sons would use the exact same name. His first thought had been that Vogel was playing games with him. Anton Vogel could be called both Grindlevald's subordinate and his partner. In those days, Vogel had been the German Minister for Magic and also the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. It was Vogel who worked tirelessly behind the scenes for Grindlevald, lobbying on his behalf and even pushing for him to run for office. At that time, Germany had been Grindelwald's logistical heartland, a place where his ideology had found wide acceptance. Even after Grindelwald's electoral defeat, Vogel never wavered. He stood by him firmly, a figure second, or at least third, only to Grindelwald himself in the Saints' hierarchy. Chapter 169, Swear to me your eternal loyalty. "Oh, so it's this boy." Inside the study space, Grindelwald, who had been silently observing the scene, spoke as if a sudden realization had struck him. "Does he know about that thing?" Tom asked in his heart. And then Vogel should have told him. Try it out in a bit. Even if he doesn't know, the Sanders behind him certainly does. Tom still had one final card up his sleeve, something meant to confirm his identity beyond doubt. But the existence of this trump card was known only to the old saints from decades ago. That was why he had chosen to first rely on Fiendfire to prove himself. "Mr. Riddle," Vogel asked softly in the outside world, "may I ask how you became the Dark Lord's student? It seems I've passed your test, at least preliminarily." Tom didn't answer his question directly. Instead, he said calmly, "But you still haven't passed my test. This place is far too cramped. Come with me. Every single one of you." With that, Tom apparat out of the cafe. Vogel and the others exchanged glances, but still used side-along apparition to follow the spatial ripples after him. They landed in a quiet, secluded quarry on the outskirts of Paris. Tom touched down in the middle of the open space, and all 20 saints followed, none missing. When everyone had gathered and was waiting for his explanation, the young man finally spoke. "Grindelwald once told me," Tom began, "that the saints were his like-minded companions in the pursuit of a perfect world, friends. He never regarded the saints as subordinates." At his words, a wave of emotion swept through the group. Faces lit with excitement, and several of the older members' eyes brimmed with tears. They couldn't help but call out Grindelwald's name and repeat that rallying cry from the past, for the greater good. Tom could not help but inwardly sigh at the man's charisma and influence. Even as a fallen leader, his grand vision now just a dream, there were still so many who cherished his memory. Tom let the silence stretch for a moment, waiting for their emotions to settle. When he spoke again, his tone had cooled noticeably. "I have nothing to do with you. If it weren't for the fact that I told him about what happened in the Arizona Reserve, and he asked me to give you a hand, I would never have come to Paris to gather you. Grindelwald trusted you. That was his self-confidence, and his recognition of your worth. But I..." His eyes hardened. "I only know one truth, people's hearts change." Vogel's face shifted, and the old crone among them grew openly furious. "You dare question my loyalty to the Dark Lord? Even if you are his student, this is unacceptable." "Don't look at me like that," Tom said, unfazed by their anger. "Do you still remember what he did here in Paris all those years ago?" His aura shifted. In his right eye, a strange, glassy azure gleam flashed. He turned gracefully, wand tracing a circle in the air. Blue flames leapt up, forming a complete ring in an instant. "Saints," Tom said, arms spreading wide, "as you did 65 years ago, walk through the fire, and pledge to me your eternal loyalty." The old saints fell into a daze. For a heartbeat, they could almost believe Grindelwald himself stood before them, that same spirited revolutionary who had vowed to tear down the statute of secrecy and lead wizards into the sunlight. And in a sense, they weren't mistaken. Tom had indeed mastered the Protego Diabolica spell, but without the built-in ability to discern loyalty, something that required seamlessly blending legilimency into the magic. A task far easier said than done. So, this time, he'd taken a different approach, having Grindelwald himself, through the study space, cast it personally. Almost without thinking, the furious old woman was the first to rush into the flames. She emerged unscathed, standing respectfully behind Tom with hands at her sides. "My lord," she said, voice steady, "my loyalty to you is as it has always been, eternal, unchanging." The other elders followed just a heartbeat later. The younger descendants hesitated, but under the stern glares of their seniors, they too closed their eyes and charged through. When they came out unharmed, relief washed over them, and their gazes toward Tom now carried a deep awe. To let someone pass unharmed through fiend fire, that was something they had only ever heard about in their elders' stories. Never had they expected Tom to do it himself. Now, there was not a shred of doubt left about his identity. A short while later, only one man still stood outside the ring of fire. Tom regarded him with amused eyes. "Etienne, what are you still dithering for?" Vogel snapped sharply. "Get over here and show your loyalty to the Lord." The man named Etienne forced a calm expression. "Vogel, he cannot be Grindlevald's student. This is just a trick. The boy is the ministry's pawn. Don't trust him." By now, Vogel and the others had already sensed something was off. Etienne's expression had betrayed him. Tom casually tossed him a crystal vial. Vogel caught it without thinking. "Hold him down. Give him veritaserum." Etienne's face drained of color. He instantly tried to apparate away, but the calm blue flames suddenly lashed out like a whip, forcing him back. When he still tried to flee, Vogel's fury erupted. Under the combined assault of several saints, Etienne was quickly disarmed and forced to his knees before Tom. Vogel roughly forced a few drops of veritaserum down his throat. Moments later, the potion took hold, and the interrogation began. It didn't take many questions for Vogel's expression to grow darker, tinged with shame. Etienne, and in fact, his entire family, had already betrayed the saints. They were the French ministry's planted spies, placed to monitor every saint's move. The irony stung. Just moments ago, they'd thought Tom's actions were unnecessary. Now, the slap to the face was deafening. Vogel didn't hesitate, he cast the Cruciatus curse in raw fury. Etienne's scream shrill enough to make Tom frown. With a flick of his wand, Tom tied Etienne's tongue in a knot, silencing him completely. "How do saints normally deal with traitors?" Tom asked idly, spinning his wand between his fingers. Vogel's eyes were bloodshot, his voice low and cold. "We pull them up by the roots, leave none alive. Mr. Riddle," he said with deadly resolve, "the Etienne family will not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Make it clean." "Yes." From the interrogation, Tom also learned that the Etienne family still held considerable influence in France, akin to the Malfoys in Britain, perhaps even greater. The family was large, spanning 3 generations, with over a dozen members. Yet, with just one sentence from him, that ancient house would be erased from history. So this is the allure of power? Tom murmured inwardly. A fleeting satisfaction flickered in his eyes, but quickly faded to stillness. "No." The boy's voice was quiet, almost to himself. "This is power, but it is not your hunger for it. This is Grindlevald's power." Inside the study space, the proud First Dark Lord laughed. "Tom, from now on, this is yours." Chapter 170, A Scattered Mess. The only traitor had been exposed, and the magical fire shield was no longer of any use. Finite incantatum. Tom drove his wand into the ground, tipped downward. Golden light began to ripple outward, pushing back the raging blue fiend fire. When the golden glow completely covered the battlefield, the cursed flames finally died away. As expected of the Dark Lord's student, you can cast finite incantatum alone. Such staggering magical power. Vogel flattered, earning murmurs of agreement from the others. Finite incantatum was, in truth, nothing more than a basic counterspell. But when performed by several powerful wizards in unison, its effect could be transformed, strong enough to suppress even black magic like fiend fire or the killing curse. To cast it alone. That was yet another testament to Tom's overwhelming magical strength. Enough small talk. Tom waved a hand dismissively. "Tell me about your current situation. Are you all that's left of the saints? Though we're far from the glory of the 100,000 saints in our heyday, it hasn't come to quite such ruin as this." Vogel sighed, then began explaining the saints' present state. Witnessing Etienne's betrayal had shifted Vogel's perspective. It turned out not everyone shared his unwavering loyalty to Grindlevald. Whether for family, descendants, or self-preservation, a betrayal was still a betrayal. After their defeat, the most stubborn saints were almost all imprisoned by the various ministries of magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. Those who escaped were scattered, placed under strict surveillance, their contact with one another severed entirely. It wasn't until the 1990s that the situation began to improve. By then, most of the original generation had withdrawn from politics. But decades had passed. Many of the old guard had died. The new generation inherited the old ideology in part, but they revered only Grindlevald himself. No one else could command their respect. And so, the saints had become little more than scattered sand, each faction working alone. Vogel's group was made up of roughly 10 families, mainly purebloods from Germany, France, and Poland. So when Tom asked his question, Vogel could only give a vague answer. Many still lived, but lived in suffocating obscurity. "Mr. Riddle," Vogel said cautiously, "you mentioned before that you could reach Lord Grindlevald." "I possess a certain gift that allows me to communicate with Grindelwald's prophetic visions," Tom replied casually, improvising the excuse. When Macduff ambushed Newt's commander, he saw me, and asked for my help. So even if Newt refuses to forgive them, I would have found a way to let him go. Macduff and the other ambushers present immediately looked moved. Then, is the Dark Lord preparing to return? Vogel's voice shook with excitement. We could go to Nurmengard now. Don't be ridiculous. Tom snapped. With your lot. The old, the weak, and you think you can storm Nurmengard to break him out? Do you take Dumbledore for a shop window mannequin? A bucket of cold water dumped over their heads. Vogel and the other saints sobered instantly, fear creeping across their faces. Truth be told, Dumbledore's reputation among the saints was no different than Voldemort's in Britain, his very name inspired dread. Tom gave a derisive snort. You're nothing but a scattered mess, yet you're dreaming of rescues. What you need to do now is gather every scrap of power you have, rebuild your strength, stop thinking about nonsense. Even those ancient saints, whose combined ages easily neared 5 centuries, stood quietly under his scolding. The younger heirs didn't even dare to twitch. Especially when they realized Tom's way of speaking about Grindlevald, still respectful, but not overly so, suggested a certain equality between them. When they had all fallen silent, Tom continued, "Where's Vinda Rosier? I need the imitation wand she has." Vogel's expression grew solemn. This seemed to finally convince him of Tom's connection to Grindlevald. Back in the Saints' Golden Age, Grindlevald had only set the grand direction and kept Dumbledore occupied. The logistics of managing so many were handled by Vinda Rosier, the Black Rose of France. To make her authority absolute, and to ensure others obeyed, Grindlevald had crafted for her an imitation Elder Wand using the genuine one as a model. He'd even taught her a special method to inscribe the Deathly Hallows symbol infused with his unique magical signature. In essence, it was a seal of office, proof that she spoke in Grindelwald's name. Many of the core saints knew of this relic. For Tom, it would be the final, undeniable proof of his authority. "Mr. Riddle," Vogel said respectfully, "Madame Rosier is currently imprisoned in the deepest part of the Bastille. But given the Rosier family's vast influence in France, her conditions are rather good. It's called imprisonment, but in truth it's more like house arrest." "Well, would you look at that, you're prison buddies with your father," Tom remarked to Macduff with a sly grin. The dark joke left Macduff unsure how to respond. The others wore similarly strained expressions, torn between wanting to laugh and fearing to do so. Britain had Azkaban. France had the Bastille. The Muggle Bastille had been demolished in 1791, but deep beneath its ruins, the magical Bastille still operated. Its guards were a terrifying host of creatures, jarvies, fire dragons, and even 5-legged man-eaters, its danger rivaling that of Azkaban's dementors. French wizards spoke of it with dread. "If Madame Rosier is still confined, then it's not convenient for me to see her." Tom thought for a moment, then said, "Handle it yourselves, whether you get her out, or just get her to hand me the wand. I care about the result, not the method. And one more thing, go back and vet your people carefully. Don't bring spies anywhere near me. Understand?" Chapter 171, Tom's Notebook. "Yes," Vogel admitted with shame, nodding as a flicker of red light passed through his eyes while he looked at the unconscious, battered Etienne. "If you need to contact me, send your letter to the Greengrass family in Britain. I'll be off now." "No, wait." Tom stopped mid-step and turned to Macduff. "In the future, don't go looking for trouble with Newt's commander. All it'll do is make people think the Saints can't take a loss, too afraid to challenge Dumbledore, so you bully Newt instead. Is that what Grindelwald's been teaching you? To pick on the weak and fear the strong?" Macduff's face flushed crimson under the rebuke, but he couldn't muster a single word in response. Tom gave him one last, disdainful glance before operating away. Vogel and the others didn't linger either. The commotion earlier had been anything but subtle, and it wouldn't be long before Ministry wizards arrived. Best to leave this place before trouble caught up. Besides, they had to deal with Etienne's family, and certain preparations needed to be made quickly. He'd given Tom his word that everything would be resolved before morning. There was no room for sloppiness. As for meeting Rosier, neither side brought it up, it was too trivial to mention. If these saints couldn't even handle something that simple, they weren't worth keeping around. Sure enough, less than an hour after Tom and the saints departed, a team of aurors tracked the magical disturbances to the quarry. They pulled out a few detection instruments, and when the readings came back, their expressions changed drastically. "Someone used fiend fire here." Fiend fire, the eternal nightmare of Paris's wizarding community. They had nearly lost their entire city to it once, and the trauma still lingered. The aurors wasted no time. They raced back to the Ministry to report. The Ministry reacted at once, deploying large numbers of wizards to track down any suspicious individuals. And then, that very same night, the Etienne family was annihilated. Every single one of their more than 10 members dead without exception, poisoned. The investigation concluded it happened when a potion was being brewed incorrectly, producing lethal fumes. But given the timing, and the family's known connections, several high-ranking ministry officials could not help but feel suspicious. The entire French wizarding world became tense. In moments like these, the French Minister for Magic proved himself far more capable than Britain's Cornelius Fudge. If Fudge had been in charge, his first instinct would have been to sweep it under the rug. After all, if nothing had officially happened, it was all just speculation, and without visible consequences, they could just play the music and keep dancing. But all of this had nothing to do with Tom. For the time being, he had no reason to contact the Saints again. Once he returned to Britain, it would be easier, no need for the level of caution he'd shown today. Under Dumbledore's protection, most Britons had no real grasp of how dangerous the Saints truly were. Back at Nicholas Flaml's manor, Tom finally received the magical notebook he'd been eyeing for a long time and began studying it. In the original events, Nicholas had used this very notebook to communicate with Eulalie Hicks across the ocean, one of the few real-time long-distance communication methods in the wizarding world. But it wasn't without flaws. Nicholas had first intended to contact Dumbledore, but when he couldn't find him, he'd reluctantly turned to Hicks. After 2 days of research, Tom finally understood how it worked. Each page was essentially a magical frame. When a contact stepped into the designated spot, they would appear in the frame like a living portrait. If Nicholas opened his notebook, he too would appear in the other person's frame, allowing them to converse as though standing face to face in a painting. But if the person wasn't standing in their frame, there was no way to reach them. When Tom asked Nicholas for the details of its creation, he realized the flaws were significant. The materials alone were extravagant. Nicholas was wealthy beyond measure and had never once considered cost. More importantly, the system was limited. Nicholas's notebook was the main unit, and the other frames were secondary units. The main unit could contact any secondary unit and vice versa, but secondary units could not contact each other. Still, the magical signal conversion process inspired Tom greatly. Nicholas, upon hearing Tom's ideas, even offered suggestions, giving Tom several valuable insights. As August drew to a close, Tom settled into a steady routine, 2.5 days of study, and the remaining half-day spent taking Fleur out to relax. They couldn't travel far, but together they explored nearly every corner of Paris's magical district. Tom even visited France's equivalent of Diagon Alley, Montmartre Hidden Square, a bustling, expansive marketplace nearly twice the size of Diagon Alley, with dazzling shops and magical goods of every kind. It was then Tom truly realized, Merlin's beard, Britain really was a backwater. Without Dumbledore holding up the country's reputation, it would have long since slipped into being a second-rate magical nation. Time flew. Before Tom knew it, August was ending and the Hogwarts term was just days away. On his last day in France, Tom arrived at the Delacour home, gifts in hand. Fleur's mood was subdued, and Gabrielle's was no better. Both knew Tom would be leaving soon, and neither was happy about it. "It's not like we can't stay in touch after I'm gone," Tom said. "No need to be so gloomy." Fleur countered, "Writing letters is a hassle. It takes 2 or 3 days to get a reply, it's far too slow." Gabrielle bobbed her head vigorously. "Exactly. And I still don't know how to write a lot of words. I always have to ask Big Sister for help." "Then you'd better start learning," Tom said, tapping the little girl's forehead. "When I was your age, I already knew English, French, and German. It's all Big Sister's fault," Gabrielle declared, entirely serious. "She stole all my cleverness. That's why I'm this slow." Both Tom and Fleur couldn't help but laugh. So, according to Gabrielle, the sisters' combined intelligence was fixed. If their mother had another child, would that one be doomed to drooling and babbling? The little one's innocent words scattered the heavy mood of parting. Tom then placed his gifts before Fleur and Gabrielle. "What's this?" Fleur asked curiously. A green-covered notebook lay before her, its cover marked with a chat bubble emblem containing a tiny phone. "This," Tom said with a mysterious smile, "is something you can call WhatsApp." Chapter 172, Chapter 172, WhatsApp. WhatsApp. Fleur repeated the name, puzzled. She still couldn't figure out what it meant. Gabrielle, however, was already curious enough to flip open the notebook. The first page was a form. It asked for basic information: nickname, gender, age, date of birth, and residential address. In the upper right corner, there was a rectangular box, obviously meant for a photo. Gabrielle could understand the form just fine. Her little head bobbed as she scanned it. Finally, she found a quill on the side and picked it up, earnestly filling in each field. When she was done, she looked up at Tom expectantly. "Big brother, take my picture. No need to go through all that trouble." Tom smiled and tapped her cheek lightly with his wand, then tapped the notebook. In an instant, the adorable little face of the young girl appeared in the photo box, perfectly framed. "Would you like help too?" Tom turned to Fleur. Blushing slightly, the older girl nodded. She hadn't quite caught what spell he had used. Once both sisters had completed their entries, a strange linear text appeared at the bottom of the first page. The girls blinked, confused, then looked up at Tom together. They still had no idea how this thing called WhatsApp was supposed to be used. "Don't be impatient," Tom said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "There's one last step. I call it link up. Link up." Fleur's cheeks flushed an even deeper red. Gabrielle didn't think twice, however. She scrambled up onto Tom's lap and pressed her cheek affectionately against his with a playful, "You mean like hook up? Hooking up with Big Brother. T/N, Onii-chan. Hee hee. That's not the kind of link up I meant." Tom chuckled, though he clearly enjoyed the gesture. He gave her a little nuzzle in return before gently setting her back down. Then, he picked up his notebook and aligned it with Gabrielle's. As the two notebooks touched, they emitted a soft glow that shimmered for just a moment before fading away. Fleur, who had been anxiously overthinking what Tom had meant, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. So that's not what he meant. It wasn't that she wasn't willing, on the contrary, but with Gabrielle still here, she couldn't possibly set a bad example. At the very least, it had to be when no one else was around. Tom opened both notebooks. On the second page of his own, Gabrielle's profile picture had appeared. With a light tap, the notebook flipped automatically to the third page. He picked up a quill and wrote, "Gabrielle is the most adorable girl in the world." At that moment, Gabrielle's notebook glowed. Specifically, Tom's profile picture shimmered on her screen. Fleur had a hunch about what was happening and quickly turned to the third page. Sure enough, Tom's message appeared on Gabrielle's notebook in the exact same handwriting. "It really works," Fleur exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. She picked up both notebooks and inspected them from every angle. "Tom, does this mean even if you go back to Britain, it will still work?" "Not just Britain," Tom said with confidence. "Even if I go to America next time, there won't be any problems." He had good reason to be certain. The method he'd used to transfer messages was based on the magical communication logbook created by Nicholas Flaml himself. Distance posed no obstacle. Gabrielle was overjoyed as well, not just because of the magic, but because Tom had written that she was the most adorable girl in the world. Gleefully, the little girl picked up her quill and scribbled, "Tom is the tallest and best big brother in the world." The identical handwriting appeared instantly on Tom's notebook. The two messages aligned automatically on the page, one per side, each followed by a miniature profile picture of the sender. It was very clear who had written what. With this, Tom grinned at Fleur, no more worrying about the cost or hassle of sending messages, right? Fleur's cheeks turned an even brighter shade of red. She grabbed both his hands in hers, her voice trembling with excitement. "Tom, do you realize what you've done? You've changed the world. With this WhatsApp notebook, all post will become history. Owls will only be used for parcel delivery." Tom smiled softly and gently intertwined his fingers with hers. "Of course I realize it," he said. "But this is still just a prototype. While it's already practical, there are still plenty of flaws. First off, cost. Just to make a few of these notebooks, I had to use quite a lot of my teacher's rare materials. It requires incredibly stable magical storage and display enchantments. Otherwise, the messages would show up garbled or distorted. Second, labor. How many of these can I make by myself in a day? Even if I wanted to teach someone else, very few people would be able to learn the process." Fleur's excitement simmered down a little. She understood. This was why so many magical artifacts couldn't be mass-produced. It was virtually impossible to industrialize such things. Even with alchemy, every magical engraving contained a wizard's personal understanding of magic. No. This WhatsApp notebook is too precious. Fleur stared at the device, suddenly feeling like it was burning hot in her hands. "We should just use Owlpost. This kind of treasure should be reserved for people who are more important to you. For ordinary chat, time isn't that big of an issue." "What are you talking about?" Tom was taken aback by her response. "The entire reason I created the WhatsApp notebook was to stay in touch with you and Gabrielle. If you don't want it anymore, then where am I supposed to find another pair of half-Fila sisters? You're awful, Big Brother." Gabrielle's mood flipped instantly. One moment she had declared Tom the best brother in the world, the next, her pout could have hung a kettle. Her tiny lips were pressed out so far they were practically trembling. Fleur felt a complicated wave of emotions, touched, but also annoyed. She gave Tom a sharp pinch on the arm. She had lost count of how many times she had done this recently. This infuriating boy always had a way of stirring up her emotions. One moment she liked him so much it hurt, the next, he had her fuming with rage. Okay. I surrender." Tom yelped playfully. "When I get back, I'll invent a spell or potion that blocks ticklishness. How can someone as perfect as me have a weakness like that?" If you really don't want the notebook, he added with a grin, then let Gabrielle keep one. I'll message her every day. You and we can chat once every 3 days. Who said I don't want it anymore? Fleur huffed. She picked up her notebook, ready to press it against Tom's to finalize the link. But he moved faster, lifting his own notebook just out of reach. What are you doing? She asked, confused. Tom raised an eyebrow, grinning like a devil. Gabrielle already did link up, remember? You, as her big sister, aren't thinking of cutting corners, are you? Fleur instantly understood what he meant. Her face flushed hot as fire, part embarrassment, part fury. But seeing his playful expression and knowing he wouldn't give up unless she gave in, she bit her lower lip and finally relented. She gently embraced Tom, rubbing her cheek against his like a kitten. Link up complete. That, of course, was Gabrielle's cue to pounce. The little girl playfully covered her eyes with her hands, but the gap between her fingers was wide enough for her big eyes to peek through completely. Big sister is being naughty. Gabrielle. Ah. Big brother, help. Sister's about to transform. If you keep spouting nonsense, Fleur retorted, we're half-bloods, we don't transform. As laughter echoed through the Delacour household, a very different scene unfolded within the walls of Bastille prison. A young prison guard was currently passing through a series of checks and enchantments, carrying a meal meant for one of the inmates in the deepest wing of the facility. After eliminating the Etienne traitor family, Vogel had intentionally kept a low profile. He needed to avoid giving the French Ministry of Magic any openings to act against him. That was why he hadn't immediately visited Vinda Rosier. But he hadn't been idle either. On Tom's instructions, he had begun a quiet internal purge. Everyone within their faction had to undergo veridiserum questioning and legitimacy scans. Sure enough, some were already beginning to rot. They hadn't turned into foreign pawns like Etienne, but they had abandoned their ideals long ago. They stayed in the faction for personal gain. People like that, Vogel couldn't afford to keep around. The identity of Grindlevald's student had to remain secret. Any risk of leaks had to be eliminated. Only after removing all internal threats did Vogel make his way to Bastille, where he came to collect the wand entrusted to Rosier by Grindlevald. Once he reached the final level, the prison took on a completely different appearance. The upper levels were made of rough stone walls, primitive and cold. Prisoners were kept in filthy cages like animals. But this deepest level, it was pristine. The walls were painted white. The enormous space was divided into just 4 private cells, and only 2 were currently occupied. One inmate was a mad potion master who had killed 50 muggles and used their blood to brew his twisted elixirs. The other. Vinda Rosier. To be housed here, you either needed immense political power or unique value. The Podiwunner was the latter, arguably one of the most skilled in all of France. The ministry still needed him to concoct certain advanced brews. Rosier, on the other hand, belonged to the former category. The Rosier family, like the Lestranges, originated in France. Over the centuries, their bloodlines spread across Europe. The so-called Sacred 28 in Britain. Merely a single branch of their extended lineage. Vinda had become the second in command of the Saints. But her family also had high-ranking members in the ministry. After Grindelwald's downfall, certain arrangements were made. As a result, she had lived relatively comfortably these past years, though she remained confined. Still, with the men she loved imprisoned, Vinda's spirit had long withered. It no longer mattered to her where she was. Vogel used the key to open her cell. It was more like a luxury suite. Over 200 square meters in size, fully furnished with elegant hardwood furniture, a clear reflection of the occupant's noble heritage. Vinda. Vogel called tentatively. At the far end of the corridor, a door creaked open. A woman with silver hair stepped out. Her posture was graceful. Though age had carved deep lines across her face, one could still imagine her once unparalleled beauty. "Who are you?" she asked calmly. The guards who brought food never dared to address her by name. "It's me. Vogel." With a flick of his wand, Vogel dissolved the effects of his polyjuice potion. Recognizing her former colleague, Vinda's expression remained impassive. "Vogel. What a rare visitor. I didn't expect to see you again. But whatever you came here for, I'm afraid I won't be of any help. I no longer care about anything in the outside world. If this is just an old friend dropping by to chat, then you're welcome any time." There was a deep stillness in her voice, a quiet acceptance of the end. Her heart was no longer part of this world. "You really don't want to leave this place, Vinda?" Vogel asked with a faint smile. Strictly speaking, he was a generation younger. His father had been her equal. But given their similar ages, their conversations had always been on even ground. The old woman chuckled softly and moved with a slow dignity to the parlor, settling into a wicker chair that gently swayed as she sat. A teacup floated into her hand, refilled itself with steaming water. If I wanted to leave, I would have done so 30 years ago. Why bother waiting till now? Is that so? Vogel nodded. Then I won't try to persuade you. Just hand over the wand that Lord Grindlevald entrusted to you. Young Master Riddle needs it to unify the saints. You won't need it anymore. It's only right that his student should wield it. After confirming Tom's identity, Vogel had begun referring to him as young master, a signal that he was family. Vinda, however, suddenly sat bolt upright. The tea spilled down her robes, unnoticed. Her eyes locked onto Vogel's face. What did you just say? His student. Vogel, are you joking? When did the Dark Lord take a student? In Nurmengard. Vogel suppressed his grin. Outwardly, he remained calm, even cleaning his ear with a finger. Didn't you say you didn't care about the outside world anymore? For your peace and quiet, Vinda, you'd best not ask too many questions. The old witch raised her hand. A wand zipped through the air and landed neatly in her palm. My patience is limited, Vogel. Don't make me ask a second time. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Black Rose's Council. Vogel backed down. The situation felt utterly absurd to him. This might have been a comfortable suite, fine food, fine furniture, but at the end of the day, this was still a prison cell. A place of confinement. And yet here she was, handing a wand to a prisoner. How in Merlin's name had Vinda Rosier ever risen to be Grindelwald's second-in-command? This woman was terrifyingly strong. In Vogel's lifetime, he had only ever seen one witch fiercer than her, Tina Goldstein. Or rather, as she was called now, Tina Scamander. With Rosier's wand leveled at him, Vogel obediently spilled everything. He explained Tom's situation in painstaking detail. By the time he finished, Vinda's frail-looking body trembled, her eyes shimmering faintly with unshed tears. The Dark Lord's disciple. She whispered, voice quivering. Yes, of course. That level of fiend fire shielding, who else could wield it but his chosen student? And if he asked only for the wand, not its use, then it means the Dark Lord has already taught him. Her head snapped up suddenly, eyes sharp as knives. Riddle can communicate with the Dark Lord directly. He claims so, Vogel admitted truthfully. I don't fully understand how that magic works. But I believe him. Otherwise, how could he have gained such mastery? By learning from that hypocrite Dumbledore. He gave a derisive snort. All dark arts have been locked in the restricted section. You can't even imagine the state of Hogwarts curriculum today. If it had been like this back in the day, there would never have been a Scamander to ruin our plans. Rosier's face was impassive. And yet, wasn't Dumbledore the same 30, 40 years ago? Always prattling about how love could change the world. She sighed, but her tone grew sharper. That cursed island of Britain is peculiar. Every generation, it seems, throws up prodigies. Dumbledore. That McGonagall which is competent enough. Scamander. Grindelwald's foe, Lord Voldemort. And now. Riddle. Vogel nodded vigorously. The general quality of the British wizarding world might be laughable, but every so often, it produced one dazzling genius after another, enough to elevate the reputation of the entire country. So, Vinda, he asked cautiously, do you want to leave this place now? What of the Dark Lord? She countered smoothly. Vogel shook his head. Riddle believes the saints are no longer fit for use. Too many parasites have infested us. This is not the time to think of welcoming the Dark Lord back. It is the time to regroup. I see. Vinda nodded thoughtfully. So he looks down on us failures. Vogel bared his teeth in a grim smile. Her words stung, but they were the truth. Of course they were. She was the Black Rose of France, her perception was razor sharp. In that case, she said suddenly, the wand remains with me. What? Vogel's eyes widened. You refuse. Do you want young Riddle to waste his strength cleaning up the saints himself? Vinda rose, pacing the chamber with fluid grace despite her age. If his followers can't even handle this, then what use are we? What he needs is powerful allies who can support him, not burdens to drag him down. Therefore, I will take this task upon myself. Her voice hardened, regal and commanding. If the Dark Lord has chosen him as a disciple, then his talent must be unmatched. All the more reason not to let him be bogged down by petty squabbles. He must not be hindered. Vogel found himself convinced. Her reasoning was flawless. The saints, in their current state, were more hindrance than help. But, what about the young master's expectations? He asked hesitantly. I shall write to him. With a gesture, parchment and quill floated to her desk. Rosier bent over and began writing swiftly, her hand firm despite her age. Vogel stood quietly aside, there was no rush. He had half an hour before his absence would be noticed. Before long, she had filled an entire sheet of parchment. She sealed it neatly in an envelope and handed it to him. Deliver this to young Riddle. I will, Vogel promised, tucking the letter away. Then he ventured, and you truly won't leave? Not for now, Rosier replied with a shake of her head. Remaining in the shadows draws less attention. If I were to emerge openly, too many eyes would turn upon me. Here, in this cell, I can still pull the strings. Vogel inclined his head. I only hope the old comrades can stay true. I don't wish to raise my blade against our own. And yet, I cannot let the saints grow too weak either. That would be disgraceful. Rosier gave a low laugh. Why cling to old comrades alone? Vogel, you still haven't learned the Dark Lord's breadth of vision. Her eyes gleamed as she leaned back. Can't you see? The wizarding world has changed. It's becoming more and more like the world before his rise. Though imprisoned for decades, she had pieced together the shifting tides of history from family visitors and newspapers. The Muggle world's development is terrifying. Their footprints cover the globe. But worse, Muggle ideas seep into ours. Just last Christmas, a Muggle nation split in two, and the shock tore through our world as well. Overnight, a dozen new ministries appeared. Wizards now divide themselves along Muggle political lines. Her gaze sharpened with ruthless clarity. Left and right. Progressives and conservatives. This tension can be used. Harness the conservatives, make them our new strength. Vogel stared at her, stunned. He had been thinking only of patching up the saints' little fiefdom. But Vinda's eyes were already fixed on an empire. That was the difference between them. Whatever you need, he said finally, defeated. Use me as you see fit. Just deliver the letter. She waved him away with regal dismissal. When I require more, I won't hesitate to summon you. After he left, Vinda remained alone in her chamber, lost in thought. Hope and purpose, those were the most dangerous forces in the world. They could transform a person overnight. She had believed Grindlevald broken, resigned to die within Nurmengard. She had resigned herself too. But Tom Riddle's appearance had stirred something. If she could restore the saint's power, satisfy the boy, and let Grindlevald see it, perhaps one day, against all odds, master and student would stand together again, free. For that faint hope, Vinda Rosier became once more the Black Rose of France. And for that hope, she was willing to plunge Europe into storm and blood. Chapter 174, Flaml's Flame. Another school year had begun. The Hogwarts Express, which had sat dormant for 2.5 months, gave its familiar whistle and rumbled away from King's Cross Station once again. And Tom, once again, was not on it. He had, in fact, set aside an entire day to buy his school supplies in Diagon Alley. Before leaving, he had even given Nicholas Flaml 2 copies of his WhatsApp notebook. That was a mistake. Flaml had been utterly fascinated by the invention. The ancient alchemist had not only dragged Tom into a long discussion but insisted that the boy make another notebook in front of him, step by step. For Flaml, the true marvel wasn't the spell work itself, it was Tom's thinking. In this age where even the Muggle world had yet to see the internet truly take shape, the concept of instant online messaging was almost inconceivably advanced. And then Tom began outlining his future plans for WhatsApp, group chats, online shopping, video uploads, and streaming. If all of this could be realized, it would mean the fulfillment of Flaml's ultimate dream, bringing alchemy into every wizarding home, embedding it into daily life as something indispensable. The old man's passion ignited like wildfire. For 2 full days, he worked beside Tom without rest, helping him solve countless problems. Most were technical refinements, streamlining processes, reducing costs, measures to ensure mass adoption across the wizarding world. By the time they finally emerged from the laboratory, it was already noon on September 1st. The train had long since departed. Tom rubbed at his sore eyes with a wry smile. Professor, there was no need to rush like this. Even if everything goes well, it'll take years before we can fully launch this. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll bring the very first production model to your grave. Flaml's sharp eyes glared at him. Are you cursing your teacher to die early? What? No. Tom blinked in confusion. But, the philosopher's stone is gone. You. Didn't Dumbledore tell you? Flaml cut him off impatiently. Before I destroyed the stone, I brewed enough elixir of life to handle my affairs. I'll last another 50 years easily. Tom. 50 years, just to handle affairs. That was a very long list of affairs. A sudden thought struck him. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Tom asked, but as far as I remember, the elixir of life only lasts 3 years before spoiling. Flaml snorted, waving a hand. Don't tell me you can't imagine a way to extend its shelf life. Then, dismissively, he added, enough. Once you're back at school, don't neglect your alchemy research. From now on, Puck will assist you, anything you need, have him contact me. Now, off you go. All right, then I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Tom paid a visit to Madame Pernelli Flaml, promising he would return at Christmas. Only then did he depart. This time, armed with the travel permit Lady Greengrass had arranged, Tom operated back into Britain without setting off any wards or alarms. And since he had already missed the train, he decided to take it easy. He first explained the situation to Daphne Greengrass through the two-way mirror, then checked whether Lady Greengrass was at the manor. Confirming she was home, he didn't rush straight over. Instead, he stopped by Diagon Alley to buy his supplies before finally operating to the castle. You didn't board the train? Lady Greengrass was startled when Tom appeared suddenly in her home. Ah, Professor Flaml dragged me into some research, Tom admitted sheepishly. Time just slipped away. Do you want me to send someone to take you to Hogwarts? She offered kindly. She knew Tom was apprenticing under Nicholas Flaml, and she also knew of the two proposed solutions Flaml had once offered him. Unfortunately, neither of them was feasible now. All they could do was wait. No need. Tom shook his head. I'll apparate to Hogsmeade myself later. It won't take long. Lady Greengrass nodded. She reached into a drawer and withdrew an envelope. This came from France. No sender's name, but it's addressed to you. Thank you. Tom accepted it calmly, broke the seal, and read. His expression did not change. The letter was from Vinda Rosier. She began with polite greetings, then clearly laid out her stance and intentions. If Tom disapproved, she would immediately send the wand back through an intermediary. Her wording was exceedingly respectful. Tom almost smiled. Refuse her? Why would he refuse? Only a fool would turn away such a perfect tool. So long as he held Grindlevald himself in check, there was no danger of Vinda Rosier competing for power. If she had wanted to seize control of the Saints, she could have done so decades ago. Auntie, Tom said smoothly, from now on, if you receive letters like this, could you slip them into a Greengrass envelope before forwarding them to me at Hogwarts? A flicker of fire flared in his hand, reducing Rosier's letter to ash. Lady Greengrass asked no questions. She simply nodded. The safest place to hide something was often the most obvious. Dumbledore would never bother rifling through Tom's personal mail. The only reason for rerouting the letters was to avoid anyone noticing his frequent correspondence with foreign contacts. This, Tom continued, producing a bundle from his bag, is for the ministry. Could you deliver it to Madame Bones for me? Inside were 200 anti-disarming bracelets, his summer project. And in addition, one special edition. The special bracelet was just as elegant in design, but inlaid with 6 gemstones. Each stone could unleash a Protego shield equal to Tom's own casting strength. After activation, the gem would shatter, but it could be replaced with a fresh one. A piece of equipment like this was priceless. Lady Greengrass slipped it onto her wrist at once. I didn't expect you to really finish 200 over the summer. Just a few days ago, Madame Bones told me we could extend the delivery deadline if you needed more time. Tomorrow I'll send them to the ministry. The payment will be transferred to your vault as soon as it clears. No need to rush the money, Tom said lightly. Then, after a pause, he asked the most important question of his visit. Auntie, if I wanted to buy a first-class Order of Merlin, how many galleons would it take? Chapter 175, the price of prestige. The sudden shift in topic left Mrs. Greengrass stunned for several seconds before she finally caught on. Donate money to get an Order of Merlin. And you want first class? Tom felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he still nodded. For certain reasons, that medal is very important to me. That was the disadvantage of not having been born into an old noble house, he still cared about appearances. Unlike those shameless pure-blood lords who thought buying medals and positions was nothing out of the ordinary, Tom found the idea awkward. Mrs. Greengrass, however, didn't look the least bit scandalized. She only seemed puzzled as to why Tom had suddenly set his eyes on the Order of Merlin. She thought back on what she knew of pure-blood families and said to him, First-class Orders of Merlin can indeed be bought. The last one I remember being purchased was by Arcturus Black, the cousin of Phineas Nigellus, the former headmaster of Hogwarts. Officially, it was awarded for his outstanding contributions to the ministry. But in truth, it was simply because he donated a mountain of gold. Her tone shifted slightly. But your situation is not the same as his. Looking at Tom's handsome young face, Mrs. Greengrass couldn't help but give a wry smile. Arcturus was born into the Black family, one of the most powerful of the old pure-blood lines. He had an enormous network of connections, both within the pure-blood society and the ministry itself. So when he bought the medal, no one dared criticize too much. But you're far too young. In the wizarding world, you don't yet have any roots. Even if you offered twice, or even 3 times the gold, the ministry wouldn't dare award you a first-class Order of Merlin. If they did, the day it was awarded would be the same day Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore would be forced to step down. The awarding of a first-class Order of Merlin required both the Minister for Magic and the Wisengamot to approve. The Wisengamot was essentially the Wizarding World's House of Lords, with Dumbledore himself serving as Chief Warlock, its presiding officer. Tom asked respectfully, "Then what do you think is the quickest way for me to earn the medal? Does it absolutely have to be first class?" Mrs. Greengrass probed cautiously. "If you were willing to settle for third class, or even second class, it wouldn't be impossible. With the way your protective bracelet has improved safety for the Aurors, plus some maneuvering on my part, the Ministry could be persuaded. But the gap between second class and first is enormous. The Ministry is extremely stingy when it comes to first-class medals, unless they're awarding one to themselves." Her tone grew tinged with sarcasm as she went on. "It's become almost a tradition for ministers of magic to award themselves a medal before retiring, praising their own so-called years of dedicated service. Out of all the recent ministers, only one had the decency to settle for a second class. Every other one, without exception, took first class. Even Fudge will do the same in the future. He'll give himself a first-class medal. Though, once Voldemort re-emerges, I expect that little trinket will be stripped from him." "No, Auntie," Tom shook his head firmly. "I need a first-class medal. Second or third class are useless to me." Seeing how serious he was, Mrs. Greengrass finally understood the weight this matter carried for him. She spoke gently, but firmly. "Tom, you can't rush a first-class Order of Merlin. At the very least, you'll need to make a contribution of enormous influence, then I'll need to work my contacts, and you'll also need Dumbledore's support. Only then will there be any real chance. So don't worry yourself over it. As for the gold, leave that to me. You just go back to Hogwarts, focus on your studies, and try to produce more research that shakes the wizarding world. And, most importantly, maintain a good relationship with Dumbledore. I'll handle the rest." "Thank you, Auntie." Tom accepted her advice calmly, realizing she was right. Half a year wasn't so long to wait, and it didn't interfere with his next task anyway. He could afford patience. Seeing how receptive he was, Mrs. Greengrass smiled warmly. "You must have rushed back from France in such a hurry that you haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? I'll go prepare something." "Not just today, I forgot to eat yesterday too," Tom admitted, recalling Nicholas Flaml's wild enthusiasm with a shudder. Mrs. Greengrass sighed helplessly. "You're still growing. You need to eat regularly." "Yes, Auntie." She truly treated Tom like her own son. After all, as the saying went, a son-in-law is half a son, but if both of your daughters were hopelessly smitten with the same boy, didn't that make him a son in full? Ever since she'd overheard Astoria murmuring Tom's name in her sleep, Mrs. Greengrass had realized both her daughters were lost causes. Still, at the very least, she had to persuade Tom to let one of the children carry the Greengrass name, to ensure the family's survival. Dusk had fallen by the time the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into the station. Hagrid straightened up, bracing himself. As always, it was his duty to escort the new first years. But before the train even came to a complete stop, he caught sight of someone that made him freeze. Riddle. "What are you doing here?" Hagrid stammered awkwardly. On paper, Hagrid and Tom were friends. But ever since the day he'd witnessed Tom's battle with that hooded stranger in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had developed a deep, gnawing fear of him. Tom had fought to protect the school. He'd never once wronged Hagrid personally. And yet, the very sound of that name sent a chill through him. The boy spared him a single glance and said casually. "Ran into some delays, missed the train." "Perfectly normal, isn't it?" "All right. Normal." Hagrid forced a laugh, unsure how else to respond. Luckily, at that moment the train doors finally opened, releasing a stream of students onto the platform. Hagrid seized on the distraction like a lifeline, bellowing. "First years. Over here, this way." His booming voice startled the new arrivals, who jumped at the sudden shout. Many also noticed the dark-haired boy standing calmly at Hagrid's side. "Tom. Tom, long time no see. Riddle, how was your holiday?" By the time Hermione, Daphne, and Astoria arrived, they were met with a curious sight, scores of Slytherins warmly greeting Tom, yet each keeping a respectful distance. Only after he acknowledged them did they relax, quickly scurrying away. Astoria was seeing this side of Tom for the first time. The behavior of the other students struck her as deeply strange, almost as if they were afraid of him. But Tom was so gentle and well-mannered. Why would anyone fear him? The truth was that those who stood farther from him were the ones who could sense most clearly how much he had changed. Dragon blood. A soul uplifted. Flesh like iron. Thunderbird bloodline. Layer upon layer of transformation had turned Tom into something else entirely. He now radiated the aura of a wand brimming with immense, dangerous magic, its edge razor-sharp, its power barely contained. Chapter 176, Whispers Before the Feast. Daphne, Astoria, and Hermione, those closest to him, saw Tom through a kind of gentle filter. To them, he was reassuring, familiar, never oppressive. But for others, it was different. They looked at him and felt it instantly. Over the course of a single summer holiday, Tom had grown more dangerous. "Wow, Tom, you've gotten so pale." Whatever quiet tension lingered in the air was shattered by Daphne's unfiltered exclamation. The silly, sweet girl dashed over to him, blinking in awe. Through the two-way mirror she hadn't seen him properly, but now, seeing his skin up close, her jaw dropped in pure envy. Even under the evening sky, Tom's complexion seemed to glow faintly. He was radiant. And unfairly enough, it made Daphne feel as though he, not she, was the prettier one. "These days I haven't gone out into the sun," Tom explained lightly, ruffling her soft hair. He dared not mention the real reason. Knowing this girl, she might try to call down lightning on herself just to keep up. Daphne's eyes darted mischievously. "Then this month, I'm not leaving the castle at all." All right, Tom chuckled, humoring her, "Whatever you say. Come on, let's get moving." He led the small group toward the carriages, laughing and exchanging soft words with Hermione along the way. He had promised her that once he returned from France, he would spend those days before term began with her. But here he was, showing up only on the first night of school. He knew he was in the wrong. He hadn't kept his word. But Hermione wasn't truly angry. She didn't want to fight, she wanted to see if he would acknowledge it, coax her just a little. Once he did, she relented, letting him off the hook. Some girls demanded endlessly once they knew they were in the right. They pressed and pressed until the boy yielded completely. But Hermione was different. She was clever. Even her little sulks had reason behind them, carefully measured. With her rational, science-trained mind, she understood just how precious Tom's time with Nicholas Flaml had been. How could she begrudge him that? Once aboard the Thestral-drawn carriage, Daphne immediately launched into a lively retelling of what they had seen on the train. "We all saw it. Potter and Weasley flying through the sky in a car. A real Muggle car. I swear, someone out there had to have seen them." Tom blinked, caught off guard. His summer had been so full that he had nearly forgotten all about the original storyline. Still, he had to give Ron some credit, driving all the way from London to Hogwarts. That was worthy of a spot in the Wizarding Hall of Fame. At the mention of it, Hermione groaned. "I can already see it. Gryffindor starting the year with a mountain of lost points." "Not necessarily," Tom leaned back into the cushioned seat, voice casual. "Strictly speaking, term hasn't begun yet. The feast hasn't even started. Technically, there's no rule to deduct house points before the school year officially begins." Hermione's eyes lit up. "That's brilliant. If only this teaches them a lesson for once. Then maybe, just maybe, Gryffindor can still take the house cup. Your Slytherin streak will end with 7 wins. Correction, soon to be 8 consecutive wins, Tom countered smoothly. In your dreams. This year, Gryffindor will be champion. You must be dreaming. If the cup were awarded for losing points, then yes, Gryffindor would win every year. The two bickered easily, like they had done 100 times before. Tom, long immune to their back and forth, leaned aside and quietly asked Astoria about her health. "No relapses recently," he murmured. "No," the silver-haired girl replied softly, her voice as delicate as spun sugar. "I took another strengthening draft. I feel much better." "Good. But keep exercising. Especially as winter approaches, you don't want to fall ill. Hogwarts winters can be harsh, especially down in the Slytherin dorms. I'll teach you a dehumidifying charm, it'll keep the room more comfortable." Astoria nodded, obedient and sweet. "All right. So sensible." Tom reached out, ruffling her silken hair. Her cheeks flared crimson, but instead of pulling away, she tilted her head forward slightly, leaning into his touch with quiet trust. And just then, Hermione and Daphne both whirled around sharply, glaring in unison. "Tom. Why is Astoria in the carriage with us?" Tom and Astoria froze, caught red-handed. 15 minutes later, the carriage rolled to a stop. Gazing up at the familiar silhouette of the castle after 2.5 months away, Tom felt a pang of nostalgia. Hogwarts truly did have a magic of its own. It seeped into young witches and wizards, binding them, until the place felt less like a school and more like a second home. Daphne, tugging Astoria by the hand, hurried off at once to find Professor McGonagall, worried that sneaking in outside the official 4 houses route might cause trouble. But Tom wasn't concerned. If a transfer student could arrive in a far more outrageous way and still get in without issue, then Astoria would be fine. On the staircase, he spotted Malfoy craning his neck, clearly searching for someone. The blonde boy's face lit up the moment he saw Tom. He dashed over, breathless, cheeks flushed. "Tom. Have you seen Potter? No, Tom shook his head, but added, though Daphne told me earlier she saw Potter and Weasley flying overhead in some muggle car. They'll probably show up soon. In the sky. Malfoy repeated, eyes going wide. Slowly, a gleeful grin spread across his face. Oh, this was perfect. If Potter had stirred up that much chaos, surely expulsion was on the table. Thank you, Tom. You've just made my night. My mother packed loads of sweets, come by later and try some, you'll love them. Without another word, Malfoy bounded away to spread the news, practically glowing with delight. Hermione frowned deeply. That boy, he takes too much pleasure in others' misery. But even she couldn't hide the flicker of grim satisfaction that stirred inside. Could anyone blame Malfoy, really? No. The fault lay with Harry and Ron. They'd handed their enemies the rope willingly. Enough, Tom teased, tugging her gently toward the Great Hall. Worrying too much about others will just age you. At this rate, you'll have wrinkles by 30. Hand in hand, they crossed the entrance hall and stepped into the candlelit heart of Hogwarts. Chapter 177, Shadows at the Banquet. The students filed into the Great Hall one after another, settling into their seats with eager anticipation for the sorting ceremony and the lavish start-of-term feast. Countless candles floated serenely in midair, their flames casting a golden glow upon the gleaming plates below. The polished surfaces sparkled in response, echoing the brilliance of the enchanted ceiling above, which shimmered with a tapestry of stars. Tom. Zabini, seated across from him, greeted with unrestrained excitement. Haven't seen you all summer, I missed you like mad. Same here, Theodore not chimed in quickly. Rosier stammered, his gaze toward Tom filled with a mix of reverence and fear. It wasn't only him. His cousin, Stephen Rosier, a sixth-year Slytherin, also kept sneaking glances in Tom's direction, his expression complicated. Just yesterday, the eldest patriarch of the British Rosier family, their grandfather, had summoned the two of them and issued a very clear order. Within the school, Tom Riddle's word was law. If Tom said east, they were not even to whisper southeast. Any disobedience would result in punishment by family law. Neither of them could make sense of what had gotten into their grandfather. Especially Stephen, he was older than Tom. Yes, Tom was talented, but he wasn't pure-blooded, nor did he have any real foundation in wizarding society. Wasn't it enough to simply keep a distance? Why lower themselves to follow him like dogs? Then Rosier, Tom's roommate, witnessed, for the very first time, what family punishment truly meant. His grandfather was far harsher than Tom could ever dream of being. The punishment began with 100 lashes in succession and continued until Stephen passed out cold. When he finally came to, Stephen's eyes were clear. The defiance had drained out of him, he had no choice but to submit. And the old Rosier explained nothing, other than that the command had come directly from France. Though the French and British branches of the Rosier family seemed long divided, their cooperation had never ceased. The hierarchy between them was unmistakable, the French Rosier line utterly crushed the British branch in both numbers and power. The British Rosier's middle generation was already locked away in Azkaban. Whatever scraps of dignity remained were only because the French branch occasionally dripped them a little sustenance. Refusal wasn't even an option. More importantly, the old Rosier knew exactly who had given the order. In his mind, countless suspicions about Tom's true identity had already begun to swirl. But that was not something to share with the younger generation. Whoever it was that stood behind the Rosier family, there was still one man they had to guard against, Dumbledore. The less the boys knew, the smaller the chance of secrets slipping from their mouths. And so, today, both cousins acted strangely subdued. Every time Stephen's eyes fell upon Tom, he could almost feel the sting of phantom blows across his back. Taking advantage of Daphne's absence, Zabini leaned forward eagerly, firing off several questions about potion-making that had troubled him over the summer. Slytherin did have its fools, but they were few and far between. Most students, under the house's influence, grew shrewd enough to understand their own ambitions. Zabini knew his strength was potions. With a powerful roommate like Tom at his side, his future path was already clear. Tom, for his part, never stinted on knowledge. He even hoped Zabini would push himself further. He wanted to set a precedent, anyone who followed him would prosper. It was the very same strategy the Dark Lord once used, amassing followers by binding them with his vast knowledge of the dark arts. Antonin Dolohov, for instance, had joined the Death Eaters precisely for access to crueler, more forbidden magic, and later, he was the one who killed Lupin. As Tom patiently resolved Zabini's questions, the Slytherins around them held their tongues, careful not to disturb the exchange. Only when Daphne returned did Zabini draw back on his own. There would always be time for questions, but crossing their sister-in-law would mean social death in Slytherin. How did Professor McGonagall take it? Tom asked, glancing at Daphne's flushed cheeks from hurrying. The young witch waved her hand. It's fine. She only told Astoria to wait with the other first years for the sorting ceremony, then sent me back. But as she finished, Daphne's face fell. Astoria might be fine, but my transfiguration essay isn't done. Looks like another sleepless night. Tom, give me 2 more bottles of energy draft, or I'll never make it through. Or you could just have your roommate write a little for you, Tom replied evenly. Over at the Gryffindor table, several Weasleys sat in grim silence. They had seen Harry and Ron on the train, flying in that bewitched car. Now their worry wasn't only for the boys' safety, it was for their father. As head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, Mr. Weasley's own sons had just been spotted joyriding across Britain in a magically modified car. Getting expelled would be the least of it. If the ministry pressed charges, prison wasn't out of the question. If Arthur Weasley really went to Azkaban, it would be as if the sky had fallen on their family. All they could do was hope no Muggles had seen the flying car, and that the chaos had gone unnoticed. But they didn't know. The Daily Prophet had already run a special evening edition. 6 or 7 Muggles had reported the sighting to the police, and the ministry's Obliviator squad was scrambling to contain the disaster. After a while, the professors arrived one after another. When this year's new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, swept in, clad in flamboyant aquamarine robes, the hall erupted in chatter. Lockhart beamed and waved grandly at the 4 long tables, calling out thanks for their support and promising autographs after the feast, as though this were one of his book signings. And to be fair, quite a few students actually ate it up. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall appeared, face like thunder, carrying the sorting stool and the sorting hat, that the young witches and wizards fell silent. McGonagall was already seething. In the past, students only managed to cause trouble after term began. This year, some had stirred up a national incident before the feast had even started. Driving a car across all of Britain, what in Merlin's name had possessed them? All she wanted now was to get through the sorting ceremony, then hunt down Harry and Ron and show them precisely what the lion's wrath meant. Even Tom felt a twinge of unease at the sight of her expression. He no longer feared Dumbledore much, the old man was surprisingly easy to handle, his patience and tolerance endless. Unless you committed something truly heinous, it was hard to earn his genuine anger. But the head of house was another matter entirely. Her authority was razor-sharp, her discipline unyielding. When she scolded, it was because a student had erred, and it was always for their good. Anyone with the faintest scrap of conscience would feel guilty under her gaze. Bourbon Anthony. Chapter 178, The Sorting Hat's Choices. A curly-haired boy with chestnut-colored hair stumbled forward when his name was called. He nearly tripped over his own feet as the sorting hat was placed on his head, the wide, drooping brim almost swallowed him whole. After a minute of thoughtful silence, the sorting hat finally gave its verdict. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table erupted into cheers, clapping joyfully as they welcomed their very first new student of the year. Watching the scene, Tom couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Just last year, he too had imagined being sorted into Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, surrounded by friends, laughter, and warmth. But reality had been far less kind. That damned hat had been blind to his pure and innocent heart, and instead had tossed him into the snake pit. Well, since there was no choice, he had simply made the snakes his dogs. Romanly Castor. Norfolk Phelps. Professor McGonagall continued reading the list of names, one after another. When the line of new students had been cut in half, at last, it was Astoria's turn. Daphne instantly straightened her posture, nervous and tense. Of course, she was hoping Astoria would be sorted into Slytherin, that way she could take care of her little sister every day. This time, the sorting hat played no tricks. Astoria had barely worn it for a few seconds before it loudly proclaimed. Slytherin. Tom was the first to applaud, and the Slytherin table quickly followed his lead. Everyone knew how close he was with the Greengrass family. If you didn't clap enthusiastically now, people would start questioning your loyalty. How things had changed. Back when Tom had been sorted last year, the applause had been miserable. And now, he was the one leading the clapping. He almost felt like he should publish a book about his life. The title. My Struggle in the Wizarding World. Astoria blushed as she removed the hat, politely bowing to Professor McGonagall before skipping over to join Daphne, who had been waving frantically at her. Daphne threw her arms around her doll-like sister, beaming with happiness. This is wonderful, Astoria. Now we can be together every single day again. Sister. Astoria squirmed, clearly embarrassed at being hugged so tightly in front of everyone. Tom chuckled softly and turned his attention back to the sorting. The ceremony was a lot like opening mystery boxes. You never knew what you were going to get, aside from a few surnames that practically guaranteed certain outcomes. Meanwhile, the grand doors to the Great Hall creaked open. Outside, after a grueling but bizarre journey, Harry and Ron had finally returned. Both of them crouched at the crack in the doorway, peeking inside to see what was happening. Harry spotted a gray-haired boy being fitted with the sorting hat, then shifted his gaze toward the staff table. There sat Dumbledore with a blank expression, Lockhart grinning idiotically, and Hagrid, cheerful as always. But one chair was empty. Wait. Harry whispered urgently to Ron. There's a seat missing at the staff table. That's Snape's. Where is he? Maybe he's sick. Ron said hopefully. Harry's eyes brightened at the thought. Or maybe he finally quit. He didn't get the defense against the dark arts post again, maybe he stormed off in a rage. I doubt it, Ron muttered darkly. He'd never give up such a cushy job, especially when it gives him more chances to torment you. But maybe. Ron's eyes gleamed with mischief. Maybe he blew himself up in his own dungeon. Haven't you read the Daily Prophet? That French Etienne family? Their whole line wiped out, poisoned by a bad potion. Maybe. Or maybe. The voice was cold, silky, and dripping with mockery. It came from directly behind them. Maybe he was just checking the school rules, to see how many times you two should be expelled for arriving at Hogwarts in a flying car. Harry and Ron froze. The smile on their faces vanished instantly, because the smile now belonged to Severus Snape. When they turned, the despair etched on their faces was so delicious that Snape nearly laughed aloud. Come along, boys, he said smoothly. Take one last good look at the school. The blood drained from their faces. They were so shaken they had to support each other just to keep up with Snape's long strides as he led them down toward the dungeons. Snape, on the other hand, seemed to be in an uncharacteristically good mood, his steps light, and even a faint tune humming from his lips. Back inside the Great Hall, Tom glanced briefly at the doorway before turning back to the sorting. As expected, Rolf was sorted into Hufflepuff. The moment the sorting hat announced his placement, the entire Hufflepuff table erupted into a frenzy. After all, the Scamander's surname carried weight, and they treated the news as if it were the new year itself. At last, it was Ginny Weasley's turn. Tom studied her carefully. Right now, she didn't stand out much compared to the other girls, not like Daphne or Astoria, who had been stunning since childhood. But Ginny had a good bone structure. With time, and perhaps a little slimming, she could grow into a true beauty. He couldn't help but smirk. The movie casting really did ruin some childhoods. His gaze drifted toward the Ravenclaw table. Sitting there was an Asian girl with long black hair and eyes as clear as autumn water. She smiled faintly as she whispered with a classmate. Almost as if sensing his stare, the girl lifted her head. Her eyes met his, and she gave him a polite nod. Tom looked away casually, as though it had been nothing more than an accidental meeting of eyes. Enjoy your feast, children. With Dumbledore's words, the once empty golden plates filled instantly with a dazzling array of food. Steam rose in fragrant curls, making the entire hall burst with delicious aromas. Tom's appetite stirred despite himself. Even though he had sampled countless dishes before, Hogwarts house elves had a certain magic touch. He had just finished 2 crispy fried fish when Snape swept back into the hall. The potions master leaned down to whisper something into Dumbledore's ear. Then, with grim faces, McGonagall and Sprout were also summoned, the group slipping away from the table in silence. They've gone to deal with Potter, I bet, Draco muttered gleefully. His pale eyes glinted with smug satisfaction. But everyone else was far too busy eating to echo his gloating remarks. Even Crabbe and Goyle couldn't spare a word, their mouths crammed with food. Suddenly. Caw. A clear, ringing phoenix cry split the air, making every student in the Great Hall freeze and look up. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Feathers and Flames. It's a phoenix. After a brief moment of confusion, one of the young wizards finally recognized the fiery bird soaring out of the flames, Fawkes. Merlin's beard, that's the headmaster's phoenix, isn't it? It must be. There are only 2 phoenixes in the entire world, right? I've heard rumors for years that Dumbledore had one, but I've never actually seen it until today. What a sight. Those feathers, so beautiful. I'd give anything just to touch them once. At the sight of a creature even rarer than a dragon, the students practically lost their minds. Meals forgotten, they all craned their necks upward, eyes fixed on the magnificent bird circling high above the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. Even the professors who had remained at the staff table looked puzzled. Fawkes never came to the Great Hall, he almost exclusively stayed inside the headmaster's office, and even they rarely saw him. Why was he acting so strangely today? The answer revealed itself soon enough. After circling overhead a few times, Fawkes suddenly dove downward. The students grew even more excited, convinced they might finally get a chance to see the phoenix up close. But to their utter astonishment, Fawkes landed directly on Tom's shoulder. Every student nearby froze, staring wide-eyed at him. Some even held their breath, terrified of making the slightest sound that might scare the phoenix away. Yet Fawkes paid no mind to anyone else. Tilting his head slightly, the great bird regarded Tom with bright, clear eyes filled with puzzlement. He had felt the aura of his own kind and followed it here, but why was it radiating from Tom? When they had met before, he hadn't sensed anything like this at all. But Tom knew exactly why. It had everything to do with the Thunderbird bloodline he had recently acquired. The 12 trials never rewarded mediocrity. The dragon bloodline he'd obtained was purer than that of any living dragon, and his Thunderbird blood was even greater than that of the Thunderbird King itself. With phoenixes and thunderbirds being such closely connected magical species, the purer his bloodline became, the stronger the link with phoenixes grew. Of course, they were not the same, their evolutions diverged in different directions, but still, the bond was undeniable. Chirp. Fawkes let out a crisp, melodious cry, as though demanding an explanation. Tom, who could easily understand the meaning, reached up and stroked the phoenix, casually plucking 2 loose feathers before shrugging. Sudden awakening, that's all, he said. Guess that makes us relatives now. If I ever call for your help, you'd better not turn me down. Phoenixes were intelligent, yes, but also astonishingly pure-hearted. Whatever Tom said, Fawkes believed. The bird nuzzled against Tom's cheek affectionately, promising he would never forget his new little brother. The hall collectively froze in shock. Wasn't Fawkes supposed to be Dumbledore's bird? Or was he Tom's now? Could it be? Tom had somehow stolen the headmaster's companion right from under his nose. Daphne and Astoria's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were the closest to the phoenix, close enough to see the faint flames flowing across its magnificent feathers. Tom had just opened his mouth to let them touch the bird when another little fellow decided enough was enough. Roar. The sudden dragon's cry shook the hall, its sheer force knocking several students unconscious on the spot. The rest clutched their heads, dizzy and gasping for breath as the crushing spiritual pressure weighed down upon them. From Tom's pocket crawled Usagi, her proud draconic eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Fawkes. My master's shoulder is mine alone, you filthy feathered pest. Get off. Fawkes understood her meaning well enough, but with a dismissive glance, he remained exactly where he was, even taking the time to preen his feathers arrogantly. Roar. That was the last straw. Usagi's roar was louder this time, and with a burst of fury she lunged, ramming straight into Fawkes. Scree. Fawkes was taken off guard, he hadn't expected his challenger to start a fight so suddenly. Knocked from Tom's shoulder, the phoenix retaliated with a sharp peck at Usagi. Before the stunned eyes of the entire hall, the 2 legendary magical creatures began brawling right in front of them. Tom scrambled to his feet, waving his wand. A sudden updraft of air surged through the hall, lifting both creatures into the sky before they could destroy the feast laid out across the tables. At the staff table, Professor Kettleburn's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A phoenix, and some other mythical beast he had never even seen before, each alone was worth a lifetime of study. Now, however, the great hall was utterly silent. Every single person watched the aerial battle, dumbstruck. Even Tom was speechless, he hadn't expected the 2 of them to actually start fighting. The clash grew fiercer by the second, until Tom realized things were spiraling out of control. With a flick of his wrist, he threw open the heavy oak doors. Usagi, go outside to play. Usagi dared not disobey. With a final lash of her tail, striking Fawkes squarely as she went, she streaked out of the hall. Fawkes, humiliated beyond measure, let out a furious cry and chased after her, both of them leaving the castle behind and unleashing their powers in full. Meanwhile, out on the school grounds, Dumbledore and several professors had just finished dealing with Harry and Ron when they turned to inspect the battered Whomping Willow. The tree had suffered terribly, a victim of misfortune. Its once proud trunk now leaned at an awkward 30-degree angle, several branches had been snapped clean off, and its remaining limbs drooped lifelessly. Professor Sprout nearly wept with heartbreak. She wanted to approach and heal it, but the willow, still on edge after being rammed by a flying car, lashed its branches furiously at anyone who dared come close. Snape, however, never missed a chance to make Harry's life miserable. Leaning toward Dumbledore, he said softly. The restriction of Underage Sorcery Act is clear enough. And on top of that, they've damaged a priceless ancient tree. Albus, this behavior is disgraceful. It tarnishes the reputation of the entire school. I strongly recommend expelling them. Snape had never believed in prophecy. But he knew his old master, Voldemort, did. That was why he genuinely wanted Harry expelled. To send him back to the Muggle world, where he could live out his days quietly and safely, that, in Snape's eyes, would be the greatest protection. But Dumbledore clearly shared Voldemort's belief in the prophecy. Expelling Harry was never an option in his mind. Severus, Dumbledore said calmly, his eyes fixed on the damaged willow, the purpose of a school is to teach children what may and may not be done. If we simply expel them at every mistake, then the school itself ceases to have meaning. The punishment will be left to Minerva. They are, after all, her students. Professor McGonagall's expression remained as severe as ever, betraying not the slightest trace of leniency. Chapter 180, Firestorm over Hogwarts. They were all her students. Even though she understood what Dumbledore meant, and knew he was trying to protect Potter and Weasley, the words still sounded unbearably harsh in her ears. Snape curled his lip but knew just as well that he couldn't do anything about those two. "Pomona, how's the situation?" Still within control, Professor Sprout replied, circling the Whomping Willow. She used a Lumos charm to carefully inspect the damaged sections. "Professor Snape, I'll need your help brewing a batch of specialized nutrient potion, and I'll also need medical bandages. Many of the branches can still be healed." "No problem. As for the ones that can't be fixed, give them to me. I just happen to need a supply of Whomping Willow branches." Snape's eyes gleamed greedily. After all, there was only one Whomping Willow in all of Britain, and Sprout guarded it like her own child. In this light, Harry had somehow ended up helping him. All of them. Sprout glared at Snape's opportunism and was about to argue when the night sky split with the clash of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Fawkes burst out of the castle like a blazing fireball, igniting the darkness with his glow. Across from him, Usagi was equally unwilling to yield. Mysterious golden patterns lit up along her body as the two mythical beasts tangled in the sky. Even Dumbledore was stunned. What in Merlin's name? Why had they suddenly started fighting again? And what was this strange magical creature? To be able to go toe-to-toe with Fawkes. A commotion followed as waves of students poured out of the castle. Who cared about supper anymore? Watching a phoenix battle was worth far more than pumpkin pasties. Tom ran ahead of everyone, worried Usagi might suffer. She had eaten plenty of meteor fragments, but she was still only a 2.5-month-old hatchling, young and inexperienced. But things weren't as bad as he'd feared. Usagi was clever. The moment she had taken to the skies, she had secretly stacked layer upon layer of dragon dance, increasing both her speed and power until she could meet Fawkes blow for blow. The phoenix beat his wings rapidly, gathering a blazing fireball at his chest. The sphere swelled until it was larger than Fawkes himself, then shot forward like a miniature sun. "Usagi, hyper beam!" Tom couldn't help shouting. To hell with being a wizard, in that moment, he was a Pokemon master, dragon trainer Tom. Roar. Usagi opened her jaws and unleashed a violet beam laced with sheer destructive force. It not only scattered the fireball but also forced Fawkes to dive lower to avoid it. The phoenix glared at Tom as he dodged, his golden eyes sharp. Really? This cheeky little brat was ordering that ugly dragon to attack him. Tom met Fawkes' gaze and offered a sheepish grin. Couldn't help myself. Carry on, I won't interfere. Screech. Usagi seized the chance to stack 2 more dragon dances before launching herself skyward again. Riddle, my boy, is this your pet? Dumbledore, along with several professors, had gathered at Tom's side. As they all gazed at Usagi, who was growing fiercer by the moment, a strange glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Her form was unlike that of any pureblood dragon, yet the aura of draconic might she carried outstripped even them. Not even the proudest Hungarian horntail could compare, let alone any half-blooded wyvern. Yes, Tom admitted with a nod. Her name is Usagi. I came across her by accident during the summer holidays. It looks like she's had a little quarrel with Fawkes. He spread his hands with mock innocence. She's a bit possessive. When she saw Fawkes perched on my shoulder earlier, she wasn't happy about it. That's all this is. Really, Tom was using this as a chance to let her stretch her wings. Since birth, Usagi had never had a proper fight. She spent her days either eating, sleeping, or clinging to him affectionately. If that went on much longer, she might end up a spoiled, useless dragon. Dumbledore's mouth twitched at his explanation, but he didn't intervene. He wanted to observe this strange magical beast a little longer. Snape, however, stared at Tom with a mixture of frustration and envy. Why did every good thing fall into this boy's lap? Normally he wouldn't care about magical beasts, but something strong enough to rival a phoenix. Where in Merlin's name had this brat found it? Couldn't someone let him stumble on one as well? Scree! As Usagi stacked more dragon dances, the playful Fawkes began to realize something was wrong. He dropped his games and ignited in earnest, his body cloaked in blinding, sacred flames. His aura surged, so overwhelming even Dumbledore's eyes widened. For Usagi to push Fawkes this far, unbelievable. The very air grew scorching. Fawkes blazed like a second sun in the midnight sky, while Usagi roared back, hurling an energy sphere upward. The blast ripped through the clouds before exploding, scattering a rain of meteors across the heavens. Fawkes crashed through several of them with fiery dives, but fragments still struck the ground, blasting craters into the earth. Others plunged into the black lake, throwing up towering waves that sent terrified students scrambling back. The meteors had looked harmless while they burned above, but when they hit, everyone finally understood just how devastating Usagi's power truly was. Bang! Fawkes slammed into Usagi head-on, knocking her spinning through the sky. The phoenix's fire burned so hot that Usagi roared in pain, then climbed higher, her body twisting as she spun. The wind howled in answer, and clouds churned into the beginnings of a monstrous tornado. Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Mr. Riddle, this cannot continue. The students may be caught in the crossfire." But Tom only smiled and shook his head. "Professor, Usagi just took a hit. If I stop her now, she'll sulk for days. As for safety, no need to worry." With a flourish, he raised his wand. A brilliant white glow surged from the tip and spread outward, forming a massive protective barrier that enveloped every single student behind him. Over the past year, the strengthening potions and his own frightening natural growth had transformed him. Tom's magical power was no longer what it used to be. At least. He shot Snape a meaningful glance. Snape caught it, scowled, and snapped furiously, "Riddle. What are you staring at me for?" And so, as the new month began, the battle raged on in the skies. Chapter 181, Command and Contempt. Tom gave a faint smile. "I just thought, Headmaster, that you seem to have aged quite a bit over the holidays." Snape let out a cold snort, casting a glance, half hidden, half accusing, towards Dumbledore. How could he not look worn out? Dumbledore had sent him all across the European continent, chasing after every possible trace of Voldemort. Out of the entire holiday, Snape had barely managed 5 days at home. Dumbledore, however, kept his eyes forward as though he hadn't noticed Snape's silent rebuke. Above them, Usagi was already beginning to display the majesty of a true sky sovereign. The massive currents of air swirled together, forming a storm's eye. A tornado, stretching from earth to heavens, roared into existence, trapping the phoenix at its center. The whirlwind only grew more violent, expanding outward. Just as Dumbledore prepared to intervene and put an end to this little game, the storm abruptly stopped spreading. The tornado's rotation slowed, spun a few seconds longer, then vanished altogether. The result? "Who won?" cried one of the younger wizards who had been knocked into the back row, hopping up and down to see. "It's Usagi." "The phoenix can't get up," another student shouted with excitement. Fawkes lay on the ground, feathers in disarray, unable to rise. Usagi swooped down from the sky in triumph, lashing his tail at Fawkes several times before proudly perching on Tom's shoulder, claiming his sovereignty. A row. All right, I get it, you're amazing," Tom said with a laugh, stroking the little creature before walking over to scoop up Fawkes, gently smoothing his ruffled feathers. The truth was, if Fawkes hadn't underestimated him, Usagi never would have won. But Fawkes had only been toying with the hatchling at first, while Usagi had been building up his dragon dance for more than 10 minutes. In the end, their strength was even, perhaps even tipping in Usagi's favor. Fawkes let out a weak cry. He wasn't exhausted, he was mortified. He, Dumbledore's loyal phoenix, had actually lost. How humiliating. Others couldn't see it, but Fawkes knew very well, Usagi was still just a baby. He had lost to a hatchling. Seizing the moment, Tom spoke in a firm, teacherly voice, "This counts as a first meeting through battle. From now on, it's fine to play, but you must never take it too far. Understand?" Usagi, ever obedient, chirped in acknowledgement. Fawkes, reluctant and sulky, nevertheless rubbed his head against Tom in acquiescence. The boy nodded in satisfaction. "Good. That's how it should be. Don't fight over it, you're both my wings." Dumbledore's lips parted slightly. Wait a moment, wasn't that his bird? But Fawkes hadn't even glanced at him. Seeing that his phoenix clearly had no intention of acknowledging its rightful master, Dumbledore refrained from embarrassing himself further. He simply raised a hand toward the younger wizards. "Children, the duel was splendid, but it's time to return. The welcoming feast is still not over." The students reluctantly shuffled back toward the castle. "We should head inside as well," Dumbledore said to Snape and the others. "Quickly now, we mustn't delay the term." When they returned to the Great Hall, Dumbledore was rather speechless to find that most of the students had abandoned their meals mid-bite just to run outside and watch the commotion. He could only sigh and allow them a bit of extra time to finish. But many barely touched their food before their eyes drifted toward the Slytherin table. More specifically, to the little creature coiled like a scarf around Tom Riddle's neck. Envy filled their gazes, sharp and sour, as though each had downed a goblet of freshly squeezed lemon juice. A pet that was stylish, powerful, and devastating in battle, why didn't they have one? Lockhart's eyes, meanwhile, had turned positively scarlet. He thought this magical beast suited his image perfectly. If he could acquire one of his own, he was sure he'd make the front page of the Daily Prophet every single day. By the time the usual end of the feast drew near, the remaining food on the golden plates had finally disappeared. Dumbledore rose, delivering his well-worn welcome speech and listing a handful of new school prohibitions, most of them courtesy of Filch. The young witches and wizards listened with half an ear, restless and distracted. The ceremony ended in a ragged chorus of the school song. It wasn't until Tom rose from his seat that the Slytherins dared to stand as well, forming into disciplined lines behind him as they followed him out toward the dormitories. The professors exchanged glances, each with their own unspoken thoughts. This Slytherin lot had been remarkably well trained. Professor McGonagall, in particular, couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. Gryffindors were far too unruly, wild, independent, and unwilling to listen to anyone. Even Percy Weasley, their most promising prefect, couldn't truly control them. Especially not with Fred and George undermining him at every turn. Why didn't her house have someone like Riddle, a student capable of commanding such order? Severus, you must share your methods with me sometime, McGonagall said, her tone suddenly uncharacteristically warm. Tell me how you've been guiding Riddle, and how he manages to make even the older students so quiet. Snape. Had he taught Riddle anything? Wasn't this boy simply a natural menace, born with darkness in his blood? Hadn't he, within a single month, already bested every prefect in the house and set his sights on Snape's own position? Don't be so secretive, Severus, McGonagall chided. If Gryffindors would just behave a little better, you'd have fewer headaches yourself, wouldn't you? Yes, yes. Snape replied tonelessly. But I think Riddle's methods may not be suitable for Gryffindor. At the very least, you'd need to find a student of equal brilliance first. McGonagall fell silent. The other two heads, who had been listening closely, also fell into silence. Each of them felt a twinge in their hearts. If such a student existed, would they really be here begging Severus Snape for advice? They had always assumed Riddle was merely an extraordinarily talented boy. But that wide-reaching shield charm earlier, protecting more than 1,000 people at once, had forced them to confront the truth. Until now, Riddle had been hiding his true strength. Or perhaps he had simply never had the chance to display it. A school-wide protection spell of that scale, among all Hogwarts, only the heads of houses, and Dumbledore himself, might even come close. Snape noticed the wounded looks on their faces, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward despite himself. Exquisite. At last, for once, it wasn't he being tormented by Riddle. Instead, he could use Riddle's terrifying prowess to torment them. Tonight, he decided, called for a celebratory drink, or two. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room. The first years, exhausted after a long day, thought they could finally rest once they were shown their dormitories. But no sooner had the rooms been assigned than the seventh-year prefects ordered them to stay. What I told you earlier, that was the school's rules. Now. The prefect's voice dropped low and stern, it's time I explained the rules of Slytherin. Remember this, the house's rules always outweigh the school's rules. If anyone dares doubt it, well, they're welcome to try breaking them. Chapter 182, The Invisible Prefect's Trial. Tom sat in his exclusive seat, idly stroking the smooth neck of Usagi, while the line of trembling new students stood before him in two neat rows. Originally, Tom had wanted Astoria to return and rest, but the little witch obediently chose to stand among her classmates. He couldn't bring himself to say anything against it. Suddenly, Tom's hand froze. Usagi tilted its head curiously at its master, puzzled why he had stopped moving. Tom just felt, something about this whole scene seemed wrong. Why did this look more and more like Voldemort holding a Death Eater meeting? No, not quite. At least Voldemort's Death Eaters got to sit down. Here, every single one of these new Slytherins had to stand like trembling lackeys. Quickly tossing away that wicked thought, Tom straightened and continued explaining Slytherin's rules to the newcomers, chief among them the invisible prefect system, along with the privileges it entailed. The privileges weren't many, but the most important was status. That alone made several first-years' eyes gleam with desire, as if this position had been created just for them. This year, however, Tom unveiled a brand new benefit, or one might call it a salary. Every month, each invisible prefect will receive 3 anonymous assignments, in any subject. He let the words sink in. Of course, this benefit can also be used for trade. How you use it is entirely up to you. The room stirred immediately. Even the upper years' expressions shifted. 3 assignments. Even skipping one was enough to make a student's heart sing. 3 entire assignments could clear an entire weekend, giving them 2 days of pure freedom. And where did these mysterious anonymous assignments come from? Well, they owed thanks to the ordinary students, those who offered their homework as support for the invisible prefect's work. Tom waved his hand, and the senior students ushered the first years aside. Chairs and tables obediently flew to the walls in neat order. Then he cast an undetectable extension charm, instantly doubling the size of the common room. Hogwarts Castle, after all, was one of the most powerful magical artifacts in Britain. Changing its inner structure was no easy feat. Last year Tom couldn't even attempt it. This year, he could barely manage, though the effect would only last a day before the castle restored itself. The first years may just watch for now, Tom announced. From second year onwards, the former invisible prefects must step forward and accept challenges. Zabini and Daphne stepped out at once. Tom rarely managed the day-to-day affairs himself. Zabini was the one who bore most responsibilities, so naturally he would be the one to face challenges. The girls' line all shuffled back a step. Among the boys, however. I want to challenge. Draco Malfoy swaggered forward, nostrils high, walking as if he owed the world nothing. Blaze, you spend all your time hugging cauldrons. Let me help Tom share the burdens instead. Malfoy had finally realized that proximity to power makes you part of power. Everyone treated Zabini with 3 parts respect, why shouldn't it be him instead? Zabini hadn't expected anyone to actually challenge him, let alone Malfoy, the boy he disliked most. His fury rose like wildfire. No words were wasted. They went through the formal motions perfunctorily, then wands were raised. X. Stupefy. Bang. A streak of red light struck Malfoy squarely. He collapsed instantly, fast asleep, snoring as his head smacked the floor hard enough to raise a lump. He didn't stir. Youthful sleep was simply too deep. Anyone else? Zabini roared, chest swelling with pride. His stunning spell was the special version Tom had taught him, faster to cast and quicker to fire than the ordinary kind. Against peers, it was pure one-sided slaughter. The room went quiet. No one dared step forward. Only after a long pause did Tom signal Zabini to step back and let the third years proceed. Slytherins were mostly purebloods. With access to summer training, guidance from family, and resources at hand, any student with ambition for the invisible prefect position would have trained relentlessly over the break. Parents, seeing their children motivated, would pour in every effort to help. Thus, after just one holiday, everyone's level had improved significantly. Several positions shifted hands. Even a 6th-year male prefect was defeated, by Rosier. The boy's face was as dark as soot afterward. Rosier, victorious, turned and gave Tom a flattering smile. Tom only felt bemused. Something about both Rosiers had seemed strange recently, though he couldn't put a finger on it. Still, when it came to overall Slytherin ability, Tom was satisfied. Test scores aside, in actual combat no other house could match them. And that was enough. If a real fight broke out, what mattered was spells and fists, not waving a parchment of grades in your enemy's face. Finally, it was the first year's turn. Most of them couldn't even cast proper spells yet, so the duels devolved into clumsy fistfights. The older students laughed until their sides hurt. They had all been through this stage once, but now that they had grown, mocking their juniors felt perfectly natural. The first years flushed crimson, each swearing silently to master combat magic as soon as possible. Astoria did not participate in the contest. One of her roommates had secured the female prefect position, and with Daphne's guidance, Astoria would never be wronged. It was late by the time things concluded. Tom dismissed everyone with a wave and retreated to his own dormitory. After washing up, he lay on his bed and slipped into the learning space. The summer had been consumed by trials and alchemy, leaving his regular magical studies lagging behind. With the new term beginning, it was time to refocus. Practical strength was the foundation of everything. Tom, you don't need to learn new spells right now, Grindelwald's voice drifted through, considering Tom's habits. What you should do is analyze the variations of existing spells, study the essence of magic itself. Chapter 183, Shadows and Incantations. Different incantations for the same spell. Tom had never thought about magic from that angle before. Of course incantations weren't universal. After all, Britain hadn't conquered the world. English might be spoken by many, but countless other languages still thrived. So the exact same spell could be spoken differently in each country, even within the same country, variations existed. The incantations Andrus had taught him were mostly in ancient Mycenaean, a language Tom had to spend a long time studying just to grasp. Grindelwald, on the other hand, because of the more connected modern world, used incantations that translated neatly into Tom's English, so Tom had never faced any barriers learning from him. Can you explain in more detail? Tom asked humbly, seeking guidance. Have you ever read Plato's Republic? There's a parable in it, the allegory of the cave, Grindelwald countered with a question of his own. Tom nodded. A group of prisoners live chained inside a cave, unable to move or turn their heads. Before them lies only a wall, and behind them burns a fire, casting shadows onto that wall. To them, the shadows are the entirety of the world, until one prisoner escapes the cave and sees the true world outside. But then he begins to wonder, how do I know this is reality? Grindelwald smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Unlike most of the fools in the magical world, you don't need me to waste my breath on the basics. In truth, wizards are nothing more than prisoners chasing after glimpses of the real world. Spells are but shadows, reflections of a true existence, yet not the existence itself. Each person sees the shadows differently, and yet all these differences point toward the same essence. The true object behind the shadow. Tom interjected, already following his train of thought. Yes, Grindelwald said softly. Because of geographical and cultural differences, wizards have found countless ways of channeling magical power. But in the end, all paths lead to the same truth. Only by understanding more, by examining a single magic from different perspectives, can you refine your comprehension and one day step out of the cave. And that is the path every king of the century must walk. Tom nodded thoughtfully. His mind flashed to Voldemort. After being rejected for employment at Hogwarts, Voldemort had wandered across foreign lands. No one knew what he encountered, but when he returned, he was already a king of the century, his power rivaling Dumbledore's. Grindlevald too had roamed the globe in his youth, committing crimes everywhere and topping countless nations' wanted lists. Only Dumbledore had been a little more conventional. His biography recorded that, in his early years, he visited most of the world's great magical schools, humbly seeking wisdom. That became the foundation of his vast network of friends and allies. But then Tom's eyes shifted toward Andrus, filled with curiosity. Me. Andrus pointed at himself. Of course. Back then, the farthest you went was Egypt and Persia. How did you break through to become a king of the century? Andrus grinned broadly. How do you think I earned the title Unconquered? Why do you think I fought so many battles in my lifetime? The victor seizes everything from the defeated. In those days, magic hadn't yet formed a rigid system, so every accomplished wizard possessed unique insights and personal techniques. Absorbing their knowledge and their exclusive skills, that alone was enough to crown me as a king of the century. Grindelwald's expression grew dreamy. What a glorious age that must have been, a world of freedom. For a supreme wizard like him, naked survival of the fittest wasn't terrifying at all, it was liberating. So what about me? Tom asked. Should I now go study incantations from France, Germany, maybe even across the Atlantic in the States? Not merely study, Grindelwald shook his head. You must treat yourself as a beginner again. Use clumsy methods. Start from scratch. Do not lean on your current comprehension of magic. If you do, what you gain will be shallow and meaningless. These lessons, Andrus cannot teach you. For now, let me be your instructor. Tom didn't argue. Grindelwald's recognition of him had already climbed to 85%. Whenever he taught, he did so wholeheartedly. Grindelwald drew his wand. We'll start with simple spells. Remember, you must follow my method exactly. No shortcuts. My strongest spell is the levitation charm. Shall we begin with that? Tom asked. No, Grindelwald shook his head firmly. Your levitation charm has already become instinct, almost part of the essence of your magic. There's no way, and no need, to relearn it in another system. We'll start with the stunning spell. Grindelwald made the decision for him and began the day's lesson. Tom felt as if he had traveled back in time, not just to his first year at Hogwarts, but all the way to that very first day he followed Andrus in learning magic. From the angle of his wand grip, the clarity of his pronunciation, even down to the rhythm of his pauses, Tom had to obey Grindelwald's instructions to the letter. It felt unbearably restrictive. Now, his spellcasting relied mostly on willpower and emotion to drive his magic. To return to these rigid, methodical drills felt stifling. And for the first time in a long while, Tom experienced the sting of spell failure. But Grindelwald was pleased. For it meant Tom was truly listening, forcefully stripping away his foundations and treating himself as a novice again. 2 hours passed swiftly before Tom withdrew from the learning space. Even without leaning on his deep well of experience, Tom's innate talent had grown tremendously. His progress remained astonishingly quick. He had already mastered the Demstrang version of the stunning spell, and in the process, uncovered its distinctions from Hogwarts' version. The Demstrang stunning spell emphasized impact. The speed of the spell was unmatched, but it burned too fiercely. Controlling its flight path, or casting it non-verbally, became far more difficult. And as Tom pushed the spell further, he discovered something alarming: the Demstrang version inflicted irreversible damage to the brain. Its very nature had crossed into dark magic. Wait, had Grindelwald just taught him a dark stunning spell? Tom chuckled inwardly. Whatever. If it was useful, he would learn it. Labels didn't matter. In the end, he was the one who would master magic, not the other way around. Chapter 184, Malfoy's Mockery. The next morning, when Tom came to the Great Hall for breakfast, most of his mind was already split off into the learning space, continuing his training with Grindelwald on a new spell, the Disarming Charm. Now, multitasking was nothing difficult for him. He wasn't the only one in a strange state that morning. All around the hall, many students looked pale and weary, showing the telltale signs of having pulled all-nighters. Summer homework was, without a doubt, the most pointless burden imaginable. The diligent students didn't need it, they would study on their own anyway. The lazy ones wouldn't benefit from it either. The only thing homework gave them was sore wrists and the need to waste massive amounts of brain cells fabricating nonsense answers. Tom strongly suspected that most professors didn't even bother reading summer assignments. Or if they did, it was only perfunctory. At least he knew Snape certainly didn't. During the Christmas holidays, the men had only graded Harry's homework, everyone else's had been left untouched. Daphne, at least, looked fairly energetic. She had downed 2 bottles of energy potion. Seeing that Tom appeared deep in thought, she didn't disturb him, quietly sipping her orange juice instead. Suddenly. Stealing a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised at all. When I saw you come home last night, do you know how furious I was? Do you have any idea what it felt like for me and your father when we realized the car was gone? He was so ashamed he nearly dropped dead on the spot. Use that rusty brain of yours for once. You nearly got yourself and Harry killed, and your father nearly lost his job. If you ever pull something like this again, I swear I'll drag you straight home this instant. The shrill roar exploded through the great hall. Dust shook loose from the enchanted ceiling above. Even Tom jumped, abruptly withdrawing from the learning space. At the Gryffindor table, every student looked stricken, their faces pale as parchment. Ron wanted to sink his whole head into his bowl of milk. The other Weasleys were flushed with shame, wishing the ground would swallow them whole. By the time Mrs. Weasley's howler screeched Ginny's name, the poor girl looked seconds from fainting, her face as red as her hair. When the howler finally burned away, the hall remained locked in a suffocating silence for several long seconds. Then. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. The silence shattered. Draco Malfoy stood up, cackling so hard he doubled over, clutching his stomach. Weasley. Did I hear that right? Your father's job is under review, he sneered between bursts of laughter. If he really does get sacked, maybe he can have a little chat with that half-breed oaf. Who knows? Hagrid might share half the gamekeeper's hut with him. Then your family could build a nice little shack out on the lawns. The Slytherin table erupted in raucous laughter, loud enough to rival the howler itself. Tom glanced over. Say what you would about Malfoy, but that mouth of his was pure king of the century material. His cutting words hit like a blade. The Weasleys looked murderous. If looks could kill, Malfoy would have been ash on the floor. Normally, Harry would have jumped up to defend Ron, diverting Malfoy's spite onto himself. But right now, Harry's mind was blank, still reeling from his own mention in the howler. He couldn't even muster a retort, just sat there drowning in guilt. To Tom, it was nothing but well-deserved humiliation. Harry was an idiot, fine, that he could excuse. But Ron Weasley had lived in the wizarding world for 12 years. Not finding any other way to get to Hogwarts. Either he was truly useless, or he thought driving a flying car was cool, and used the blocked platform as an excuse. Either way, it was pure stupidity. And now, to be publicly executed in front of the school. Deserved. Tom quickly finished his plate of crispy fried cod from Iceland, then rose with Daphne and left the hall for Charms class. Professor Flitwick was by far the most indulgent of the teachers. He didn't demand summer homework on the very first lesson. Instead, he told them to turn it in by Friday. Many students sighed with relief. This class didn't introduce any new spells either, just a review of last term's charms. After all, some students hadn't touched their wands all summer, teaching brand new material now would only confuse them further. Bored, Tom lazily practiced the twist spell. That was when the familiar ding of the system echoed in his mind. Detected, host has applied knowledge in practical use. Alchemical invention purchased by the British Ministry of Magic. Reward, 1,000 credits, 2,000 achievement points. Tom's eyes lit up at once. Just as he had guessed. Practical applications of his learning, creating new inventions, also counted as academic contributions, earning him system rewards. But this was only the beginning. He had plenty more inventions up his sleeve. His credits would soon grow abundant. Not to mention his pet project, WhatsApp. Once perfected, the academic points and achievements it could generate would be astronomical. He might even one day sustain his transcendent state indefinitely. Mr. Riddle, is something amusing? Professor Flitwick had appeared before him at some point, watching Tom sit there grinning to himself. At last, curiosity got the better of him. Tom snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. Nothing, Professor. I just accidentally hit myself with a laughing spell. He gave his wand a playful flick, and instantly, Zabini, sitting in front, burst out giggling uncontrollably. Watching Zabini laugh like a fool, not cracked up as well. Soon the laughter spread contagiously through the classroom, until finally even Professor Flitwick himself was chuckling in defeat. The lesson ended in waves of laughter, and students from both houses hurried off toward the greenhouses for herbology. But Professor Sprout wasn't her usual cheerful self today. Her face was tight and grim, as though something had deeply unsettled her. Professor, what's wrong? Tom leaned forward, asking softly. Sprout forced a strained smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just before class, Professor Lockhart questioned my professional expertise in herbology. Tom blinked. Of course, if Lockhart was involved, then it was hardly surprising. "Mr. Riddle, what brings you here?" Sprout asked, tilting her head. Tom finally voiced his request. "Yesterday I noticed the Whomping Willow dropped quite a few branches and leaves. Would you mind letting me have some?" Chapter 185, The Whomping Willow's Secret Potential. The Whomping Willow had an extraordinary sensitivity to magic, and Tom wondered if it could be used as a substitute for several ingredients in the WhatsApp project, thereby lowering the overall cost. At present, producing one chatbook cost about 100 galleons, and that was after Nicholas Flaml had lent him a hand. In the beginning, when Tom first attempted to make them, each chapbook cost over 300 galleons, excluding the hefty labor fees charged by alchemists. 100 galleons was an amount many wizarding families could still afford. But to the stubborn, old-fashioned wizarding world, spending 100 galleons to change their way of communication was clearly unrealistic. After all, how much did it all cost to keep? A year's worth of feed wouldn't even exceed 2 galleons. Tom had a vision: only if the cost dropped below 50 galleons could the chapbook truly have a foothold in the market. Ideally, he hoped to bring it down to under 20. And if the Whomping Willow really worked as a replacement material, the cost might plummet by nearly 1,000 galleons in total. When Professor Sprout heard his idea, she frowned slightly. But, most of the Whomping Willow's branches and extracts were requisitioned by Professor Snape. The rest I've kept back are already in use. In the head of house's hands, then. Tom did not look disappointed. In fact, he seemed delighted. "Thank you, Professor. I'll just go straight to him and ask." To ask favors of others meant owing them, but to ask Snape. That was something Tom could do with full confidence. Professor Sprout thought the two of them must have a good relationship, so requesting a few things wouldn't be an issue. She smiled faintly and waved Tom into the greenhouse. If Snape himself had heard her assumption, he would have roared, "Who the hell has a good relationship with him?" Today, we'll be repotting mandrakes. Can anyone tell me what properties mandrakes have? This lesson wasn't shared with Gryffindor, so Tom had no competition. He alone raised his hand. The mandrake, also called mandragora, is a powerful restorative. It can be used in brewing the restorative draught, the antidote to petrification, and other potions that cure curses or restore a transformed body to its original form. Excellent. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor Sprout said generously, before launching into an explanation of the mandrake's dangers. The cry of a fully grown mandrake was lethal. Fortunately, the ones in the greenhouse were all juveniles, still dangerous, but not deadly. Their cries merely caused dizziness, headaches, and risk of unconsciousness. On the work tables lay about 100 juvenile mandrakes, greenish-purple seedlings lined up neatly in trays. "Each of you, take a pair of earmuffs." At her words, the students surged forward in a noisy rush. Daphne was the quickest. She snatched a pair of soft, bright pink earmuffs and turned back toward Tom with a grin. "Hee hee." The mischievous girl placed them firmly on his head. A few Ravenclaw girls noticed and giggled behind their hands. Tom helplessly poked Daphne's forehead with a finger, but he didn't take the earmuffs off. Once everyone was muffled, Professor Sprout demonstrated the repotting process. Under the wide-eyed gaze of the class, she grabbed the leaves of a mandrake and yanked it free of the soil. What came out was no root at all, but a revolting little baby with wrinkled green skin. Its mouth opened wide in a wailing scream, but thanks to the earmuffs, no one could hear it. Only after she had transferred it into a fresh pot did she signal them to remove their earmuffs. "Follow my steps carefully, and keep your earmuffs on at all times. I'm sure none of you want to spend the first day of term unconscious. All right, you may begin." Heeding her warning, the young witches and wizards were suddenly much more obedient. Even insults hurled at their partners went unheard, replaced by careful work. The students divided into groups of 4. Tom and Daphne were paired with Ravenclaw's Padma Patil and Millicent Bulstrode. Padma was easily the most beautiful second year in Ravenclaw, her Aryan heritage lending her striking features. Fair-skinned and elegant, with a touch of exotic charm, she drew plenty of attention. She seemed fascinated by Tom. Even with her earmuffs on, she smiled brightly and gestured animatedly in an attempt to converse. Daphne, however, acted as though she hadn't seen a thing. She didn't consider Padma a threat in the slightest, especially since she'd heard Tom's less than flattering opinions of certain customs from the East. Even now, the thought made her shudder. "Ah!" Millicent Bulstrode cried out, her face twisting. A juvenile mandrake had clamped its teeth down on her finger. Despite its infant form, its bite was surprisingly powerful. "Stupefy." Tom reacted instantly. A flash of red light struck the mandrake baby, and it slumped unconscious, eyes rolling back. Blood welled from the deep indentations in Bulstrode's finger where its teeth had pierced her skin. Daphne had medical bandages with her, but she wasn't sure if mandrake bites were venomous. She looked to Tom, and only when he nodded did she begin wrapping Bulstrode's hand. Compared to most Slytherins, Tom and Daphne truly were outliers, almost a breath of fresh air in their house's reputation. After that incident, Bulstrode grew too frightened to handle the mandrakes directly. She stuck to preparing the compost, while Tom took over the transplanting. Any mandrake that resisted, Tom stunned with a quick jinx before firmly pushing it into its new pot. Ugly little things, he thought, worse than spoiled brats. By the end, their group had repotted 20 mandrakes, far more than any other. Professor Sprout was delighted, awarding both houses 10 points each. Mr. Riddle, I must say, your repotting technique is remarkably skilled. Have you worked with mandrakes before? Yes, Professor, Tom answered smoothly. I spent some time with Mr. Scamander over the summer, working with mature mandrakes. I thought those were ugly enough, but the infants are worse. Professor Sprout wasn't offended by his comment. On the contrary, her eyes lit up with excitement at his earlier words. She looked at him with the awe of a fangirl meeting her idol. You actually met Mr. Scamander? Tom nodded. Yes. I visited him in America this summer. Stayed with him for more than half a month. And how is he? Is his health all right? Every Hufflepuff revered Newt Scamander. Even their head of house was no exception. Tom's expression turned solemn. Very well. Still walks with vigor. I could hardly keep up with him. Professor, I even brought back several of his signed books. I'll bring one for you next lesson. Oh, how kind. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Professor Sprout beamed, practically glowing with delight. She told him that if he ever needed materials or ran into difficulties, he was welcome to come to her at any time. She even gave him several branches of the Whomping Willow, taken from her own carefully rationed supply. Chapter 186, The Fraud and the Treasure. Autographed photos. Potter, you're handing out autographed photos now. As Tom passed through the gardens, Draco's sharp, mocking voice cut through the air. Harry, looking utterly flustered, was being dragged forward by an eager first year. Line up, everyone. Malfoy barked at the passing students, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Harry Potter is giving out autographed photos. Shut up, Malfoy. I'm not. Harry snapped, his face red. You're just jealous. Ron jabbed his finger at Malfoy's nose, furious. Even if you wanted to give someone your autograph, do you think anyone would want it? Oh, I'll make sure your name is right at the top of my petition when you get expelled. Malfoy clutched his throat dramatically and sneered, next time you cause trouble, Potter, you can just pack your bags and crawl back home. A roar of laughter burst out from the Slytherins around them. Ron had already pulled out his wand, ready to hex Malfoy, when someone strode into the scene. What's going on here? Lockhart had arrived, his eyes gleaming the moment he spotted a camera in the crowd. Malfoy instantly realized the situation had turned against him and slinked away with his cronies. Lockhart, however, seized the opportunity to grab Harry and pose with him, demanding Colin take several photos. Riddle. Mr. Riddle. Just as Tom was about to step into the castle, Lockhart's voice rang out behind him. Yes, Professor Lockhart. Tom frowned slightly. He had no dealings with this fraud of a man. Why was Lockhart suddenly singling him out? Mr. Riddle, Lockhart beamed, his unnaturally white teeth glinting, exactly 8 on display, no more, no less. If you've read Travels with Trolls or Holidays with Hags, you'd know that I'm something of an expert in magical creatures. That extraordinary beast of yours, Usagi, was it? Why, she's a species I've never even heard of. Simply priceless in research value. He rubbed his hands together eagerly and lowered his voice. Where did you find her? If you tell me, perhaps I could try my luck as well. Lockhart firmly believed that a flamboyant, exotic pet would enhance his heroic image. He was already eyeing not only Usagi but also Fawkes the Phoenix. If he could acquire such companions, perhaps people would start placing him in the same league as Dumbledore himself. Tom immediately understood his angle, and a sneer tugged at his lips. Professor, there's an old saying I suspect you've never heard before. Oh. And what would that be? With his limited wit and shallow charm, Lockhart failed to detect Tom's sarcasm. A treasure belongs only to those of virtue. Tom spoke leisurely. In other words, only the truly noble can gain the kind of wondrous treasures beyond ordinary imagination. Usagi wasn't something I went searching for, she chose to leave the hands of the unworthy. He leaned in slightly, his tone sharp beneath its calmness. Since the magical beasts of the world haven't chosen you, Professor, it simply proves your character falls short. The boy clapped Lockhart's shoulder with the air of a senior advising a junior, his voice cutting with irony. So rather than coveting others' companions, Professor, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. Maybe the truth is simple, you're just too lacking for them to acknowledge you. Leaving Lockhart's face a blotchy mix of blue and white fury, Tom strode past him into the castle without a backward glance. He had no intention of wasting words on a charlatan like this. With Lockhart's meager wits, Tom could easily flatter him into surrendering both credits and reputation points. But that would be degrading. Magic was meant to grant freedom, to live unrestrained, to bow to no one. If he had to lower himself and fawn upon frauds just to earn a handful of points, then wouldn't he be nothing more than the system's slave? No. Tom Riddle would earn his rewards standing tall. Ahem. That said, of course, the real reason was because Tom had already discovered far more reliable ways to gain points. If it were still last year, when he had to scrape and save every ounce of progress, he might very well have already tricked Lockhart blind. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Lockhart gave a cold snort and stiffly stalked away. At lunch, Tom studied the timetable for the term. He noticed that Slytherin and Gryffindor had very few joint classes this semester, only Transfiguration and Potions were shared. The schedule was heavier than last term, though still far from burdensome. When he looked up, he noticed Snape seated in his usual spot. Tom flicked his fingers, and an origami crane glided through the air, landing lightly in front of the potions master. The old bat froze mid-motion, just about to cut into his steak. Lifting his gaze, he saw Tom watching him calmly. With narrowed eyes, Snape unfolded the paper crane and scanned its contents. His expression tightened. Half an hour later, in a side chamber off the entrance hall. Snape swept inside, his robes billowing, the chill of his presence filling the room. Riddle. One summer was all it took for you to grow so arrogant you dare demand a professor come to you. Professor, no need to be so irritable. Tom calmly handed him a cup of tea. I simply wish to save time. You have 3 classes to teach this afternoon, and I, too, have tasks awaiting me. What do you want? Snape folded his arms, his dark eyes scrutinizing the boy. Truthfully, after term began, Snape had considered arranging another duel with Tom, to test whether the boy had squandered his summer. But after witnessing the clash between Usagi and Fawkes, he had wisely abandoned the idea. No point challenging someone who might fight 2-on-1 without hesitation. Professor, what I seek are the leaves and bark of your favorite plant. Goodbye. Snape instantly turned on his heel the moment he realized Tom was eyeing his treasured supplies. I never said I wanted them for free. Tom's voice was smooth as silk as he drew out a tiny crystal vial. Its contents shimmered faintly, catching Snape's eye like a hook. The potions master's gaze locked upon the bottle, his cold mask flickering ever so slightly. Chapter 187, The Thunder Essence. What is this? Inside a crystal vial, no larger than half a palm, a sky-blue liquid flowed smoothly, bursting every so often with dazzling arcs of lightning. You can call it lightning elixir. Of course, it actually has a more grandiose name, Thunder Essence, but I doubt you'd understand, so let's keep it simple. Snape shot him a sideways glare. Was I asking for its name? No. I was asking what the devil this thing is. This Thunder Essence, Tom lowered his voice to something deep and mysterious, is no ordinary concoction. It is the very essence condensed from concentrated lightning when a Thunderbird calls down the storm. Mr. Scamander and I endured countless perils to obtain it. We even battled Thunderbirds for half a month before eking out a hard-won victory. The truth? Tom had summoned the storms himself and condensed the lightning painstakingly over half a month. In reality, he'd nearly overfed every young Thunderbird in the area. But phrasing it the way he did wasn't technically a lie. And the effect of this so-called Thunder Essence, well, Newt's hypothesis that higher-tier energy could purify the bloodline of magical beasts had already been proven true. The Thunderbird's reaction to the lightning elixir was eerily similar to unicorns when they saw Tom's patronus, fascinated, restless, nearly reverent. When Tom left, he had even given them a portion of the elixir as a parting gift. They almost tore each other apart for it, and it took Tom's stern command to force them into dividing it evenly. Those that drank it each gained benefits, ironically, the weaker ones gained the most. Newt was already drafting a paper on bloodline purification, with Tom as the first author. Another hefty pile of credits and achievement points would soon be his. Snape eyed the vial suspiciously. The glowing electric plasma inside shimmered like a storm bottled in glass. Though doubtful of Tom's dramatic claims, he could not deny that he had never seen anything quite like it. The essence of condensed lightning. What could it possibly be used for? Tom sighed, exasperated, as though scolding a dim student. Professor, you're the potions master here. I'm just a mere second year with a little talent. Why do you always insist on asking me? I won't give you any hints, my ideas would only interfere with your creativity. Inspiration must be born naturally. Snape sneered coldly and gave a curt nod. I see. You've brought me something you haven't even researched yourself, just to trick me. How can such a noble transaction between student and teacher be called a trick? Tom tilted his head back, admiring the ornate carvings on the ceiling as though they were the masterpiece of a grand sculptor. Really, Snape was too humorless. Everyone knew you don't call out the obvious. No wonder he had no friends. The man was already busy to death every day. How could he possibly have time to research new materials? Class is about to begin, Professor. Have you changed your mind yet? Tom pressed. Changed it. Snape's tone was reluctant, but the glint in his eyes betrayed his fascination. He could not resist new ingredients. Give me some Thunderbird feathers as well. Take them, take them. I even have Thunderbird bones, consider them a gift. Snape's brows furrowed. The boy was far too generous. That could only mean he had plenty of Thunderbird materials stashed away. Why hadn't he asked for more earlier? Damn it. He'd let himself be outplayed. Follow me. Snape's face darkened, his expression one of grim resignation, as he led Tom away to collect the goods. The sun was sinking, the twilight sky like molten gold spilling across the castle walls. The Quidditch pitch glowed faintly in the dying light, while thin trails of smoke drifted lazily from Hagrid's hut, curling into shapes that resembled people before vanishing with the breeze. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Tom lifted the disillusionment charm. He pulled out his enchanted card case and enlarged it. Moments later, a massive unicorn bounded into view, hooves thundering joyfully against the ground. After 2.5 months away from their old home, the unicorn herd was brimming with excitement. They galloped freely through the woods, startling flocks of birds into flight. They circled their territory once, driving out the magical creatures that had dared occupy it in their absence, before trotting back to Tom's side. You lot should stay here most of the time. When the holidays come, I'll take you away again. The little pocket world is too dull for you. Under Newt's guidance, Tom had remodeled his miniature world, splitting it into 25 distinct regions, each independently expanded. When pieced together, the total area was nearly 1/3 the size of the Forbidden Forest. If he were willing to pay the steep price in magic and effort, it could grow even larger, but there was no real need. Size wasn't everything. To sustain a real world, a complete ecological chain was required: climate, terrain, flora, fauna. Newt had spent decades constructing his pocket world, and still had to dedicate immense time daily to its upkeep. Tom, for now, had no plans to invest so much. Most smaller magical creatures weren't picky and could live comfortably in the pocket space, but unicorns belonged in the Forbidden Forest, free and wild. Why? Leo and Milo trotted over, rubbing against him, not so much out of attachment, but more like reminding their human caretaker to feed them regularly. You greedy gluttons, Tom scolded with a smile. If I find you've gotten fat next time, I'll ship you straight off to Newt. Winnie. Don't even try to act cute. It won't work. Just as Tom finished, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from the thicket. He looked up. Soon enough, a centaur emerged. You are Firenze. Tom raised a brow, faint recognition flickering across his face. Truth be told, he wasn't great with faces. Half the Gryffindors looked the same to him, let alone centaurs. Greetings, Tom Riddle. Firenze dipped his head courteously, then bowed slightly toward the 3 unicorns. In the centaur's worldview, unicorns represented purity and sanctity, their status almost divine. I was patrolling nearby, Firenze explained, when I sensed a disturbance in our territory. So I came to investigate. You're far more polite than the rest of your kin, Tom replied with a faint smile. At least you don't call me fool. Firenze shook his head. It is not a matter of politeness. My people speak from habit. I, however, choose to speak with regard to your feelings. Tom snorted softly. Not caring about others' feelings is nothing more than arrogance dressed as tradition. Chapter 188, Ultimatum in the Forest. The centaurs never cared for human feelings. To them, this forest was theirs, and to them alone it belonged. Tom sneered. You don't care about what we feel. This arrogance of yours is laughable. Firenze fell silent. This time, he could not defend his kin, for Tom had spoken the truth. The centaurs believed themselves wiser than humans, while humans, in turn, saw centaurs merely as magical creatures with a touch of intelligence and culture. That contradiction could never be reconciled. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Firenze clearly had no desire to tangle with Tom. The boy was far too domineering, nothing like Dumbledore, who could be reasoned with. Don't be in such a rush. You've come just in time. Tom's voice halted him. Even if you hadn't shown up today, I was going to visit your tribe and speak to your leader. Firenze involuntarily took 2 steps back. Riddle, the centaurs have not provoked you. You've misunderstood. Tom curled his lip. This isn't about revenge. It's about a necessity. I've heard that every centaur is a master of herbology, with knowledge far different from wizards. I wish to hire a centaur as my personal tutor in the subject. That is impossible, Riddle. Firenze instantly shook his head. Centaurs never share their knowledge with humans, nor do they engage in such trades. Don't be so quick to refuse. The smile on Tom's face thinned, hardening into something sharp. This isn't a trade. It's a debt to be collected. You've lived in the Forbidden Forest for so many years, has anyone ever asked you to pay rent for the land you occupy? That is a matter between us and Dumbledore, Firenze retorted coldly. It's not your concern. Tom's expression darkened completely. Sensing his master's shift in mood, Usagi burst forth, its mighty dragon eyes glowing with a sovereign fury. The crushing weight of its dragon's aura forced Firenze back again, fear flashing in his gaze. Aerg. A dragon's roar ripped the sky open. The entire forest trembled, shaking to its roots. Countless magical creatures and wild beasts scattered in panic, fleeing desperately from the suffocating oppression of dragon might. Tom spoke calmly, almost coldly. Nature is ruled by the law of the strong. Firenze, as Dumbledore's student, I cannot openly defy him. But even he cannot stop the slaughter of magical beasts. Riddle, are you threatening me? Firenze's veins stood out on his neck, fury blazing in his eyes. Even as one who leaned toward humanity, his anger now overflowed. That's right, Tom said icily. I am threatening you. Not only you, all the centaurs in this forest can become Usagi's next meal. Little one, he addressed the dragon, you've been feasting on meteorites for so long. A change of flavor wouldn't be bad, would it? Usagi roared again in eager response. Though centaurs didn't look particularly appetizing, since its master had spoken, it would treat them as a sweet after-dinner snack. A beam of destructive light began to form in its mouth, gathering its deadly brilliance. One word from Tom, and Firenze would collapse instantly. Under that suffocating dragon's might, Firenze felt utterly powerless. No matter how centaurs denied their status as mere magical beasts, their trembling under the aura made them no different. Not yet, little one. Tom lifted his hand, and the violet glow of destruction faded. I'll give the centaurs one day. Tomorrow, at this same time and place, I expect your answer. Usagi, you'll stay with him. If I don't call you back by then, attack. Aerg. Tom's final ultimatum thundered into the air. He gave Firenze no chance to argue, but rose into the sky and disappeared from the Forbidden Forest. Only Firenze remained, his expression shifting between rage and dread, while the dragon's predatory eyes lingered on him like a death sentence. Pure blood. The password opened the common room door. The moment Tom stepped in, he was met with a wave of noise and excitement. Descending the stone steps, he saw that nearly half the house had gathered. At the center of the crowd stood Malfoy, flanked by several Quidditch players. The students parted instinctively, creating a clear path for Tom to walk forward. Each Quidditch player clutched a brand new broom, caressing it with almost tender reverence, as if it were a lover. Malfoy, face glowing with pride, was introducing them eagerly. The Nimbus 2001, its top speed is 10% faster than the 2000 model. Acceleration is up by 20%. Compared to the Clean Sweep or the Comet, they're simply leagues apart. Nothing else even comes close. This year, the Quidditch Cup is ours for sure. That's incredible, Draco. Marcus Flint's massive hand came down on Malfoy's shoulder with a slap that nearly knocked him off balance. Thanks to you, our team has never been stronger. A talent like you shouldn't be wasted off the pitch. Draco, I formally invite you to join the Quidditch team. Our seeker graduated last year. Would you like the position? Of course. Malfoy's voice shook with excitement. All summer long, he had pestered his father for this chance. Becoming the Seeker meant he could finally face Harry Potter directly. Watching the scene, Tom felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Wasn't this exactly how the High-Shing team recruited new players? Tom. You came at the perfect time. Malfoy spotted him at once, snatched up the extra Nimbus 2001 from the table, and hurried over with a fawning smile. Tom, this is a birthday gift from my father. Unfortunately, the shop didn't have them in stock during the summer, so it only just arrived today. I hope you don't mind the delay. The crowd gasped audibly. A Nimbus 2001, for a birthday present. Lucius Malfoy's wealth was staggering. But wasn't he supposed to despise half-bloods and muggle-borns? Why would he give Tom such a gift? Then the students remembered. Lucius Malfoy had survived 2 wizarding wars without facing consequences. Of course. This was the talent of a consummate fence-sitter, his true magic was survival. Chapter 189, Hogwarts Stairways and Secrets. Tom did not refuse Lucius Malfoy's gesture of goodwill. He casually accepted the broom and weighed it in his hand. Then thank Mr. Malfoy on my behalf. If he ever has the time, he can come to the school for a cup of tea with me. I'll pass that along, Malfoy said with a dry laugh. He vaguely sensed that his father harbored a certain fear toward Riddle, wanting only to maintain cordial relations and polite appearances, without truly seeking deeper contact. I'll go find Professor Snape right now and secure the Quidditch pitch for this weekend, Marcus Flint declared, not wanting to waste a single moment. With several teammates in tow, he rushed out of the common room. The crowd gradually dispersed. Tom tucked the broom under his arm and headed back to his dormitory. Ever since he had mastered flight magic, flying brooms were of little use to him. Accepting the gift meant nothing more than adding another collectible to his shelf. From its appearance alone, though, the Nimbus was quite impressive, its sleek design worthy of display, like a figurine. That reminded him, Newt had lent him a Nimbus 2000, which was still sitting in his personal pocket world. He had forgotten to return it, and Newt had forgotten to ask for it back. Tom. A soft, sweet voice sounded beside him. Ah, Astoria. How was your very first day at school? Getting used to it? Tom turned with a smile. The silver-haired girl stood obediently nearby, her presence as delicate as moonlight. M.H.M. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Everything is so new and exciting. I nearly got lost on the way to class today. The staircase suddenly changed direction. Luckily, a senior girl helped guide us. Those staircases can be rather troublesome until you get used to them, Tom said. He glanced around, then noticed something amiss. Where's Daphne? Why isn't she with you? Ah, my sister. Astoria gave an awkward little laugh and lowered her voice. She went to the library with Hermione to catch up on homework. Tom sighed helplessly. Just how much homework had Daphne neglected, or perhaps the better question was, how little had she actually done? An entire night spent catching up, and she still hadn't finished. Still, persuading Hermione to help her. That was something. Tom ruffled Astoria's hair, playfully tugging at the little cowlick at the top. Forget about her for now. Come on, I'll take you on a proper tour around the castle. All right. Astoria followed behind him as they began to wander through Hogwarts. The castle had 142 staircases in total. This number excluded the stairways within the 4 common rooms, it only counted the public areas of the castle. It was said the magic of these shifting staircases had been devised by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, partly to ensure young wizards focused on walking instead of running wildly on stairs, but also as a subtle defense mechanism. 1,000 years ago, relations between wizards and muggles had been exceedingly tense. Hogwarts had not only been a place of learning, but also a sanctuary, a fortress to preserve the flame of the wizarding world. This, too, was something Tom found puzzling. Both Andrus and Grindlevald had told him that they were uncertain whether the 4 founders were truly immortal legends. They were undeniably powerful. Back then, before they quarreled, the 4 of them. No, even if only Gryffindor and Slytherin, who had been close friends, had combined their strength, with the level of Muggle technology at the time, sweeping the entire world would have been child's play. So why were they forced into such dire straits? When Slytherin objected to admitting Muggle-born students, he had claimed that these children might reveal the school's existence to their parents, and thus to the wider Muggle world. What exactly was he so afraid of? Not even Andrus, or Grindelwald, could give him an answer. Tom buried the question in his heart and devoted himself to acting as Astoria's tour guide. He opened his enchanted notebook to a fresh page. Each time they passed a staircase, Tom carefully recorded its movement pattern. After 2 hours, he had mapped the rules of nearly every commonly used stairway in the castle, leaving out only those in more remote areas or ones needed solely for elective classes. With a gentle tap of his wand, the written symbols began to twist and shift. Under Astoria's wide-eyed gaze, they transformed into a 3-dimensional map. On the floating image, some staircases stood still while others drifted into motion. How amazing, the young witch exclaimed. Still missing a few, Tom shook his head slightly. Some staircases change trajectory due to outside influences, and those can't be recorded reliably. But this is good enough for now. He reached out and pulled, and the map leapt from the notebook, appearing as a floating projection in midair. With a wave of his hand, the model rotated, each staircase marked with a note explaining its pattern of movement. This should be plenty. If you ever get lost, just pull this out and check. Before long, you'll memorize them all on your own. Astoria hugged the notebook to her chest. The projection vanished, but she quickly discovered how simple it was to summon again. After just 2 tries, she could manage it with ease. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Your notebook even has a navigation function. Did you design it that way from the very beginning? M.H.M., Tom admitted without hesitation. I've planned out many features, though it will take time to bring them all to life. No matter how long it takes, I know you'll succeed, Astoria said earnestly, lifting her face to him, her eyes clear and sincere. Seeing the depth of her trust, Tom smiled and nodded. And when I do, you'll always be the very first to try out the new functions. Astoria opened her mouth to agree, but then hesitated. A rare look of frustration crossed her delicate features. Better not. My sister would just snatch it away anyway. Thinking of Daphne's noisy, impatient personality, both Tom and Astoria glanced at each other, and burst into laughter. Where have you two been? Going out to play without me? When they returned to the common room, Daphne immediately blocked their way, her expression dark with displeasure. She had worked hard to finish her homework at last, expecting Tom to comfort her afterward. Instead, she learned from other students that Tom had long since gone off to explore with Astoria. Her world crumbled instantly. The longer she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Going out without Hermione was one thing, but leaving her behind too. "You've got a lot of nerve," Tom scolded, pinching Daphne's cheek. "As her older sister, you didn't even bother showing Astoria around the school. What were you thinking?" "Exactly," Astoria chimed in, siding with him. "You were too busy with your homework and completely forgot about me." "Well, I didn't mean to forget," Daphne muttered sheepishly, realizing it was indeed her fault. Her temper instantly deflated, and she stuck out her tongue in a playful gesture. Astoria only rolled her eyes. Back at home, her sister had always been the reliable one. But ever since arriving at Hogwarts, she seemed to be regressing instead. Could this all be Tom's fault for spoiling her? Chapter 190, The Weakest Professor at Hogwarts. Astoria rolled her eyes. Back at home, her sister had always been fairly reliable, but ever since coming to Hogwarts, it was as if she'd somehow started aging backwards. Was this all Tom's bad influence? Trying to patch things up, Daphne quickly prepared snacks for the two of them. "That Gilderoy Lockhart is absolutely dreadful," Daphne complained, raising her voice so everyone nearby could hear. "You lot don't know what happened in class today. He couldn't even control a handful of Cornish pixies. If it weren't for Hermione stepping in, several students might have been seriously hurt. As it is, many were scratched up already." Daphne hadn't bothered to keep her voice down, and nearby students perked up at her words. Lockhart had plenty of admirers in Slytherin, and one girl quickly jumped to his defense. "Maybe he just wanted to give us a chance to practice. Haven't you read his books? He's accomplished so many incredible things." "Oh, come off it," Daphne shot back. "He even had his wand stolen by the pixies. A student had to kindly fetch it back for him. Even Quirrell never embarrassed himself that badly." "Or maybe he's just a fraud who makes up stories and writes books," a boy chimed in, backing Daphne. What had begun as idle gossip soon escalated into a heated argument between Lockhart's admirers and his detractors. Unsurprisingly, most of his supporters were girls, while his critics were almost entirely boys. Tom found the entire squabble boring. He told Astoria to head back and rest, then returned to his dormitory. Hogwarts rumor mill worked fast. By the next morning, everyone knew about the fiasco in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Yet when they saw Lockhart striding down the corridors with his usual self-satisfied grin, most dismissed it as a one-off mishap. His fame was still too great, few paid it much mind. What truly shook the school came from another direction, news that Malfoy had donated an entire set of Nimbus 2001s to the Slytherin Quidditch team. The blow hit hardest at Gryffindor, especially their captain, Oliver Wood. At breakfast, he didn't even glance at his plate. He stared fixedly across the table at Marcus Flint, ignoring the fact that he'd just poured pepper into his milk instead of sugar. Flint noticed the look, grinned wickedly, and made a throat-slashing gesture in return. Wood snorted coldly and shoved the cloudy, peppery milk toward Lee Jordan. "Puffed, Wood. What on earth did you put in this milk?" Lee spluttered, coughing. By the time they reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom again, Tom and his classmates were prepared for another disaster. Perhaps yesterday's humiliation had made Lockhart realize that he wasn't the all-powerful wizard his books claimed him to be. He behaved a little more subdued today. Well, relatively subdued. He still spent the first 10 minutes boasting about his accomplishments, but then, instead of summoning dangerous creatures, he handed out a quiz. The quiz, however, wasn't about defensive spells or magical creatures, it was entirely about himself. Tom didn't bother writing a single answer. He simply leaned over and copied a classmate's paper. The rest of the class turned into Lockhart's personal fan club session. He graded the quizzes on the spot, praising anyone who had memorized his favorite color, his preferred aftershave, or his ideal Valentine's gift. Whenever he found an answer particularly flattering, he read it aloud to the whole class, smiling smugly as he emphasized his bravery and brilliance. And just like that, an entire period slipped away. At the end, he assigned homework, 2 separate essays of reflections on his books. "I'm certain of it now, he's nothing but a flashy fraud," Daphne declared loudly, and this time, no one argued back. Even Lockhart's supporters found themselves speechless. This wasn't education, even a muggle could have taught a class like that. Quirrell might have been nervous and stuttering, but at least he'd tried to explain things with his own understanding. Lockhart, in comparison, seemed like a magical illiterate. Tom turned and gave the gathered Slytherins a sly smile. "If I recall correctly, didn't someone say Quirrell was the worst professor Hogwarts had ever seen, bar none? Do you still think so now?" In the crowd, Selwyn's face flushed scarlet. Yes, he had said exactly that last year during the Halloween fiasco. But instead of directing his anger at Tom, Selwyn cursed Dumbledore silently. Bloody hell, is this how you pick teachers? Whoever's worse gets the job. After another dreary day of lessons, Tom spent some time in the library, poring over herbology texts. Once he judged the time right, he made his way toward the Forbidden Forest to await the Centaur's decision. His interest in herbology had grown ever since Nicholas Flaml's advice. The most crucial element of the chapbook was the very paper it was made of. That paper wasn't ordinary parchment, it was imbued with mithril, dragon bloodwood fibers, powdered runesnake skin, and other rare materials. It was the costliest component of all. Flaml had suggested a solution: replace those rare ingredients with renewable alternatives. Plants. Even the violent whomping willow could be harvested safely by carefully trimming twigs or drawing sap without harming the tree's roots. Compared to mithril or runesnake skin, plants were cheap, sustainable, and far easier to acquire. Thus Tom studied herbology diligently, and set his sights on the centaurs as well. The quarrel with them had already passed, the conflict born of misfortune rather than true malice. But so what? Anyone who stood in the way of his path was an enemy. Anyone who could become a stepping stone, even a former foe, might be turned into an ally. That was pure Slytherin. It seems you've made the right choice, Tom said calmly as he stepped into their meeting spot. 2 centaurs awaited him, Firenze, and the tribe's leader, Mogorian. Mogorian snorted. Choice? Riddle, when did you ever give us a choice? From beginning to end, we've only had one path. Chapter 191, Bargains in the Forbidden Forest. Centaurs were a proud race. To protect the dignity of their kind, they would face even enemies far stronger than themselves without a hint of fear. But centaurs were also an intelligent race. That meant they would never pick a fight with someone who could annihilate them with ease. Until now, there had only been one such person, Dumbledore. And thus, the headmaster's principles had naturally become the centaur's bottom line as well. Mogorian understood this perfectly. That was why, during the conflict between Tom and Orion, he had chosen to back down, even though Orion, who had lost an arm, was his own son. Yet less than a year had passed, and this young wizard had already gained the power to threaten the entire centaur tribe. Usagi's threat to the centaurs was far greater than their long-standing enemies, the Acromantulas. For one, Usagi could fly fast. Their arrows couldn't even graze him. He could strike when he wished, retreat when he pleased, and held all the initiative. Secondly, there was the crushing weight of draconic might. Even before a dragon attacked, a centaur's courage faltered in the face of its presence, their strength diminished by nearly a third. Run to Dumbledore and complain. If it had been Tom who attacked directly, Mogorian would have done so without hesitation. For the survival of the tribe, dignity was a small price to pay. But just as Tom had said yesterday, how could Dumbledore involve himself in a conflict between magical creatures? Today it was Usagi. Tomorrow, if the Acromantulas struck again, would they still beg for aid? The Forbidden Forest was not theirs alone, and Dumbledore was not their hired warden. No, it was not realistic. Thus, once Tom unleashed Usagi, the centaurs had no choice but to yield if they wanted to avoid annihilation. Some hot-headed clansmen might still dream of fighting to the death, but Mogorian, as chief, could not afford such recklessness. With visible reluctance, Mogorian finally spoke. Riddle. I can teach you the herbal knowledge of the centaurs. But you must promise me, aside from Firenze, no other centaur can ever know about this. Firenze had told only Mogorian of Tom's threat. The rest of the centaurs still believed this dragon had simply flown into the forest from some unknown place. They had no idea it was their personal executioner looming above them. Mogorian had deliberately chosen to conceal the truth. If word spread, some centaurs would surely brand Tom as their mortal enemy. And then, not even Mogorian could control the chaos, especially with 2 horses already injured from the earlier scuffle. So he made a decision that defied the ancestors, to secretly accept Tom's demand. As long as no one else knew, it would be as though nothing had ever happened. No problem. I'm not one to talk unnecessarily, Tom answered lightly. All I want is knowledge. Nothing else concerns me. Mogorian's expression finally eased. Centaurs understand herbs no less deeply than the stars, he said. But to learn them, you must first study our language. Many meanings are lost if translated into the human tongue. Tom thought for a moment, then decided. From Monday to Friday, I'll come to the forest every afternoon for 2 hours. Mogorian nodded. Firenze will handle the language lessons. The 2 of us will take turns teaching you the herbs. Don't worry about Firenze's skill, he is second only to me in our tribe when it comes to herb lore. With the terms settled, Mogorian departed. Usagi, however, did not follow him. The dragon coiled itself lazily around Tom's neck like a scaly scarf. Firenze wasted no time. He immediately began teaching, leading Tom through the Forbidden Forest. Every time they encountered a plant or creature, he would name it in both centaur and human languages, steadily expanding Tom's vocabulary. 2 hours later, Tom returned to the castle. The next few days followed the same routine. This time, however, he brought a notebook and a quick quotes quill, recording everything Firenze said and compiling it into a makeshift dictionary for reference. Whatever his darker deeds might have been, Tom's thirst for knowledge was undeniable. This earnest diligence left Firenze conflicted, impressed, yet uneasy. And so, torn between admiration and resentment, he was relentlessly drained by Tom's insatiable learning. In just 4 days, Tom could already converse with Firenze in centaur tongue during daily interactions. He had memorized most of the forest's herbs and would soon master the rest through further lessons. When Friday came, Firenze finally asked, "Riddle. Next week you'll begin formal studies. The field of herbs is too vast. Which aspects do you wish to focus on?" It was not out of concern for Tom that he asked. Both he and Magorian simply wanted to satisfy this calamity quickly, and never deal with him again. "I need to keep my magic stable," Tom replied. "Sharpen my perception. Learn how to repair objects. And knowledge about ward breaking and curse resistance." Firenze frowned. Aside from stabilizing magic and resisting interference, the rest was beyond centaur expertise, at least his and Magorian's. So, to teach this boy, they would have to study themselves first. Tom didn't even realize it, but he carried a strange and unnerving trait. No matter how powerful his teachers were, becoming his mentor meant learning new things just to keep up with him. The supposedly invincible Andrus was still laboring to learn modern enchantments, teaching Tom while struggling through his own studies. The first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindlevald, was currently helping Tom analyze foreign magics, seeking ways to make him better grasp the differences between spell systems. Nicholas Flaml, pinnacle of alchemy, had abandoned centuries of extravagant, cost-ignoring practices, now breaking his back daily to find ways of lowering the cost of Tom's miracle potion. They exchanged progress reports every single day. And Severus Snape, master of potions, was still pulling his hair out over a vial of thunder essence. Just yesterday, Tom had seen him sporting an explosion-style hairdo. Now it was the centaur's turn. If Tom ever succeeded, he could justifiably claim, "I only stand here today because I climbed atop the heads of giants stacked beneath me." Firenze left soon after. He needed to return to Magorian and figure out something useful to present within the next few days, lest Tom think the centaurs were deliberately holding back. To incur this boy's wrath was to invite disaster, a debt they could never repay. Tom too returned to his dormitory. The moment he arrived, his enchanted chapbook device buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Hermione. "Know-it-all, Tom, are you free tomorrow? Could we go over some lessons?" Heartthrob, "Sure. I've been tinkering with something new, well, a half-finished piece, really. You and Daphne can try it out as a teaching tool. But I'm warning you, no crying if it stings." Know-it-all, that warning should be for Daphne, not me. I never back down. Heartthrob, then it's settled. Tomorrow morning we'll meet, and afterward, let's have afternoon tea. We'll invite Astoria as well. Chapter 192, The Seeker's Standoff. Know-it-all, that's something you should tell Daphne, not me. Eye roll emoji. Heartthrob, then let's do it tomorrow morning. In the afternoon we can have tea, and invite Astoria along. Know-it-all, sounds good. I'll go finish my weekend homework first. With that, Hermione didn't reply again. Clearly, she had buried herself in her essays. Tom, meanwhile, sent a quick note to Daphne. She responded almost instantly, and even suggested bringing along Astoria. Tom, of course, wasn't about to refuse. After a dreadful week, Harry finally managed to fall into a proper deep sleep, ready to face the weekend. But in the middle of his dream, Harry felt the weight of his bed pressing down on him, heavier and heavier, until he could hardly breathe. He opened his eyes helplessly, only to see a dark shadow looming over him. Bloody hell. Oi. Harry jolted awake, crashing right into the shadow. Oliver. What are you doing here? Training, Wood muttered, rubbing his nose where they'd collided. Harry, Slytherin has 7 brand new Nimbus 2001s. We can't afford to waste another minute, we've got to make up for it with hard work and strategy. Remember, last year we could have taken the cup. Guilt instantly replaced Harry's irritation. If he hadn't been unconscious in the hospital wing last year, Gryffindor wouldn't have lost by the biggest margin in 3 centuries. He got up quickly and searched for his Quidditch robes. Good lad. See you on the pitch in 15 minutes, Wood said before dashing off to round up the rest of the team. The twins weren't too hard to manage, but convincing the 3 female chasers was another matter entirely. Wood ended up crouching outside the girls' dormitory like some sort of stalker, and when a student finally emerged, he frightened her so badly she screamed. It took him ages to prove he wasn't a creep. 15 minutes later, with Colin's noisy encouragement, they dragged themselves onto the Quidditch pitch. Fred and George were half asleep, their heads bobbing in unison. Alicia Spinnet had slumped against the wall, snoring softly. Wood's booming, overly enthusiastic voice managed to shake them awake, barely. But the endless tactical lecture that followed quickly turned into a lullaby. Only when they stepped onto the pitch and the cold wind hit their faces did the team truly wake up. "Where's that clicking sound coming from?" Fred shouted after circling the pitch a few times at high speed. Then he spotted Colin, camera in hand, snapping shot after shot. "What the hell is going on?" Wood swooped down in front of Colin, glaring. "Who is he? Why is he taking pictures here? Don't tell me he's a Slytherin spy." "He's a Gryffindor first year," Harry explained quickly. "Slytherin doesn't need spies," George muttered. "How do you know?" "Because they're already here," Fred said, pointing down below. Sure enough, a group of students in green robes was striding onto the pitch, brooms in hand. Wood stormed over with his team, fury blazing. "Flint. This is our training time, the pitch is booked." "The pitch is plenty big," Flint replied with a shrug. "I don't mind sharing. You lot can even admire our new brooms." In perfect unison, the Slytherin team revealed their gleaming new brooms. The golden letters Nimbus 2001 glinted in the morning sun, forcing the Gryffindors to squint. "Get out." Wood hissed through clenched teeth. "We've got Professor McGonagall's note. This is our time. You're not welcome here." "A note?" Flint sneered, tossing a parchment into Wood's face. "What a coincidence." Wood snatched it up and read. "I, Professor Severus Snape, grant the Slytherin Quidditch team permission to train on Saturdays to prepare their new Seeker." New Seeker. Wood scanned the line of familiar faces until his gaze landed on Draco Malfoy, who was locked in a smug, almost intimate stare-off with Harry. It all made sense instantly. Wood let out a derisive laugh. "Bought your way in, did you? Figures. Slytherin really is going downhill." Malfoy's pale face flushed with anger. "I'd be Seeker even without the brooms. These were just gifts for my teammates." Annoying as it was, there was some truth to that. Malfoy's small build and quick reflexes did suit a Seeker. He had loved flying since he was little, and while he wasn't on Harry's level, he was still one of the more talented flyers in Slytherin. Neither side was willing to back down, and the tension thickened. Then a crisp voice rang out from the entrance to the pitch. "First come, first served, it should be Gryffindor's turn." Flint spun around irritably, but when he saw who it was, his face faltered. He swallowed his temper. "Granger, we applied to Professor Snape on the very first day of term. His approval is the earliest one." At once, the Slytherins, including Malfoy, took a step back, leaving Flint to deal with Hermione alone. He silently cursed his cowardly teammates. If it were anyone else, he'd have insulted them 6 ways from Sunday. But this was one of Riddle's people. Insult her, and he'd end up in the hospital wing by nightfall, and not even Snape could protect him. After all, Riddle was a Slytherin too, and when it came to internal disputes, even the most biased head of house was powerless. "I applied the first day as well," Wood said stubbornly, pulling out McGonagall's signed note. Sure enough, both permissions were dated the same day. Then perhaps each house could take half a day. Hermione suggested cautiously. She had gotten up too early, and while wandering the grounds had stumbled across the argument. At first she'd thought it was just Slytherin being unreasonable, but after hearing both sides, it was clear they each had a claim. She couldn't, in good conscience, simply side with Gryffindor. But neither Wood nor Flint was willing to compromise. "What's all the noise about?" Tom arrived just then, with the Greengrass sisters at his side. After Hermione explained, Tom chuckled. "That's easy enough to settle." "How?" both sides demanded. "You duel for it," Tom said lightly. "Winner takes the pitch." Chapter 193, The Clash for the Quidditch Pitch. A duel. Everyone turned to look at Tom, wondering if he had completely lost his mind. Even a one-on-one fight was a serious violation of school rules. Just last year, Malfoy and Harry had brawled, and both houses had suffered for it. And now he was suggesting both entire teams go at it. If that happened, wouldn't both heads of house be furious enough to burst? "Riddle, do you have any other ideas?" Flint, though secretly intimidated, wasn't about to back down in front of everyone. "What, you expect us to fight a bunch of girls and a bunch of skinny beanpoles? And if we break them, are we supposed to pay compensation? I don't do losing deals." Wood immediately shot back, "A gorilla swinging a broomstick thinks he's a wizard. Anyone who's taken care of magical creatures can handle you." "You want to say that again?" Flint roared. "Gladly. Gorilla. Since you all refuse, that leaves only one other option." Tom sighed, as if this was all so tiresome. "We let Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape duel it out." After all, this whole mess started because of them. Whoever wins, their note stands. The crowd stared at him as if they had just seen a ghost. Even Daphne found this idea absurd. She tugged at Tom's sleeve, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Tom raised his wand to the sky. Two sharp cracks split the air as twin birds burst from his wand tip and flew straight toward the castle. Tom. Malfoy swallowed hard. What did you just do? Oh, nothing much. Just invited both professors to come join us. The Slytherins were speechless, while the Gryffindors shivered at the thought. Their head of house was not like Snape, who could shamelessly wriggle out of anything. No, once McGonagall arrived, whether they were right or wrong, things would escalate, and tempers would flare. But since Tom had already summoned them, leaving now would look cowardly, and staying felt dangerous. So they could only shuffle awkwardly in place, waiting for the professors to arrive. The Weasley twins gave Tom mournful looks. They had once shared meals with him, how could he betray them like this? In less than 10 minutes, both heads of house strode grim-faced onto the Quidditch pitch. Professor McGonagall was clearly fresh out of bed, she hadn't even put on her pointed hat. Her voice was sharp with outrage. What is going on here? I gave you permission to use the pitch for training, not for fighting. Professor, we haven't fought yet, Tom reminded her. Mr. Riddle, I am well aware, she snapped, glaring at him. If you insist on an explanation, then let me give it. It's simple, really. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor have notes granting today's use of the pitch, and neither side wants to give it up. So I suggested a solution, either the two teams duel for it, or the two professors duel for it. That way, whoever wins, their note is valid. Utter nonsense. McGonagall almost thought she had misheard. It's just a pitch. Why not divide the time, one house trains in the morning, the other in the afternoon? Why must it escalate to a duel? Mr. Riddle, dueling is no child's game. If someone gets hurt, who is to bear responsibility? The twins exchanged glances with Hermione and nearly burst out laughing. No wonder they called her Little McGonagall. Hermione's solution was exactly the same as the professor's. Professor McGonagall is quite right. Snape had already seen through Tom's ploy. His voice oozed with an infuriating drawl. Such a brutal method, one wonders how your mind conjured it. True, I could heal any injuries the students sustained with ease. But tell me, how shall I mend the psychological trauma of the Gryffindor students? McGonagall's expression sharpened at once. What did that mean by that? Psychological trauma of the Gryffindor students. Was he implying her students would be crushed by his? The very idea was infuriating. Her Quidditch players bristled with outrage, ready to leap into battle. Fred shouted, Professor Snape, better worry about your own lot. I'd hate to see your babies go home bawling to Mummy and Daddy. Oh yes, yes, Snape replied airily, clearly not listening. I admire your courage, Riddle. But don't summon teachers for every little dispute. As if this could ever actually come to a duel. Professor McGonagall, he went on, let Gryffindor have the pitch this morning, and Slytherin in the afternoon. Does that sound agreeable? No. Angelina Johnson shoved past Wood, her fiery temper exploding. We need the entire day to train. Duel. We'll settle this with a duel, right here, right now. Tom spread his hands innocently. Professors, see. Negotiation doesn't work. You little. Snape ground his teeth. Riddle was truly a born Slytherin snake, never missing a chance to needle him. McGonagall drew a deep breath. Severus, the fault here lies with us. We failed to communicate in advance, and so our schedules overlapped. Since the students refused to compromise, then let them resolve it themselves. We shall act as referees to ensure no one suffers serious injury. The old lioness's temper had flared. Her usual composure came from years of discipline and experience, but when pressed, she was still the same fiery Gryffindor who had once cracked her ribs and given herself a concussion in a Quidditch crash. If you insist, Snape said at last, pretending reluctance. 7 players each, best of 7 matches. Whoever wins secures full use of the pitch for the day. No one objected. Both teams glared murderously across the field. The Quidditch pitch had transformed into an arena. The only spectators were Tom, the Greengrass sisters, Hermione, and Colin. Oh, and also Usagi, who had come to watch the show. The moment Colin spotted it, he swung his camera toward Tom instead, snapping picture after picture. Tom even threw him one of Lee Jordan's signature hand signs. The flashbulb never stopped going off. Tom figured Colin must spend every bit of pocket money he had on film. You stirred all this up on purpose, Hermione fumed, glaring at him. Of course, Tom admitted calmly. What's the harm? A little excitement to start the morning. Wizards live by the wand anyway. And believe me, even if this were solved peacefully today, the next time these two houses meet on the pitch, they'll go at each other even harder. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Gryffindor's Crushing Defeat. Exactly, Tom said calmly. It's not such a bad thing to have some entertainment in the morning. Wizards rely on wands to speak, after all. Believe it or not, even if things end peacefully today, the next time they meet in a match, both sides will fight even dirtier. Hermione couldn't refute him. Last year, the two teams had nearly beaten each other senseless. If Harry hadn't caught the snitch at lightning speed, someone would definitely have ended up in the hospital. So you're that sure Slytherin will win? Hermione asked, refusing to give in. Tom didn't answer. Daphne, however, laughed with thinly veiled glee. Relax. With just that lot from Gryffindor. Even if Merlin himself blessed them, they wouldn't win. Wood and Johnson are good students, and the twins know plenty of spells. Don't underestimate Gryffindor so much, Hermione argued, her voice tight with indignation. Tom and Daphne exchanged a knowing glance and said nothing more. Naive little lioness, their eyes seemed to say. Soon, reality would show her the truth. The rules were explained quickly, and the first duel began. As team captains, Flint and Wood were the first to face off. Wood immediately shot an attack spell, but he hadn't noticed Flint muttering the incantation for a shield charm while bowing. The moment Wood's spell bounced harmlessly away, his mind went blank. What now? The enemy had a shield charm, should he still keep attacking? His hesitation was fatal. Flint didn't wait for him to recover. He shouted two of his best practiced spells in quick succession. Wood's legs began to jerk uncontrollably in a ridiculous tap dance, and then an invisible rope wrapped around his throat, slamming him hard to the ground. Flint strode forward, yanked Wood's wand from his grasp, and gave it a triumphant wave before smugly straightening up. That ended quickly, Snape remarked with mock surprise. Professor McGonagall's face was stormy as she dispelled the curses. Wood staggered to his feet, coughing, head hung low. If the floor had a crack big enough, he would have crawled into it without hesitation. The shame was unbearable. Oliver, I'll avenge you, Angelina Johnson declared, stepping out with determination blazing in her eyes. She had spirit, but reality was cruel. Her opponent, Blatchdrask, was a seventh year who had once challenged the invisible prefect. He might have lost that duel, but his skill was undeniable. Against him, Angelina had no chance. She had zero experience in actual dueling. He defeated her easily. 2 losses in a row. The Gryffindor players already felt their confidence crumbling. They had always clashed with Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch, but this was their first true face-to-face magical duel. How had they lost so miserably? We'll go, Fred and George stepped forward, stopping the 2 remaining girls. But the outcome was no better. The twins had plenty of tricks and cunning ideas. If this had been an ambush or a prank, their opponents wouldn't stand a chance. But in a straightforward duel, they were quickly beaten. By now, Professor McGonagall's expression could only be described as spectacular. The colors flashing across her face could have opened a dye shop. Her students, her best students, 4 matches, 4 humiliating defeats. The humiliation cut deeper than losing 100 house points, or even 300. Looks like luck is on our side today, Snape said, his tone smooth and full of satisfaction. His normally gloomy face was lit with rare cheer. Flint, well done. Though remember, they are classmates. Best not to be too harsh. Slash. Another knife twisted in McGonagall's heart. Well. Why are you still standing here? You're wasting others' training time. Back to the castle, and finish your homework, she barked furiously. Her voice cracked with frustration, her figure trembling with suppressed anger. Wood and the others shuffled away with their heads bowed, even the twins stripped of their usual mischief. Potter, Malfoy muttered as Harry passed by, you got lucky this time. Otherwise, I'd have beaten you to the ground. Harry shot him a sharp glare. A coward who runs from a duel doesn't deserve to talk tough. Malfoy's face froze. Harry's mood instantly improved, and he jogged forward to catch up with the others. Severus, your students performed admirably, McGonagall forced herself to say through gritted teeth, before turning and leaving. Her retreating figure looked weighed down, almost desolate. She could tolerate mischievous students. She could even tolerate the less intelligent ones. Differences in talent were natural. Not every witch or wizard could be a prodigy. But Wood, Angelina, the Weasley twins, were they unintelligent? Of course not. Other than Percy and a few exceptions, they were the finest Gryffindor had. And still, they had been utterly, hopelessly defeated. Was this proof that her teaching could not measure up to Snape's? Professor McGonagall. Hermione's chest tightened painfully as she watched her head of house leave. Hermione, this is actually a good thing, Tom said quietly. Even he hadn't expected the defeat to be so absolute. He had hoped Gryffindor might at least win a round. But since the disaster had already unfolded, it was up to him to soothe the young witch before she burst into tears. In a soft voice, he explained, Professor McGonagall's teaching is beyond question. But she protects her students too much. Think about it, you've been here for over a year now. Have you ever had any real combat practice? Hermione shook her head honestly. Practice? There were barely any places in Hogwarts where students were even allowed to cast spells. Everyone just crammed before exams, grateful simply to pass. Slytherin is different, Tom said seriously. Snape doesn't care about the inner workings of his house anymore. If they want higher standing, they must prove themselves with real skill, real power. The gap you saw today wasn't in talent. It was in experience. Flint, for example, he's been acting as Avery's sparring partner for an entire year. Even a fool would eventually develop a set of dueling tactics from that. And would. And the others? Calling them academic duelists would be too generous. They have no strategy, no concept of combat, just mindlessly firing spells like children. Hermione fell into deep thought, the sting of defeat dawning on her in full. Daphne, uninterested in such analysis, drifted away to find Colin and asked him to make her extra prints of the photos he had snapped of Tom. Astoria tilted her head back, gazing up at the boy. In her eyes, he shone with light. Chapter 195, Megatron Awakens. After chasing Gryffindor off the field, the Slytherin Quidditch team was naturally brimming with energy. They zoomed through the air on their brand new Nimbus brooms, flying at breakneck speed, performing dangerous stunts as a warm-up before diving into their training. But unlike any other house, Slytherin's practice included something special, physical combat. Apart from Malfoy, every Slytherin player was tall and broad-shouldered. Tom had given them a new idea. Do you know what the Mamba mentality is? Use those big elbows of yours to strike fear into your opponents. That single phrase was like unlocking Flint's hidden potential. An elbow jab, small, subtle, nearly impossible for the referee to notice, yet devastatingly painful if it landed. It was the perfect weapon in Quidditch. From that day, Flint looked at Tom with newfound respect, even inviting him to join the team. Tom, of course, refused without hesitation. Quidditch was boring. Weekly practice was a waste of time, he'd rather spend those hours telling Daphne stories of Journey to the West. The sight of a bunch of burly boys grappling together on broomsticks wasn't particularly appealing, so Tom led the girls away from the Quidditch pitch. They headed for a wide clearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hermione, curious as ever, asked, "Yesterday you said you had something new to show us. Is this it?" It wasn't something he could demonstrate in the room of requirement, it had to be done outside. Besides, it might just make them cry. Hermione had been wondering all night what strange new invention Tom had dreamed up this time. Daphne and Astoria looked at him expectantly. Prepare to be amazed, Tom said proudly, folding his arms across his chest. This is the masterpiece I worked on the entire holiday. You'll love it. Your masterpiece. Shouldn't that be your little chatting program? Daphne tilted her head. Tom waved dismissively. That's just work. This is life. Watch closely. From the bottomless pockets of his robe, Tom produced a dragon-hide danbone box. The girls immediately leaned in as he opened it. Inside was something small, metallic, and sleek. Is that a fighter jet? Hermione said at once, recognizing it before Daphne or Astoria. Oh. Astoria suddenly understood. No wonder it looks like the Muggle planes I've seen, but this one looks so much cooler. And don't tell me this is just a model, Hermione urged, raising a brow. Tom tossed the miniature plane into the sky. Halfway up, it began to grow, expanding rapidly until it filled the air. Clank. 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 Before the girls' wide, astonished eyes, the fighter jet twisted, shifted, and unfolded with a storm of clattering metal. Within seconds, a towering, 2-meter-tall iron giant crashed down to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Optimus Prime. Hermione gasped. She had finally realized what Tom had made. He had built a transformer. But Tom looked dissatisfied. Optimus Prime. Absolutely not. This is Megatron, Optimus Prime's greatest rival. Hermione blinked, utterly lost. To her, all these hulking metal boxes looked exactly the same. Megatron. This is really Megatron. Hermione. The girls turned around and noticed students running toward them. The fastest was Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, he was also the first to recognize Megatron. He sprinted up, circling the massive robot in awe, before daring to reach out and touch the icy metal surface. It's incredible. So realistic. Better than anything in a toy shop. Riddle, I saw it transform in midair. Did you actually make this? That's right, Tom replied coolly. Getting the transformation mechanism right was the hardest part. Took me half a month to figure it out. But it's worth it, especially if someone can truly appreciate my craftsmanship. Soon, more Muggle-born students had gathered, their excitement barely containable. The purebloods, however, were completely bewildered. Why was everyone making such a fuss over a metalman? But once Tom had Megatron transform again, even they couldn't deny the thrill. Riddle, apart from transforming, what else can Megatron do? Asked a Ravenclaw student, examining the robot closely. I saw a lot of magical runes carved into it. Transformers are meant for battle, Tom said with a smirk. He tapped his wand against Megatron's chest. Instantly, 2 crimson lights flared within its hollow eye sockets, making the watching students stumble backward in fright. Tom raised his voice, if you want to watch, stand back. Don't get in the way of our training. The crowd obediently gave space. Tom pulled Astoria further away as well, leaving Hermione and Daphne before the towering figure. Hermione, Daphne, cast spells at him. That'll activate Megatron. Don't worry, he's in the lowest level safety mode. He'll fight back, but if you can't hold on, just lower your wands, he'll recognize it as surrender and stop immediately. Understand? Understood. Hermione and Daphne replied in unison. Hermione immediately fired a stunning spell to activate him. The red beam shot forward. Megatron raised his massive arms to block it, sparks flashing as he absorbed the blast. Then, with heavy thudding steps, he charged straight at the girls. Split up. Hermione shouted, darting left. Daphne quickly bolted in the opposite direction. The watching students held their breath, eager to see what the mechanical giant would do. Megatron chose to pursue Hermione, the one who had attacked him, while at the same time extending one hand toward Daphne. A scarlet stunning spell burst from his palm in a flash, exactly like Hermione's earlier attack. Luckily, Daphne had spent a year under Tom's relentless training. Casting Protego was practically a reflex for her now. The beam struck her shield, rippling harmlessly across the barrier. It can cast spells. Hermione exclaimed in shock. She had fought plenty of enchanted dummies in the room of requirement, some stood still like practice targets, some swung swords or spears, but never had she faced one that could use magic. Expelliarmus, she tried, firing a disarming charm in hopes that a wand would fly out of the giant. But Megatron was faster than she'd imagined. He twisted his bulky frame to the side with surprising agility, the red light missing him entirely. Daphne, stop standing there gawking and do something. Hermione shouted. Chapter 196, The Flying Curses. Out of the corner of her eye, Hermione caught Daphne standing motionless, fully immersed as if she were part of the audience. A helpless sigh welled in Hermione's chest. For Merlin's sake, girl, remember you're not a spectator, you're a target. Ah. Oh. Startled from her daydream, Daphne finally snapped back to reality, firing off a barrier charm to slow Megatron's advance and buy Hermione some breathing space. At least they had numbers on their side. Hermione kept Megatron's attention fixed on her while Daphne, now focused, cast her spells with far more precision, only needing to react when Megatron flung the occasional counter-curse her way. They'd already noticed a pattern. Megatron's use of magic seemed bound by some kind of cooldown. He never cast continuously. But that defense, it was maddening. No matter what they threw at him, they couldn't break through. Hermione even attempted a transfiguration spell, aiming to morph Megatron's armor into something weaker, but the plates shimmered with an enchantment that repelled alteration. Her clever plan crumbled before it even began. The crowd swelled. More and more students gathered to watch, eyes wide with fascination. Even Hagrid, who had been in the garden wrestling with a bucket of flesh-eating slugs, hurried over at the noise. He dropped the entire bucket in his haste, its contents spilling back into the vegetable patch to wreak havoc again. But one glance at the duel, and Hagrid was rooted in place, towering at the edge of the crowd with a childlike grin on his face. The slugs were forgotten. Tom, you're not trying to exhaust us to death, are you? Daphne huffed, sounding more bored than frightened. Then let's turn things up a notch. Tom's smile was calm, almost playful. A beam of light shot from his wand and struck Megatron square in the chest. The Colossus froze for a heartbeat. Then, with a low hum, the golden glow in his eyes shifted into a cold, electric blue. A chill rippled through Hermione and Daphne alike. Both of Megatron's arms lifted. Magic coiled at his fingertips, this time in both hands at once. Crack! Crack! The sound was like glass shattering. Their shield charms fractured instantly. Before, it had taken Megatron 3 or 4 spells to break Daphne's defenses. Now, just one volley. The surge in power was undeniable. Tom's voice drifted lazily to the girls. The earlier mode was only the safety setting. It consumed the least energy, activating spells only by feeding off your stray magical leakage. But now. His grin widened. This is standard mode. Careful. That's brilliant, it's just like the real Megatron. Justin Finch-Fletchley shouted. Several other Muggleborns nodded eagerly, their faces alight. After all, these were the years of sci-fi cinema's golden rise. Seeing a towering figure cast magic like a machine of the future, it was easy to forget they were still at Hogwarts. Riddle, does he have any other forms besides these two? One eager Ravenclaw asked, curiosity burning in his voice. Tom chuckled. Of course. There's strong enemy mode and blood war mode. Each tier is a leap above the last. When he told Hermione this construct was his masterpiece, it had been no exaggeration. Unlike his usual habit of conserving resources, Tom had poured everything into Megatron. A system to draw ambient magic from Hogwarts itself, just like the castle and Nicholas Flaml's estate. A magical core modeled after the Philosopher's Stone. Armor forged from mithril and cursed black steel, etched with runes for offense and defense alike. Over 90% of its body crafted with self-repairing enchanted alloys. Flaml himself had stared in stunned silence when Tom first presented the materials list, half convinced that Dumbledore had sent this boy to ruin him financially. Had Tom attempted to mass-produce them, even a few hundred units would have bankrupted his master. The only part that had truly impressed Flaml was the transformation system. The rest. It was simply flawless execution, a reflection of Tom Riddle's frighteningly solid foundations. On the field, however, Daphne and Hermione were on their last legs. Standard mode Megatron was fast. He no longer waited for borrowed magic but instead fueled his own spells with his core. The once basic blasts of knockback jinxes and stunners had escalated into brutal exploding curses, flame bursts, and armor-breaking spells. Hermione barely managed to raise a fresh shield before it shattered under a shattering hex. Flames licked dangerously close to her hair, forcing her to retreat in a panic. She dropped her wand entirely, and sure enough, Megatron ceased attacking her, redirecting his wrath toward Daphne. Daphne's transfiguration was superior, and her magical reserves deeper. She conjured thick earthen walls with molding charms, forcing Megatron's spells to erupt in craters across the ground. But brute force triumphed over ingenuity. Megatron charged and smashed through her constructs with his fists, each blow pulverizing stone into dust. The girl froze, dumbstruck for a second. Then she wailed aloud, throwing her wand aside. I quit. Tom, this is cheating. What kind of wizard fights with fists? You're bullying me. Her outburst sent Astoria into a fit of giggles, and soon the whole crowd followed. Don't blame me. Tom raised his hands innocently. Blame my teacher. He tilted his head ever so slightly. Wouldn't you agree, Andrus? A faint, cold hum answered him. Still pouting, Daphne stormed up to Tom, landing playful punches against his arm. Riddle, can I try? Justin's voice rang out, brimming with eagerness. I want to go against Megatron too. With Daphne stepping aside, Megatron stood idle, waiting. Justin's excitement was contagious, many others around him were just as eager. I want to try too. Transfiguration should work best, right? No, corrosion hex would eat through that armor for sure. Dozens of students clamored, their voices tumbling over one another, desperate to prove themselves. Tom considered, then nodded slowly. All right. Groups of 5. That way, I can properly test his performance. Finch Fletchley, pick your team. The rest of you, form a line. Yes, sir. Justin's fist pumped in triumph. Instantly, he was swarmed by volunteers. He selected 2 fellow Hufflepuffs and 2 Ravenclaws, marching proudly to face the looming automaton. High in the tower, Albus Dumbledore stood by the window, watching the chaos below. The corners of his mouth curled upward in quiet amusement as laughter and excitement filled the Hogwarts grounds. Chapter 197, A Mask of Kindness. Dumbledore loved his students, loved seeing their smiles, their youthful liveliness. Even when they broke school rules, he often considered it a necessary stage of growth. Young people always brimmed with restless energy, and mistakes, in his eyes, were forgivable. What he was best at was spotting the spark within each child. Tom's alchemy had stunned him. The alchemical automaton Tom built was beyond impressive, something even he, Dumbledore, would struggle to replicate after so many years of neglecting the field. But what surprised him more was Tom's attitude. A whole crowd of students from other houses had gathered around Tom, eagerly asking questions. And Tom, instead of showing even a trace of impatience, answered them with patience and humor. The students often burst into laughter, their joy infectious. Dumbledore himself couldn't help but smile as he watched. Yet this harmony didn't last. An unwelcome guest arrived. Just as the third group of students were about to step forward to experience the automaton, Gilderoy Lockhart wandered over, attracted by the lively commotion. An alchemical golem. Riddle, is this your creation? He squinted at the construct with his signature gleam, before announcing grandly, not bad. It bears a hint of my own brilliance. Why, I too was once obsessed with alchemy, and created works far stronger than this little toy. Of course, none could match the power of my own hands, so eventually I lost interest in them altogether. He puffed up his chest. Would you like me to advise you on how to improve it? The pompous voice drowned out the laughter and cheers of the other students. Tom only felt a wave of irritation. Professor Lockhart, if you wish to guide me, Tom said with deliberate politeness, then by all means, try. With a flick of his wand, the automaton's eyes flared, blue turning crimson. From its back unfolded several massive cannons, humming with terrifying magical energy, each barrel swiveling until they locked on Lockhart. The smile on Lockhart's face froze instantly. I think, that won't be necessary, he stammered, his voice dry. I'd hate to lose control of my immense power and accidentally destroy your hard work. But, if you'd like to know more, feel free to stop by my office. I could share some proper techniques. The way students looked at him shifted immediately, admiration turned into thinly veiled contempt. By this point, a week had passed. Every student in Hogwarts had taken at least one of Lockhart's classes. And all had seen the chasm between the hero in his books and the reality before them. His lessons were nothing more than meaningless digressions about his favorite flowers or dramatic recitations from his own works. Now, given a golden chance to prove himself, he had shrunk away yet again. Their suspicions grew darker. Was Lockhart nothing more than a fraud? Tom said nothing. He only glanced at Lockhart, a glance dripping with cold, mocking disdain. The kind of look that sent chills down Lockhart's spine. In the heavy silence, the automaton transformed into a fighter jet and folded itself neatly back into its case. Someone decided to spoil the fun today, Tom announced calmly. I'll let you know when the next test session will be. With that, he turned and walked away with the girls, leaving Lockhart stranded in the field, his dignity in tatters. Once Tom left, the rest of the crowd soon dispersed too, but not without muttered complaints. If not for Lockhart barging in, they could have had their turn to pilot the automaton. Later that afternoon, after tea with Hermione, Daphne, Astoria, and also Hannah and Susan, Tom made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Knock, knock. Enter, came her firm, resonant voice. Tom stepped inside. McGonagall looked up, her expression stiffening slightly when she saw who it was. That morning, Gryffindor had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Slytherin, and now, in the very same day, here was Riddle standing in her office. Of course, McGonagall wasn't one to misplace her frustrations on students. It wasn't Tom's fault her team had been trounced, it was Gryffindor's own failings. But still, there was no denying this boy had been fanning the flames all along. Mr. Riddle, she said coolly, adjusting her glasses. What brings you here? Tom gave a sly chuckle. Professor McGonagall, I came about what happened this morning. Her face darkened. What did he mean by that? Was he here to rub salt in the wound? Gryffindor had already been humiliated, did he really need to gloat face to face? Professor, don't misunderstand, Tom quickly added, noticing the spark in her eyes. I'm not here to boast. I just wanted to say, you don't need to feel so disheartened. The gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin isn't as great as it seems. McGonagall gave the faintest sniff. Mr. Riddle, I don't need your comfort. I know very well this was a matter of experience. But losing is losing, no excuses. If my students ever face true danger, do you think a dark wizard would show mercy because they are just students? Her eyes flashed. Tell me, Riddle, why is it that Slytherin students face combat so fearlessly, while mine collapse in disarray? Ah. Tom sighed, long and heavy, and tried to summon the shadow of old wounds. He wanted to look pained, burdened with bitter memories. But the truth was, he'd never been the victim. From the start, he had been the one bullying others. Still, for the sake of the performance, he played the part. Professor, I think you know the traditions of Slytherin, he said softly. You can probably imagine what sort of treatment I endured when I first entered the house. McGonagall's sharp eyes softened ever so slightly. Everyone knew what Slytherin was like. It wasn't just Muggleborns, even half-bloods were often sneered at. In those first weeks, Tom continued, his tone laced with a sorrow he didn't feel, not a soul would speak to me. Only Daphne did. Later, Malfoy even. He sketched out the story of his supposed hardships. By the end of it, McGonagall's face was flushed with indignation. She slammed her palm against her desk. Outrageous. Using family name as an excuse to bully a classmate, Mr. Riddle, why didn't you come to me earlier? Professor. Tom forced a bitter smile. Even if I had, you could only protect me for so long. Could you shield me for all 7 years? It's Slytherin's tradition. McGonagall fell silent. At last, her expression hardened with resolve. I'll summon young Malfoy immediately. If he dares target you again for your bloodline, I'll show him what real targeting feels like. Tom quickly raised his hands in mock alarm. No need, Professor. I've already handled it myself. That very night, in fact. Chapter 198, The Invisible Prefect Debate. As Tom recounted his plan, McGonagall's expression grew more and more complicated. "Now you understand, don't you, Professor?" Tom said with a faint smile. "The real difference lies in ambition and competition. Once students feel motivated, they'll naturally push themselves to study harder and train harder. The invisible prefects, under constant pressure of being challenged for their position, feel the urgency to improve. Meanwhile, the ordinary students, driven by pride and unwillingness to lose, work just as hard. Together, it creates a perfect cycle. This is far more effective than a few extra training sessions you might sneak in, Professor." McGonagall's face flushed ever so slightly. She had considered secretly giving Gryffindor extra lessons to avoid future embarrassment, but she hadn't acted on it yet, and now Tom had already called her out. Still, after so many years as a professor, she understood Gryffindor well enough. "Riddle, I'll admit the hidden prefect system may work in Slytherin, but that doesn't mean it applies to the other 3 houses. But it's perfect for Gryffindor," Tom said with certainty. "Those competitive little lions would never admit they're worse than anyone else. The ones who slack off, we can't control. But the ones who still have ambition, this will give them even more drive, more purpose. All you'd need to do is relax the restrictions on student rivalries, just a little." McGonagall frowned. "Such an important decision is not mine to make. It would need to be discussed with Dumbledore first." "You're being modest, Professor," Tom replied with a dismissive smile. "Everyone knows your influence at this school. Tell me, when has Headmaster Dumbledore ever rejected your suggestions? In all of Hogwarts, everyone knows, yes, Dumbledore may be the towering figure, but the weight of 1,000 students rests on your shoulders, Professor McGonagall." "Enough nonsense," McGonagall pursed her lips, glaring at Tom with feigned sternness. Tom only chuckled, letting the subject drop. "I only say this because I want you to feel better, Professor. After all, this is about the long-term development of the school." The boy's eyes shone with conviction. He wasn't just looking at Hogwarts, but the future of the entire wizarding world. The quality of Hogwarts students represents the future of British wizardry. But right now, peace has made the younger generation complacent. If everyone slacks off together, it might not show, but compared to the wizarding schools of other countries. What if, one day, there's a great international tournament? Wouldn't it be a shame if we lost miserably in front of the world? McGonagall's heart skipped. Lately, Dumbledore had been reaching out to other schools more frequently, perhaps even considering reviving an ancient competition. The image flashed in her mind, Hogwarts students being utterly humiliated on foreign soil. The thought left her uneasy. "Very well, Riddle. I'll consider it carefully. Thank you for bringing your ideas forward. Now, enjoy your weekend." That was a clear dismissal, and Tom wisely took his leave. After all, he hadn't forgotten, changing school rules and systems earned him plenty of academic credits and achievement points. Today's little conflict had been carefully guided by him into a duel, also McGonagall would see the problem firsthand. From her reaction, it was obvious she was already convinced. Still, McGonagall was cautious by nature. She would likely think of ways to adapt the hidden prefect system to fit the other houses before discussing it with Dumbledore. And persuading the headmaster was no easy task. Tom knew results would take time. By the start of the new week, tensions between Gryffindor and Slytherin had grown even sharper. Their humiliating defeat in Quidditch was impossible to conceal. Even if Harry and the others stayed silent, Flint and Malfoy were more than happy to broadcast it to the whole school. By the weekend, the news had spread everywhere. In the Great Hall, Slytherin strutted about with their noses in the air, throwing mocking glances at Gryffindor students. The Gryffindors were seething, but facts were facts. A loss was a loss. Yelling and swearing wouldn't change the outcome, it would only make them look like sore losers. So they retaliated with their own weapon, cold silence. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members suddenly found themselves invisible, ignored, shunned, treated as if they didn't exist. Few were willing to speak to them at all. The only way to change the situation. Either win a duel spectacularly, right now, or redeem themselves by defeating Slytherin in the next Quidditch match. Tom, however, secretly hoped the Slytherins would grow even more arrogant, more unbearable. That way, McGonagall's anger would only fester, until she was forced to push forward with reform and establish the hidden prefect system. Riddle. Riddle. On Tuesday, during yet another dull defense against the dark arts class, Tom withdrew his consciousness from his private study space, still savoring the nuances of Durmstrang's version of the Shattering Curse. That's when he heard the gratingly familiar voice calling his name. His brows furrowed. Just how thick was Lockhart's skin? Tom had already humiliated him twice, yet here he was again, shameless as ever. "Riddle, come, I have something very important to tell you," Lockhart said, shouldering his way past Daphne. The girl's wand was already in hand, ready to hex him, but Tom stopped her. "What is it this time, Professor?" Tom asked, his impatience written clearly across his face. But Lockhart didn't notice, or perhaps didn't care. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Riddle, I've been thinking. That crumple-horned snorkack you're keeping, it's far too dangerous for a wizard your age. You can't handle it. Best to let me take it off your hands. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while, Lockhart continued eagerly. I'll pay you handsomely, 5,000 galleons. And if that's not enough, we can negotiate further. Tom's eyes went ice cold. The next moment, his voice rang through the corridor, clear and merciless. Levi Corpus. Chapter 199, The Fall of Lockhart. Before coming to Hogwarts, Gilderoy Lockhart had envisioned a glorious stage for himself. With nothing more than his dazzling stories, he imagined he could make the young witches and wizards sink completely into the illusions of power he wove. That way, he would not only sell countless copies of his books, but also seize the chance to write another one, his Hogwarts years, and use the prestige of a professorship to raise his worth even higher. But lately, life had not been going well for him. The students were losing patience. True, there were still plenty of silly witches who swooned over him, but many others had come to Hogwarts to learn, to improve. Especially the 5th and 7th years, facing their grueling OWL and NEWT exams, were desperate to master real magic. Many had come to him for guidance, only to be brushed aside with vague smiles and hollow words. But that humiliation last weekend, when Tom Riddle had embarrassed him in front of a crowd, had struck a heavy blow to Lockhart's reputation. Even his die-hard admirers had wavered. Still, Lockhart had experience handling such situations. His books had been questioned before. He knew the trick: create an even more sensational story, and the scandal would be drowned in the noise. This time, he set his sights on Usagi. If he could obtain Usagi, the beast, his own lack of skill could be masked. With such a powerful pet, he might even attempt true adventures. He had also dug into Tom's background. Just a muggle-born orphan with a bit of talent, sorted into Slytherin by some twist of fate. Surrounded by wealthy pureblood heirs, his life couldn't be easy. Surely, a few galleons would dazzle him. Lockhart thought it a fair price, especially with Dumbledore watching over everything. He wouldn't dare go too far. And then, he was suddenly hurled into the air. The noisy corridor fell silent. The young witches and wizards froze as though time itself had stopped. They stared at Tom Riddle, and at Lockhart, hanging upside down. Someone rubbed their eyes furiously, only to realize the world truly had gone mad. Tom Riddle had dared to attack a professor. This wasn't like Quirrell. Quirrell had resigned, exposed his true face, and revealed himself as a dark wizard after the Philosopher's Stone. Lockhart, for all his incompetence, was still a professor, an actual, living professor. Tom Riddle. What are you doing? Put me down at once. Lockhart snapped out of his daze, screaming with fury, flailing his limbs against the invisible bindings. Tom's face was cold as stone. With a flick of his wand, the wall bulged outward, swallowing Lockhart's body until only his head protruded. Draco Malfoy's eyes lit up. Yes. Exactly like this. This was the same way Riddle had pinned him into a stone wall, leaving him hanging there the entire night. No, this time Lockhart deserved to suffer even longer. I used to think you were nothing more than a buzzing fly, Tom said, voice calm, cutting through the stillness. A clown on the stage, amusing the crowd. But today I see the truth, you're a rat. A rat foolish enough to bite, thinking you can gnaw at me. I should swallow you whole. Usagi. You dare set your eyes on him. Old fraud, what gives you the right? That pitiful little memory charm of yours. Lockhart's eyes widened in terror. The wall pressed against his mouth, muffling his protests into pitiful whimpers. But his heart hammered. How much did Tom know? He had called him a fraud, he had named the memory charm directly. Words were not enough. Tom's hand itched. Rosier. Your wand. Rosier blinked, then, as if guided by instinct, pulled out his wand. By the time Tom grasped it, the wand had transformed into a whip studded with barbs. A sharp hiss spread through the crowd. Nott and Zabini sucked in breaths, envy twisting in their chests. Why had Tom chosen Rosier's wand and not theirs? With my own wand, you dirty it. Today, Lockhart, if I don't leave you striped with golden lashes, I'm not a riddle. Crack. Aya. The first strike drew a shriek of agony. Even a troll couldn't endure the bite of that barbed whip. Tom's arm moved faster and faster until his blows blurred into afterimages. Ravenclaws shrank back in horror, trembling in a corner, but the Slytherins, their eyes gleamed with feverish admiration. This was the Slytherin way. Cross us, and even a professor would be taught his place. Tom, let me join. Daphne's voice cut through, burning with fury. How dare this charlatan insult them with such a paltry offer? 5,000 galleons. Her allowance for the term exceeded that. If Tom wished, her mother would gladly pay that price for every single vial of strengthening potion. This wasn't a bargain, it was an insult. Here. Tom handed her Rosier's wand. Daphne struck without hesitation, lashing down just as hard as Tom. Soon, Lockhart's body was a canvas of bloody stripes, his robes soaked crimson, his face unrecognizable. Even some Slytherins faltered. Were these two really going to flog him to death? Enough. A shrill voice cut through the frenzy. Relief rippled through the hall. Lockhart would live, barely. 15 minutes later, in the headmaster's office. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait bellowed. A Hogwarts student attacking a professor. In our day such disgrace was unthinkable. Riddle, do you believe a little talent gives you the right to do as you please? You're finished. Not even Dumbledore can save you this time. Expulsion is the only option. Flitwick had been the one to free Lockhart, ordering 2 students to rush him to the hospital wing. Then, dragging Tom along, he had gone straight to Dumbledore's office. The charms professor sighed the whole way, but said nothing. Only at the door, as the stone gargoyle leapt aside, did he whisper urgently. Riddle, you must admit fault. Dumbledore will be lenient if you do. Now, in the office, Flitwick quickly explained what he had heard from students, then excused himself. Dumbledore had asked him to send for Snape. The living men in the room stayed silent. Snape stood by the door, arms crossed, his expression black as storm clouds. He looked as though he had come only to enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 200, Dumbledore's Dilemma. The living men in the office remained silent. Snape stood at the door, arms crossed, his expression dark, as though he had come simply to enjoy the spectacle. Other than Phineas, the other headmasters in the portraits were no less displeased with Tom. A student attacking a professor. How could such a thing be tolerated? This wasn't just a troublesome student anymore, it was a problem demanding a heavy hand. If today he dared strike a professor, what was to stop him from challenging the headmaster tomorrow? Still, the others weren't as brash as Phineas. Dead headmasters were meant to offer counsel to the living, not make decisions for them. A corpse barking orders. Phineas, why don't you come out and take the headmaster's seat again yourself? You dare mock me? Phineas roared, his painted eyes bulging in outrage. Not only dare I mock you, Tom sneered, raising his wand, I'll shut you up as well. Levi Corpus. The frame of Phineas's portrait flipped upside down, the entire painted scene inverted. Hey! What have you done to my home? Put it back. A heavy curtain fell across the frame, smothering Phineas's shrill protests into silence. In another portrait, Armando Dippet rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Levi Corpus used like this. When I get out, I must ask Riddle about it. It was my spell, yet this boy uses it more deftly than I ever did. Snape, meanwhile, wasn't remotely worried that Dumbledore would expel Tom as Phineas had claimed. For the sake of one incompetent fool, would he really cast out a boy with such staggering potential? Only an idiot like Phineas would think so. Ah. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Mr. Riddle, your temper. It is far too volatile. Professor, Tom replied with a small smile, I think you should be thanking me. Thanking you? Dumbledore blinked. From Tom's pocket, Usagi wriggled free. Stroking its scaled head, Tom spoke softly. Lockhart tried to insult Usagi with gold. If I hadn't stopped him, he'd already be a smear of flesh on the floor. Tell me, Professor, which is more serious? A professor beaten bloody, or a professor killed outright? Dumbledore gave a bitter smile. He couldn't call that mere sophistry. The logic was uncomfortably sound. Phoenixes were proud creatures. If anyone had ever dared offer galleons to buy Fawkes, the bird would have burned the offender to ash in an instant. It was only Dumbledore's reputation that kept such thoughts unspoken. But Usagi was stronger than Fawkes, stronger, prouder, and far less forgiving. Tom's only weakness was his youth. Too many still thought him easy prey. I cannot deny that, Snape drawled suddenly, his tone silky but sharp. Dumbledore, you truly ought to thank Riddle. If he hadn't intervened, Lockhart would be a corpse by now, killed by a student's beast. And you, the headmaster who hired him, would be nailed beside him on the pillar of shame. But he is still a professor. Dumbledore murmured with a weary grimace. Inviting Snape here had been a mistake, he had only sharpened Tom's blade further. Headmaster Dumbledore. Tom's voice cut sharply across the room, bold enough to make even Snape blink in surprise. Riddle, do you truly see him as some kindly old fool you can speak to this way? I want to ask one question, Tom said, eyes locked on Dumbledore's. His gaze was keen, even challenging. What is the duty of a professor? Dumbledore paused in thought. At last, he answered softly, to help students become better people, and better wizards. I very much agree. Tom nodded earnestly. Take Professor McGonagall, for example. She may be head of Gryffindor, but she treats every student with genuine care. Her mastery of transfiguration is second only to yours, Professor. In all of Britain, no other witch or wizard surpasses her in that art. Dumbledore's lips curved into an involuntary smile. Tom's words were sincere, and his recognition of McGonagall warmed him. And at the very least, Tom went on, a professor should be like Professor Snape. Snape stiffened, eyes widening. What the? I came here to shield you, boy. I spoke up in your defense, and now you're using me as a cautionary example. In this moment, Snape swore that if the killing curse were cast at Tom, he'd unleash the strongest Avada Kedavra of his life. Feigning ignorance of Snape's glare, Tom continued smoothly, yes, Professor Snape's manner may be less than pleasant. But at the very least, he fulfills the fundamental duty of transmitting knowledge. He teaches, and he teaches competently. Now, what about the men you hired, Lockhart? Tom's lip curled into a cold sneer. Even I can see it. He's nothing but a fool spouting lies. Not a word of truth in his books. Merlin only knows from whom he stole those stories. I do not believe that the greatest wizard of our century cannot see through his charade. Tom, Dumbledore's tone deepened, sometimes the lessons you must learn from a professor are not limited to the spells they teach. More important than their instruction is what you take away for yourself, lessons, warnings, reminders. So, Tom pressed forward, planting both hands firmly on the desk, voice low but biting, you intend to waste an entire school year, just so the only thing students gain is the lesson to value honesty, and the chance to see through one fraud. His eyes narrowed, his words like knives. Headmaster, even if you are headmaster, are the thoughts of students to be dismissed so easily? Dumbledore's lips pressed tight. He fell into silence. Snape stared, utterly dumbfounded, his wand sliding unconsciously into his hand. One thought filled his mind, pounding like thunder. Brave. So bloody brave. Chapter 201, A Clash of Truths. Severus Snape felt as though he were seeing Tom Riddle in an entirely new light. In the past, he had thought Tom a little wild, fearless, in fact. Unlike other students who shrank before professors like mice before cats, Tom had always been far more casual, even bold. But after today, Snape realized that his earlier assessment had been far too conservative. This was no ordinary lack of respect. This was utter, unflinching fearlessness. No, Snape thought grimly, if Riddle managed to get out of this unscathed, he would have to sit the boy down and carefully explain just what kind of man Albus Dumbledore truly was. And Dumbledore, after being challenged so directly, had only bowed his head, no one knowing what thoughts ran behind his half-moon spectacles. Tom, meanwhile, took a steadying breath and returned calmly to his seat. Don't be fooled by his noble words from moments ago, standing tall on behalf of the entire student body to strike against Dumbledore. At the core of it all, he had only been acting for himself. If Gilderoy Lockhart had merely continued strutting about the school, basking in his fraudulent glory, Tom would not have bothered interfering. After all, no matter who taught defense against the dark arts, Tom always had his learning space to rely on. But Lockhart had been foolish enough to seek him out repeatedly, desperate for attention, and worse, he had dared to set his sights on Usagi. And since Lockhart had already provoked him, Tom would make sure he was crushed, leaving no chance for recovery. Why allow an enemy to linger? Of course, if judged solely by appearances, Tom's expulsion of Lockhart would indeed be a relief for every student. Even if forced into self-study, that was far better than enduring Lockhart's daily one-man theater in class. Naturally, Tom himself would gain much more from it. For in the very moment Lockhart had tried to strike a bargain over Usagi, Tom's system had triggered a task. Task detected, an ignorant fraud is attempting to disrupt the host's peaceful academic life. Mission issued. Objective, expel Gilderoy Lockhart from Hogwarts. Time limit, 1 month. Completion within 1 week will grant enhanced rewards. No penalty for failure. Rewards, 500 credits, 1,000 for early completion, 50 achievement points, 100 for early completion, 1 intermediate lottery draw, advanced for early completion. Though the mission carried no punishments, the true penalty lay in failing to claim the rewards, and, far worse, in leaving Lockhart to continue sickening him day after day. If he could not get rid of Lockhart within a month, then no matter how long the time stretched, the outcome would be the same. That was why today Tom had abandoned his usual mild tone with Dumbledore and chosen instead to strike with sharp aggression, cutting the matter cleanly at its root. As for Snape's worries, Tom was blissfully unaware. Even if he had known, he would have dismissed them as needless concern. After all, there were only 2 people in this world who truly understood Dumbledore, one was Tom himself. The other was currently lounging in the learning space, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Tom's earlier fury and accusations were entirely within the range of what a student might do. Even if he disagreed with Dumbledore, such behavior would never truly anger him. Dumbledore would simply try to gently guide the boy's thoughts into alignment with his own. The headmaster's pride was not so fragile as to flare at a student's defiance. At that very moment, however, Grindlevald was busy railing against Dumbledore in the learning space. "You see it, don't you?" he snarled. "To think that I was defeated by a man like that. Do you know why? Because I still clung to the remnants of our past. Had I steeled myself, I had 100 ways to bring him down: ambush, assassination, manipulating those dearest to him." He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with malice. "Do you believe I could have forged a fake resurrection stone, laced with curses, and shattered him with it?" "I believe it," Andrus replied without hesitation, nodding furiously. "But old Gellert, if you'll forgive me saying so, feelings are nothing but dead weight. You two broke up decades ago, and yet you still couldn't bring yourself to finish him off. Emotions slow the swing of your wand." The two had been roommates for nearly a year, and Grindlevald had long since dropped all pretenses, openly sharing the truth of his relationship with Dumbledore. At first, Andrus had been utterly shocked, but not by the fact of their genders. No, in his time, such things were almost commonplace. Ancient Greece, after all, had its custom of pederasty, a bond between an older, learned mentor and a younger student. The mentor provided guidance and resources, while the student offered, well, emotional and physical value. Whatever the mentor desired, the youth was expected to give. Andrus himself had never indulged, being far too consumed by combat and cultivation. Otherwise, he might well have ended up as someone's cherished pupil. What truly stunned him was that two men standing on such opposing sides could develop the kind of bond at all, and in just 2 months. Yet Grindlevald still carried the weight of it after a lifetime. What sort of succubus was this Dumbledore supposed to be? Andrus eyed him in his mind's eye. He didn't look the part. But enough of those two ancient fools gossiping in the void. Back in the real world, Dumbledore finally broke the tense silence. "Mr. Riddle," the headmaster said gravely, "I had not expected you to see through Lockhart in just 1 week." His voice carried no anger, only quiet resignation. "You are correct. He is indeed a seasoned fraud. At least 90% of the adventures described in his bestsellers were stolen from others, some of whom, by chance, happened to be my own friends. When I visited them over the summer, however, they had no recollection of those events. Not even I could restore what they had lost. From that perspective, Lockhart is quite skilled. His ability to win trust and his mastery of memory charms are, without exaggeration, at a master's level." Dumbledore gave a wry smile. "If only he were willing to share his knowledge of memory charms, I would gladly be his student." He sighed. "Yes, I admit it, I allowed him into Hogwarts with the thought that, under the eyes of the students, his deception would eventually reveal itself. But there is a greater reason." His tone grew heavier. "Over 40 years, we have burned through more than 40 defense against the dark arts professors. Each year, fewer and fewer dare to apply. Lockhart was the only candidate this time." "Impossible." Tom snapped, piercing through Dumbledore's explanation like a blade. "At the very least, there was one other who definitely applied." The boy's dark eyes slid towards Snape. Snape straightened immediately, chest swelling with long-suppressed pride. "Dumbledore," he said, voice dripping with restrained bitterness, "I recall submitting an application every single summer, requesting to change subjects. But your memory seems rather poor, you have never once replied." "Ah." Dumbledore's expression twisted oddly as his gaze flicked between Snape and Tom. From the way Snape had just defended the boy earlier, the two seemed on good terms. And yet Tom was now practically shoving him headlong into the fire pit. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion glinting there. But Tom only sat there, utterly righteous, chin high as though nothing were amiss. Chapter 202, The Baited Fire Pit. Just moments ago, Snape had spoken up for Tom as if the two were on the same side. But now it felt like Tom had shoved him straight into the fire pit on purpose. Catching Dumbledore's suspicious glance, Tom answered boldly, voice steady and righteous. "I believe our house is fully capable of handling the curse-breaking, Professor." "And if they cannot?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Then next year, we'll find another candidate. Oh, speaking of which, Slytherin will be needing a new head of house as well." The faint trace of a smile that had lingered on Snape's face vanished in an instant. His expression sank like storm clouds. So Riddle's defense earlier hadn't been sincere after all, he really had been setting Snape up. "Best to leave it, I think." Dumbledore shook his head. "We should be thankful Lockhart is still able to serve as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts." Tom leaned back in his chair, voice calm but sharp-edged. "Professor, the management of this school isn't something a mere student like me ought to interfere with. But surely you see, just because no one else has stepped forward, it doesn't mean we should allow a fraud to take the position. Better no professor at all than one who drags the rest down with him. You know that truth better than anyone." Continue like this, and you risk lowering the reputation of every professor in Hogwarts. He met Dumbledore's gaze, unflinching. Punish me however you wish for today's incident. I'll accept it. But one thing is certain, Lockhart can't continue in his role. Dumbledore thought a moment before replying. Using magic in the corridors, brawling, and damaging the castle walls, Slytherin will lose 100 points. And for the next month, you will serve detention under Professor Snape's supervision. Though it reeked of favoritism, Dumbledore had little choice. The school rules had no clear clause about a student striking a professor, so he was forced to cobble together charges that even Snape found laughable. As for Lockhart, Dumbledore sighed. Tom, everything I've said is speculation, without solid evidence. I cannot dismiss him on mere suspicion. What if I find the evidence? Tom asked evenly. Dumbledore's brows lifted. And how would you intend to do that? You must remember, legilimency and veritaserum are strictly prohibited. Tom's lips curved, but he gave nothing away. Professor, I won't trouble you with details. But you should be prepared, your reputation may take some minor damage. Dumbledore chuckled, unconcerned. So long as you don't jeopardize yourself over the likes of Lockhart, I care little what people say about me. I'm just an old man. My reputation matters far less than your future. He leaned forward, eyes kind but resolute. You have my word. If you can present undeniable proof, I will dismiss Lockhart at once and hand him over to the ministry. Then I'll bring you good news soon. Tom rose from his chair, gave a courteous nod, and strode toward the heavy oak door. At the threshold, he paused, glancing back. Oh, one more thing, Professor. I greatly admire Headmaster Phineas Nigellus. Would you consider lending me his portrait for a time? There are academic matters I wish to consult him on. Dumbledore had just pulled back the curtain, thinking Tom had left, when Phineas's furious voice rang out. Dumbledore. You didn't expel him. And absolutely not, my portrait stays where it is. Don't you dare hand me over to that boy. Peace, Phineas, Dumbledore said gently. This is your home. You won't be going anywhere. Tom smirked faintly, turned on his heel, and exited with Snape at his side. The oak doors closed with a heavy thud. No sooner had they stepped into the corridor than Snape spoke at once. Your use of Levi Corpus was clever. How did you manage to make the spell affect the portrait itself? Tom replied matter-of-factly, I fused in elements of illusion charms. My target wasn't Phineas, but the background of the portrait itself. Snape blinked, intrigued. At that point, Tom added with a faint smile, it's not really Levi Corpus anymore. I'd call it inverted world. Snape nodded slowly, thoughtful. An interesting idea indeed. If the environment can be inverted rather than the person, then the possibilities are far broader. Truth be told, Snape had enjoyed himself today. Lockhart's presence at Hogwarts had been nothing but a humiliation for the staff, lecturing Professor Sprout on how to treat the Whomping Willow, attempting to improve Snape's own potions. No one but a true lunatic would behave so insufferably. Tom. 3 voices called out in unison. Daphne, Astoria, and Hermione had been waiting anxiously outside the office ever since Tom was summoned. The moment he stepped out, Daphne threw herself at him. Dumbledore didn't do anything to you, did he? If he dares, I'll tell Mother to call for a Board of Governors meeting and force him to back down. The indignant head of Slytherin might as well have been invisible. Snape was left standing on the sidelines, watching as 3 young witches swarmed the boy, then slipped away in silence, expression unreadable. Tom hugged Daphne lightly, smiling. No need to worry. Dumbledore only deducted 100 points from Slytherin and sentenced me to a month of detention with Professor Snape. But I don't plan on actually serving it. That's a relief. Hermione exhaled as though narrowly spared from disaster. When Daphne told me you'd struck Lockhart, I nearly lost my mind. He's a professor. No student in Hogwarts history has ever dared attack a professor, at least not openly. Tom's grin sharpened. He won't be one for long. I've already spoken to Dumbledore, Lockhart will be gone within days. What? Hermione's eyes widened. But the school year has barely begun, it's only been 2 weeks. That just means we get to see him gone sooner. Daphne's eyes gleamed. Then let's give him a proper send-off, one last beating before he leaves. Astoria hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded firmly. Yes. He deserves it. Tom chuckled, first praising Daphne, then cautioning her, not yet. As long as he still wears the title of professor, we can't touch him. But once it's over, once everything is settled, we'll collect our interest. Fine, Daphne agreed sweetly. We'll wait. Tom ruffled her hair affectionately, then turned to Hermione. Hermione, if we want him expelled properly, we need to prepare. We'll head back to the common room first. You get some rest, we'll talk tonight. Hermione nodded gravely. Just, be careful. Please. Once, she had adored Lockhart like a starstruck fan. But after today, and after his pitiful blunders last week, her admiration had curdled into disgust. Now, she fully believed Tom. Lockhart was nothing but a fraud. After Hermione left, Tom guided the Greengrass sisters back toward the Slytherin common room. The heavy stone door closed behind them. Chapter 203, Stirring the Serpent's Nest. The Slytherin common room was crowded, students buzzing with animated discussion about what had just transpired. The moment Tom stepped inside, several jumped to their feet at once. Tom, what did Dumbledore say? I heard our head of house was there too, shouldn't be a problem then. That Lockhart's useless anyway. Getting beaten up serves him right. Trying to buy Usagi with just 5,000 galleons. Utter nonsense. Everyone talked over one another until Tom lifted a hand. The noise died instantly, and his cold gaze swept across the room. He spoke to the few students standing nearest. Fetch Caro, Avery, and Flint. Wait for me here in the common room. Once I'm back, we'll begin. With that, Tom turned and strode into the dormitory. Inside, the room was empty. Zabini and the others were still in the common room. Para. With a sharp crack, the house elf appeared. You called, Master Riddle. Tom summoned 2 pieces of parchment and, with a flick of his wand, his quill flew across them at remarkable speed. Within minutes, both letters were complete. One he sealed in an envelope embossed with the Greengrass family crest, the other he slipped into a gold-trimmed envelope, inside which he also tucked a chat book, layering protective enchantments over it. This one is for Lady Greengrass. The other, she must send it on to France. The magical aura will guide the owl. Yes, Master Riddle. Para accepted the letters solemnly and disapparated on the spot. Tom did not immediately return. Instead, he sat on his bed, lost in thought, carefully reviewing every detail. Only when he was satisfied that no flaw remained did he rise and head back to the common room. By then, even more students had gathered. The ones he had summoned, Caro, Avery, Flint, were all present. Enough chatter, Tom began, striding confidently to his seat. You've all heard what happened. Dumbledore docked me 100 points. 100. I'll reclaim them sooner or later, but that isn't the point. The point is, I have run out of patience with Gilderoy Lockhart. He let the words sink in. Your families are either among the Sacred 28, or your elders hold high positions in our world's elite. Don't think I don't know that. At his words, many instinctively straightened their backs, pride flashing in their eyes. And it wasn't empty flattery. Slytherin House truly resembled Muggle financial dynasties. Few sat in government offices, but through sheer resources and wealth, they wielded enormous influence over the ministry. Lucius Malfoy was the perfect example, though far more flamboyant than most. Lockhart's behavior this past week has been shameful. A fraud. A clown. Caro, Tom's eyes locked onto a 4th-year boy, younger brother of last year's female prefect. I hear you had to play a snowman in class last week. How did that feel? Caro gave a helpless shrug. It didn't feel like a snowman, more like a troll. And before I knew it, Lockhart had stunned me with a spell right in front of everyone. The room erupted with laughter. And you, Avery, Tom continued, turning sharply, I heard your quiz on Lockhart's personal interests only scored 2 correct guesses. You were humiliated in front of the class and lost 5 points. Avery's grin was twisted. Tom, today you did what I've been dying to do for days. Shame I wasn't there to see it. Tom's lips curled. So we all agree, then, our disdain for Lockhart isn't just personal. His so-called lessons are a waste of everyone's time. Especially for the 5th years and 7th years. His tone darkened. You're the ones who are truly unfortunate. The examinations authority won't lower their standards just because your professor is incompetent. The faces of the upper years grew grim. Even with powerful family connections, they still needed solid marks to back them. This year's defense against the dark arts would be nothing short of a disaster. I won't mince words, Tom said, rising from his chair, hand gripping the armrest. This buffoon has outstayed his welcome. For my sake, and for your education, he cannot remain at Hogwarts. I've been here 2 years. And look at who Dumbledore has hired as professors. How have you tolerated this for so long? His voice rang sharp, electric. The time has come to remind Dumbledore, and the Ministry, that Slytherin is not to be trifled with. If you're with me, then tonight you will each write to your families. Have your parents pressure the Ministry directly. Writing to the school will do nothing. Dumbledore excels at sweeping things under the rug. His eyes gleamed. A shadow flickered in his pupils, something draconic, accompanied by a crack of lightning. The room chilled instantly. If you don't. His voice dropped, quiet but venomous. Then you are my enemy. Do not think I forget. I never forget. 10 years. 20 years. I will remember every betrayal. The handful who had secretly harbored doubts froze, as if his gaze had pierced straight through them. I'll write to my grandfather at once, Rosier declared, standing tall. And me. Zabini and Malfoy spoke at the same time, shooting each other murderous glares. Neither would yield. Soon, Knott, Avery, Marcus, Caro, Parkinson, and others all pledged their support. The momentum was overwhelming. No one dared oppose Tom openly. As for those who might resist in secret, Tom already had a solution. Lady Greengrass would quietly discover which families had failed to send complaints to the ministry. Slytherin numbers were small, it would be easy to investigate. The room emptied quickly, leaving only Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, who were preparing to write to their parents as well. But Tom stopped them. You don't need to. I've already written to your mother. Paras delivered the letters. The sisters exchanged a glance and relaxed. When class was about to begin, a storm of owls burst forth from the Olary, carrying letters by the dozens. Slytherin students returned from posting them with smug grins plastered across their faces. Tom had spoken to their hearts. Slytherin had been quiet for too long. Now, they would oust a professor, not just to purge incompetence, but as a warning to Dumbledore himself. Slytherin House is not to be underestimated. Every student who took part felt a surge of pride, as if they had contributed to a great cause. Their letters spared no exaggeration. The more damning, the better. Chapter 204, The Storm of Howlers. Tom's words had struck a deep chord with them. Slytherin had been silent for far too long, now they would make their stand by driving out a professor, a warning to Dumbledore that they were not to be trifled with. Every little wizard who took part felt the same odd sense of satisfaction, as if their letters were a civic duty, like soldiers smoking for national defense. However serious the matter, that was exactly how they wrote it in their letters. By now, the entire castle was buzzing with the news. So when Tom appeared in the afternoon's history of magic class, the Hufflepuffs couldn't concentrate at all, not that they usually did. At least once every minute, their eyes darted sideways to steal glances at him. Hannah, who was on friendly terms with Tom, took the chance while Professor Binns was bent over his book to twist around in her seat. Tom, do you know how miserable Lockhart is right now? Tom gave a dismissive curl of his lip. I was the one who thrashed him, of course I know. Madame Pomfrey won't be able to heal him for days. But you only gave him a few lashes. Hannah whispered in awe. Some students snuck in to see. Lockhart looks like he's been torn apart. His wounds aren't healing at all. Ordinary cuts and bruises were nothing in the wizarding world. A bit of dittany, some bandages, and in a matter of hours there wouldn't even be scars left. But Hannah didn't know the real reason. Tom had infused the whip with lightning, every wound still tingled and burned with magical agony. Lockhart must be suffering an itch and numbness beyond endurance. To even begin healing, Madame Pomfrey first had to dispel the magic coursing through his wounds, and that was far harder than fixing mere flesh. Susan turned around too, her round face full of regret. Tom, you should have just beaten his body. Lockhart's only redeeming quality was his face. Now that's ruined too. Those marks on his face. I did those. Daphne lifted her little chin proudly. What's so special about an old man's looks anyway? If you want to look at a handsome face, just look at Tom. Hannah and Susan instinctively nodded, their eyes drifting toward Tom's pale, striking features, before their cheeks grew hot and they hurriedly looked away within seconds. Susan joked, that's different. Tom belongs to you, we can't just stare at him. Lockhart might be far worse, but at least he was public property. Daphne beamed at the words, immediately handing out sweets to Susan and Hannah in delight. By the time Professor Binns lifted his head again, the girls had snapped back around with practiced speed. For the rest of the day, whether it was professors or students, everyone's eyes lingered on Tom with an odd mix of admiration and fear. A few of Lockhart's fangirls were furious, of course, but none of them dared do more than glare secretly. No one wanted to be the next one dangling from a ceiling under Tom's whip. It was madness. He had thrashed a professor unconscious in front of the entire school, and that professor was still lying in the hospital wing. Yet the only punishment was 100 points off Slytherin and a month of detention with Snape, which was as good as no punishment at all. The only question was, what would Lockhart say when he finally woke up? At the Greengrass Manor, upon receiving Para's urgent owl, Lady Greengrass had rushed back from the ministry. Her first act was to choose the sturdiest owl and send the enclosed letter winging its way toward France. Only then did she sit down to read Tom's own letter. Halfway through, her brows knit tightly. Utter nonsense. Has Dumbledore truly gone senile? He lets any random fraud take a professor's chair. Lady Greengrass had never been fond of Dumbledore, and this only made her disdain sharper. The meddlesome old man never managed the things he should, yet always poked his nose where it wasn't wanted. If he truly cared for the wizarding world, why hadn't he acted when the Dark Lord first rose? Why had he hidden in Hogwarts while Death Eater ideology spread unchecked? If he had boldly stood against the Dark Lord then, would the pureblood families have dared to throw in their lot with him? They would have tucked their tails and kept quiet. But instead of handling that, he was busy meddling in shaping students' ideology. And now, bringing in a fraud like Lockhart. A headmaster's first duty was to make sure students learned magic properly, earned solid grades, and had a future. Not this nonsense. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Following Tom's suggestion, she picked up her quill to write letters linking other governors together, while also beginning her own investigation into Lockhart's past travels. As the head of the Department of Magical Transportation, she knew the basics: apparition or night bus left no records. But Flu Network, port keys, international travel. Those were all registered. If Lockhart's movements didn't match the claims in his books, then there were only two possibilities: either he was lying in print, or he had been sneaking across borders illegally. Let him choose which crime he preferred. Tom hadn't asked her to stir up the board, but Lady Greengrass found Dumbledore's actions intolerable. Hogwarts professors had always been eccentric, but at least they could teach. Quirrell and Lockhart. Utterly useless. What was this? Some petty grudge against her daughter Astoria's admission. Even with Dumbledore's reputation, the board might not be able to unseat him, but they could certainly make him miserable for a while. Annoying others. Two could play that game. One by one, all soared from Greengrass Manor carrying her fiery letters. Meanwhile, other Slytherin parents were receiving complaint-filled letters from their children. Almost every family was outraged. Whatever their station or politics, the love parents had for their children was universal. For pureblood families, where lineage was precious, that protectiveness was even stronger. They wanted nothing more than for their children to become accomplished witches and wizards. So when education itself was at stake, even Dumbledore could expect no compromise. The next morning, Dolores Umbridge arrived at the first floor of the ministry as usual, heading toward her domain, the minister's liaison office. She wasn't yet a high-ranking official, merely Cornelius Fudge's secretary, responsible for drafting speeches, sorting letters, and other menial tasks. She had just poured herself a cup of tea when the door burst open violently. A great flock of owls swooped in, each carrying a fire-red envelope. Before the stunned Umbridge could react, the owls dropped the envelopes in a heap and fled in panic, afraid they might end up as someone's snack if they lingered. She stared at the growing pile, bewildered, until realization struck. Her face paled. Howlers. Before she could take any action, the letters activated. The next second, the ministry exploded in deafening roars. Chapter 205, The Roar of 100 Howlers. 100 howlers burst open like a chain of exploding barrels, the first victim being Dolores Umbridge herself. She felt as though her eardrums had been punctured, hearing nothing but a piercing buzz, unable to make out a single word. The next unfortunate target was the room itself. The deafening tide of sound shattered the walls of the office, and soon an entire floor of the ministry was engulfed in the thunderous roars. The chaos echoed so violently that even the floors above and below could hear it crystal clear. Inside the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge spilled his coffee all over his robes. The door burst open as the ministry's alarm wailed. A group of Aurors stormed in, casting Muffliato on themselves as they rushed to shield him. After a whirlwind of confusion, Umbridge managed to stammer out an explanation, revealing it was nothing more than a false alarm. All that remained were the ashes of burned howlers scattered across the floor, yet not a single soul had truly understood what they were shouting. Fudge, his face red with fury, barked. Set up a letter reception office immediately. Staff it with people skilled in countering howler enchantments. From now on, no letter reaches me without a full inspection. He shot a furious glare at Umbridge, who was trembling like a leaf. She couldn't even handle a few blasted letters. If she weren't so adept at groveling, Fudge would have replaced her long ago. Cornelius. A calm, steady voice cut through the air. From the crowd, Lady Greengrass stepped forward. Fudge instantly smoothed his expression, trading rage for a warm smile. Director Greengrass. Though technically the minister outranked her, Fudge never dared to treat Lady Greengrass casually. He favored the pureblood faction, and the Greengrass family was deeply rooted among them. In the Department of Magical Transportation, her influence rivaled even that of Amelia Bones, the ministry's formidable second-in-command. She was not someone Fudge could afford to offend. Not just Lady Greengrass, Fudge's attitude was always the same toward anyone who carried influence and prestige, provided they posed no threat to his power. I know the contents of those howlers, Lady Greengrass said evenly. Because I wrote one myself. Fudge's eyes widened in alarm, his mind racing, desperately trying to recall what he might have done to anger her. Let's continue this in your office, Cornelius, Lady Greengrass continued, summoning several others forward, each a parent with a child currently studying at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, inside the castle of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was experiencing the exact same ordeal as Fudge. Another 100 howlers had arrived, though the Great Hall, being far larger, absorbed the noise differently. Because owls came in waves from varying distances, the arrival of the letters was staggered. Amidst the chaotic mix of overlapping shouts, the students still managed to catch plenty of words clearly. And what words they were! The young witches and wizards sat gaping, eyes wide with astonishment. They had never heard such a spectacular barrage of insults. In a single morning, they learned more curse words than they had in their entire lives combined. The more studious among them had already pulled out parchment and quills, diligently recording the choicest phrases to use in future arguments. The howlers hurled every variety of affectionate abuse at Dumbledore and Lockhart, though, of course, neither of them was present, robbing the show of some of its drama. But with the targets absent, the professors at the high table became the stand-ins. The faculty looked as though they wanted to sink straight into their plates. The heads of houses clenched their fists. Professor Flitwick had ducked entirely behind the table, his small frame vanishing from sight. Even Severus Snape, who usually delighted in watching others' misery, found no joy in it today. Parents were lambasting the professors as useless incompetents. Most of the fury was aimed at Lockhart, but the rest of the staff weren't spared. After all, they were colleagues, and in the parents' eyes, all cut from the same cloth. Professor McGonagall's fur seemed to bristle like an angry cat's. She swallowed her last bite of smoked herring, then stormed out of the hall in long, sharp strides, every inch the picture of a feline with its hackles raised. Tom was busy. Every time a howler reached the end of its tirade, he cast a spell to prevent it from self-combusting, carefully collecting each one. "Tom, why are you keeping those?" Astoria asked curiously. She spoke with gestures. Tom had already cast Muffliato charms on her and Daphne to protect their ears. The boy simply pointed upward. Astoria's eyes lit up with realization. Of course. The intended recipients hadn't heard a word of it yet. Letting the howlers burn themselves out would be a complete waste. With a quick reparo, they could be played back again. And with a little time before class, Tom knew exactly who to deliver them to. He sent Daphne off to Transfiguration and hauled the sack of howlers onto his shoulder, jogging toward the top floor. The stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office came alive as he approached, its mouth curling into a mischievous grin. "Back again, boy. Come to argue with Dumbledore." "Not this time. This one's from the parents." Tom looked around, frowning. "Where do I put these letters, anyway? You don't even have a postbox. Normally they go straight inside. But if the headmaster isn't here, well, you can leave them in my mouth." The gargoyle waggled its stony brows at him. Tom arched his own. Then open wide. He tugged the sack open, revealing a mountain of crimson envelopes. "Go on. Mouth open. I'm not in the mood today." The gargoyle's eyes widened in horror. "That many howlers? All for Dumbledore? Of course. They're the heartfelt words of Hogwarts' loving parents. You'd better keep them safe." Grabbing its jaw, Tom appended the sack. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The gargoyle's belly swelled visibly, doubling in size. Tom gave its stone stomach a firm pat, solid as granite. "Right then. Tell the headmaster to come fetch them before they go off inside you. Wouldn't want you exploding on my account." With that, Tom scampered off, leaving the poor gargoyle groaning and smoking at the mouth. "Dumbledore. Hurry up. The boy's heart is black as coal," the gargoyle bellowed. Nearly 5 minutes later, Dumbledore emerged from his office, wearing an expression of weary resignation. By then, smoke was already curling from the gargoyle's lips. Chapter 206, The Fall of Gilderoy Lockhart. All morning long, even Professors Sprout and Flitwick, usually the kindest of the staff, taught their lessons with unusually stern faces. Clearly, none of the professors had yet recovered from the barrage of howlers earlier that day. As if to prove themselves nothing like the fraud that was Gilderoy Lockhart, they all taught with the energy of people injected with fire whiskey. Each class covered nearly 3 lessons worth of content, and their standards for students were stricter than ever. Professor McGonagall's mouth practically never stopped moving, constantly correcting her students' wand movements, their strength, even their pronunciation. For a terrifying moment, Neville could have sworn he was looking at a female version of Professor Snape. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was massaging his ears, which were still ringing faintly. "So this is young Riddle's method," he mused, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. "I never thought I'd live to see the day Slytherins displayed such unity." At this point, Dumbledore was still unaware of what had transpired at the Ministry that morning. It wasn't until that afternoon, when Cornelius Fudge himself arrived, bringing with him a representative of the Board of Governors, that the headmaster realized Tom had orchestrated a full combination attack. "Albus." Fudge greeted him warmly, shaking his hand, though his tone carried a hint of complaint. "You've really landed me in quite a mess this time." Despite the words, there was no true anger in Fudge's eyes. Once he had understood the situation, that Lady Greengrass and several other Slytherin parents had lodged formal complaints, his first reaction had been one of relief. Good. It wasn't him they were targeting. The complaints were aimed at Dumbledore. But relief aside, it was still a headache. These parents weren't just ordinary witches and wizards, they were major donors to the ministry, pouring in hefty political contributions each year. Their voices could not be ignored. On the other hand, Hogwarts was Dumbledore's domain. None of Fudge's predecessors had dared interfere with the headmaster's choice of staff. In fact, Fudge's own rise to minister had owed no small part to Dumbledore's public endorsement. Right now, their relationship was still in its honeymoon phase. Fudge respected Dumbledore deeply, and appreciated that the old wizard confined himself to Hogwarts, showing little interest in ministry affairs. That balance kept the two men on good terms. Fortunately, after a morning's worth of digging, Lady Greengrass had uncovered some key evidence. With that in hand, Fudge finally had enough confidence to bring along a school governor and confront the matter directly. The governor who arrived was an elderly wizard. Not one of the Sacred 28, but a Slytherin alumnus who owned numerous businesses. 20 years ago, he had purchased a seat on the board from a failing old family in order to raise his own social standing. After the briefest of pleasantries, the governor laid a parchment flat on Dumbledore's desk, his face expressionless. Dumbledore. Out of respect for you, the board has never interfered in your educational philosophy or in your decisions. But this time, your choice of professor has caused more than half the governor's extreme dissatisfaction. This, he tapped the parchment, is a notice jointly signed by 8 governors. We remain courteous, but make no mistake, our patience is wearing thin. Our annual donations are not meant to fund charlatans. We expect greater prudence from you in your future appointments. Dumbledore inclined his head gravely. I share your hope that the children receive the best education we can provide. But surely you must also understand my difficulties. Barak, if professors' salaries continue to stagnate, the defense against the dark arts post will become impossible to fill. Governor Barak's lips twitched violently. He had come here to deliver a rebuke, yet somehow, Dumbledore had turned it into a plea for more money. I will relay your concerns to the others, Barak replied stiffly, resorting to delay tactics. Then he turned to Fudge. Cornelius, shall we? Go on, Barak. Don't forget the banquet in 2 days, Fudge said with an affable smile. Once the governor had departed, Fudge collapsed into the chair opposite Dumbledore and pulled out a handkerchief, dabbing the sweat from his forehead. Albus, you do keep the fire blazing in here, he panted. Old age makes one prone to the chill, Dumbledore said serenely. Indulge me. Of course, one must take care of one's health. Then Fudge leaned in, his voice dropping. Albus, regardless of whether you find a replacement or not, Lockhart cannot remain. That man is deeply problematic. Oh. Dumbledore tilted his head, feigning curiosity. Has something been uncovered? Not conclusive proof, yet, Fudge admitted. But here's what we can confirm, in Voyages with Vampires, he outright fabricated part of his tale. The timeline of his supposed adventure directly contradicts his actual schedule. During that period, he was still in Britain, meeting with the deputy editor of Witch Weekly about his book release. He never left the country at all. Originally, Madame Bones wanted the ministry to issue a formal order of dismissal, but I stopped it. Fudge winked slyly. I felt it would be more proper if the decision came from you, not the ministry. Cornelius, your warning is invaluable, Dumbledore said gravely. Very well. I shall suspend Lockhart's position pending the ministry's investigation. In truth, before power and politics had clouded his vision, Cornelius Fudge had been a shrewd, charming man, so charming, in fact, that even Dumbledore once considered him a trustworthy partner. The conversation ended with Fudge satisfied, Dumbledore seemingly cooperative, and Lockhart's fate quietly sealed. 2 days later, Gilderoy Lockhart was fully healed. Madame Pomfrey wasted no time in throwing him out of the infirmary. This man had lain in bed for days, doing nothing but shouting curses at Riddle or whining about his pain. She had nearly been tempted to pour a bottle of draught of living death down his throat just for some peace and quiet. Riddle. You just wait. Lockhart snarled as he stormed toward the door, his face twisted with rage. I'll see you thrown into Azkaban. But by the time he pushed open the infirmary doors, he had schooled his features back into their usual charming smile. Outside, however, a crowd of students had gathered, and among them stood 2 stern-faced middle-aged wizards. As soon as Lockhart appeared, one of them raised a parchment and read aloud. Gilderoy Lockhart. You are hereby charged. The wizard's voice rang out like a gavel. You stand accused of fraud, unlawful alteration of wizard memories, and 3 additional counts of magical misconduct. The color drained from Lockhart's face. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor, limp as a rag. You coordinated this rather neatly, he stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 207, Lockhart's Fall and Slytherin's Triumph. On the evening that Gilderoy Lockhart was escorted away, Dumbledore addressed the entire school during the feast. "I must apologize," he began solemnly, "for my clouded judgment in selecting an utterly unqualified professor of defense against the dark arts." He looked out across the rows of students, his voice calm but heavy. According to the Ministry's investigation, every single adventure recounted in Gilderoy Lockhart's books was stolen from others. He took credit for their deeds, and as for his own magical abilities, his only true skill is the memory charm. A murmur rippled across the hall. Effective immediately, Dumbledore continued, "Lockhart has been stripped of his position as professor. Until a suitable replacement is found, your defense against the dark arts classes will consist of study sessions and substitute lessons shared among other professors." The moment his words fell, the great hall erupted into a chorus of shocked chatter. Many had been wondering why the Ministry was even involved. Dismissal from teaching was hardly their affair. But now it all made sense. And Dumbledore's announcement confirmed what so many had already suspected: Lockhart was a fraud. Students who had long been skeptical of him straightened proudly, smugness written all over their faces. "I told you. Look at him, flimsy, frivolous, not at all like someone who's done half the things he claimed." Exactly. His books sounded so detailed, but when I asked him about them, he stammered and dodged the questions. Turns out he just copied everything. Couldn't even handle a pack of Cornish pixies, yet people still believed him. The students who spoke did so loudly on purpose, directing their words toward Lockhart's die-hard fangirls. Their faces flushed green with anger and humiliation, but what could they say? The Ministry itself had dragged him away. All they could do was endure the mocking until the scandal eventually blew over. Still, such students were a minority. Most, whether Gryffindor or Slytherin, were delighted. For once, the two rival houses found themselves united. In that sense, Lockhart was remarkable. In only a single week, he had accomplished something it had taken Phineas Nigellus Black, as headmaster, years to do: bring the houses together. "Headmaster Dumbledore." A sharp, clear voice suddenly rang out. Daphne Greengrass had stood up, and at once the hall fell silent, all eyes snapping toward her. "Since it has been proven that Lockhart was a fraud and a criminal," she declared boldly, "shouldn't Tom's punishment be revoked as well?" "Big sister, so brave." Astoria's eyes went wide, her cowlick trembling. To openly confront Dumbledore in front of every teacher and student, it was reckless. Even Tom was stunned. His own battles with the headmaster had taken place in the privacy of Dumbledore's office, with only Snape as witness. Compared to Daphne's audacity, his efforts seemed pitiful. But Daphne didn't care. All she knew was that it had been Lockhart who provoked Tom in the first place. Even if Tom wasn't the type to obsess over house points, he still didn't deserve unjust punishment. "She's right." Another voice joined, Hermione Granger, standing tall, her eyes flashing with conviction. "Headmaster, even though Lockhart hadn't been exposed at the time, he was scheming to harm Tom's pet. Everything Tom did was to protect what was his. That shouldn't have been punished." No one from Gryffindor protested. No one sneered at Hermione for defending a Slytherin. For one, everyone knew about her relationship with Tom. Inter-house rivalry was one thing, but even the most stubborn Gryffindor wasn't about to try breaking up a couple. And two, well, Tom's actions had been immensely satisfying to watch. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, his half-moon spectacles glittering in the candlelight. "Miss Greengrass. Miss Granger. I will admit, your arguments for leniency are not without merit," he said, his voice carrying a weight that stilled even the boldest students. But Mr. Riddle could have handled the matter with more restraint. He might have sought a professor's intervention or chosen a gentler response. Instead, he chose the path with the worst consequences. Were it not for a gap in the school rules, his punishment would have been far harsher. Daphne frowned, her aristocratic temper ready to flare, but before she could open her mouth, Dumbledore continued. "Still, you remind me of something I have yet to announce." His eyes twinkled now, a spark of light against the shadows. Because of Mr. Riddle's efforts, Lockhart's true nature was exposed swiftly. For that, Slytherin House is awarded 150 points. A radiant smile bloomed across Daphne's face. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table, spreading quickly through the entire hall until it seemed the very stones of Hogwarts vibrated with it. Even two usually cold hearts found themselves warmed by it. When the feast ended and the Slytherins returned to their common room, celebration exploded in full. This victory over Lockhart was more than personal vindication, it was a declaration of Slytherin's strength. 8 governors had stood together to challenge authority. Dumbledore himself had admitted to an error. They had proven that the headmaster's voice was not the only one that mattered in Hogwarts. Of course, they could only influence the balance of power. After all, even united, they still weren't strong enough to overcome the white-bearded giant completely. Tom had arranged plenty of food and drink, celebrating with his fellow serpents before slipping away to his dormitory. There, he pulled out his chatbook to contact Mrs. Greengrass. The ministry's efficiency had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, his plan had been to publicly force Lockhart into performing a few basic spells, something any real wizard could manage. If Lockhart failed, Dumbledore would have no choice but to dismiss him. McGonagall certainly wouldn't allow such incompetence among her colleagues. But with the sudden appearance of ministry aurors today, all that trouble had been avoided. Naturally, Tom was eager to dig for details. Tom, Auntie, how did the ministry suddenly get so efficient? Still charming, so, your impression of the ministry isn't very flattering, I see. Tom, you misunderstand me. It's not just the ministry, I've come to understand all official departments. Efficiency is rarely their strength. Still charming, then you don't understand deeply enough. When faced with immense pressure and strict orders from above, they can become the most efficient organization in the world. Tom, a fair point. You've given me something to think about. Still charming, the truth is, it wasn't complicated. Many of the events in Lockhart's books left traces. We tracked down several of the real victims and restored their memories. That gave us the proof we needed. Tom, restored memories. But even Dumbledore once praised Lockhart's memory charms. And the ministry managed to undo them. Still charming, ordinary wizards can't. But we brought in the unspeakables. Tom, the unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. Still charming, you actually know of them. Even most ministry employees have no idea they exist. Still charming, yes, exactly them. Their raw power may not rival the greatest duelists, but they are the most secretive wizards alive, researching souls, death, and other unfathomable mysteries. Their expertise is unique. The conversation with Madame Greengrass ended, leaving Tom deep in thought. He realized he had underestimated the breadth of magical talent in this world. His eyes had always been fixed on figures like Dumbledore, Nicholas Flaml, or Newt Scamander. But being the greatest wizard of the century didn't mean one man monopolized every field of magic. Dumbledore, for instance, still depended on Snape's potions to sustain his life. And now, in the field of memory restoration, the unspeakables had achieved what even the so-called geniuses could not. The Department of Mysteries. Tom whispered. That department had always been portrayed as enigmatic. In the original story, only a glimpse of two unspeakables appeared, both controlled by Death Eaters with the Imperius Curse. Tom had once dismissed the entire bureau as little more than smoke and mirrors. Now, he was intrigued. A part of him itched to step foot inside that hidden hall of secrets. But Madame Greengrass had been clear, the unspeakables seldom interacted with outsiders. They knew too much, too many truths about magic and the world. Even Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, dared not meddle in their affairs. To the world, the Department of Mysteries might as well not exist. If Tom wanted to investigate, he would need the right timing, and an impeccable excuse. He glanced at the dimmed icons on his friend list, sighed, and closed WhatsApp. With a flick, he summoned the system panel. Host, Tom Riddle. Identity, Hogwarts second-year student. Credits. Achievement points. Pending rewards, none. Where's my mission reward? Did the system swallow it? Opening the task log, Tom discovered the catch: rewards would only be distributed after 7 full days. His latest quest wouldn't pay out until next Tuesday. He smirked bitterly. I was hoping for a lottery draw, and I still have to wait. Closing the panel, Tom sank his consciousness into the learning space, where he continued studying diverse branches of magic under Grindelwald's shadowy tutelage. Unintentionally, Tom had already cemented Lockhart's infamy in Hogwarts history, making him the professor with the shortest tenure ever. Just 1 week and a day and a half of classes, and Lockhart was carried into the infirmary. Not 2 weeks later, he was expelled. The previous record holder. A 19th-century care of magical creatures professor who was gored clean through by a rampaging warthog troll within a month of taking the job. His intestines spilled everywhere. Though the healers patched him back together, he never recovered from the trauma and resigned immediately. Now, in the Great Hall, news spread like fire. McGonagall announced that Dumbledore had already left Hogwarts at dawn. Where had he gone? To find a new defense against the dark arts professor, of course. 2 disasters in a row, Quirrell and Lockhart, had shredded confidence in the position. If the next professor turned out to be another fraud or lunatic, Dumbledore's reputation among the students would crumble. But that was the curse of the job. Who with real power and competence would want to take on such a cursed seat? Few, if any. Yet the school could not function without it. Professors couldn't cover the class forever. So the weary headmaster, over 100 years old, set out under the moonlight, knocking on the doors of old allies, hoping someone, anyone, might foolishly agree. Meanwhile, Hogwarts classes continued. During Transfiguration, Ron Weasley of all people approached Tom with a grin, even chatting to him a little. This sudden friendliness had nothing to do with admiration. The ministry had announced fines for Lockhart after his trial, every student who bought his worthless books would be refunded. 7 books, over 10 galleons in total, that was a small fortune back to the Weasley household. Mr. Weasley, Tom remarked dryly, if you spoke incantations as fast as you talk, you'd already be a spellcasting prodigy. Ron flushed scarlet and shrank his neck, obediently returning to practice. McGonagall's stern gaze lingered until Tom successfully transformed a flower basket into a prickly hedgehog. Only then did her eyes soften and shift to another student. Tom toyed with the hedgehog's spines idly, when suddenly, WhatsApp vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, eyes gleaming. A message. From that mysterious contact. French Black Rose, good day, young Riddle. Forgive my delay, Vogel only just arrived in Paris today. Tom, good day, Madame Rosier. There is something I require the Saints' help with. French Black Rose, at once. Do you need me to come to Britain personally? Tom, not yet. Focus on your work. What I need is someone completely unconnected to the Saints on the surface, but someone I can absolutely trust. Someone to apply at Hogwarts, as the next defense against the dark arts professor. French Black Rose, infiltration, like yourself. Brilliant. Dumbledore has already lowered his guard toward the Saints, a perfect opportunity. Allow me some time. I must conduct careful selection. Tom, the sooner the better. Dumbledore has already begun searching. French Black Rose, then by this time tomorrow, you shall have my answer. Chapter 208, A New Teacher. Before school started, Tom had imagined his student life would look like this, Harry Potter causing chaos left and right, while he himself stayed quietly tucked away in his ivory tower, studying in peace, enjoying his own little world. But once school began, reality painted a different picture. Harry Potter was still as restless as ever, but Tom, too, found himself caught up in endless schemes, gradually taking on the air of a puppet master, perhaps even showing signs of becoming the next Dark Lord. Of course, it was all the world's fault. This world clearly had no intention of allowing him a stable environment to study in, so if the world refused to give him peace, he would simply have to change the world. Why leave Dumbledore running about like a headless chicken? Wouldn't it be better to give the old man a little help? Inviting a saint to come over as a teacher was, in Tom's eyes, absolutely not about spying or planting an agent at Dumbledore's side. He only wanted someone trustworthy around, someone who could keep things from spiraling out of control, someone who would save him a bit of worry. But obviously, Vinda Rosier didn't see it that way. Yesterday, when Grindlevald finally understood Tom's plan, he had praised it to the skies. He was convinced that driving out Lockhart had been part of Tom's long-laid scheme all along. To maneuver so cleverly, why, such foresight was worthy of a Dark Lord's successor, more than capable of inheriting his mantle. What a misunderstanding. Tom only wanted to study properly. The world had simply judged him too harshly. With a sigh, Tom reached out and clasped Daphne's small hand. Only the soft warmth of the little girl's hand could give him a moment of comfort. Daphne was poking at a flower basket with her wand when her other hand was suddenly taken. She didn't really understand what was going on, but still turned to Tom with a radiant smile that lit up her face. Tom smiled too. When the day's classes ended, Tom, as usual, headed into the Forbidden Forest for extra lessons with the centaurs. Dealing with Lockhart never interfered with his studies. These days he hadn't missed a single centaur herbology session, and already he had made progress, discovering formulas for 2 substitute herbs that could replace rare and precious ingredients. He and Nicholas Flaml's approach was proving correct. Centaurs viewed magic differently from wizards, which allowed their knowledge to connect across boundaries. With Firenze and Mogorian, both masters of herbology, the pace of improvement had only quickened. What Tom didn't know, however, was that Firenze and Mogorian had been suffering these past few days. Many of the ideas Tom threw at them were so complex they couldn't provide accurate answers on the spot. After every lesson, they were forced to work deep into the night, frantically researching to ensure they'd have proper responses the next day. For the sake of centaur honor and dignity, they had to pretend calm indifference, which only made Tom ask increasingly sharp, bizarre questions. The next morning, Tom received a message from Rosier. The candidate had been chosen. Rosier sent over the dossier, assuring him that if Tom had no objections, the men could arrive in Britain by tomorrow. Tom studied the file, his expression flickering with surprise. The world was vast, yet sometimes, it felt very small. After jotting down his approval, Tom closed his notebook, already a little eager to meet his new teacher. The weekend passed quietly. On Monday morning, Professor McGonagall informed Dumbledore, who had just returned from being turned away by an old friend, that someone had come forward to apply for the position on their own. Curious, Dumbledore hurried back to Hogwarts to meet this so-called brave soul. Professor Dumbledore, sir, it's such a pleasure to meet you, finally, in the flesh. Ha ha. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. And what, pray, did you expect me to be before, dead? This is. Dumbledore deliberately paused, giving the applicant space to introduce himself. "Oh dear, forgive me, I was so excited to see you that I forgot my manners." Beaming, the applicant shook Dumbledore's hand again. "My name is Rouse Wilkinson. I'm a wizard from America, a graduate of Ilvermorny, Horned Serpent House, to be exact. There was a small incident a while back, so I've been residing in Germany." That's right, Rosier's chosen saint was none other than Rouse Wilkinson, the man Tom had once rescued from 4 Aurors, the same reckless soul who had once slept inside a cube. Wilkinson's relatives in Germany belonged to the saint lineage. Hardly a sensitive connection, after all, in the magical world, pure-blood families were all interwoven. The Great Wizarding War had mostly been relatives dueling relatives. As long as Wilkinson himself and his immediate family weren't entangled in scandal, there was no problem. Besides, ever since Grindlevald had betrayed the Graves family, Rouse had developed a kind of worship for him. That was why he had recently joined the Saints, passing their contract tests to prove loyalty. No one needed to worry about his faithfulness. Grinning broadly, Rouse said, "When I heard Hogwarts was looking for a professor, I thought, why not? I've admired you for ages, sir. And besides, I had nothing better to do, so I figured I'd give it a shot." Wilkinson. Hearing that thick West Coast accent, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Any relation to Charity Wilkinson, one of the original 12 Aurors? Rouse's face lit up. He gave a thumbs up. "Now that's why you're the greatest wizard of the century. Your knowledge is astounding, spot on. Yes, indeed, I'm a 33rd generation descendant of the Wilkinson family of New Salem." So, he was from a noble line. But Dumbledore did not lower his guard. Too many dubious characters had applied for this cursed position, those hiding from the ministry under false names, poachers after the magical beasts in the Forbidden Forest, dark wizards eyeing the restricted section. Nothing surprised him anymore. Still, outwardly he offered a gentle smile. "Mr. Wilkinson, you mentioned an incident in America. Would you mind telling me the details? Please don't misunderstand, it's only for the student's sake. A headmaster must know a little of his professor's histories." "Of course, no problem," Rouse answered cheerfully. "It's no secret, you could ask around America and hear it yourself. See, I had a bit of a feud with Percival Graves, the current head of the International Auror Office. So last year, I slept with his wife. He was furious and slapped a wanted notice on me. I had no choice but to run to Germany. Things have been quiet lately, but I still don't dare return to the States." Dumbledore blinked. "I came to apply for 3 reasons," Rouse went on, utterly unbothered. "First, my admiration for you, the greatest white wizard of our age. Second, I've always been curious about Hogwarts, you know, Ilvermorny's founders dreamed of studying here. And third, well, I could use a little help from you." Chapter 209, A Gamble with Fate. Rouse gave a shy little smile. "You're the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. I was hoping you might help me get this wanted notice lifted." Rouse's request was, in fact, perfectly reasonable. And it was clear this was his true purpose. Dumbledore, however, fell silent. As expected, no one who volunteers to teach defense against the dark arts is ever a simple case. Rouse Wilkinson, it turned out, was a wanted man. And here he was, standing brazenly in Dumbledore's office, utterly unafraid of being arrested on the spot. Yet, just as Rouse himself had said, it was personal. Graves was clearly abusing his power, using public authority for private vengeance. Compared to the usual crop of dubious applicants, Rouse was almost respectable, his family name was clean, his record otherwise untainted. Seeing Dumbledore's silence, Rouse thought he was about to be rejected. Quickly, he added, "You have my word, sir, what happened was nothing but an act of revenge. I'm not the sort of man who misbehaves all the time. And besides, I did my homework before coming here. I checked on some of Hogwarts' professors. Most of them are single, aren't they? So, no temptations to worry about." Dumbledore's eyelid twitched violently. Merlin's beard, who was even worried about that? "Mr. Wilkinson," Dumbledore said at last, changing the subject, "could you demonstrate your magical abilities? The students' trust in this subject is badly shaken. They are desperate for a defense against the dark arts professor of true skill." "No problem," Rouse replied cheerfully, and launched into a display right there in the office. Don't be fooled by the way he had once been chased like a stray dog by 4 Aurors. One-on-one, Rouse might not always win, but he could certainly hold his ground. Not quite the level of the most accomplished professors, perhaps, but more than enough to teach students. Dumbledore nodded repeatedly. Compared to Rouse, Lockhart was a fraud and Quirrell, well, Quirrell had been nothing but rotten meat wrapped in cloth. "Mr. Wilkinson, I truly appreciate your interest in Hogwarts," Dumbledore said at length. "But I still need time to consider your suitability, and to evaluate other candidates." Rouse's face fell. Professor Dumbledore, I don't know a soul in Britain. I don't even have a place to stay. That's easily remedied. Dumbledore offered him a small smile. I'll arrange lodging for you until I reach a decision. And so, Dumbledore escorted Rouse to the Hog's Head Inn at Hogsmeade, left him in Abberforth's care, and set about investigating further. He didn't bother wasting time with America. Instead, he went straight to the International Confederation of Wizards branch office in Britain and pulled Rouse Wilkinson's entire file. After reading through it all, he found nothing concealed. No hidden scandals, no buried secrets. Rouse's background was, in fact, remarkably straightforward. Still, Rouse's appearance gave Dumbledore a new idea. Why limit himself to the tiny pool of candidates in Britain? The world was wide, surely it would be easier to find suitable professors if he broadened his search. The very next day, Dumbledore told Rouse he had been hired. That evening, he would be formally introduced to the students. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Tom had just finished Snape's substitute defense against the dark arts lesson. After parting ways with Daphne, he made his way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. 7 days had passed. The mission status had shifted to completed. Host has completed the expulsion mission within 7 days. Reward, level advancement. Congratulations, Host, you have earned 1,000 credits, 100 achievement points, and 1 advanced lottery draw. Tom now had over 800 achievement points. Summoning a third king of the century was not far off. But he hesitated. Should he summon another king of the century? Or save his points for something greater, a true immortal legend as a teacher? He already had Andrus and Grindlevald, one light, one dark, one rooted in ancient magic, the other in modern sorcery. Together, they had given him everything he needed. Another king of the century would surely help, each had their own unique mastery, but the benefit would never be as great as the first two. What he really craved were the innate gifts of the immortal legends. His external resources were growing strong, but his own hardware still needed upgrading. Forget it. I'm still nearly 200 points short. I'll decide once I have enough. With that, Tom casually triggered the advanced lottery, hoping for a reward similar to the meditation room. The lottery flared into radiant streams of light that filled his vision. Then, before him appeared a weathered, ancient scroll in the system's inventory. He checked the details. Private tutor's contract, advanced used to summon one private tutor at no cost. 5% chance of summoning an immortal legend, 20% chance of summoning a king of the century, 75% chance of summoning a great figure of their era. Tom's brows furrowed. So, this is one of those gambles. Bet small, win big. He hated games of chance. He always preferred to plan for the worst. Yes, there was a 25% chance he could gain a teacher worth 1,000, or even 5,000, achievement points. But the other 75% meant he'd basically wasted it, getting someone worth only 100. Still, if it's fate, it's fate. If it's disaster, you can't dodge it. With a decisive breath, Tom activated the scroll. His consciousness shifted into the study space, and he called Andrus and Grindlevald to him. Get ready to meet a new colleague, Tom announced. Andrus's face lit with delight. Finally, someone new. Even Grindelwald's eyes gleamed. He had theorized about Tom's mysterious methods often, but never had the chance to witness it firsthand. Today, he would. At Tom's command, the scroll dissolved in his hands. Golden and silver light burst forth, streaming from his body and soaring into the endless fog of the void. Tom's heart sank halfway, then froze in confusion. Gold was still gold. Silver still silver. What in Merlin's name did that mean? Chapter 210, Ariana. The thick, rolling white fog churned violently. Tom was used to it by now. Every time he summoned a new teacher, the scene unfolded the same way. The space itself would even expand, ensuring each teacher had enough room to exist and move about. With this latest expansion, the study space had already grown to half the size of Hogwarts, excluding the Forbidden Forest. Both Andrus and Grindelwald had, in the past, tried to break through the white fog, or push it further outward to develop more territory. But no matter what they did, they couldn't take even a single step beyond it. Spells had no effect on the mist, and in the end, they gave up. This time, when the beam of light shot out of Tom's body, Grindelwald stared intently, but he couldn't detect a trace of magical energy within it. The light simply vanished into the endless fog. Too mysterious. Too bizarre. Grindelwald shook his head. Even seeing it with his own eyes taught him nothing. It was utterly beyond the reach of his understanding. The only thing left to hope for was that Tom's new teacher might be someone of renown, perhaps even someone Grindelwald himself had heard of. They waited. 5 minutes passed. Tom, Andrus, and Grindelwald all frowned. The last two had never taken this long. Could it be something huge? Tom perked up, excitement glittering in his eyes. The sheer duration alone meant this was no ordinary summon. Maybe Rowena Ravenclaw herself. As Tom's anticipation mounted, the fog suddenly swirled violently at one point, and a small, thin figure emerged. So tiny, Andrus muttered. His own hulking form could have crushed the newcomer 3 times over. Finally, the figure stepped fully out of the mist. Tom's eyes widened. The new teacher, no, the newcomer, was a frail, delicate girl, her frame no larger than Astoria's. Her expression was timid, her gaze evasive, her head bowed, afraid to meet their eyes. Grindelwald's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time since his own summoning, he lost his composure. Ariana. At the sound of her name, the girl instinctively raised her head. Before her stood a white-haired man she had never seen before. She was puzzled. How did he know her name? But then she noticed the unmistakable mismatched eyes, and with them came a flood of terrifying memories. Gr. Grindelwald. An overwhelming surge of magic erupted from the girl's body. Dark, bestial power spilled forth like a tidal wave, suffocating the entire space. Andrus's face hardened. What immense power. It's hers, yet at the same time, it feels alive, like a creature. What kind of magic is this? Out, you. Tom reacted instantly. He recognized the girl's identity in a flash, and without hesitation booted Grindelwald out of the room. Then he used his system authority to suppress the raging black magic. Ariana, calm down. Do you remember that voice in your mind just now? That was me. I summoned you here, to be my classmate. It took a long time, and much gentle reassurance, but Ariana finally grew quiet. The dark magic subsided, retreating back into her body, sinking into dormancy once more. Only then did Tom have the chance to explain the truth of the study space, all the while emphasizing that he and Grindelwald were not allies. Though she was still shy and nervous, the system's binding rules and the undeniable wonder of the space itself allowed Ariana to slowly build trust in Tom. Don't worry. Tom thumped his chest for emphasis. As long as you don't want to see him, I promise Grindelwald will never appear before you again. Imagine, bullying a little girl like you. Shameless. Andrus's mouth twitched. Shameless. The man was barely a teenager back then, and now you're pouring dirty water on us old-timers just to comfort a girl. But the effect was immediate and undeniable. Ariana Dumbledore's favorability has reached 20%. Host has gained Ariana Dumbledore's talent, transfiguration. Yes, the third teacher Tom had summoned was Ariana Dumbledore herself, the girl whose tragic death in Godric's Hollow had forever altered the course of history. Ariana Dumbledore was the youngest of the family, the third child. When she was born, the Dumbledores lived in Mold on the Wold. One day, Ariana accidentally revealed her magical ability. Muggle children bullied her cruelly for it. That moment became the root of every tragedy that followed. From then on, Ariana grew terrified of her own powers. That fear twisted inward, birthing the monstrous force known as the Obscurus. In vengeance, her father, Percival Dumbledore, savagely punished the Muggle boys. Refusing to reveal the truth, he was thrown into Azkaban, where he died only a few years later. Her mother, Kendra Dumbledore, moved the family to Godric's Hollow. But before long, she too perished, killed in one of Ariana's uncontrollable outbursts. Ariana grew even more withdrawn after that. For a time, things seemed to improve. One summer when Albus returned home to care for her, their bond strengthened. Ariana even managed to keep her Obscurus under control, at least most of the time. But just as balance began to return, Gellert Grindelwald, recently expelled from Demstrang, arrived. And in no time, he had captured Albus's heart. From then on, Albus spent his days with Grindelwald, dreaming of a new magical order, whispering of a greater good. Inevitably, Ariana was left behind, her feelings disregarded. When Abberforth Dumbledore returned home, what he saw was his beloved sister neglected, while his brother and Grindelwald were inseparable. His rage was instant and absolute. The three quarreled violently. Spells were cast. The duel ended with Ariana's death. It was only then that Albus realized what mattered most to him. But it was too late. Even severing ties with Grindelwald could not undo the loss. Ariana's fear just moments ago was all too understandable. To her, Grindelwald wasn't a visionary, nor a friend of her brother. He was a demon, a thief who stole Albus away, no different from the cruel Muggle boys who had destroyed her childhood. Chapter 211, The Little Sister of the Dumbledores. The system soon provided an explanation for why Ariana's recognition bar shimmered not just silver, but with faint streaks of gold. The growth potential of an Obscurus, it explained, was directly tied to the magical talent of its host. With the Obscurus inside her, Ariana could crush most ordinary witches and wizards. She was, in essence, a seed that, had fate been kinder, might have blossomed into a king of the century. And then there was Abberforth Dumbledore, who, short of that very title, was still one of the strongest wizards of his generation. Truly, the Dumbledore siblings were all monsters in their own right. Summoning, heroes of the ages, however, was a mixed bag. Strange characters of every sort emerged from that pool. Though Tom had not drawn an SSR-level immortal legend, Ariana was, without question, an SSR within this category. Tom wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. But no matter what he felt, the fact remained, there was now a little girl living inside his mind. Complaining about it would do nothing to change that. Suddenly, Tom thought of something. Ariana, how old are you this year? The girl's voice was soft, but he heard it clearly. Ariana is 13. So the little girl was, technically, older than him. Tom shook his head with a wry smile. With a wave of his hand, the study space shifted at his command. At the edge of the fog appeared a 3-story villa, cloaked in a warm golden glow. Grindlevald can't come near this house without your permission. He won't be able to see inside either. Ariana, does this make you feel safe? If not, I can build an even higher wall. No need. The girl shook her head gently. As long as I don't have to see him, that's enough. Then don't worry, Ariana. Tom grinned. This is my world. Here, I decide everything. Grindlevald won't appear in front of you ever again. From now on, we're classmates. Andrus is a very strong wizard. If you study with him, you'll definitely learn to control your obscurus. Tom. Ariana whispered shyly, but when the space summoned me here, wasn't I supposed to be your teacher? Tom's smile froze on his face. No, actually, it slid right off his face and onto Andrus's. Andrus gave Tom a solemn pat on the shoulder. Tom, I must correct you here. You're the only student in this place. Everyone else is your teacher. Tom groaned in frustration. Then Ariana has to study hard, so she can start teaching me as soon as possible, all right? The girl's lips curved into a small smile. Ariana, go rest in the villa for now. Anything you need, just think of it, and it will appear, so long as it's something you've seen or used before. I've got a few things to take care of. Okay. Ariana nodded obediently and went inside. Only then did Tom pull Grindlevald back from where he had been left sulking in the tall tower of Nermengard. The moment the men appeared, Tom shot him a glare. Old Gellert, look what you did. You scared her so badly she nearly blew the place apart. How is that my fault? Grindlevald frowned, genuinely baffled. Who could have guessed you'd summon Ariana Dumbledore? I wasn't prepared for that at all. Neither was I. Tom rolled his eyes. See that villa? Don't go near it. Ariana made it clear, she never wants to see you. Grindelwald's brows furrowed slightly. At least let me apologize to her. Back then, it really was an accident. None of us realized she had appeared in the duel. No. Tom cut him off firmly. For you, decades have passed. But Ariana's consciousness is still frozen on that day of the duel. No matter what you say, she won't hear you. Wait until she's familiar with this place, until she's found some peace. Only then will I allow you to speak with her. Grindelwald thought for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Tom's reasoning was sound. Do you know, Tom asked suddenly, whose spell actually struck Ariana that day? Grindelwald didn't take the bait. He acted as though he hadn't even heard the question. But that silence was answer enough. If it had been Abberforth, Grindelwald would have lashed out with accusations on the spot. His refusal to speak eliminated one suspect. Tom didn't press further. He left the study space, checked the time, and realized with dismay that he hadn't eaten lunch. And now it was already time for class. Before leaving, he gave Ariana permission to observe the outside world. As expected, the girl was captivated by Hogwarts. She had been confined to her home all her life, rarely going anywhere. Though she feared contact with people, she was also endlessly curious about the wider world. Now, with Tom as her anchor, Ariana could see everything without ever leaving the safety of her villa. Her favorability climbed rapidly. It had its perks. Grindelwald's approval rating had been stuck around 90 for ages, barely moving at all. But Ariana had barely arrived, and her favorability was already approaching 30. In class, it took less than 5 minutes before Daphne was snoring at her desk. Tom, meanwhile, tuned out Professor Binz's droning voice and chatted with Ariana. He introduced himself, described Hogwarts, and told her about her elder brother, now headmaster of the school. When Ariana learned that more than 100 years had passed, she was stunned. She hadn't realized she had been dead for so long. Ariana, after class, shall I take you to see Dumbledore? Tom asked in his mind. There was no immediate reply. The girl hesitated, then murmured, then, maybe I could. Do you know where Abberforth is? Of course. Tom casually shifted the blame for his knowledge. An older friend told me. Abberforth runs the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade Village. If you'd like, I can sneak you out this weekend to see him. Thank you, Tom. Ariana's gratitude was sincere, and her favorability jumped to 40 in an instant. Tom leaned back with a satisfied grin. Now that's how it's done. Grindlevald, you old fossil, take notes. Chapter 212, A Meeting Between Siblings. After 2 long periods of history of magic, Slytherin had no more classes for the afternoon. Tom guided Ariana toward the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance eyed him warily, though this time, at least, Tom wasn't carrying anything suspicious. The gargoyle let out a relieved sigh. Is Professor Dumbledore in? Tom asked. The gargoyle puffed up, sounding self-righteous. The headmaster's schedule is top secret. I won't tell you that he came back just before lunch. Good enough. Step aside then. Tom nodded. The gargoyle leapt out of the way, and the spiral staircase carried him upward. The door to the office opened on its own. Mr. Riddle. Dumbledore's tone was puzzled. He hadn't expected Tom at this hour. Tom already had a prepared excuse. Professor, I came to ask about the new defense against the dark arts teacher. The students are all curious. Inside the study space, Ariana gazed in stunned silence at the silver-bearded old man seated behind the desk. She could hardly reconcile this calm, weary figure with the once brilliant brother she remembered. Could this really be Albus? But the nameplate on the desk made it plain, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unaware that another pair of eyes was studying him from afar, smiled warmly at Tom's question. His voice was light, almost amused. Mr. Riddle, we've been very fortunate. A man of sufficient skill applied for the position. I personally tested him. I believe most students will find him quite satisfactory. That's wonderful news. Tom nodded approvingly, playing the dutiful student. Then he pointed to the wall lined with shelves. Professor, may I borrow a few more books? Of course. Help yourself. Dumbledore gestured with an open hand. As Tom selected a volume titled Magic That Shakes the Heavens and Earth, Dumbledore suddenly remembered something else. Mr. Riddle, Professor McGonagall and I recently discussed expanding your invisible prefect system to all 4 houses. She feels very strongly about it. Tom turned back, surprised. She's spoken to you about it already. I was planning to bring it up myself later. McGonagall had indeed raised the issue last week, but in the chaos of Lockhart's suspension, the search for his replacement, and other matters, Dumbledore had forgotten. I recall, Dumbledore said, that we agreed this system suits Slytherin well, but not necessarily the other houses. The method of selection is too harsh. It risks encouraging an unhealthy obsession with power. Tom wasn't surprised. Dumbledore always valued education of the heart over raw ability. But Tom leaned forward, his tone steady. Professor, aside from prodigies like me, most people's strength isn't innate, it's earned. It sounded arrogant, but even Dumbledore recognized that Tom's point was oddly modest. He tilted his head slightly, waiting for the boy to continue. The truth is, the gap between students isn't really talent. It's how hard they're willing to study. If hard work leads to results, shouldn't those results be rewarded? Wait, Dumbledore interrupted. You see the invisible prefect system as a reward. I see it as a responsibility. Authority is a reward, Tom replied seriously. Dumbledore sighed. A very Slytherin answer. It's simply the truth. Tom shrugged. How many witches or wizards are capable of being minister for magic? Very few. But the one who holds the position enjoys all the power that comes with it. To be chosen as an invisible prefect, many students would see it as recognition. It's proof that their effort and training have paid off. But if we suppress capable students out of fear they might abuse power, isn't that far more unfair? Dumbledore fell silent, lost in thought. Tom's words had pierced his hesitation. He had been clinging to his own ideals without considering the students' needs. The pursuit of strength was not inherently evil. Not everyone who craved power became a Voldemort. In truth, 99 out of 100 witches and wizards would never even glimpse such heights. Even if they dabbled in dark magic, most were too insignificant to threaten the world. And those few who did go astray could be restrained by the laws of the ministry. The steady decline in the quality of Hogwarts graduates, perhaps that was the consequence of his own indulgence. Even McGonagall, usually so rule-abiding, had noticed. If nothing changed, Slytherin House might soon dominate the school completely. Better to relax the reins slightly, and guide the students once ambition appeared. Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore finally said, his voice thoughtful, thank you for your perspective. I will carefully consider whether to extend the invisible prefect system to all houses. How did it feel? Tom asked silently, once they left the office. A long pause. Then Ariana's voice came, hesitant and tinged with sorrow. So strange. I couldn't find even a shadow of the Albus I knew. My brother was never so calm, never so old. That's natural. Tom's voice was soft, almost comforting. His life has been full of tragedy. After your death, he broke with Grindlevald. Later, he had to defeat him with his own hands. And then he raised a student who rivaled Grindlevald in strength. For decades he's been locked in battle with the Dark Lord. He's never known peace. Of course his temperament has changed. Perhaps, with time, you'll glimpse the Albus you once remembered. Ariana nodded slowly. Come on, Tom said, his tone suddenly bright. Let's go see the big unicorns. He strode out of the castle, his steps light. With Daphne as practice, Tom was getting rather good at distracting young girls. Sure enough, Ariana's sorrow melted into curiosity, her attention caught by the promise of magical creatures. Chapter 213, The New Professor. This time, during the lesson with the centaurs, Tom kept the three little ones by his side, letting them play with Usagi so Ariana wouldn't get too bored. When students later gathered in the Great Hall for dinner, the empty seat at the staff table was suddenly filled at last. A short, stocky wizard was enthusiastically greeting his future colleagues. Other than Snape, who scowled as usual, the rest of the staff returned his greetings with polite, if restrained, smiles. But no one looked too enthusiastic. After all, the job of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed, being overly friendly to the newcomer felt pointless when he'd likely be gone by next year. As dinner drew to a close, Dumbledore finally rose to his feet. The great hall fell silent at once. Every eye turned toward the headmaster, waiting. It is my great honor, Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying effortlessly, to introduce a new member of our staff. Mr. Rouse Wilkinson. Wilkinson rose with impeccable timing. He will be your new defense against the dark arts professor. Mr. Wilkinson has agreed to share his vast knowledge and experience with you all, and I must say, even I have found his understanding of certain magics to be astonishing. The students' response was tepid, a smattering of polite applause, more duty than enthusiasm. After all, they had seen far too many unqualified professors in this position to trust mere words. But Dumbledore was unbothered. He continued warmly, Mr. Wilkinson hails from the United States. He is a distinguished graduate of Ilvermorny. I hope you will learn from the strengths of both our schools, and perhaps broaden your horizons beyond Britain. That caught their attention. Ilvermorny. Whispers ran through the hall. Many had never even heard of the American Wizarding School. Excited speculation buzzed among the tables as students tried to piece together whatever scraps of information they had. Dumbledore ended his speech without further flourish, leaving curiosity to ferment. The students filed out, already wondering what tomorrow's lesson would bring. Tom, however, made no move to approach Wilkinson. The men still had no idea that the mysterious Michael who once saved his life was standing right there among the students. The next morning, Wilkinson had 2 defense against the dark arts classes scheduled, the first with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Even before lessons began, the 2 houses were surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers. How was he, Caro? Someone asked eagerly. Caro grinned. For once, the headmaster did something right. Wilkinson is a descendant of one of the 12 Aurors who founded the Magical Congress of the United States. His bloodline is pure, his talent exceptional. The Slytherins visibly relaxed. Whatever else might be said, this man's pedigree already placed him leagues above Quirrell or Lockhart. Over at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George clutched their chests dramatically, faces full of mock agony. This one's the real deal, George declared. He must have heard about Lockhart and decided to prove himself properly. He let students challenge him outright. Fred and I both tried, and he floored us in a single move. Our spells didn't even graze him. Finally, a 5th-year sighed with relief. A professor who can actually teach us something. Maybe I'll scrape a decent mark in OWLs now. I want to learn his dueling techniques, Angelina Johnson muttered under her breath, still stung by her losses to Slytherin students. You should, Fred encouraged. He's easy to talk to, doesn't feel like a stiff professor at all. More like a friend. Even the atmosphere in class felt different. Hermione leaned in eagerly. Did he say anything about Ilvermorny? Oh, he did, George teased, waggling his eyebrows. But I won't spoil the surprise. Don't worry, he promised every year would get the same first lesson. You'll see soon enough. By lunchtime, Wilkinson's reputation had already risen dramatically. Class after class praised him, and excitement built toward his official lessons. Finally, on Friday morning, the upper years crowded into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for Wilkinson's first true lecture. They entered to find the room transformed. The podium was gone. The neat rows of desks had been rearranged into a ring, leaving a wide, open space in the center. Chalk lines marked out a dueling square. Tom and Daphne chose seats near the middle. The bell rang, and right on cue, Wilkinson strode in. He walked directly to the center of the ring, smiling as his eyes swept the room. His gaze lingered on Tom for a few extra seconds before he forced himself to look away. Truthfully, Wilkinson's curiosity about Tom had reached its peak. Who was this boy, close enough to Grindlevald to be called his student? How had they communicated across continents, eluding both the ministries and Dumbledore's watchful eyes? And, most importantly, what was his purpose in coming here now? But Wilkinson knew better than to reveal his thoughts. He smothered his questions and turned to the class instead. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said warmly, inclining his head, "you've probably heard rumors about my methods. And I know you've all harbored doubts about your past professors in this subject. So, let me put it plainly. In every class, without exception, I offer the same challenge: anyone may step forward and face me. I will prove my worth not with words, but with magic." His voice dropped into a persuasive cadence, carrying a hint of temptation. "Defeat your professor, and you will be remembered as a prodigy. An opportunity like this doesn't come twice. Are none of you tempted?" The room stayed quiet. Not a single student dared move. They all remembered the seventh years who had tried yesterday, and failed spectacularly. Even the strongest among them had barely managed to inconvenience Wilkinson. Why volunteer to be humiliated? Wilkinson's eyes flickered with disappointment. Chapter 214, the first lesson. At first, Rouse allowed students to challenge him simply to prove he wasn't another Quirrell or Lockhart. It was the fastest way to establish authority. But slowly, things began to change. He realized Hogwarts students were far weaker than he had ever imagined. Take the seventh years, for example. He could hardly believe they were about to graduate. Most Ilvermorny fifth years were already stronger than them. And so Rouse began to enjoy it. The thrill of trampling weaker opponents was intoxicating. What made it even sweeter was that instead of despising him, the students looked at him with wide-eyed admiration, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. That made the addiction harder to resist. But today, the students were cautious, far too cautious. No one dared give him the chance to show off. Rouse's gaze lingered on Tom. What he really wanted was for Tom to step forward, to test for himself the strength of Grindelwald's so-called protégé. But Tom sat calm and unbothered, unmoving as a mountain. Rouse knew immediately his wish would not come true. Nor was he the only one disappointed. Many of the Slytherins had hoped Tom would put on a show. But Tom had no intention of stepping into the spotlight unnecessarily. Finally, Rouse broke the silence. Clapping his hands sharply, he declared, "Well then, since everyone is so well behaved, let's begin class properly." He smiled, introducing himself once again. "I am Rouse Wilkinson, a proud wizard of Ilvermorny's Horned Serpent House. Now, some of you may not know this, but Ilvermorny shares a deep connection with Hogwarts. In fact, when Ilvermorny was founded, its 4 houses were modeled after Hogwarts' own. Does anyone know the details?" Several hands shot up. Rouse chose Susan Bones. Susan rose and spoke clearly. The founder of Ilvermorny was Isolde Sayre. She carried the blood of the Gaunt family, descended from Salazar Slytherin. She never attended Hogwarts, something she regretted for her entire life. So when she built Ilvermorny, she imitated Hogwarts' sorting system. Very good. Hufflepuff earns 5 points. Rouse nodded approvingly. "I like your point system." Then he asked, "Do you know which Hogwarts house Horned Serpent is most like?" Susan blinked, looking lost. She had already recited everything she'd ever read on the subject. Malfoy ventured a guess: Slytherin. Because of the bloodline. Rouse shook his head. Partly, but not entirely. Horned Serpent values shrewdness and wisdom. It is something between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. He paced slowly, his tone deepening. Many of you possess more than one quality, but you've never paid attention. Who says loyalty can't coexist with cleverness? Who says ambition must exclude kindness? Do not let your house's narrow traits confine you. Tom raised his brows in surprise. When they first met, Rouse had seemed unreliable. After all, Tom still found it absurd that a man could sleep in a cube just for revenge. But these words? They were pure gold. The sort of advice students might carry for a lifetime. After his opening, Rouse shifted to the lesson proper. "So then," he asked, "who can tell me, what is the first spell every wizard should learn in defense against the dark arts?" The class erupted at once. "Stunning spell. Petrificus Totalis." "No, it's Expelliarmus, the disarming charm." "I think it's the shield charm, Protego, it's the simplest." Everyone had their own idea. Rouse merely smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, waiting until the noise died down before answering. All of you have valid reasoning. That is your freedom. But at Ilvermorny, the answer is always the same. The first spell we teach is the shield charm. Gasps of surprise rippled across the room. They had all listed offensive spells, but none had considered Protego. But isn't the shield charm taught only in 4th or 5th year? Someone objected. And indeed, Protego was no easy charm. Many ministry employees couldn't even cast a proper version of it. That, Rouse said with a smirk, is only Hogwarts curriculum. With a flick of his wand, the blackboard filled with dense notes, incantations, wand movements, and subtle techniques for casting the shield charm. At Ilvermorny, every single student begins their very first defense against the dark arts lesson with Protego. Even if they've never held a wand before, they are required to memorize the incantation and techniques. And the shield charm we use isn't the same as yours, it has been refined, modified into the American version, designed to resist physical force, especially impact. Tom's brows arched. His lips twitched as suspicion stirred in his mind. Rouse pressed on, his tone suddenly sharper. In America, the dangers we face are many. Our enemies are not just dark wizards, but dangerous magical creatures, and sometimes, our own spells. But the greatest danger. He paused. Comes from muggles. Do you know what a gun is? The half-bloods and muggleborns nodded instantly. Many of the purebloods only looked confused. Rouse waved his wand. A curtain unfurled across the blackboard, the classroom windows sealed shut, and the room dimmed. A beam of light shot onto the curtain, and students noticed for the first time a strange machine in the corner. Tom recognized it immediately, a hand-cranked projector. Electronics failed within Hogwarts wards, but mechanical devices still functioned. Rouse had only replaced the lamp with a magical light source. He turned the crank. The reel began to spin. A grainy, black and white image flickered to life. Chapter 215, The Hidden Lesson. Firearms, Rouse said solemnly, are Muggles' greatest invention, and one of their most wicked. With these weapons, they have slaughtered hundreds of millions of their own kind. Ah, forgive me. Perhaps I overestimate your knowledge. Your math isn't quite up to scratch, so let me simplify, that's like 10,000 Hogwarts' worth of people dead. Now you get the picture, don't you? On top of firearms, Muggles created all sorts of weapons of mass destruction, Rouse went on, pacing slowly before the flickering screen, but those don't worry us much. The Ministry has entire departments monitoring them. If anything unusual happens, the local Aurors and wizards are evacuated immediately. But guns are different. If a wizard is caught off guard, in front of a firearm we are no different from Muggles. Impossible. Malfoy blurted out, his pride stung. We have magic. What do Muggles have? Rouse cast him a sideways look. Do you know the shield charm well enough to rely on it? Me. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed crimson. He stammered for a long moment before mumbling, I'll master it, eventually. Do you know nonverbal spells? Do you know rapid nonverbal casting? Do you even know the speed at which a bullet travels? Rouse's questions hit like hammer blows, silencing the boy. When Malfoy had no answer, Rouse finally continued, exactly. If you can truly master the shield charm, then against ordinary firearms, your safety is guaranteed. The images on the curtain shifted again. A wizard under gunfire, bullets bouncing wildly off a shimmering shield. But when the enemy wields something stronger, sniper rifles, armor-piercing rounds, your standard shield charm begins to falter. The next slide showed a wizard's shield cracking apart, a bullet grazing his arm and striking the target behind him. In my country, Rouse said grimly, there are on average 1.2 firearms per person. Many own far more powerful weapons. And in such a free society, shootings occur daily. Once, in a single day, I witnessed 12 separate gang wars. The bloodshed, the deaths alone equaled the size of one of your entire classes. A ripple of horror swept through the students. That means any Muggle you meet on the street could pose a fatal threat. In such a world, tell me, what spell should be your first defense if not the shield charm? The purebloods froze, their faces pale, eyes wide. They had never imagined the Muggle world to be so terrifying. Slide after slide flickered, street battles, blood spraying, chaos filling the screen. The final image, a wizard struck down by a bullet, lifeless on the ground. The room fell utterly silent. With a flick of his wand, Rouse rolled up the curtain. The sunlight streamed back in through the windows, easing the suffocating gloom. Britain may be safer, he admitted, but not completely. In another class, Potter described how his uncle once pointed a hunting rifle at Hagrid. So, will you learn the specialized shield charm, designed for firearms? Every single student nodded furiously. To save their lives, they had no choice. Excellent. Rouse smiled in satisfaction, his eyes glinting. This was perhaps the most focused class of defense against the dark arts they had ever had. The scratching of quills against parchment never ceased as they captured every word. When Rouse finally allowed them to practice freely, he leaned back with his teacup, quietly observing one student in particular. Tom Riddle. And then his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Ballistic deflection. Tom's voice was calm as he spoke the incantation. A faint brass-colored shimmer flashed across his skin, vanishing so quickly most would dismiss it as a trick of the light. But it hadn't disappeared, it had sunk into his very skin, hidden, waiting. It reminded Rouse of Andra's trap spells, the kind that activated automatically. If a bullet were fired, this spell would trigger at once, deflecting the projectile off course. It wasn't perfect, it was weak against magical attacks like the shield charm or stunners, but against sheer kinetic force, it was brilliant. Most wizards simply couldn't react fast enough to bullets. With this buffer, however, survival chances soared. Unless caught off guard entirely, even a so-called soldier king was no match for a wizard prepared with such defenses. Is this really a beginner? Rouse muttered, staring in disbelief. To make the specialized shield charm invisible and cling to the body was something he himself hadn't mastered until 5th year, and he had started practicing it in his very first year. Yet Tom had done it on the first try. Had he studied this magic before? But no, Rouse had guessed wrong. Tom had never learned this version of the shield charm. It was simply the result of Grindlevald's teachings, his philosophy that magic followed underlying patterns. Different spells of the same nature could be understood together, and once the differences were clear, mastery came swiftly. That was Tom's genius, his innate grasp of magic itself. Soon, the bell rang, and students filed out reluctantly, still buzzing about what they'd learned. From next lesson onward, Rouse announced, we'll return to the regular syllabus, starting with handling Cornish pixies. But do not neglect the shield charm. Each month I'll test your progress. Then he turned to Tom. Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore tells me you have unique insights into defense against the dark arts. Care to join me in my office for a chat? Tom knew it was merely an excuse, but he gave a calm nod. While the other students went down to dinner, he followed Rouse into the office. The door clicked shut behind them. And then, before Rouse's eyes, Tom's form shifted. His face, his body, all transforming until Rouse stumbled back, utterly shocked. What the, Michael? Professor Rouse, Tom, now Michael, smiled coolly. What a surprise. We meet again. You're looking far better than the last time, when I saw you in that sorry state in the woods. Chapter 216, A Simple Task. Are you Michael or Riddle? Rouse scrambled backward on hands and feet, staring at Tom as though his heart might leap right out of his chest. When I saved you, I was Michael, Tom said smoothly. But my true identity is Tom Riddle. He shifted back into his original appearance. At the time, I was short on money, so I used that identity to squeeze a bit of pocket change from old Borgin. The galleons you sponsored me with were, rather helpful. Hearing secrets that only the three of them, Tom, Rouse, and Borgin the broker, could possibly know, Rouse finally realized the truth, Michael was Tom. Then, how old are you really? Rouse stammered, still reeling, his mind caught in a loop. Was Tom turning into Michael, or Michael into Tom? He couldn't tell anymore. Hogwarts defenses aren't as weak as you think, Tom replied coolly. It's impossible for someone far beyond school age to slip in as a student. He strode over to the desk, settled comfortably into the chair, and gave a little wave. Instantly, the single sofa in the corner glided forward, scooping Rouse up and setting him across from Tom. I am exactly 12 years old. Oh, when we first met, I was 11. But I've been blessed with a stronger gift than most, and a very powerful teacher. Naturally, I progress faster. Hard to accept, isn't it? Hard. It's downright outrageous. Rouse muttered, but in his mind, he was already picturing Grindlevald, legendary, terrifying, and worshipped by the saints. With that connection, Tom's talent suddenly seemed believable. After all, a pupil of the Dark Lord himself had to be extraordinary. Master Riddle, Rouse said quickly, his tone shifting into eager respect, Lady Rosier asked me to send her greetings. She also entrusted me with this gift for you. He produced a beautifully wrapped box from his robes and placed it gently on the desk. The box floated into Tom's hands. Inside lay a brooch, a gemstone the size of a dove's egg gleaming at its center. I'll be sure to send Lady Rosier my thanks. Tom tucked the gift away, then drew out a slim notebook. He scrawled something across the first page, then passed it over after teaching Rouse how to use it. From now on, contact me through this. No one else will see a word. It responds only to your magic. Rouse turned it over curiously, fiddling for a good while, before finally remembering the point of their meeting. He straightened his back. Master Riddle, what exactly is my task here at Hogwarts? Dumbledore already trusts me to a degree, my cover is airtight. Your task, Tom said lazily, waving his hand, is to keep teaching. Nothing clever, nothing reckless. Simply staying here, in Dumbledore's sight, is success enough. Huh. Rouse blinked. That was it. So simple he didn't even need the elaborate escape routes he'd spent 2 nights planning. Huh, what? Tom's voice hardened. Everything waits until Grindlevald walks free from that tower. Until then, keep your head down and gather strength. He is my teacher, and someday, I will see him freed. I, Tom Riddle, will be the one to care for the first Dark Lord in his old age. Whether that meant clashing with Dumbledore someday was irrelevant. Tom had never been the kind to live by others' approval. Comfort in his own heart was enough. I understand, Rouse mumbled. Most people would have been thrilled at such an easy mission. But not Rouse, he craved danger, adrenaline. Being told to behave left him oddly disappointed. Still, he wasn't about to defy Tom. Not when he needed him. Master Riddle, Rouse's round face lit up with an obsequious grin. Could you ask Lord Grindlevald for an autograph? For me? Tom's eyelid twitched. He's still in Nurmengard. You expect me to break in just to fetch you a signature? But, can't you contact him? I can only converse. If I could smuggle things out, I'd have freed him already. Then, please, at least mention my name to him once. Tom arched a brow. Rouse, you're an American wizard. Shouldn't your attitude toward Grindlevald be hostile? Yet here you are, not just tolerant, but a saint yourself. Why? Rouse gave a sheepish grin. Oh, it's nothing really. I just want to master his transfiguration. Then I'll transform into Percival Graves and make Robert call me grandfather. Tom. Once again, he had underestimated just how absurd this man could be. You want human transfiguration? Tom sighed. Fine. I've already mastered it. Behave yourself this year, and I'll teach it to you as a reward. Rouse's face lit up like a child on Christmas morning. Generous Master Riddle. I swear to obey your every command. Oh, do you still need money? I've recently come into some funds. Tom waved him off. No. I've a wealthy girlfriend now, and a wealthy teacher besides. Rouse wilted in disappointment. He had been hoping to offer a fat donation as a token of loyalty. So Tom was eating soft rice now. But, Tom added with the faintest smirk, if you insist, I won't refuse. Rouse, now that's the style befitting the Dark Lord's heir. Tom, what did Professor Wilkinson want with you? Returning to the Great Hall with 2,000 galleons heavier in his pocket, Tom found the tables already laden with lunch. Daphne had prepared his plate as she always did, heaping piles of meat and bread, and a steaming bowl of thick soup to dip them in. Nothing much, Tom said casually. He noticed I picked up the shield charm unusually fast. Said I had potential. Gave me a pass to the restricted section, told me to pick out a few advanced curses to self-study. If I get stuck, I can go to him. He set the permission slip down. Astoria leaned forward to examine it, her eyes bright. I thought you'd gotten into another fight, Daphne muttered, a bit disappointed. Honestly, sister, Astoria sighed, Professor Wilkinson has been very kind. Why would Tom need to fight him? Chapter 217, A Phoenix's Message. Tom didn't even lift his head. Don't mind her, she just can't stand the world being too peaceful. Daphne puffed her cheeks out in mock anger. Her little sister, and now Tom, both ganging up to tease her, it was too much. So infuriating. But the sulky pout lasted only a heartbeat before her carefree nature returned. Tom, tomorrow's the weekend. I've already thought of a way to deal with Megatron. Let me try it again, please. Tomorrow. Tom paused mid-bite. Tomorrow won't work. I'm going to Hogsmeade, and I don't know when I'll be back. Hogsmeade. Daphne tilted her head, puzzled. But only third years can go there. And tomorrow isn't even an open weekend. That's because I've got important business. Tom sipped his onion cod soup calmly. But you reminded me. I forgot to ask Dumbledore for permission. Sneaking out was always an option, but the rules were the rules. And this wasn't just a casual outing, he was planning to meet Abberforth Dumbledore. If Albus inevitably learned of it, better to inform him than appear disrespectful. No need to stir suspicion over something so small. Fox, Tom murmured softly. A few seconds later, fire bloomed in midair, twisting into the shape of a phoenix. Fox landed neatly on Tom's shoulder, feathers shimmering like molten gold. Several professors witnessing the scene twitched at the corner of their eyes. Dumbledore's phoenix, answering Tom's call so easily, just one word and it came flying, who was truly its master. Take this note to Dumbledore. Tell him I'm waiting for his reply. Tom scrawled a message with a few quick strokes of magic, slid the parchment into Fox's talons, and the phoenix affectionately brushed its beak against his cheek before soaring toward the tower. Headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore stared blankly at Fox's suddenly empty perch. Apparition. Within Hogwarts. Impossible. Before he could reason it out, Fox swept in through the window and dropped a note onto his desk. Dumbledore. Well. That explained everything. So this was how students operated now. The headmaster's office was a mere 8 floors above the Great Hall, yet rather than climb the stairs, Tom had sent a phoenix messenger. What laziness. Shaking his head at this decline of the age, Dumbledore unfolded the parchment. As expected, Tom shifted the responsibility onto Newt Scamander, claiming he needed to meet Abberforth to ask about Poacher's movements. The Hog's Head wasn't precisely a den of dark dealings, but it was a favored haunt for shady characters. Few knew the gruff barkeep was the headmaster's brother, and Abberforth had gleaned plenty of intelligence because of it. And Newt did, indeed, have ties with Abberforth. Tom had already confirmed it with Newt through WhatsApp. Fox gave an impatient cry, snapping Dumbledore from his thoughts. His little brother was waiting for a reply, couldn't the old man hurry it up? Fox, you, Dumbledore sighed, torn between laughter and exasperation. Was this his phoenix, or Tom's? Still, he penned a short note, tell Mr. Riddle he may go to Hogsmeade, but he must not leave the village or the school grounds. Otherwise, no further permissions will be granted. Just as Tom had shown courtesy, so too would Dumbledore. There was no need to be petty over such a minor matter. This Tom was both similar and very different from the Voldemort he remembered. His greatest virtue, in Albus's eyes, was knowing restraint. Voldemort had never been this, wild, brawling with professors in public, for instance, but even so, Dumbledore found a strange reassurance in Tom's balance of boldness and control. Soon, Fox returned to Tom with the signed permission. Daphne's eyes sparkled with envy. Not because she wanted to go to Hogsmeade, but because she wished she could go with Tom. If the two of them ended up in Madame Putafoot's tea shop together, wouldn't that count as dating? She had heard plenty of whispered rumors and juicy gossip about the tea shop from older girls. Just wait until 3rd year, she told herself. Then she could walk Hogsmeade with Tom too. Astoria, meanwhile, was gazing dreamily at Fox as the phoenix preened its feathers. Noticing her longing look, Tom promptly handed the bird over. Fox, grooming yourself is awkward. Let Astoria help. A phoenix's pride was legendary, and even a sweet little girl usually wouldn't be worthy of its attention. But for Tom's sake, Fox grudgingly allowed it. Astoria lit up with delight, carefully hugging the phoenix and smoothing its radiant feathers. Tom. Daphne suddenly leaned closer, her voice hushed. Her warm breath brushed against his cheek. Tom turned his head slightly, puzzled by her secretive tone. I want to hear a story tonight, she whispered, her words half request, half pout. Tonight. Tom hesitated. You don't expect me to sneak into the girls' dormitory, do you? We can go to the little world, Daphne replied at once, finally revealing her true plan. Not just a bedtime story, she wanted Tom as her personal pillow too. Even at her age, she'd already grasped the rule, why not have both? And Tom rarely refused Daphne's requests. Fine then. Put your roommates under a stunner and sneak out. We'll meet in the common room at midnight. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, okay. Their voices were so quiet that even Astoria didn't hear. Only later, when she realized her sister had slipped out for story time, did Astoria learn the truth, her sister had snuck away. Chapter 218, Secrets of the Astral. Midnight. The Slytherin common room was quiet, with only a handful of students lingering by the dim firelight, chatting lazily. Tom waited patiently until Daphne appeared. Well. Are your roommates asleep? Tom asked. Daphne's eyes curved like crescent moons as she giggled. Hee, they're sleeping very soundly. Though it was my first time casting, so I might have overdone it a bit. Who knows when they'll wake up tomorrow? No problem. Just cast a reviving charm on them in the morning. I've done this before. The students near the fireplace spotted the two of them. One girl grinned and teased, Tom, Daphne, off for a midnight stroll through the castle. That's romantic. After the Lockhart incident, Slytherin's attitude toward Tom had shifted again. Where once it had been ruled by fear of his power, now it was tempered with respect, even warmth. After all, under Tom's leadership they had defied Dumbledore himself. Generations of Slytherins, long suppressed, finally felt vindicated and proud. Unity wasn't Gryffindor's sole virtue. In Slytherin too, cohesion grew through trials and victories. Why, even under the previous Tom Riddle, hadn't the house been united? Until his authority cracked, most Slytherins had been loyal. Exactly. It's Friday night. What else is there to do but take a walk? Tom answered smoothly. Daphne placed her hands on her hips. Cynthia, if you're jealous, go wake up Shafik yourself. Forget it. Cynthia laughed, shaking her head. He sleeps like a dead ox. Waking him would be harder than mastering transfiguration. The comparison made everyone chuckle. Daphne pointed at her friend smugly. Then stay here and sulk like an abandoned wife. Tom and I are going out to have fun. With that, she clung to Tom's arm and practically skipped out of the common room. Their first stop was the kitchens. Para had already laid out their midnight feast, for Daphne, shrimp-stuffed bread and a bowl of Provençal fish stew, for Tom, far more, roast beef, sizzling sausages, honey-glazed chicken wings, and macaroni baked with a double layer of cheese. The truth was, Tom expended more energy at night than during an entire week of classes. Learning magic under Grindlevald drained both mind and body. The old Dark Lord believed in nothing less than a force-fed education. As long as the duck could bear it, he kept shoving knowledge down its throat. And Tom, well, Tom was a duck with extraordinary endurance. Daphne often envied how much he could eat without gaining weight. She hadn't been so lucky. After a week of late-night snacks from Para or the sweet shops outside, her cheeks had visibly plumped. Terrified, she'd begged Tom for a strengthening potion, using its vitality-boosting effects as an extravagant weight-loss trick. A rare, life-enhancing potion, used as a slimming aid. Typical Daphne. After supper, cloaked in disillusionment charms, the two made their way to the room of requirement on the 8th floor and slipped into their private little world. The moment Daphne entered, she lit up. Here, it was truly just the two of them, a world of their own. It reminded her of summer, when Tom had stayed at her family home. She was radiant with happiness. Not that the joy kept her awake long. Once she curled up in bed and listened to Tom's voice, she clutched him tightly like a pillow and drifted off to sleep. Sometimes, Tom swore Daphne's sleeping habits were an odyssey across the heavens, roaming far and wide. She might start in his arms, but by morning she'd be curled into a ball at the far corner of the bed. Thankfully, the Greengrass family's enormous 3-meter beds had space to spare. Settling into a comfortable position, Tom slipped his consciousness into the learning space. He appeared first at Ariana's little villa, where he shared the good news: tomorrow, they would be meeting Abberforth. The girl was visibly more delighted than when he'd said they might see Albus. Her approval rating leapt to 47 points, nearly enough to draw a second innate gift. But it wasn't just Abberforth that made her so happy. Ariana was sensitive, scarred by her past. At first, she had thought Tom's promise to take her to Hogsmeade was just a gentle lie, a way to soothe her. She hadn't dared to hope. Now that he'd made it real, she felt his sincerity, and her trust in him deepened. Tom even conjured a few issues of the Daily Prophet and other magazines for her to enjoy in her spare time, before heading to his usual training ground. Andrus. Seeing the giant wizard waiting for him, Tom blinked. Normally, this was Grindelwald's time. Let the old man rest for a day, Andrus said with his booming laugh. You've been soaking up foreign magic with him non-stop. It's time for something different. A change of pace. Tom smiled. Good. Honestly, I was craving a break. It's strange, emptying my mind while relearning things I already know. Feels unnatural. What do you plan to teach me today? Andrus's grin turned secretive. Tom, do you know what ancient magic truly is? Tom rolled his eyes. Andrus, with the spells you know, aren't they all ancient? Or beyond ancient? The old wizard shook his head. No. You've misunderstood. What you call ancient magic had another name in my era. Tom tilted his head, curious. And that was astral magic. Astral magic. The term was entirely new to Tom. Interest flickered in his eyes. Tell me more, Andrus. That, Andrus said, scratching his head in mild frustration, touches on the very origins of magic itself. And I've never been much good at lecturing on theory. I'm a warrior, not a scholar, unlike Grindlevald. Chapter 219, Astral Magic. There are many theories about the origin of magic, Andrus began. But back in our time, the most widely accepted belief was that the power of magic comes from the cosmos itself. Under the influence of celestial bodies, our world gained the foundation that allows us to wield magic. And astral magic, he continued, refers to magic that naturally exists. It is the information and power transmitted to our world by the stars and planets, not something created artificially. In fact, you've already mastered a form of astral magic. The patronus? Tom guessed instantly. Exactly. Andrus nodded, pleased. Talking with someone sharp made things easy. The patronus charm was originally conceived in a place overflowing with positive magical energy. Wizards sensed it, shaped it, refined it, until it became the spell we know. Even when I modified the patronus, its core remained unchanged. Tom nodded thoughtfully. 100 years ago, there were still places around Hogwarts steeped in this kind of ancient magical aura. Through them, one could cast devastatingly powerful ancient spells. But now, those auras have long since faded away, gone completely. You don't need to worry about that at all, Andrus said with a booming laugh. Tom, haven't you realized? You're just like me, you yourself are a walking source of ancient magical aura. Tom's eyes widened in sudden clarity. So that was what the Sorting Hat had meant when it said his ancient power was even purer than Salazar Slytherin's. It wasn't just about bloodline, he literally carried the essence of that power. Andrus stroked his chin. My guess is that once we became your teachers, you gained fragments of our talents as well. My greatest strength has always been raw magical power. None of the so-called kings of the century were fools. Andrus had already pieced this together, and Grindlevald too. But since Tom had never spoken of it, neither had they. Still, Andrus had begun to feel increasingly useless lately. So once he confirmed Tom truly had the foundation to learn ancient magic, he rushed to trade teaching slots with Grindlevald. From now on, you won't have to worry about locations or conditions. Just like the Patronus, you master it, you release it, anywhere. But, he added gravely, it's not something to cast recklessly. Ancient magic is overwhelmingly powerful and untamed. Its force is difficult to control. With that warning, Andrus conjured an old wooden board, the very one Tom had once used as a turtle shell, nearly driving Snape mad. Most ancient spells don't even have names. The one I'm teaching you today doesn't either. But, you may call it the Shattering Curse. For once, Andrus actually drew his wand. He gave it a sharp wave, and a streak of violet light burst forth, so fast Tom's eyes couldn't track it. In the blink of an eye, it struck the board. There was no dramatic explosion. The purple light sank into the wood. And then, boom. The supposedly indestructible board, which had made Snape tear his hair out in frustration, was reduced to dust. And not even ordinary dust, Madeira dissolved into motes of starlight, scattering and vanishing into nothingness. Tom's jaw practically hit the floor. He knew that board inside out. It was his measuring stick, his test dummy for spells. His strongest attacks could only pierce about 5 centimeters, half the thickness. Andrus had just erased it from existence with a single spell. For the first time, Tom truly saw the yawning gap between himself and the king of the century. Forget the fact that the ancient magic itself was inherently destructive. Simply being able to wield it, that alone defined power. Coach, I want to learn this. Tom immediately raised his wand, brimming with determination. At last, Andrus felt the satisfaction of a true teacher. But he restrained himself, saying patiently, Tom, ancient magic is very different from what you're used to. It requires emotions to stir, and more importantly, the construction of magic circles. By weaving in the strange energies of the heavens and earth, your spells will multiply in power. He tapped the air. First, let me teach you the fundamentals of drawing magic circles. The allure of ancient magic was too great. Tom buried himself and studied the entire night within his learning space, pushing so hard he even entered his transcendent state twice. By 9 in the morning, Daphne stirred awake. Only then did Tom finally exit the learning space. The two of them went down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Daphne left with Astoria to find Hermione, while Tom carried Dumbledore's note to Professor McGonagall. She scrutinized it for a long time. If it weren't for the headmaster's unmistakable magical seal and signature, she would have sworn Tom had forged it. After all, the note contained nothing urgent, just a line stating that Tom Riddle was permitted to visit Hogsmeade on Saturday. Utterly suspicious. Professor, Tom explained smoothly, the headmaster asked me to deliver something and speak with the owner of the Hog's Head. At that, McGonagall finally understood. She nodded, and personally escorted him out of the castle. Before parting, she added sternly, Mr. Riddle, once your business is done, return at once. Do not leave the village boundaries. I understand, Professor. Tom gave a polite nod and set off down the path to Hogsmeade. Half an hour later, the village came into view. Since it wasn't a visiting day, Hogsmeade was unusually quiet. The main street was nearly empty. Tom walked straight on until he reached the end, where the road split in two, Madame Putafoot's tea shop to the left, the Owl post office to the right. Next to the post office, tucked down a side alley, stood a shabby little pub. A rotten wooden sign dangled from rusted brackets above the door. Painted on it was the image of a severed boar's head. The Hog's Head. Tom pushed the door open and, at the same time, activated his learning space. Inside, the bar was deserted. On the counter sat a tarnished little bell. Tom went up and pressed it twice. The sound was dull and flat. 5 long minutes later, a furious voice bellowed from upstairs. Can't you read? The bar opens at night. Get out. Chapter 220, The Hog's Head Encounter. Oi, barkeep. Get down here and serve your customer. Tom casually rapped his knuckles against the counter. Bang. A door upstairs slammed open, and out stormed a furious old man. He was a mess, his long white beard was tangled into knots, his hair stuck up like a bird's nest, and he was still wearing pajamas. When his eyes fell on the intruder, a mere boy wizard, his fury only grew. You little brat. Sneak out of school and then dare to strut about. Keep it up and I'll have your professors drag you back by the ears. Unbothered, Tom flicked out a parchment and waved it. Ever heard of connections? Who said I snuck out? This is special permission, signed by Dumbledore himself. Professor McGonagall personally walked me to the gates. Want me to read it out loud for you? If anything, that only poured oil on the fire. Abberforth, Dumbledore bellowed like a beast, damn that Albus. Useless fool, cowardly old corpse. This is how he runs a school. Whelps like you belong in hell. Plenty of people in the wizarding world disliked Dumbledore. The one who hated him most was Voldemort. But few dared to spit venom so crudely. Others, at most, grumbled or sneered behind his back. Tom, however, was calm as ever. In his mind, he asked, well, Ariana, has your brother changed much? In the learning space, Ariana smiled faintly. Not at all. He's exactly the same. Back then, whenever Abberforth and Albus argued, he'd always try to cast a muffliato on me first. But with my silent magic, it never worked. I always heard everything. Finding someone familiar in this era lifted her spirits. Unlike Andrus or Grindlevald, who were worldly and adaptable, Ariana was just a fragile girl who'd suffered trauma. First she'd had to accept her own death. Then she learned she was decades in the future. The fear never fully left her. Tom chuckled. Good. Then when we've got spare time, we'll come tease the old man again. Be careful, Ariana warned softly. Abberforth's temper isn't good. It's fine. If things get rough, I'll call Andrus out. He'll be the one taking the punches. Just don't hit him too hard, she murmured. Tom wasn't being cowardly. Abberforth was strong, much stronger than Snape. In his youth, he had fought in the legendary three-way duel between himself, Albus, and Grindlevald. During the Kirin election, he and Albus alone had reacted quickly enough to counter Grindelwald's killing curse. And that was Grindelwald at his peak, wielding the Elder Wand. Standing against him at all was an accomplishment. Tom had once asked Grindelwald about Abberforth's strength. Grindelwald's only reply, I once thrashed him bloody. He's rubbish. But then, to a king of the century, wasn't everyone rubbish? While Tom chatted leisurely with Ariana, he ignored the seething men before him. Abberforth, livid at being dismissed, stomped down the stairs, ready to grab the boy and throw him out. Only then did Tom finally lift his gaze. All right, enough theatrics. Abberforth, Dumbledore, I didn't come here to argue. I came because someone sent me to find you. Abberforth froze in place. His eyes narrowed, sharp as a hawk's. You know who I am. Grandpa Newt sent me, Tom said smoothly. He told me a little about you, and about your son. That made Abberforth blink. It was true. Newt Scamander had mentioned these things. Outside, both Abberforth's identity and his son's entanglements with Grindelwald were tightly held secrets. But within certain circles, they weren't secrets at all. The greatest barrier to information was always the circle. If you weren't part of it, you knew nothing. Once you were inside, half the world's secrets suddenly seemed like common gossip. And Newt's reputation spoke for itself. Hearing that Newt had sent this boy softened Abberforth's expression. He hated his brother, yes. And Newt often did favors for Albus. But Newt himself was too earnest, too straightforward to hate. A man you could trust never to stab you in the back. That was why Abberforth had maintained ties with him for years. What's your name? And what are you to Newt? My name is Tom Riddle. What did you say your name was? Abberforth stared at him with a strange, twisted expression. Tom feigned innocence. Tom Riddle. Why? Don't tell me even the old barman of this shabby hole has heard of me already. Yes, a fine reputation indeed. Abberforth gave a humorless chuckle. That name brings back memories. Tell me, boy, how old are you? Which house? Second year. Slytherin. Abberforth burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Perfect. Slytherin it is. Tom Riddle belongs nowhere else. How ironic. This child clearly had no idea who his predecessor was. And yet he carried his brother's trust enough to be handed an official pass. Starting to rethink your choices now, Albus? Abberforth muttered under his breath. He went behind the counter, grabbed a bottle of rum, and took a swig for breakfast. All right, Riddle. If Newt told you about my past, then he trusts you. What message did he want me to hear? He needs information on poachers, Tom replied. 2 horned serpents from the Louisiana swamps have been stolen recently. Most likely, they're headed toward Europe. Horned serpents. Abberforth frowned, muttering, that's a rare catch, even I'd be tempted. But no, I haven't heard anything yet. Horned serpents were among the most iconic magical creatures of Louisiana, and North America in general. Ilvermorny itself had named a house after them. Their true treasure was the gemstone embedded in their foreheads. That stone gave them the power of flight and invisibility. Wizard-made invisibility cloaks of the highest quality required such gems, far superior to those made from demiguise hair. It was no wonder poachers lusted after them. Abberforth tapped the counter with his finger. I'll make some inquiries. If I hear anything, I'll contact you. Tom Riddle. Chapter 221, A Deal with Abberforth. All right, kid, you can leave now. Don't bother me when I'm trying to sleep. Abberforth yawned, rubbing his eyes. The hogs had only really came alive at night, closing around 4 or 5 in the morning, so he hadn't gotten much sleep at all. Don't be in such a rush, Tom blocked his way. I've finished Newt's errand, but I've got my own matter I need your help with. Abberforth gave him a sidelong glance. And what trouble could you possibly be in? Need someone to write your homework. Already taken care of. Tom thought of Hermione and couldn't help but grin. She was probably writing one of his assignments right now. I want a batch of rune snakes. Both male and female. Price is negotiable. If there was one material most vital for the WhatsApp notebooks, it was the skin of a rune snake. Rune snakes were 3-headed serpents, not particularly large, but beloved by dark wizards. Their scales bore natural rune-like patterns, making them superior conduits for carrying magical inscriptions. The heart of the chatbook worked much like programming. Runes served as the low-level code. Linked by magic, they resonated across distance, translating rune records into readable text on the other person's notebook. A fully grown rune snake averaged just over a meter in length, and a complete shed could fetch 100 galleons, enough for 5 notebooks. That meant the raw materials for each notebook cost around 20 galleons. But rune snakes were a monopoly, cultivated only in a government-controlled preserve spanning several countries. Anyone outside that had to turn to the black market. Tom had already calculated. Breeding them himself would cost less than a third of buying. Monopoly profits were always the fattest, and Tom refused to be gouged. If the ministry thought it could dictate terms, he'd simply raise his own. Rune snakes, eh? Not easy to get your hands on. If you wanted eggs, maybe I could. Who are you trying to fool? Tom rolled his eyes. Any eggs smuggled here would be dead long before arrival. Useless for anything but potions. You mean to breed them yourself? Abberforth narrowed his eyes. Boy, do you honestly think Dumbledore will let you do something like that? This world isn't ruled by Dumbledore alone. Tom slid over a pristine chatbook. Everyone has their own life, their own pursuits. Rune snakes are critical to mine. For the sake of greater goals, school rules can bend. Abberforth's face flushed red, as though struck by memory. Who taught you that line? His eyes locked fiercely on Tom. Which one? The boy tilted his head, feigning innocence. For the greater good. Oh, that. Slytherin's motto. Tom answered matter-of-factly. Ambition, cunning, putting interests first, sounds like Slytherin to me. Abberforth bowed his head, muttering under his breath. Tom ignored him and began demonstrating how WhatsApp worked, adding layers of concealment. Slowly, Abberforth's attention was pulled in. This thing's really your invention. He scribbled a test line into the notebook, half disbelieving that such a miraculous communication tool could come from a second year. Tom only gave him one reason, enough to settle the matter. My master is Nicholas Flaml. Abberforth shot him another look. A boy trusted by Albus, favored by Newt Scamander, and a student of Nicholas Flaml. What in Merlin's name made this kid so special? So, this notebook, its core material really is runesnake skin. Exactly. And I need a lot of it. To promote these widely, costs have to come down. Buying from the outside forever is a fool's game. With a small world of my own, like Newt's, I could raise hundreds. Naturally, runesnakes shed once or twice a year, but if I maintain humidity above 80% and temperatures over 28 degrees, the cycle shortens. Abberforth leaned back, studying him. And what do I get out of helping you? With a flourish, Tom pulled out a dragonhide wallet. A cascade of gleaming gold spilled across the table, piling into a glittering mound under Abberforth's stunned gaze. 300 galleons for every adult runesnake. I'll take as many as you can get. Abberforth whistled low. What did you do, rob a pureblood family vault? Of course not. Some of it's allowance from my future mother-in-law, and the rest is my own savings. Your mother-in-law. The Greengrasses. Abberforth bared his teeth in a grin. Trust this brat to stumble into every advantage. Fine. As it happens, I've been thinking of leasing a pasture to raise goats. I'll take the deal. He waved at the gold. Now get this heap out of my sight before I decide to rob you after all. Inside the study space, Ariana covered her mouth with a laugh. Abberforth still loves goats just as much. Even his patronus takes their shape. Tom waved it off. Treat this as an advance payment. Abberforth chuckled. You're not worried I'll take the money and never deliver? Tom smiled back. Honestly, I'd prefer that. If you stiff me, Dumbledore will feel guilty and pay me back double. Either way, I win. Abberforth flicked his wand, sending the mountain of galleons upstairs. You're a real piece of work, kid. Bold, gutsy. I'll get you your snakes. Expect word through this. What app thing of yours? Tom rose to leave. Then I'll await good news. Next time, I'll sample your cooking. Newt told me your fried silverfish and tripe stew is excellent. Abberforth chuckled. He remembers that, does he? Well, come by next time in the evening, not at bloody breakfast time. Tom signaled his understanding and stepped toward the door. It was only their first meeting, and it wasn't yet the time to linger over small talk. Ariana, watching, understood too, there would be plenty more chances. Thank you, Tom. As they walked out of the Hog's Head, Ariana's voice rang warmly in the study space. Ariana's approval of the host exceeds 50%. Random talent extraction in progress. Success. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent, obscurial. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The Obscurial Within. Decline. Decline it. The moment Tom heard the system's notification, he jolted upright and barked the command. What kind of reward was that supposed to be? This was no prize, this was an assassination attempt. An obscurus wasn't some gift, it was a curse. Born of children who repressed or resisted their magic, twisted when their magic turned inward, warping into a parasitic dark force. The hosts of such things were called obscurials. Back in Andrus's age, when witches and muggles still coexisted, obscurials had almost never appeared. But by the Middle Ages, when witches were hunted by the church and persecuted by muggles, conditions became the perfect breeding ground. Every obscurial was short-lived. The obscurus fed on its host's negative emotions and magical core, growing stronger as it devoured, until it consumed the host's very life. Most never lived past 10. Those with stronger innate magic could last a little longer. Ariana, for instance, she survived until 14, and if not for that tragic stray spell, she might have lived decades more. And then there was her nephew, Aurelius Dumbledore, who clung to life into his 20s before being hollowed out. Tom believed his constitution was sturdier than Ariana's or Aurelius's, but even so, the last thing he wanted was some parasite gnawing away at him from the inside. As if sensing his unease, the system flashed another line across his vision. Rest assured. This reward has been optimized. It will not harm the host. Bloody hell, could you not have said that first? Tom grumbled. The system, mechanical and stiff as always, silently logged the complaint as an adjustment for future protocols. Only then did Tom open the reward's description. Obscurus, purified consciousness removed. Now a reservoir of raw dark magic, fully under the host's control. Current state, embryonic. Requires magical nourishment to grow. Note, host possesses the heart of dark magic. Channeling the obscurus through this trait amplifies its effects. Tom considered this carefully. Then he apparat to the mountains behind the village. Once he confirmed no one was nearby, he finally accepted the reward. At once, he felt it, a ripple through his magic, a small, hungry presence nestled inside, pulsing with wordless desire. You want it? Fine. Gorge yourself. He extended his palm. A small, wispy black mass, no larger than a glass bead, floated above his hand. As he poured magic into it, the obscurus swelled rapidly. The drain on his reserves was about the same as casting spells non-stop. Even so, the growth was slow. After consuming nearly a third of his magic, it had only grown to the size of a basketball. Tom stopped feeding it. He still felt its hunger clawing at him, but it didn't seize his magic by force. That alone reassured him. So the system really had made it safe, instinctive hunger intact, but bound by control. No risk of rampaging, no sudden collapse. Not a parasite. A weapon. Now Tom was willing to admit, this reward wasn't half bad. After all, Aurelius had once leveled half of Manhattan. Given time, he could have reduced all of New York to rubble. And the best part? The obscurus didn't need a wand or incantation. It obeyed thought alone. Go. Tom flung it toward a nearby tree. With a crack, the trunk split clean in two before the entire tree exploded into splinters, shredded by raw black fury. And this was only the beginning, barely nurtured, yet already so devastating. Small wonder Grindlevald had coveted such power. Given time, when it could engulf his whole body, he too would become living darkness, a storm of shadow, half seen, half felt, impossible to grasp. Tom clenched his fist, and the obscurus dissolved back into his magical core. Yes. I'll need to consult Grindlevald, he mused. The instant he decided to integrate the obscurus, he had shut off the study space. Ariana must never glimpse this. Her own history with the obscurus was too raw, too painful. But Grindlevald. Though not an obscurial himself, he had schemed to weaponize them, even planning to unleash one against Dumbledore. If anyone had studied their secrets, it was him. As for Ariana. Tom frowned as he walked back toward Hogwarts. Her issue was thornier. Winning Ariana's full trust, raising her approval to 100%, hinged on untangling her deepest knot, accepting both her own strength and her obscurus. She might seem gentle now, but when it flared, her emotions swung to dangerous extremes. And he wasn't ready yet. He needed her approval to climb higher first, step by step, before he could risk that confrontation. Power reveals the horse, hardship reveals the heart. And any Riddle worth the name knew how to play the long game. By the time Tom reached Hogwarts, it was already afternoon. Asking around, he learned that Daphne was in the courtyard garden. Sure enough, he found her there with Astoria. Around them clustered a small circle of girls, Lavender, Susan, Hannah, Padma. Every house was represented save Gryffindor. As he drew closer, Tom's expression twisted into something between amusement and disbelief. So that's what Daphne was doing, captivating them all with his revised version of Journey to the West. Tom, you're back. Astoria spotted him first, leaping up with delight. Daphne broke off mid-story, smiling as she and her sister shuffled aside to make space for him. Tom dropped into the circle, eyeing the spread of delicate pastries on the table. He waved a hand. Don't stop on my account. Keep going. I've not had lunch, so I'll just help myself. What? You didn't go to the Three Broomsticks? No. I dropped by the Hog's Head. But the barman only opens in the afternoon. I didn't even manage a drink. He popped a macaron into his mouth mid-sentence, not caring in the slightest that he usually hated them. Chapter 223, Storytelling, Intrusions, and Megatron's Return. Tom didn't usually like sweets, but right now his body was craving sugar like mad, desperate for the burst of energy. Then hurry and eat. Daphne said softly, her expression full of concern. She even dragged the entire dessert tower right in front of him. Para. Astoria clapped her hands, summoning their house elf. Para, please prepare some proper lunch for Tom. Right away, miss, Para said with a polite bow before vanishing. The other girls sitting around couldn't help exchanging looks with each other. The Greengrass sisters, were they spoiling Tom or what? This wasn't just doting, it was full-on pampering. Food brought to his mouth, clothes ready at hand, even a house elf waiting on him like some aristocratic prince. What girl wouldn't secretly dream of such a life? Completely oblivious to the envious glances being thrown his way, Tom only focused on filling his stomach, while Daphne resumed her story. Daphne, was the Buddha's transformation really so powerful? He could turn a single finger into an entire mountain. And is it true he could turn muggles into wizards? Wouldn't that make him a half-blood, or something even stranger? I think he'd count as a new species altogether. If the Elder Wand makes spells stronger, then what if I swap to a bigger wand? Wouldn't my magic get stronger too? The girl's earnest questions made Tom break into a cold sweat. Merlin's beard, they're actually taking this seriously. He was just glad they hadn't read the real version of Journey to the West. Otherwise, Daphne's magical edition would have been exposed in an instant. PFF, biffed. A muffled laugh suddenly broke out behind him. Tom stiffened, his face turning ashen. Of all the rotten luck. He had just been thinking no one at Hogwarts would know Journey to the West. And yet, the one person most likely to have read it was now standing directly behind him. Her long black hair flowed like silk under the sunlight, gleaming with a soft sheen. Her features weren't as sharp as the typical Western witches, but her gentle eyes and delicate smile carried their own exotic charm. The unmistakable traits of the East were all there was no mistaking her identity. Cho Chang. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Cho said quickly, pressing her fingers to her lips as her shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. But when I heard you mention Sun Wukong and Erlangshen, I couldn't help it. You were telling Journey to the West, weren't you? Every head turned toward her. Embarrassment colored her cheeks, but she couldn't contain her giggles. The thought of Erlangshen as some kind of animagus was simply too absurd. You're Cho Chang, from Ravenclaw, right? Daphne asked, squinting at her. You've heard of Journey to the West too? Cho nodded. My parents told me the stories when I was little. I'm Asian, it's part of our culture. I grew up with it. And where did you hear it from? She added curiously, her gaze sliding over to Tom. The other girls turned to look too. Daphne, without hesitation, answered brightly, from Tom, of course. Tom wanted nothing more than to cast a Fisher charm, open a hole in the ground, and bury himself alive. Cho's eyes widened slightly, her lips curving into a graceful smile. I didn't expect you to be the storyteller, Riddle. The way she said it made his ears burn. I'd love to hear it again. It's been years, and I've forgotten most of the details. Miss Greengrass, would you mind if I joined in next time? Of course you can. Daphne agreed instantly. Cough, cough. Tom suddenly hacked, forcing out a rough cough. Daphne, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to test yourself against Megatron? If we wait until after dark, it'll be harder. Better to go now. No way was he letting the story time continue, his social death was imminent. Daphne hesitated, torn, and glanced at Cho. But Cho, ever considerate, smiled again. It's fine. We can reschedule. Actually, I'd be interested in seeing this Megatron myself. I missed him last time. Then come along. Daphne said happily. I'll fetch Hermione too. She left for the library, while Tom led the rest toward the training grounds. Astoria stuck close to his side like a loyal little bodyguard, making it awkward for Cho to strike up a conversation with him. But when Megatron came stomping into view, Cho forgot her questions instantly. Compared to 2 weeks ago, Megatron had evolved again. Tom had plated its armor with a special enchanted film, boosting its resistance to spells while giving its metallic frame a darker, colder sheen. Students nearby spotted the towering construct and hurried over, excitement lighting up their faces. Many hadn't gotten a chance to duel against it last time, thanks to Lockhart's interference. Now was their opportunity. Riddle, I swear Megatron looks even cooler than before. One boy's eyes sparkled as he admired the construct's imposing silhouette. Even witches and wizards found themselves fascinated by the sheer allure of living machinery. I've made some improvements, Tom said with a calm smile. It's tougher now, and more energy efficient. Unbelievable. Murmured a Ravenclaw 7th year. Your alchemy is unreal. I can't imagine how you learned it. He wasn't the first to wonder. Some had even gone to Professor Elio Villander, Hogwarts alchemy instructor, to ask how they could craft their own Megatron. The professor had only sighed bitterly. Children, in any field the worst mistake is aiming too high, too soon. And that is what you're doing now. Riddle's Megatron is not something you can even dream of building. Even I can't make sense of the magic patterns and power conduits that run through it. Focus on your own studies, stop chasing impossibilities. The words had spread like wildfire, only strengthening Tom's mysterious reputation. Even the professor had admitted he wasn't on Tom's level. Now, as the Ravenclaw boy voiced his awe, Tom simply smiled and said nothing. Some circles were allowed to know he had once studied under Nicholas Flaml, but others didn't deserve to. Soon Daphne returned, Hermione in tow, and everyone knew the rules. The 2 girls got first crack at Megatron. The others stood at a respectful distance, waiting their turn. Just as Daphne was about to activate Megatron, a drawling voice cut across the field, laced with the unmistakable accent of America's West Coast. Well, isn't that Megatron? Chapter 224, Megatron Unleashed and the Wizard's Chess Match. The defense against the dark arts professor had shown up again. Many students exchanged odd looks. It almost seemed like this subject was cursed to be drawn toward chaos, first Lockhart and now Wilkinson. Only this time, Wilkinson had arrived before the match even began. Everyone was curious, would Tom simply walk away again, like last time? Instead, he surprised them. Professor, you recognize Megatron? Tom asked casually. Wilkinson chuckled warmly. Of course. Back when I was a student, I used to look forward to summer holidays just so I could watch the Transformers cartoon. Professor, you had a television at home. Justin Finch Fletchley blurted out, wide-eyed. Wilkinson shook his head, still smiling. Not in my house. My parents hated those Muggle contraptions. But our neighbors were Muggles, and I would climb up by their window and watch from there. His words drew laughter and nods of understanding from many half-blood and Muggle-born students. Quite a few of them had done the same, sneaking peeks at neighbors' TVs when their own families forbade it. Now then, Wilkinson said, eyes glinting with excitement, let me see if your Megatron lives up to the one on screen. Tom nodded, signaling Daphne to begin. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Megatron roared to life. This time, however, it entered immediately into standard mode, no beginner's handicap. But Daphne and Hermione had come prepared. They'd been stewing over their last defeat and weren't about to lose without a fight. Hermione conjured a stream of water with Aguamenti, while Daphne froze it solid with an ice-freezing charm. Within moments, the grassy field had transformed into a gleaming ice rink. The two girls transfigured their shoes into skates, gliding effortlessly across the surface, their speed doubled. Megatron, by contrast, stumbled and slipped. Twice it came crashing down in a clumsy heap. Brilliant. They're using ice to limit its movement, at least now they can hold their ground. The students applauded their cleverness, admiration shining in their eyes. Tom himself smiled. All right, he said lightly, snapping his fingers. Time for Phase 2. The cheers died instantly as Megatron suddenly lifted off the ground. Daphne and Hermione, mid-glide, froze in shock. Megatron can fly without transforming. Daphne stammered. Of course, Tom replied matter-of-factly. I borrowed a bit from broomstick enchantments. Perfectly normal. Normal. Hermione stomped her foot angrily. That's cheating. Megatron ignored their protests, raising its massive hands. Twin beams of golden light lanced out, searing across the ice. At first, the girls dodged with nimble speed, darting across the rink. But soon, the ice was shattered into floating shards, and they were forced to switch back to boots. Hermione tried freezing Megatron's cannons shut, only to be countered by a blast of flame. That was her weakness. Normally calm and brilliant, she panicked under pressure, her strategies unraveling. By the time their magic reserves ran dry, the two had managed only to avoid defeat, not achieve victory. Interesting. Wilkinson murmured, rubbing his hands. A strip of enchanted script suddenly writhed up his sleeve, as though warning him. Ah, never mind. I'd look bad if I lost. Perhaps another time. He cleared his throat and turned quickly to Tom. Would you let the other students have a try, Mr. Riddle? Of course, Tom said smoothly. Same rules as last time, 5 per team. Force Megatron into strong enemy mode, and you win. The students, who had long since formed groups, rushed forward to claim the first match. Tom handed the honor to a team of fourth-year Slytherins, giving his own house the first chance. From the sidelines, Draco Malfoy watched, envy twisting his features. But he knew better, against a toy like Potter he could hold his own, but against this. Even the older students weren't confident. And they certainly wouldn't let him drag them down. So Draco stayed put, nursing his pride, muttering criticisms instead. Using stupefy on a hunk of metal. What are you thinking? A flimsy impediment jinx. Are you trying to tickle it? Oh. A Tarantaligra actually worked, wait, why's the upper body unaffected? Tom, meanwhile, observed carefully. Through the students' attacks, he spotted several flaws he hadn't considered. He silently noted them down for future improvements. Astoria had stayed loyally by his side the entire time, watching in silence. Tom decided it was time to give her a role of her own. Astoria, you're good at wizard's chess, aren't you? He asked. It's not that I'm good, she said impishly. It's that my sister is awful. Astoria. Daphne shot her a glare. What? I'm telling the truth. I can give her half the pieces and still win. What does that say about her? Tom chuckled. Then let's see how you do against me. He flicked his wand, and a chessboard appeared before them, tossing it high into the air. Engorgio. The board expanded rapidly until the squares stretched several feet wide, the pieces towering to adult height. This is the same enchanted set from last term, when Professor McGonagall used it as part of the obstacle course. You can take the place of a piece yourself while commanding the rest, or you can team up with others for a joint challenge. He gestured grandly to the black side. Now then, Commander Astoria, lead your army to victory against the forces of darkness. A few Muggle-born students clenched their fists uncomfortably at that phrasing. Dark forces or not, hearing themselves equated with black pieces grated on their ears. Astoria, however, was thrilled. I'll try, she said brightly. She wasn't powerful at magic, but chess was a different matter, it was all about brains, not brute force. No bullying Astoria, understood. Tom ordered the black pieces. Yes, Creator, they roared in unison. Can I join too? Cho Chang stepped forward, her voice lilting with curiosity. Of course. Just stand where the piece you choose is, and it will step aside for you. Soon, a few more girls asked to join. With her kind nature, Astoria agreed readily. In no time, the white side was filled, every piece taken except the king, and the Queen Astoria herself had chosen. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, The Living Chessboard and Unexpected Encounters. One by one, the white pieces were replaced by eager young witches and wizards. Only when the match began did Astoria realize the flaw in this arrangement. Every sacrifice wasn't just a pawn, it was a classmate. Each move now carried hesitation, her commands faltering whenever a capture loomed. And the black pieces were merciless. After defeating a white player, they would either pull grotesque faces and hurl insults, or spray water over the poor victim's head, or worse, boot them off the board with their behinds, or, in the case of the Black Knight, the horse's rump. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was enormous. The crowd of students watching roared with laughter. Astoria, red-cheeked, shot Tom a rare glare, her eyes brimming with a playful pout. She regretted letting so many students replace the original chessman. If more enchanted pieces had stayed on her side, the match would have gone much smoother. The spectacle drew an even larger audience. Word spread quickly through the castle. Ron and Harry came running to see what the fuss was about. The moment Ron laid eyes on the towering chess set, his eyes lit up. This is it. This is just like the game I won against Professor McGonagall's enchanted board, he shouted proudly. But no one paid him much attention. Everyone was too busy enjoying the chaos. His 3 older brothers had already elbowed their way to the front, eagerly offering Astoria tactical advice. Harry's gaze, however, wasn't on the board. His attention had locked onto Megatron. He remembered vividly, on his 10th birthday, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had gifted Dudley a Transformer toy. Dudley had guarded it like a treasure, never letting Harry so much as touch it. Even now, Dudley still kept it close, a prized possession. But compared to Tom's Megatron, Dudley's toy was utter trash. A wild thought crossed Harry's mind: if Dudley saw this Megatron, maybe he'd actually fall in love with magic. As the games went on, even the professors began arriving. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick appeared first, followed by Professor Bathshade babbling of ancient runes, and Professor Sprout. A marvelous piece of transfiguration, Mr. Riddle, McGonagall said, her eyes twinkling with rare delight. Creating wizard chess that could think was no small feat. Tom's pieces didn't merely follow orders, they reasoned, they jeered, they acted with unnerving personality. It was as though they possessed fragments of souls. The spell work is exquisite as well, Professor Flitwick declared, nearly bouncing with excitement. If this were a classroom exercise, I'd award you top marks without hesitation. Tom played it modestly. I'll take the points when you give them in class, Professor. I'm a bit short at the moment. He was short on credits, especially with his need to access advanced magical modes in his research. Flitwick blinked, then burst out laughing. Fair enough. But only if you share the mimicry charms you use to animate their movements. Their precision is flawless. With pleasure, Tom agreed smoothly. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky orange. The day of laughter and spectacle was drawing to a close. For the final round, Professor McGonagall herself stepped onto the field. Unlike the students, she conjured her own black set on the spot, animating it with such flawless transfiguration that the pieces fought like extensions of her own will. This time, Tom lost. McGonagall's mastery of transfiguration was absolute, and she generously shared insights and techniques during the battle. Tom left the match humbled yet enriched, his mind buzzing with new possibilities. Ron itched to play, but he and Harry had arrived too late. By the time their turn might have come, dinner was already calling. They left grumbling, alongside dozens of disappointed students who had queued in vain. At last, McGonagall approached Tom. She hesitated, then said, Mr. Riddle, I believe this exercise is an excellent form of training. It teaches teamwork and exposes students to high-level transfiguration. Could you set up the board again tomorrow? Tom shook his head and smiled. Professor, I'll leave the board in your care. You can organize it however you like. Your contribution is appreciated, Mr. Riddle. Gryffindor will award you 30 points, she said warmly. Of course, McGonagall was more than capable of crafting such a set herself, perhaps an even stronger one. But something created by a professor was a test, while something provided by a student was entertainment. The spirit was different, and the students responded to that. Nearby, Wilkinson scratched his head sheepishly. And, about Megatron, could I borrow him for a while? Even he felt awkward, asking for something when he hadn't contributed much. Tom considered, then nodded. You may, but return him by Monday. I need to make modifications. He handed Megatron over, sealing it with a magical lock that recognized Wilkinson's magic. The controls were tied to power signatures, no unauthorized person could access the inner workings. On behalf of the students, thank you, Mr. Riddle, Wilkinson said with a wide grin. Oh, and Slytherin, 50 points. Now that was clever. Tom gave him an approving look before bidding the professors good evening and heading back to the castle. The next morning, being Sunday, both the chessboard and Megatron were set up again on the grounds. McGonagall and Flitwick maintained order, while Tom himself was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Tom used the permission slip Wilkinson had provided to enter the restricted section of the library. Lady Greengrass had already supplied him with much of pureblood Britain's private lore, but the restricted section might still hold treasures even the old families lacked. Today, he was here to fill the gaps. Riddle. The voice was soft, almost hesitant. Tom turned, surprised. By the window, Cho Chang sat alone, a book in her hands, bathed in golden morning light. She looked every bit the image of a literary dreamer. Because of their awkward journey to the West encounter, Tom felt a flicker of embarrassment. But coincidence was coincidence, they'd run into each other 2 days in a row now. She had already greeted him, so he walked over. "Cho," he said, managing a polite smile. "What a coincidence." Chapter 226, Conversations in the Library. "Just call me Cho." Cho's smile was soft, her voice as gentle as the morning light. "It really is quite the coincidence. I hardly ever come to the library this early, and then I run into you." "I don't come here often either," Tom replied, shrugging as he sat across from her. "Madame Pants doesn't like the speed I flip through books. She always thinks I'll ruin them." Cho couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, I've heard about that. You've earned yourself the nickname, the page-flipping maniac, of the library." Tom blinked. "Who's so bored they'd make that up?" "I don't know for sure, but Marietta told me." Cho lowered her voice and glanced nervously toward the entrance. Sure enough, Madame Pants's hawk-like gaze was locked in their direction. Leaning forward so Tom could hear her better, Cho let slip a faint fragrance, something light and fresh, different from the sweet perfumes most witches favored. Tom made a mental note, Marietta. "Got it." "You don't need to whisper," Tom murmured casually. "I put up a silencing charm. She can't hear us." Cho froze, then sat back quickly, her cheeks tinged pink. "You could have told me earlier." Tom spread his hands innocently. "You didn't ask." Cho gave him a mock glare. "Riddle, you realize saying things like that will get you punched someday." "Unlikely. No one can actually beat me," Tom said matter-of-factly. It wasn't arrogance, it was simply true. At his current level of power, only a suddenly unhinged Dumbledore could pose a threat. Even Snape had started speaking to him more softly, though Tom suspected that had less to do with fear and more to do with Snape's own calculations. "Sure," Cho teased, "you even dare hit professors. And since the school rules had no precedent for it, you practically made Hogwarts history." Her eyes sparkled mischievously. "Still, I think your version of Journey to the West was more entertaining." Tom coughed lightly, feeling a flicker of embarrassment. That was just an attempt to blend into the culture here. "Well then, next time Daphne wants to tell the story, don't interrupt her," Cho said knowingly. She had noticed perfectly well that Tom had tried to change the subject that day. Tom waved it off. "As long as I'm not there, you're free to enjoy whatever you like." "I never thought I'd get to experience Journey to the West at Hogwarts," she said with a soft laugh. The way she smiled, gentle, understated, was a stark contrast to the rumors swirling around Tom. After Lockhart's very public beating, students were divided between admiration and fear of him. Rumors painted him as violent, temperamental, dangerous. But after just 2 days of speaking to him directly, Cho found the truth far different. He was calm, almost relaxed, even playful at times. Clearly, Hogwarts rumor mill had exaggerated again. "I've read more than just Journey to the West, you know," Tom said suddenly. "All of the 4 great classics, in fact." Cho tilted her head, intrigued. "Which one's your favorite?" It was a natural question from a Ravenclaw. Some students ended up in the house because of cleverness, others because of their hunger for knowledge. Cho liked books, not the way Hermione did, with a relentless hunger for facts, but for the feeling of calm they gave her, the way a story could dissolve time. They chatted a little longer before Tom finally rose to fetch the books he had come for. From the restricted section, he pulled out 10 volumes, no more. Wilkinson's pass was valid for a full month, no need to exhaust his quota all at once. Carrying one particularly old tome on advanced transfiguration, Tom returned to Cho's table. Neither spoke. They simply sat in companionable silence, reading. The warm sunlight slanted through the windows, setting Cho's hair aglow like strands of silk. From beyond the library walls, faint cheers echoed, the sound of students dueling Megatron or battling on the giant chessboard. It was peaceful. Almost too peaceful, Tom thought, save for 2 irritations, the ban on drinks inside the library, and Madame Pants herself. What he wouldn't give for a steaming cup of coffee, or some sharp, citrusy potion to sharpen his mind while he read. And as for Pants, Tom was convinced she suffered from a psychological obsession. Her protection of books bordered on mania. Heaven forbid you flip too quickly, or whisper to a classmate. She demanded absolute silence, as if that were the only proper way to study. "You're a witch, aren't you?" Tom thought with irritation. Cast a simple silencing charm over one section for absolute quiet, and let the rest be normal. But no, you'd rather dictate the whole library like a tyrant. When he became Dark Lord, no, when he became Hogwarts' invisible headmaster, the library would be reformed. Thus ended a tranquil weekend. When the new week began, McGonagall and Wilkinson wasted no time curbing distractions. The chessboard and Megatron would only be allowed out on weekends. Still, Wilkinson had earned respect. His performance had proven him a competent professor, at least capable of teaching. Meanwhile, his lecture on Muggle weaponry, especially firearms, was sparking debate across the castle. Professor Charity Burbage of Muggle Studies was the first to erupt in protest. "Do not be alarmed by Professor Wilkinson's fear-mongering," she cried indignantly. "His description of firearms is entirely inaccurate. I have seen them in action. Every shot must be reloaded by hand, and a match cord ignited. Their workings resemble potion explosions, primitive and crude." She waved a flashlight for emphasis. "Students, what you should focus on in Muggle society are their innovations, such as this, an electric torch." Word of her rebuttal reached Wilkinson by evening. He didn't argue. He didn't waste his breath correcting her. He only smiled, a cold, dismissive smile. And that very night, without a word to anyone, he left the castle. Chapter 227, The Proof of Firepower. The very next day, in a fourth-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Professor Rouse led his students out to the training grounds. Without preamble, he drew out an AKM rifle. Before the astonished eyes of the young witches and wizards, he raised it toward a black straw dummy and emptied the entire magazine. In less than 3 seconds, the dummy was riddled with holes, smoke rising as flames licked through the shredded straw. "How many of you could have reacted in time?" Rouse demanded. "No, that's the wrong question. None of you could. Unless, of course, you had a precast shield charm waiting, locked and ready to fire the moment you sensed danger." He lowered the weapon with a scoff. "Facts speak louder than words. I don't know Professor Burbage well, though I've heard she's a good person. But being a good person does not make one professionally competent." His lip curled. "And what is your Muggle Studies class researching?" "Flashlights." He gave a short laugh. "My great-grandfather had one of those. They've been in wizarding households for decades, useful ones, yes, more convenient than Lumos perhaps, but outdated now. Obsolete knowledge does you no favors. In fact, it blinds you to the real level of Muggle advancement." He shook his head and waved the subject away. "But enough of that. I'm not your Muggle Studies professor. No point lecturing on another subject." Since they were already outside, he decided to continue with a proper outdoor lesson. He led the students into the Forbidden Forest to observe magical creatures in their natural environment, telling them to take notes and collect samples where possible. When Tom heard of this demonstration later, he found his opinion of Rouse shifting. The man admired Grindlevald, respected his vision for wizarding supremacy, but unlike many extremists, Rouse bore no hatred toward Muggles. Quite the opposite, he was fascinated by Muggle technology, and surprisingly knowledgeable about their innovations. This wasn't unique to him. Across the Atlantic, many American wizards held similar views. Muggles' growing influence was undeniable, seeping into every corner of magical society. Tom himself wasn't seriously considering breaking the statute of secrecy, not yet. But if that day ever came, the true ideal would not be domination, nor isolation. It would be coexistence. A fusion of magic and technology. Still, it was a dream far too difficult to reach. Professor Burbage soon learned what had taken place. No one knew her exact reaction, but by the next day she had taken an indefinite leave of absence, admitted to St. Mungo's. The other professors were left unsettled. These Defense Against the Dark Arts professors, every year one appeared stranger than the last. Either morally dubious, or dangerously reckless. To smuggle a Muggle firearm into Hogwarts, just to humiliate a colleague. How were they supposed to face each other in the staff room after this? Yet Dumbledore seemed unbothered, smiling as ever. For him, the school finally had stability, no constant complaints from students, no endless crises. A competent professor at last. He even invited Rouse to tea in his office, where they spent hours discussing Muggle society. By the end of it, Dumbledore had remarked warmly, "If you weren't teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, you'd make an excellent Muggle Studies professor. Riddle, I've seen your paper with Newt." By the end of September, Tom was having breakfast at the Slytherin table when Professor Kettleben, limping heavily as usual, came striding over with a magazine in hand. "You mean the one on evolution?" Tom set down his spoon and glanced at the cover. The Niffler's Treasure. The name was whimsical, but the journal was one of the most respected scholarly publications on magical creatures. Newt had already mentioned their submission had been accepted. Tom himself had even received the system's notification that morning, 500 academic points, 50 achievement credits. A small reward, but a reward nonetheless. "That's the one." Kettleburn's face split in a grin. "I once held similar theories, even tested them myself. Lost this leg for it too, and still failed." He thumped the table with enthusiasm, ignoring the staring students. "Your paper mentioned unicorns, thunderbirds, and even the venomous leopard. Tell me, Riddle, what's your take on the evolution of the Ashwinder?" Without waiting for permission, he plopped himself down right on the Slytherin table, eyes shining with expectation. Most of his injuries, Tom knew, had come from such reckless experiments. That missing leg. The result of attempting to enhance an Ashwinder's flames with an engorgement charm. The creature exploded into ash, and his leg with it. Tom considered briefly, then spoke. Professor, I think you should begin with the eggs. Just like with dragons, if you improve the quality and intensity of their flames at the embryonic stage, the resulting Ashwinders would be healthier and stronger. Kettleburn's eyes lit up. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? I was always focused on the adults. Then he sighed wistfully. I'm retiring next year. Otherwise, I'd relish teaching you longer. Who knows what else I might learn? Tom gave him a polite smile. You've earned your retirement, Professor. But if you ever have ideas, I'd be glad to exchange letters. Good lad. Kettlebun clapped him on the shoulder, beaming. No wonder Newt's so fond of you. As it happened, Kettlebun had been a couple of years behind Newt at Hogwarts, and the two had remained close. Their bond was genuine, rooted in shared passion and hardship. Leaving the magazine behind for Tom, Kettlebun hobbled off. Only then did the rest of the students burst into chatter, the journal passed eagerly from hand to hand. Few could understand its content, but that didn't stop Slytherins from glowing with pride. Our house has a student publishing academic papers, they thought smugly. And what about you? Nothing but mediocrity. Congratulations, came a calm, bright voice. As breakfast ended and Tom stepped into the corridor with the crowd, Cho caught up to him, smiling knowingly. Another paper published, well done. Chapter 228, Clash on the Staircase. Tom only shook his head at the girl's congratulations, smiling faintly. A small paper, nothing worth mentioning. But thank you all the same. Since their last meeting in the library, Tom and Cho had crossed paths more often. They greeted one another in the halls, sometimes even arranged to read together. Friends, not too close, but not distant either. Cho rolled her eyes at his answer. Do all geniuses talk like that? That's a professional journal. Last year, a seventh-year senior managed to be listed as a second author in today's Transfiguration, and he bragged about it for half a year. But you brush it off like it's nothing. People have different pursuits. Tom chuckled. I happen to like studying. There will be more papers in the future, so this one really isn't such a big deal. Then I'll just wait for your next masterpiece. Cho's eyes curved in a smile. She said a few more words before turning to leave, her high ponytail swaying playfully behind her. Watching from a short distance, Daphne Greengrass narrowed her eyes. And who exactly is this girl suddenly laughing and chatting with Tom? Hannah Abbott had always been Tom's friend, but Daphne had never worried about her. Cho, however, was different. That kind of quiet elegance, exotic charm, was bound to draw attention at Hogwarts. Quietly, Daphne slipped closer and wrapped herself around Tom's arm. Tom blinked in confusion. Still, with a soft, fragrant girl pressed against him, well, he wasn't about to complain. Meanwhile, Cho was intercepted by her ever-nosy friend, Marietta. I just saw you with Riddle. Since when are the two of you, well, you know. What do you mean you know? Cho huffed, swatting her friend's arm. I just went to congratulate him on publishing another paper. Beautiful, don't dodge the real question. Marietta smirked slyly. I'm asking how you met in the first place. Flustered, Cho tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It was an accident, really. Ran into him once in the library, then again, and after that, it just happened. Marietta raised her brows, pretending to accept the answer but smirking all the same. Fine, I'll believe you. But it's a pity, you're a little late. If this were last year, you might have stood a chance. But now. Everyone knows the Greengrass sisters, and even that Gryffindor know-it-all, practically keep him surrounded. No way through for you, Cho. Stop spouting nonsense. Cho pursed her lips. You should read fewer romance novels. Her protest was cut off by a loud commotion ahead. Someone had gone tumbling down the staircase. Malfoy. Ugh, ow. Another body followed right after, the first was Draco Malfoy, the second Ron Weasley. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall, just arriving at the Great Hall doors, rushed forward at once. On the ground, Ron and Malfoy had already rolled into a scuffle, fists flying. Enough, she barked. But the boys were far too gone to listen. Ron had both hands locked around Malfoy's throat, while Malfoy had jammed 2 fingers straight up Ron's nostrils. It was only when McGonagall herself used magic to wrench them apart that the fight ended. Who will explain this to me, she demanded, her sharp eyes sweeping the gathered students. Not a single one stepped forward, they were there for the show, not the blame. Professor. Malfoy blurted, blood trickling from his nose. Potter punched me. You saw my face, he started it. Liar. Ron bellowed. You shoved me down the stairs first. You're framing me, Weasley. I merely turned around and accidentally bumped you. You fell because you can't stand on your own 2 feet. Don't pin your clumsiness on me. Malfoy sniffed disdainfully, wiping at his nose with exaggerated dignity. Professor, I saw it. Harry pushed through the crowd, his glare fixed firmly on Malfoy. He's lying. Malfoy mocked Ron, saying he only solved your chess puzzle last year out of sheer luck. We argued with him, and then he elbowed Ron down the stairs. I did not. Stop making things up. Draco waved dismissively. It was just an accidental bump. As for mocking Weasley, well, how does stating the truth suddenly count as mocking? He sneered. Yesterday, Weasley lost 3 games in a row. His face went as red as his hair. And he thinks he could beat Professor McGonagall. Draco jabbed a finger toward Ron's flushed face. Yes, exactly that color. Who else saw it? Don't deny it. The crowd erupted into laughter, even some Gryffindors couldn't help themselves. Malfoy's description was too spot on. Only Tom, lurking amidst the spectators, looked puzzled. What on earth does this have to do with me? He had spent the entire previous day in the library with Cho, then escorting Astoria to see the unicorns. He hadn't the faintest clue Ron had been embarrassing himself at the giant chessboard, losing again and again until no one would follow his lead. Really, chess. Ron might be good, but he wasn't brilliant. His ceiling was obvious. To compare his mind to Tom's? Impossible. Better to have Ron compete with Voldemort to see who could throw a bigger tantrum. Enough. McGonagall snapped, her voice cutting through the laughter. Mr. Weasley won his chess match last year fairly. Mr. Malfoy, you will not belittle your classmates. Her frown deepened. Regardless of who started it, what I did see with my own eyes was the 2 of you brawling in the middle of the staircase. Draco quieted at that, nursing his bruised eye while casting Harry a venomous glance. 1 Gryffindor for 2 Slytherins, it wasn't a victory, but neither was it a loss. McGonagall's expression darkened as she prepared to announce punishment. When suddenly, Professor Rouse stepped forward from the crowd, smiling lightly. Professor McGonagall, surely this isn't worth detentions and point deductions, he said smoothly. It's nothing but a minor quarrel. At Ilvermorny, this kind of scuffle happens all the time. They're young, conflicts are only natural. Chapter 229, The Proposal of the Dual Class. And how does Ilvermorny usually handle such situations? Professor McGonagall asked earnestly. Even she was beginning to feel that Hogwarts teaching philosophy had grown outdated. By contrast, Ilvermorny had risen to global prominence in recent years, not only drawing students from across North America but also from South America. With nearly 5,000 students enrolled, the American school clearly had unique methods of managing its little troublemakers. It's very simple. Rouse extended a finger toward Ron, then another toward Malfoy. They may still be young, but they're boys, and real men settle their grudges with wands. He went on, smiling as the crowd leaned closer. At Ilvermorny, we have 8 dueling platforms on campus. Any student may apply to a professor, and once approved, they can challenge their rival. It doesn't matter if the quarrel is between houses, or a private feud, everything can be resolved with a duel. For such petty little disputes, there's no need to split hairs about who's right and who's wrong. Victory is the only truth that matters. The corridor fell silent. Even McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief. That's how Ilvermorny resolves conflicts. So blunt, so crude. Aren't you afraid this teaches students to rely on sheer strength, to bully others? Swish, swish. Countless pairs of eyes, some openly, some furtively, turned toward Tom Riddle. Most of them were Slytherins. Tom blinked. Huh? What's this got to do with me? When his sharp gaze swept across them, every snake guiltily looked away. Well, to be fair, Riddle hadn't bullied anyone. He hadn't needed to. He beat people so soundly they never even got the chance to be bullied. Professor McGonagall, you're overthinking this. Rouse's tone was patient as he explained, resentments left to fester are nearly impossible to judge fairly. Even if you forbid them from dueling, do you really think they'll accept it in their hearts? He gestured toward Ron and Malfoy. Both boys, upon hearing the word duel, had locked eyes with such intensity it was as though they might spring at each other right there. Better to let them vent in an open match than punish both sides equally. And as for psychological effects, they're hardly worth worrying over. To this day, I can barely recall who I quarreled with at school. Even if I do remember, it makes me smile, it becomes a fond memory. Except for Graves, that bastard. Rouse finished the thought silently. McGonagall, meanwhile, found herself reflecting. Back in her student years, she had been the lioness of Gryffindor, leading the charge against Slytherin at every turn. The clashes had been endless. And yet, looking back now, she barely remembered what any of those disputes had been about. She still disliked some Slytherins, yes, but for their character, their choices, not the petty fights of the past. "This is a fine opportunity," Rouse pressed, seizing the moment. "I was just about to propose to Headmaster Dumbledore that we establish a formal dueling class. Not too frequent, once every 2 weeks would suffice. Students would not only learn proper technique, but also gain the chance to practice in real conditions. Compared to Ilvermorny's students, yours here are far too sheltered. Half of them don't even know how to hold their wands correctly in a duel." McGonagall's cheeks flushed at that jab. This was the curse of international exchange, every statement felt like a competition. She wanted to argue back, but Rouse's sigh made her fall silent. The students, however, were electrified. Their admiration for Rouse skyrocketed, nearly placing him alongside Sprout and Flitwick as one of the most beloved professors. As for the least popular, well, best not to ask, unless you wish to take an unpleasant dose of potions. Just then, the class bell rang. McGonagall cut cleanly through the tension. "We'll discuss the matter of a dueling class later. As for you three, this time, I'll let it go. But if I catch you fighting again, you'll serve a full term of detention. And forget about Quidditch practice." Draco and Harry both shrank their necks at the warning. Then McGonagall turned to Rouse. "Professor Wilkinson, I will discuss your proposal with the headmaster. For now, let us proceed to lessons." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, chattering with excitement as they hurried off to class. By the time the morning lessons ended, nearly everyone in Hogwarts already knew of the dueling class idea, and most supported it enthusiastically. At lunch, the staff table was curiously empty. Several heads of house were missing, and so was Rouse. Whispers swept the Great Hall, surely the professors were in conference, debating the feasibility of the proposal. They were right. At that very moment, in the headmaster's office, the heads of house sat with Rouse, listening as he outlined his plan. Dumbledore did not comment on the morning scuffle. He only stroked his beard thoughtfully and listened. "A most excellent suggestion," he said at last. "Our students certainly need more opportunities to refine their dueling skills." "Headmaster, I would be honored to assist," squeaked Professor Flitwick eagerly. "In my youth, I was an avid duelist. Why, I even considered applying for the post of defense against the dark arts once upon a time." "Nothing could please me more, Professor Flitwick," Rouse replied quickly. Though he found Hogwarts students laughably raw compared to Ilvermorny's, he did not underestimate these 4 heads of house. Each of them was stronger than the subject leads at Ilvermorny, where every discipline required multiple professors to handle the numbers. Still, preparations must be made, Dumbledore mused. Not least of which is persuading Madame Pomfrey. Convincing her to accept the dangers of dueling will be no small feat. She already wishes to ban Quidditch to prevent injuries. He gave a rueful chuckle. Fortunately, McGonagall volunteered at once. "I will speak to her, headmaster. The students truly do need this training. We can't shy away from it simply because of the risk." Dumbledore smiled warmly. "Thank you, Minerva. That will ease my mind. Ah, and since this is such a fine opportunity," he added, his eyes twinkling, "let us also settle the matter of the invisible prefect while we are at it." McGonagall blinked. "Albus, you've decided to approve it?" "Yes," Dumbledore said softly. "Even old men must learn to bend with the times. We cannot remain still forever." Chapter 230, The Invisible Prefect and the Duel Craze. Apart from Snape, who sat with his brow tightly furrowed, the other 2 heads of house looked at Dumbledore in puzzlement. "Invisible Prefect?" Sprout echoed. "That was young Riddle's idea," McGonagall explained, since neither of them had been told. Patiently, she laid out the concept of the Invisible Prefect system, along with the criteria for selection. The moment she finished, Professor Flitwick's face lit up with approval. Ravenclaws were notoriously scattered, each lost in their own thoughts and pursuits. The lack of coordination often crippled their efficiency in group matters. "If each year had its own organizer to manage things," he said eagerly, "it would improve our house tremendously." Professor Sprout, however, hesitated. Hufflepuff had plenty of students, but few problems. Their prefects already did their jobs well, adding another layer of authority seemed unnecessary. And yet, with the other 3 houses either already adopting or preparing to adopt the idea, refusing would make her seem obstinate. With a resigned sigh, she nodded. Best to go with the flow. With the unanimous support of the 4 heads of house, the decision was all but settled. That afternoon, students crowding around the notice board saw what they'd been waiting for. 2 weeks from Friday evening, Hogwarts will host an elective class, dueling. Interested students may gather in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock. The headmaster really agreed. Seamus shouted, his eyes alight with excitement. "I've been waiting ages for a proper fight. Please don't, Neville muttered, face pale. You'll blow your opponent to bits. A Ravenclaw, ever eager for drama, spotted Harry and Ron in the crowd and deliberately raised his voice. Oi, what about the duel between Weasley and Malfoy? Why's that not on the notice? Ron's ears went scarlet. I'll challenge Malfoy that day myself. Tell him to be ready, he bellowed before storming off. Many students grinned in anticipation. A public declaration like that, if Ron failed to follow through, his humiliation would be legendary. But why 2 whole weeks, another student groaned, voicing the collective impatience. Professor Wilkinson probably needs the time to prepare. Still, 2 weeks will fly by, someone else reasoned. By now, Rouse's standing among the students had soared. He was approachable, genuinely skilled, and, best of all, shone all the brighter when compared to certain less than competent predecessors. Small wonder he was adored. Guess I'll spend the time learning a few new spells, one boy said grimly. Can't risk making a fool of myself. The remark struck home. Quietly, several students slipped away from the gathering, determined to raid the library for every book on dueling they could find. You certainly know how to stir things up, Tom remarked later in Rouse's office, sipping a cup of coffee. He hadn't known anything about this dueling class beforehand. Lockhart's dueling club had fizzled out, and now, out of nowhere, here came a fully fledged course. Was this fate tugging the story back on track, or sheer coincidence? If you disapprove, I can think of a way to scrap it, Rouse said quickly, misinterpreting Tom's tone and watching him warily. No need. Tom waved it off. I already told you, so long as you're not stupid enough to expose yourself, do as you please. This could even be amusing to watch. I just didn't expect you to be this dedicated. Going beyond your own subject, putting real effort into improving Hogwarts students' dueling skills. Seeing Tom wasn't angry, Rouse let out a breath of relief and gave a sheepish grin. Well, truth be told, it was Lady Rosier's idea. Rosier. Tom's brow arched. What is she playing at? If it had been Rouse acting on his own, Tom would have believed it was boredom driving him. But Rosier never acted without deeper motives. Rouse explained honestly, Lady Rosier told me to serve Dumbledore with all my strength. If I impress him enough, when the time comes and our master returns, Dumbledore may even draw me into the Order of the Phoenix. That way, we'll have access to much more information. Tom's eyelid twitched violently. Of course. That's Rosier, Grindelwald's most trusted aide. Always thinking 10 steps ahead. The man isn't even free yet, and she's already planning to plant spies beside Dumbledore himself. It almost made Tom, with his supposedly pure beginnings, feel corrupted by association. Well then, he said dryly, work hard. Win the award for Hogwarts, Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Then you'll be Dumbledore's right-hand man in no time. Rouse blinked. Outstanding Teacher. Does Hogwarts even have such an award? No, it didn't. But Rouse didn't seem bothered. His dream wasn't recognition or power, only to stand face to face with Grindelwald someday, and afterwards mock Graves and his grandfather to their faces. A rare sort of employee, loyal, motivated, and oddly incorruptible in his own way. Rosier had chosen well. By the next morning, dueling fever had swept through the entire school. Everywhere Tom went, he heard students arguing over which spell was most powerful, or strategizing about how to seize the upper hand in a duel. Gryffindors especially were itching for the chance to fight. Their Quidditch team's defeat by Slytherin still stung, and here was their chance at redemption. Even the professors weren't immune to the craze. Their lessons shifted subtly, as though every subject had become an extension of defense against the dark arts. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall transformed books and teaching aids into small animals, setting them scampering across the desks. Do not think Transfiguration has no place in combat, she told the class sternly. A master of this art is a duelist that no opponent wishes to face. Chapter 231, Lessons in Dueling. Animals react far faster than humans, Professor McGonagall said crisply, her wand flicking with precision. They can intercept fatal spells at crucial moments, or, through Transfiguration, be used to restrain your opponent. She pointed lightly at Neville. At once, the chair behind him sprouted 2 arms and clamped around his torso. Neville gave a panicked yelp, thrashing so wildly he nearly toppled over. Fortunately, McGonagall released the chair in time to steady him. You see, she said, lifting her chin. Transfiguration in a duel is not only elegant, it is a mark of true tactical intelligence. The class fell silent, eyes wide. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, students who normally slouched through lectures now leaned forward eagerly, drinking in every word. In Charms, Professor Flitwick grew nostalgic, recounting his glory days and the many dueling championships he had won. His voice, squeaky but full of pride, painted the scene vividly. My opponent was formidable, well-versed in spells, blessed with a perfect memory. I was pushed to the very brink. Right up until the decisive moment, everyone was certain I would lose. You must have used a very powerful spell, didn't you, Professor? One student asked, eyes bright with curiosity. Of course not. Flitwick tugged his tiny mustache, his expression gleeful. I defeated him with nothing more than the summoning charm. The students gaped. 5th years, all of them, they had mastered the summoning charm last year. Could such a common spell really fell a seasoned duelist? I summoned a stone wall, Flitwick declared, hopping onto a pile of books so everyone could see him. His eyes twinkled. A very large, very solid one. It skimmed the ground as it flew. I, being small in stature, simply crouched and avoided it. My opponent, however, was less fortunate. He tried the same trick but, Flitwick grinned impishly, even crouching, he was taller than I am standing. The class winced as realization struck. Indeed. The wall struck him square on the head. He was knocked unconscious instantly, suffered a concussion, and needed quite a long rest before he recovered. The room fell silent. Flitwick chuckled at their dumbfounded expressions. What's the matter? Disappointed by the lack of grandeur? Think it had no finesse? No one dared admit it aloud, though many silently agreed. You are falling into a trap, Flitwick told them gravely, shaking his head. Dueling has never been about comparing spells like trophies. The sole aim is to render your opponent incapable of fighting. Victory is victory, whether earned through brilliance, brute force, or sheer luck. Never burden yourself with thoughts of honor or shame. So long as it falls within the rules, any method is a legitimate triumph. The young witches and wizards nodded slowly, thoughtful now. Even in potions, the fever of dueling had reached. Snape's class had been scheduled to brew a simple pain-relieving draught. But, as always, he had other plans. Fire protection potion, he drawled, voice silken and sharp, the very sound enough to sour the air. It halts the spread of most flame-based curses. Splashed on the ground or ingested, it provides protection. In duels, fire is a common weapon, and this, therefore, is your shield. Harry stiffened instantly, remembering the line of potions he had once gambled on during the underground chambers. That lucky guess had saved him. In many duels, potions are permitted, but with restrictions. Snape prowled between the desks, cloak billowing like storm clouds. His gaze snapped to Ron. Weasley. Tell me the restriction. Ron blinked. His eyes went perfectly blank, the portrait of innocent ignorance. Excellent, Snape sneered. 2 points from Gryffindor. The Gryffindors bristled, glaring murderously. Snape ignored them, satisfied, and went on. The rule is simple, a wizard may only use potions they have brewed themselves. A prepared potions master, therefore, can be nigh undefeatable. Do not be idiotic enough to think waving your wand blindly will win you glory. Use your mind. Even if your opponent is weak, treat him as an equal adversary. I will, Professor, Draco Malfoy said loudly, voice dripping with false sincerity. Everyone understood the barb. The Slytherins burst into laughter. Ron surged half out of his seat, but Harry clutched his arm hard. Calm down, Ron. Harry hissed. Malfoy wants you to snap. Snape is waiting for you to lose points. Beat him in the duel, then they'll have no choice but to shut up. Grinding his teeth, Ron slumped back into his chair. After class, Hermione dragged Tom off to the library. They didn't emerge until dinner was over. Only then did Tom return to the common room. Malfoy was already waiting. He kept glancing toward the door, and the moment Tom entered, he hurried over. Tom, help me, Draco pleaded. Without hesitation, he slipped a heavy pouch of galleons into Tom's pocket. The clink of coins was unmistakable. You want me to help you duel? Tom asked, brow arching. Surely you can handle a Weasley. Malfoy's bravado was nowhere to be found now. His voice carried a rare edge of unease. They may be poor, but they're still purebloods. My father says Arthur Weasley isn't weak, the family must have powerful spells tucked away. And Ron's got older brothers. They'll teach him tricks, no doubt. Tom, I can't take chances. I need to crush Weasley, so I can go back to tormenting Potter. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, The Fastest Way to Learn a Shield. Tom was certain of one thing, Draco Malfoy hated Ron Weasley more than anyone else. Ron was the rock wedged between him and Harry Potter, the obstacle that blocked his way. If that rock were finally kicked aside, Malfoy's sights would be fixed solely on Harry. Right now, however, Draco firmly believed Ron was the stronger of the two. So in his mind, once he defeated Ron, Harry would be nothing more than a toy for him to torment at will. To ensure victory, he had even begged money off his family, just to buy Tom's goodwill. Tom weighed the heavy pouch Draco had slipped him. 200 or 300 galleons at least. Such pocket change no longer stirred any emotion in him, but he couldn't deny one thing, whether out of genuine respect or careful pretense, Draco was learning to behave normally in front of him. Perhaps he even wanted to earn Tom's favor. This, Tom decided, was a favor worth granting. Draco, Tom asked lightly, have you learned the shield charm yet? Malfoy blinked. You mean the one Professor Wilkinson taught? Not really, it only works sometimes. Tom nodded thoughtfully. That's still progress. Enough to begin. If you can master the shield charm, neither Weasley nor Potter will be able to break through your defense. Even if your attack spells are sloppy, you'll stand unshakable. It's an almost foolproof way to win. Draco's eyes lit up. He nodded furiously. Yes, just like that hulking machine in the Muggle films, impervious even when swarmed. Only the professor's demonstration had managed to bring it down. If Ron's curses bounced off him just the same, wouldn't that make him invincible? But then Draco's face fell. Tom, the duel's only a week away. How could I possibly master the shield charm by then? Tom stroked his chin. There is a way. A shortcut. By the end of the week, you'd be able to cast it reliably. The process is painful, though. Do you want to try? What way? By now, half the Slytherin common room had gathered around them, listening with wide eyes. Malfoy's rival might be Potter, but the rest of them hated Gryffindor just as much. If Draco lost, not only would Gryffindor mock them, but Slytherin's own would never let him forget it. So when Tom hinted at a shortcut, they all leaned forward eagerly. Getting hit, Tom said flatly. Getting hit. A chorus of baffled murmurs rippled through the room. You duel. One casts attacks, the other cannot dodge, only block with the shield charm. Over and over. The essence of the spell is to repel anything that threatens you. Real combat training will get you there far quicker than endless theory. His tone was calm, matter of fact. Unless you're truly brainless, a week is enough. A whole week of being hexed. Draco shivered. You'll also need a Potiwunner, Tom added. Nothing fancy, just someone who can brew basic purifying potions to remove status effects. Stick to curses without physical impact, broken bones are harder to heal. Purifying potions. Blaise Zabini stepped forward, chest puffed out, smirking at Draco. That's child's play for me. So, Malfoy, want my help? Suspicion flickered in Draco's eyes. Since when are you so generous? I'm not, Blaise sniffed. I just don't want you embarrassing Slytherin by losing to a Weasley. But if I help, I insist on being your sparring partner. Draco realized instantly, Zabini simply wanted an excuse to pound him with spells. He swore under his breath, but he couldn't refuse. Even Tom had praised Zabini's brewing skills, and Snape had publicly lauded him more than once. If there was anyone to trust with the potions, it was Blaise. Besides, what mattered more? Enduring Zabini's hexes, or humiliating Potter afterward? That wasn't a choice. It was destiny. Fine, Draco snapped. But if you pull anything dirty, I'll tell my father. Now come with me. He stalked out, Zabini trailing behind with a satisfied grin. Inspired, the other Slytherins began pairing off too, grabbing friends to form their own dueling practice partnerships. To make room, Tom casually expanded the common room to 4 times its size. One half remained cozy and livable, the rest became a training hall where they could hex each other to their heart's content. With daily recasting, it would hold. True permanent expansion, well, that would take far more power than they had now. Back in his dormitory, Tom sat down and unfolded his enchanted notebook, WhatsApp. Gabrielle had written again. Apparently, she'd been praised for a painting today and was so thrilled she had to boast to him. Unfortunately, the notebook still only transmitted text, no images, no photographs. Tom was already considering how to fix that, but cost came first. And not just that, he needed a clever way to limit the notebook's memory. Once the messages reached a certain threshold, they'd cut off, forcing users to buy another volume to expand their storage. It wasn't just about earning galleons. It was about dominance, controlling the flow of wizarding communication itself. After all, if one notebook could last a lifetime, where was the profit? Where was the leverage of constant updates and new releases? Just then, fresh ink scrawled across the page. Chapter 233, Winter Promises and Dark Lessons. Fleur, any plans for Christmas? Tom blinked, then smiled faintly. Tom, we've barely started the term, and you're already thinking of the holidays. Fleur, of course. You have to plan ahead. France gets far too cold in winter, so how about the desert instead? Tom, if winter isn't cold, can you even call it winter? It just feels wrong. Fleur, then let's go skiing in Austria. I'm really good at skiing, you know. Austria. Tom's thoughts flickered, should he take this chance to pay old Gregorovitch a visit? Tom, I can't confirm anything yet. It's too early. If I promise you now but something comes up later and I can't go, wouldn't that be irresponsible? Fleur was clearly dissatisfied with the answer, but she also knew Tom was speaking honestly. Fleur, fine, but once you've decided your Christmas plans, you must tell me. Tom, promise, you'll be the second person I tell. Don't worry. Fleur, who's the first? Tom, Gabrielle. Fleur, goodbye. At Beauxbatons, in a lavishly decorated, feminine dorm room, Fleur slammed her enchanted notebook shut with a loud bang. Her two roommates jumped in fright. De Delacour, are you okay? One stammered. I'm fine, Fleur replied curtly, already marching out without sparing them a glance. That bastard. How dare he? Fine, I'll just go pinch little Gabrielle's cute cheeks until they're swollen. Let's see if you still like her then. Inside the dorm, Fleur's roommates actually looked relieved once she was gone. They weren't upset at being ignored, in fact, her presence had always made them uneasy. Among the boys, Fleur was the most sought-after girl in the school. But among girls, all she drew was jealousy and exclusion. In the past, Fleur had always acted above it all, ignoring gossip and isolation. But lately, something about her had changed, perhaps influenced by someone. Now, if she was left alone, she would leave you be. But if you provoked her, she wouldn't waste a single word, she'd crush you without hesitation. Her two roommates had learned that the hard way. Meanwhile, Tom had no idea that poor Gabrielle's adorable little face was about to be in grave danger. After teasing Fleur, his time management charms nudged him, it was time to spend some hours with Ariana. In recent days, Tom had asked Mrs. Greengrass to purchase several psychology books from the Muggle world. After skimming them, he was able to confirm Ariana's condition. In simple terms, childhood trauma leading to classic PTSD. To treat it, multiple steps were necessary. The first was something he had already been doing, building trust. Ariana needed to feel utterly safe with him, so his words and actions carried weight. The second step was cognitive correction, using desensitization therapy and high-frequency word replacement to reshape Ariana's perception of magic. But this method was risky. If applied too forcefully, it could backfire. The final and most crucial step, self-acceptance. Ariana not only had to accept her identity as a witch, but also face the obscurial lurking within her. Tom, being an obscurial himself, had been feeding and studying the obscurus within him. He discovered that obscurials weren't entirely uncontrollable, even with their own awareness, they could be bent to his will. After all, this was his learning space. If he could slay the king of centuries here, then controlling an obscurus was hardly impossible. He hadn't erased its consciousness yet, though. If he did it too soon, the treatment for Ariana would lose its impact. Tom. At the Greengrass estate, Ariana looked up from the television, eyes bright with delight. She had been watching Tom and Jerry and waved happily as soon as he appeared. Tom gave her a small nod and sat beside her. You've read through the materials I gave you, right? Ariana blushed and lowered her head. I read most of them. Twice. She wasn't like Grindlevald or Andrus, who spent endless hours studying magic and meditating. Ariana's life here was simpler. Aside from the 2 hours Tom let her go outside, she spent her time either watching TV or reading books conjured from his memories. Her favorite. The carefree chaos of Tom and Jerry. I haven't read them all either, Tom admitted casually. When the holidays come, we can go through the rest together. Oh, right, he added, suddenly remembering. I bought a new house, but I've never even stayed there. I don't know how the renovations turned out. Ariana tilted her head curiously. Where's your house? In London. In a Muggle neighborhood, no wizards around. As expected, Ariana's face stiffened, fear creeping into her eyes. Ariana, Tom's voice softened, his tone gentle, not all Muggles are bad people. Her expression stayed tense. But, what if we meet bad ones? Then we'll be worse. Tom's lips curled into a cold smile. If someone dares to bully me, I'll make sure they regret ever being born. That's why I push myself every day to master magic. But Albus and Mama always said we shouldn't hurt people. They were wrong. Tom's rebuke was sharp and absolute. Never try to be a good person. Good people only get bullied. Others will take your kindness for granted and keep pushing until you break. Look at Grindlevald, doesn't he live happily? The mention of Grindlevald made Ariana shrink. It was one of her deepest taboos. If her trust in Tom weren't nearly 70% by now, she might have run away. Ariana, Tom continued softly, let me tell you about Grindlevald after your death. He can't hurt you anymore. There's no need to fear him. Listen, and then you can decide for yourself, was it your brother, the headmaster, who lived happily? Or was it Grindlevald? Chapter 234, The Temptation of Darkness. There was a saying Tom had always believed to be true. It's hard to learn to be good, but slipping into evil takes no effort at all. To shape someone into a person with upright morals and a shining character took 9 long years of indoctrination, countless corrections, and endless restraint, only to barely raise someone who merely appeared decent on the surface. But to cultivate a villain, that was laughably easy. Because committing evil was intoxicating, deliciously so. The first time it felt novel, the second time familiar, the third time came with eager anticipation, the fourth with unbearable hunger, and by the fifth, it was second nature. After all, goodness demanded resisting human nature and desire, but wickedness, that was indulgence itself. Tom had decided he would nurture Ariana into a villain, let her release the violence and the pent-up darkness buried inside her heart. She couldn't leave the space anyway, the only ones who'd suffer were Grindlevald and Andrus. Well, not entirely. Grindlevald, in fact, would prefer Ariana this way. At least then, in terms of education, he would have beaten Dumbledore. Half an hour later, Tom had roughly recounted all that he knew of Grindelwald's past. Summed up, it was simply lawless and ruthless. For contrast, he placed Dumbledore beside him as the foil. While Grindlevald, disguised as Graves, thrived in America, Dumbledore was under ministry surveillance. While Grindelwald bewitched Paris, rallying countless followers, the ministry shackled Dumbledore with restrictive enchantments, a punishment not far from imprisonment, just because he refused to stand against Grindelwald. By the time Grindelwald was running for Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore had only a handful of weak allies, barely scraping together a presence at all. Ariana had never realized her brother had suffered so miserably. Listening to Tom's words, she felt wronged on Albus's behalf. As her emotions surged, the obscurus within her stirred restlessly, faint tendrils of black mist seeping out. Tom glanced at it coolly and instantly suppressed the unruly shadow. Not on his watch. The obscurus would not be allowed to dictate Ariana's choices while he was around. But in the end, my brother still won, Ariana said softly, straining to find something good to say about Albus. Yes, he won. Tom nodded. That duel is called the greatest battle of the century. Grindelwald lost, but tell me, was that really a matter of good defeating evil? Tom's voice dripped with quiet disdain. No. Grindelwald simply lost because his magic was weaker. He wasn't defeated by morals, he was defeated by power. He sighed. And do you think Dumbledore was happy with that victory? You know better than anyone how close they once were. Ariana bit her lip. Of course she knew. Because of Grindelwald, her brothers had neglected her, her very existence had been overshadowed. For Albus to duel him, defeat him, and then lock him away in a lonely tower for 50 years, that kind of torment was like being forced to eat, through tears, the very pet rabbit she once raised herself. Albus is so pitiful, Ariana murmured. That's only the beginning, Tom said, shaking his head. He became the great white wizard, respected by all. But because he followed the rules too rigidly, even those not worth a flick of his wand dared to mock him, to call him a crazy old fool behind his back. He leaned closer, his voice soft, insidious. So, Ariana, being good, is exhausting. Step by step, he had closed the distance between them until he was no more than a fist away, his low voice dripping into Ariana's ears. We should be powerful villains instead. If anyone dares to bully us, we crush them. Once they're afraid, they'll come crawling as good little sycophants. And if they still don't learn their lesson. Tom left the sentence unfinished, letting the silence speak louder than words. He didn't need to rush. He knew the poison was seeping in. If I were you, Ariana, I'd seize this chance. I'd master magic, and then I'd find Grindelwald and make him pay. Magic isn't the source of disaster, it's your gift. It's the very essence of who we are as wizards. Ariana opened her mouth, but the words dissolved into stammering whispers. Tom reached out and ruffled her hair gently. Besides, you're already dead. Why not try the things you once resisted in life? What's the worst that can happen? It can't get any worse, can it? He chuckled. And aren't you supposed to be my teacher? Hiding here all day watching Tom and Jerry, were you planning to teach me how to catch mice? Ariana giggled despite herself. As if Tom could ever catch Jerry. Who says so? This Tom will definitely catch him. Snap. A pile of basic spellbooks appeared neatly on the coffee table. Tom's body began to fade, his form becoming more and more transparent until it vanished completely. Ariana stared at the books, dazed. No one knew how long she hesitated. But at last, she picked up an introductory spellbook and conjured Tom's wand. Her choice was clear. The next morning, Tom knew instantly what Ariana had decided. Andrus told him that Ariana had come to him the previous evening with questions she asked eagerly, to Andrus's utter shock. Tom, Andrus muttered in disbelief, if wooing women is a ranked art, you be the undying legend. Not even king of the century would be enough to describe you. Was that a compliment? Tom asked dryly as he stepped out of his room. He had barely descended the stairs when he heard a rapid series of incantations echoing from the lounge. Inside, 3 pairs of students were practicing the shield charm, among them Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini. Zabini's spells were all vicious hexes. Malfoy's mouth swelled up like a sausage one moment, his front teeth grew grotesquely long the next, and sometimes his limbs twisted in reverse sensations, leaving him stumbling and flailing like a fool. He was gulping down purification potions like water. Tom couldn't help but marvel at Potter's greatness, only Harry could make Malfoy suffer like this. Finally, unable to watch any longer, he spoke up. Draco, what did I tell you yesterday? When you're under magical attack, you cast the shield charm. I didn't tell you to just stand there and take the hits. Malfoy, who had only just recovered from an engorgement charm, froze in utter confusion at Tom's words. Chapter 235, Awakening Ancient Power. Right. Draco realized in a flash, he hadn't even thought about casting spells. He had simply let Zabini torment him. Wasn't that nothing but taking a beating for free? Listening to Malfoy's shrill screams and Zabini's manic laughter, Tom could only shake his head helplessly and step out of the lounge. Tom. Grindlevald suddenly appeared. Did you mention me to Ariana? I did, Tom replied casually, nodding to passing classmates who greeted him. I told her to take you as her target. To grow stronger, and to avenge herself. Avenge herself? Grindlevald blinked, then burst into wild laughter. Fine by me. I'll wait for her revenge. At that time, I'll hold myself back to the level I had at 14 years old. Let me think, how strong was I at 14? And how would that compare to me right now? Tom asked offhandedly. The laughter died instantly. Who the hell could compare with a monster like you? It wasn't just the dragon bloodline or the Thunderbird bloodline that made Tom terrifying. Even his very essence, his life force and the core of his soul, was leagues beyond anything Grindlevald had ever known. He had once discussed this with Andrus, trying to place Tom's current strength within their own life trajectories. For Andrus, Tom's power now was equivalent to when he had just begun to make a name for himself in Greece, stepping onto his legendary 100 battles path. Once Andrus completed that road, he became invincible, the king of the century. And even that path had taken him 5 whole years to walk. For Grindlevald, Tom now was on par with himself in the later years of his world travels, when he absorbed the essence of magic from every land, then spent a decade weaving it together into a new realm of mastery. Forget being the same age, even if they were 10 years older, 20 years older, they would still be utterly crushed by Tom today. There was no comparison. Why aren't you speaking? Tom asked lightly. What the hell is there to say? Grindlevald snapped. We were monsters, and compared to you we're nothing but garbage. You want me to admit that out loud? Don't belittle yourself, Tom said smoothly. At least for now, you still have things you can teach me. When the day comes that I've drained you dry, then you can despair. That was the final straw. Grindlevald vanished from the learning space altogether, retreating back to Nurmengard in sullen silence. But Andrus had no such escape. Tom had summoned the learning space at dawn not for a leisurely walk but to practice ancient magic in the real world. Inside the space, Tom could succeed in casting ancient magic maybe 3 out of 10 times, its destructive power great enough to reduce a door into shards no bigger than his palm. The reason for his failures was always the same: he couldn't grasp the elusive, eternal aura hidden deep within his magic. Only by fully stirring that aura could the spells flow smoothly and unleash their true might. It was time to break through. Embodiment plus transcendence, activate. Tom soared out of Hogwarts at lightning speed, streaking across more than 100 kilometers before descending into a remote valley. Embodiment state, engaged. Andrus took control. Tom, Andrus began, his voice calm but steady, the greatest difference between ancient magic and modern spells lies in how magic is used. Modern magic consumes magic power as fuel to achieve its end. Ancient magic, however, uses your magic as a guide, an invitation to the primordial mysteries of the world itself. To succeed, the key is to make your magic alive, to let the world hear your voice more clearly. Andrus had studied with Tom long enough to piece together coherent theories, and when he lectured, he sounded like a master in his own right. But theory was always shallow compared to practice. He had told Tom these same words many times before, yet Tom could never find the right sensation. Now, with Tom's body under his command, the experience was utterly different. Once Transcendence mode activated, Tom's senses expanded to terrifying levels. Andrus stirred the magic slowly, deliberately slowing down the drawing of the magic circle so Tom could observe in detail. And at once, Tom felt it. His magic was boiling, a tranquil river turned raging torrent. Every rune carved into the air by his power contained immense complexity, but Andrus wasn't consciously shaping them, his instincts alone drove the strokes, constantly provoking the magic, making it wilder, fiercer. And within that turbulence, the mysterious aura Tom had always failed to grasp suddenly blazed clear. Rumble. The sky darkened. Thunder roared like the wrath of heaven. Almost the instant the circle completed, bolts of lightning rained down in a cataclysmic storm. Infused with the breath of ancient magic, the lightning was transformed. Even a thunderbird struck by such bolts would likely be reduced to a smoldering heap of ash. The spell ended, and though Tom's magic reserves had dropped sharply, what remained of him felt drained, hollow. If it were me, Andrus explained, I could immediately cast another ancient spell. Once you've mastered that aura completely, it becomes natural. But for you, after using one, it'll take time to catch it again. With that, Andrus unleashed a second ancient spell. A colossal wave of force surged forth, brimming with an overwhelming power of rejection. Everything in its path was annihilated, trees ripped from their roots, and even an entire mountainside was shaved bare, as if someone had given it a clean bald shave. When the devastation ended, Andrus said nothing. He merely waited in silence for Tom to digest the experience. Half an hour passed before Tom finally exhaled a long breath. Well? Andrus asked gently, now back in the learning space. The boy's lips curled into a smile. The harvest was immense. Chapter 236, A Stage of Fire and Lightning. Tom suddenly realized something, the learning space wasn't omnipotent after all. Yes, he could unleash ancient magic inside it, but it was never a complete and real world. The awe of heaven and earth, the raw weight of natural forces, those sensations could never be fully replicated there. From now on, this valley would be his temporary training ground. He'd clear it with a few muggle-repelling charms, then blast it daily with 2 spells before vanishing again. After another half-hour of rest, his strength was fully restored. Tom stirred his magic once more. Thanks to Andrus's demonstration, the process flowed far more smoothly than before. The only difference was speed. He was slower than even Andrus had been when deliberately dragging things out for him. But once his magic began boiling, the casting went almost effortlessly. This time, success came easily. Brimming with satisfaction, Tom returned to Hogwarts in high spirits. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep practicing. But he had promised Jo to meet her at the library that morning, and a real man never went back on his word. For the students of Hogwarts, the following week stretched painfully long as they awaited the next dueling class. How seriously did they take it? So seriously that even Oliver Wood, the Quidditch fanatic who lived and breathed broomsticks, cut down practice. Once. And the remaining sessions were shortened by 30 minutes. Not by his choice, of course. Angelina Johnson had protested furiously until he caved. Every day, bruised and battered students hobbled out of the hospital wing clutching bottles of potion. Madame Pomfrey was already grumbling constantly before the class had even begun. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall soothed her enough to keep her from storming into the headmaster's office to demand a suspension of the dueling course. At last, Friday evening arrived. At exactly 8 o'clock, swarms of students filed into the Great Hall, nearly all of them at the stroke of the hour. The hall had changed dramatically. The 4 long house tables had vanished, leaving the chamber feeling vast and open. At the very center gleamed a grand gilded stage, its surface polished to brilliance. Above it floated hundreds of candles, their glow focused like radiant spotlights. On either side of the golden platform stood 2 smaller stages, less dazzling but still drawing all eyes. 4 houses, but 5 stages. That big one in the middle, is it for the professors? Wait, do you think Snape is going to duel Professor Wilkinson? A ripple of excited whispers swept through the crowd. Their speculation cut short as the professors entered together, Dumbledore himself leading the way, followed by Professors Rouse and Flitwick. Even Madame Pomfrey appeared, her expression stiff and severe. Dumbledore, Rouse, and Flitwick stepped onto the central golden stage. With a simple wave of the headmaster's hand, silence blanketed the hall. His voice carried clearly to every corner. Thank you. Thank you all for your eager participation in this school activity. And we must also thank Professor Wilkinson for his splendid idea. As our defense against the dark arts professor, he has not only selflessly shared his knowledge in class, but also hopes you will transform that knowledge into genuine skill and experience. Let us give him a round of applause. Thunderous applause erupted, echoing like rolling storm clouds. The enthusiasm was genuine. Rouse bowed slightly, acknowledging the gratitude. After 10 long seconds, Dumbledore raised a hand to quiet them again. Before we begin. He was interrupted. The great doors of the hall creaked open, though they had already been sealed. Tom strode in, flanked by the Greengrass sisters. The younger students immediately stepped aside, forming a path for them, their faces betraying unease. Tom offered Dumbledore a faintly apologetic smile from below the stage, gesturing lightly toward the sisters as if to excuse his late arrival. The headmaster studied him quietly. He wasn't upset, Dumbledore's heart was far too broad to be angered over an interruption. What struck him instead was how much Tom had changed in just a few short days. Once, Tom had been sharp and dazzling, forcing others to instinctively lower their voices in his presence, to speak with calm restraint. Now, though, he radiated something wilder. A barely contained ferocity edged his aura, animalistic and untamed. Dumbledore suspected it was the result of studying some new branch of magic. But not dark magic, he sensed no trace of shadow in the boy's energy. Still, it reminded him of how fragile magic could be. Even ordinary spells, when mishandled, could become lethal. Countless wizards throughout history had died at the hands of their own experimental incantations. And Dumbledore guessed correctly. Tom's changes were born of his immersion in ancient magic. The eternal aura woven into his magic was becoming more active, reshaping him in ways even he couldn't yet control. He had begun to carry a trace of Andrus's presence. But while Andrus could master his power with ease, Tom had yet to reach that level. He would need refinement, discipline, to harness it fully. Dumbledore broke off his thoughts and turned back to the crowd. Before tonight's lessons, I have an announcement to make. His voice rang firm. After discussion with the heads of house, I believe the prefect system has reached a stage where reform is necessary. A murmur of confusion rippled through the students. Why prefects, all of a sudden? Percy Weasley, meanwhile, blanched, his heart sinking like a stone. Reform? Would this strip away his authority? Dumbledore pressed on without pause, giving them no time to chatter. Traditionally, prefects have been chosen from the upper years. But their coursework is already demanding. To burden them further with managing younger students splits their focus. Therefore, the school will now establish subprefects. From 1st through 4th year, each house will elect 2 students per year as subprefects. Their role will be to assist the prefects in managing their peers. However, they will not possess the power to deduct or award points. The selection criteria will weigh academic performance alongside practical displays in dueling class. Your head of house will judge you comprehensively. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, his voice echoing with finality. And tonight is your chance to shine. Chapter 237, Sparks on the Stage. The murmur of voices could no longer be contained. Students leaned toward one another, whispering rapidly, debating whether this new system was good or bad. The Weasley twins were instantly hostile to the idea of subprefects. One Percy constantly popping out of nowhere to lecture them was already bad enough. If their peers were suddenly given authority to act as spies, where would their freedom go? Wait. Why couldn't they be the subprefects? George and Fred glanced at each other, both catching the mischievous glint in the other's eyes. Without needing words, they knew they were thinking the same thing. They broke into irrepressible grins. Professor McGonagall, we just want to improve ourselves. Gryffindor wasn't lacking in ambitious students. Many Lions were already cracking their knuckles, thrilled at such a golden chance to stand out. They resolved to put on their best performance so that Professor McGonagall might notice them. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, however, were far calmer. Apart from the initial surprise at such an abrupt reform, they quickly settled back into their usual steady composure. In simple terms, oh, this is happening. All right then. While the others debated, Tom had his attention elsewhere, on the glowing prompts of his mysterious system. Congratulations, host. The invisible prefect system you proposed has now been officially adopted by the headmaster and promoted schoolwide as a permanent institution with clearly defined rights and responsibilities. This has fundamentally altered Hogwarts' ecosystem. During your time at Hogwarts, you will now receive a fixed monthly stipend of 250 points and a bonus of 25 achievement points. This month's allowance has already been deposited. A boyish smile spread across Tom's face. At last, the fruits of his efforts. Before, only Slytherin had the invisible prefect system. He'd been getting 100 points each month, with no achievements attached. But now, 250 points. Likely, that meant the original 100 for Slytherin, plus 50 for each of the other 4 houses. Did the numbers sound a bit awkward? Who cared? Benefits were benefits. As long as it gave him an advantage, it didn't matter if the name sounded clumsy. If one day it could help propel him straight into legend, even if the title was ridiculous, well. Ahem. Perhaps it was best not to think too far ahead. The road had to be taken step by step. Besides, steady achievement points were nothing to scoff at. As long as Hogwarts and its students held out, he could keep pushing. After all, what wizard ever complained about too many points? On the central stage, Dumbledore finished his announcement and withdrew. Professor Rouse, better known to the students as Professor Wilkinson, raised his wand, sending out a shrill hum that instantly drew all conversations to a halt. As for subprefects, he said smoothly, you may speak to your heads of house after class. Time is short, we must complete today's lesson before 10 o'clock. He gestured toward Flitwick and smiled. For this demonstration, I must thank Professor Flitwick for graciously agreeing to assist me. Together, we shall show you how a duel is properly conducted. Rouse inclined his head, Flitwick chuckled and bowed back. He rather liked the new defense against the dark arts professor. The man had the aura of a seasoned duelist, someone with true experience. Among the heads of house, only Snape's face soured. He detested anyone who took the position he had coveted for years. Originally, he had intended to seize this moment to embarrass Rouse, but the second Flitwick stepped up as the assistant, he had to bury that plan. Dueling, Rouse began, his voice echoing, is not a mere brawl. It is a ritual infused with courtesy and respect. Do not underestimate the importance of ritual, it is the very mark of heritage and cultivation. He and Flitwick walked to opposite ends of the golden stage, then turned. They bowed deeply. Straightening, they raised their wands to their chests like arrows, then let them fall diagonally to their sides. Very good, Rouse said. Remember this sequence well. A mistake here will only make others think you lack even the most basic manners. After the ritual comes the duel proper, he continued. The disarming charm is one of the most useful spells. Quick to cast, potent enough, and aimed at the core, strip a wizard of their wand, and they are no more dangerous than a toothless tiger. Professor Flitwick, do be careful. Flitwick gave a small nod. Rouse raised his wand sharply and cried. Expelliarmus. A streak of red light shot across the stage, striking Flitwick. The diminutive professor stumbled back 2 steps, his wand spinning through the air before landing neatly in Rouse's waiting hand. As you see, simple and effective. But your opponent won't usually stand there like a fool. More often, it looks like this. Expelliarmus. Both professors shouted in unison. Their spells collided midair with a crackle, erupting into a spray of dazzling sparks. For several tense seconds, red light hissed between them like molten lightning. A shiver ran across Rouse's scalp. He twisted his wand sharply aside, breaking the connection. If he'd held on a moment longer, his magic would have been overpowered entirely. Wiping away the cold sweat beating at his temple, he explained to the wide-eyed students. Power clashes like this are dangerous. If your strength is less than your opponent's, you must break off quickly. Find another way, use strategy to win, not brute force. The last response to a spell is, of course, dodging or shielding. The shield charm is highly practical, but do not be fooled, there are many curses it cannot block. Never believe the shield charm makes you invincible. He let the words sink in, then clapped his hands together. Now, it's your turn. He gestured toward the 4 smaller stages. Each house will take 1 platform. Students of the same year may form teams as they like. Then his grin turned sly as he tapped the golden stage beneath his feet. And this stage is special. No house, no year restrictions. Here, anyone with a grudge, or anyone eager to test themselves, may step up and issue a challenge. His voice carried an unmistakable hint of mischief. For instance, say a little conflict from a few weeks ago still needs resolving. What would you do? The crowd parted as Draco Malfoy swaggered forward, Crabbe and Goyle pushing students aside to clear a path. Malfoy strode onto the golden platform with a self-important air, his wand already raised. He sneered toward Harry's side. Weasley. Get up here and take your beating. Chapter 238, Malfoy's Mockery. This time, Malfoy's arrogance didn't spark irritation among the other students. Quite the opposite, some even cheered loudly, clapping and egging him on. That, in itself, was rather telling of the distinctly Western atmosphere. Popularity wasn't won by being the most diligent, polite, or well-mannered student. No, more often than not, the admired ones were the cheeky, mischievous types who also wielded undeniable strength. Like in Muggle schools, basketball and football players tended to enjoy the privilege of first choice in dating. And at Hogwarts, one only had to look at the marauders. James Potter, who won Lily's heart. Sirius Black, who was even more popular than James during their school days, how many letters of admiration had he received? Slytherin had always carried the reputation of cold-blooded serpents, scheming in the shadows, ready to stab you with some dirty trick. But Malfoy, right now, was different. He wasn't lurking, he was brazen, fearless, practically radiating dominance. And against Ron Weasley of all people. That swagger, that domineering confidence, they loved it. Everyone loved it. Everyone except Ron. To Malfoy, Ron barely existed. He didn't even consider him an opponent. Ron, however, itched to smash his fist into Malfoy's smug face right then and there. But with professors watching, he swallowed the urge. He wouldn't give Malfoy the satisfaction of seeing him lose his temper. So Ron strutted onto the stage, imitating Malfoy's air of disdain. They ended up nose to nose, making the crowd burst out laughing. And most of that laughter was aimed squarely at Ron. Malfoy's upbringing had endowed him with an aristocratic air, that ingrained sense of superiority and polish. Ron, on the other hand, the best word for his manner was awkward. His attempt at swagger came off stiff and ridiculous. Even his brothers buried their faces in their hands, while Ginny hid in the crowd, cheeks burning as someone whispered, "Ginny, your brother's hilarious." "Malfoy, dueling isn't about who can shout louder," Ron spat, trying for menace. "You're right," Malfoy said coolly, smirking. "In a moment, I'll make sure you are the one screaming. And trust me, you won't be able to hold it back." Terrible line. Tom's expression shifted, something about this banter felt oddly off. Rouse noticed it too. When their eyes met, both carried the same baffled look. All right. Clearly, they were the only two normal ones left in this madhouse of a school. Excellent. Full of spirit. Rouse boomed suddenly, cutting off the pre-duel trash talk before it veered further into absurdity. But words are empty. Magic speaks louder. Now, show respect to one another. Malfoy immediately straightened, mimicking the formal bow and wand gesture he had seen Rouse and Flitwick demonstrate earlier. His motions were crisp, precise, almost perfect. Ron, however, gave only the barest nod, a lazy bend at the waist, so half-hearted it made the professors frown. Weasley. Professor McGonagall barked, voice like a whip. "Did you learn nothing from the lesson just moments ago? Or are you so stiff-necked you cannot bend at all?" McGonagall didn't care about Gryffindors losing to Slytherins, she cared about losing with dignity. Ron's attitude wasn't just poor form. It was rude. Ill-bred. Unacceptable. Ron hunched his shoulders, muttering as he gave a reluctant bow. Malfoy, of course, sneered. He didn't want to bow to Ron either. But Tom had taught him this much: arrogance was something you displayed after you won, not before. Tom had even reminded him of his own past. Last year you strutted around like a little prince and got your nose broken for it. Did you learn nothing? Never celebrate too early. And remember, if you wait for him to pick the fight, everyone will see you as the victim, not the bully. At the time, Malfoy had burned with shame. That stretch of weeks had been a living nightmare for him, taunted even by Slytherins. But the lesson stuck. People might refuse to listen to advice, but reality taught its lessons brutally well. And now, compared to an ordinary student like Ron, Malfoy stood leagues ahead. "I will count you down. Only when I say start may you cast spells." "Understood." "Understood," both answered. "Good. 3, 2, 1. Begin." The moment Rouse finished, Ron whipped his wand upward. "Eat slugs." A streak of silver light burst forth, but Malfoy was faster. Protego. The curse struck the shimmering shield and ricocheted away. It hurtled toward a cluster of students, but Flitwick flicked his wand, dissolving the rogue spell with elegant ease. Protego. Ron's voice cracked with disbelief. How can you cast the shield charm?" It was nothing unusual for an older student to master it. But Malfoy was the same age as him. "You think everyone is as lazy and unmotivated as you?" Malfoy sneered, striding forward, the shield still glowing around him. Tarantaligra. The incantation flew from his lips. Ron, forewarned, quickly darted aside, remembering from books that standing still made you a sitting target. But dodging was all he could do, he hadn't learned to cast while moving. So he hopped and scampered about the stage like a panicked monkey, earning more laughter. Malfoy ignored the mockery, pressing forward step by step, closing the gap. 7 paces, spells were fast. Within 7 paces, spells were deadly accurate. Ron panicked. If he kept retreating, he'd fall right off the stage. Tarantaligra. Malfoy cried again. This time Ron failed to dodge. His legs jerked violently, and suddenly he was capering across the platform, forced into a grotesque, clownish dance. Malfoy strode forward, tore the wand from Ron's hand, and finally let the laughter burst free. "Weasley, that's quite the dance. At this rate, you'd make more money working in a bar than your father earns at the ministry." The insult cut deep. Over the summer, his father had brawled with Arthur Weasley in Flourish and Blots, only to come away humiliated when Hagrid broke it up. Tonight, at least, he could claim revenge. He'd be sure to write to his father immediately, perhaps even coax some extra galleons as a reward. "Malfoy. Take this spell off me." Ron shouted, face red as he flailed. But Malfoy ignored him, looking instead to Rouse. "Professor, does this count as a win?" "Of course," Rouse said cheerfully, nodding. "Excellent work, Malfoy. That shield charm was impressive. You clearly have talent, keep working hard." Chapter 239, The Serpent's Tongue. Flitwick quickly dispelled the curse on Ron, but the boy's face was crimson with humiliation. He didn't dare linger on the stage for even a second longer. With his head down, he bolted, fleeing the Great Hall altogether. "Thank you, Professor. I'd like to challenge the next one, Harry Potter." Malfoy's cold gray eyes locked on Harry, and he crooked a finger. Potter, your dear friend Weasley collapsed after just one hit. Now it's your turn. Harry's face darkened, but he stepped up without hesitation. Around them, the professors encouraged the other students to hurry and practice in pairs, but who could concentrate now? The real show was happening at center stage. Most students found their partners, but their eyes never left the duel platform. Once the preliminaries were done, Professor Rouse raised his wand. Begin. Malfoy instantly cloaked himself in a shimmering Protego Totalum, the shield charm. He had been hammered relentlessly all week, and the beatings had paid off. By Wednesday, desperation and fury had forced him to master the spell. The days after that, he drilled himself non-stop, refining both speed and resilience of the barrier. No one could tell how high his ceiling was. After all, the Malfoy family wasn't exactly known for producing magical prodigies. They were masters of scheming, not power. People with that kind of calculating ambition rarely reach true magical greatness. Still, for the moment, Malfoy had achieved something unusual for a second year. He had crossed a line into magic far beyond his peers. Against Harry, it gave him a clear advantage. Expelliarmus. Harry wasn't naive. He knew his chances of winning weren't good, but lying down and accepting defeat wasn't his style. The moment Rouse had demonstrated the disarming charm, Harry had felt a strange sense of familiarity with it, as though it fit perfectly in his hands. If Malfoy wasn't going to attack right away, then why not test this new spell? Even Harry hadn't expected success. Yet with his very first try, a streak of crimson light shot from his wand, colliding with Malfoy's shield. The impact forced Malfoy back several steps, cracks spidering faintly across his barrier. It worked. Harry's eyes widened with delight. He immediately tried to cast again, only this time his wand sputtered and gave a little puff of smoke. The second spell fizzled out. Malfoy exhaled in relief. So it had been luck. Even if Potter did get a hit in, one spell wouldn't be enough to break through. The advantage was still his. Smirking, Malfoy began to toy with Harry, tossing out hexes more to humiliate than to harm. From the side, Tom shook his head. He'd seen enough. As long as Malfoy didn't do something idiotic, Harry had no chance in a formal duel like this. Watching was a waste of time. Even Professor McGonagall stopped paying attention, better to guide other students than watch Potter struggle against Malfoy. But then, a chorus of screams erupted from the spectators. From the tip of Malfoy's wand exploded a burst of light. Out of it slithered a long, sinuous black serpent, landing with a heavy thud between the two boys. Students shrieked and stumbled back, clearing a wide circle around the duel. Careful, Potter. Malfoy laughed gleefully. Wouldn't want to get eaten. He savored the moment, prolonging it. Why end the duel quickly when he could watch Potter squirm? Serpensortia. Malfoy had learned it over the summer, the most dangerous spell in his arsenal, and now, finally, it had a stage. Under his command, the serpent's eyes locked only on Harry. Yet Harry didn't flinch. Snakes had never frightened him. In fact, there was something oddly familiar, even comforting, about them. He remembered his childhood trips to the zoo, how he'd been drawn to that massive boa constrictor. But ever since meeting Malfoy and seeing the way Slytherins reveled in cruelty, that comfort had soured into distaste. Still, Harry didn't know how to get rid of the conjured serpent. Instinctively, he shouted at it. And to everyone else, it wasn't English that burst from his lips. It was a chilling hiss, stop. The black snake froze mid-strike, swaying uncertainly, caught between advancing and retreating. Gasps filled the hall. Professor Flitwick quickly raised his wand and banished the serpent into a puff of black smoke. That will do, Mr. Malfoy. You've hogged this platform long enough. Let the others have their turn. Malfoy scowled, glaring daggers at Harry as he left the stage. He hadn't expected things to turn this way. If he'd known, he never would have used that spell. Damn it, Potter was a parseltongue. The very gift that should have made Malfoy shine had been twisted into a spotlight for his rival. As Harry stepped down, the crowd parted like water, leaving him in a bubble of silence. Whispers followed him, their eyes wary, some even fearful. Harry. You're a parselmouth. Fred and George Weasley pounced on him, slinging arms over his shoulders. What? Harry blinked in confusion. George grinned slyly. Don't play dumb. You spoke to the snake. Everyone heard you. I don't even know what you're talking about. Harry protested, exasperated. And why is everyone acting like I've grown a second head? Does it have something to do with this parcel whatever? The twins exchanged a glance, realizing Harry was genuinely clueless. Lowering his voice, George explained, you told that snake to stop, didn't you? That's parseltongue, snake speech. It means you can talk to serpents, maybe even control them. Fred whistled. It's a rare ability. But here's the catch, most wizards who had it were dark wizards. Almost all of them came from Slytherin. Harry's stomach dropped. No wonder everyone was avoiding him. But I didn't even know I could do that, he argued desperately. Doesn't change what we all heard. George shrugged. You were hissing like a snake. Clear as day. Fred thumped him on the back. Cheer up. It's an awesome gift if you ask me. We'd kill for that. Next time we fancy roast snake, we'll count on you. Bet the Forbidden Forest is crawling with them. They chuckled and wandered off, called away by a couple of Slytherins itching for their own duels. On the other side of the hall, Tom had quietly opened his learning space, letting Ariana observe. See that, Ariana, he said dryly. 99% of the world is made up of ordinary people. Look at these Hogwarts students, weaklings, the lot of them. Chapter 240, Lessons of Perspective. In a place where absolute safety was guaranteed, and where her trust in Tom ran deep, Ariana had finally begun learning magic under Andrus's guidance. The girl had set herself 2 goals: first, to at least catch up with Tom; second, though more ambitious, to one day defeat Grindlevald himself. Tom had already conveyed Grindelwald's words to her, that he would fight her with the same strength he had at her age. That alone was enough to ignite Ariana's determination. With those 2 purposes in her heart, Ariana trained with startling intensity. Aside from her unshakable 3 hours of Tom and Jerry each day, every other moment, 21 hours straight, was poured into magic. She didn't need food. She didn't need sleep. When Andrus was busy, she studied alone; when he was free, she pestered him with endless questions. Under such conditions, Ariana's progress skyrocketed. Once, she even asked Andrus how she compared to Tom when he first began. The ever-blunt Andrus didn't soften the truth. Compared to Tom? Ariana, don't torture yourself. His progress is incomprehensible. Maybe at the very beginning, you were faster, since he paid some unknown price to enter here. But after that, his growth only accelerated. You'd better pick someone else to measure yourself against. I can guarantee you'll surpass Grindlevald before long; at least, you'll reach his level at 14. That brutally honest answer had left Ariana sulking for quite some time. Tom had spent extra hours in her dorm just to coax her out of it, reminding her what normal wizards were actually like. And really, look at the people Ariana had seen so far: 2 kings of the century, a brother, Abberforth, who could trade blows with them; not exactly the best sampling of average wizarding society. As for Harry's sudden display of Parseltongue, Tom had only spared him a passing glance as the boy bolted from the hall. He didn't linger. His attention was on Ariana, seated with him inside the learning space, watching a duel between 2 sixth-year Gryffindors. Calling it a duel was generous; it looked more like a clumsy card game. Each spell was preceded by endless hesitation, and the moment one raised his wand, the other ran so frantically he tripped over his own feet. The final curse missed entirely. Nearby, a Hufflepuff match wasn't much better. One student's wand suddenly belched fire, terrifying himself more than his opponent. He yelped and flung his wand across the floor before anything had even happened. Ariana stared, wide-eyed, almost speechless. Forget combat skill, the failure rate of their spells alone was painful to watch. Tom. She pouted. You're awful, comparing me to them. I wasn't comparing, Tom said patiently. I just want you to understand the world's real structure. This world is uneven by design. Out of 10,000 people, you might not find a single wizard. Out of 10,000 wizards, maybe one is a Dumbledore, or a Grindlevald. Your talent is no less than theirs, but you shouldn't measure yourself against them, or me. The only real goal is to keep surpassing yourself. With Daphne and Astoria, Tom felt like an older brother, one a mischievous sprite, the other a sweet little lady. But with Ariana, he felt like a father, rebuilding her worldview, reshaping her understanding, molding her very character. Wasn't that exactly what a father was supposed to do? Tom thought smugly. One day, he ought to make old Dumbledore bow to him in thanks. But I'm so slow, Ariana muttered miserably. How could I ever become your teacher? Tom softened his voice. You've only just begun. Don't think so far ahead. Once you've built a foundation, you'll discover your own strengths. I've got classes every day, alchemy projects, potions to research, friends to accompany. But you can devote all your time to magic. Sooner or later, you'll find areas where you surpass me. Those words finally eased Ariana's mood. She stopped fretting over the clumsy students outside and began reflecting on what branch of magic might allow her to truly help Tom. The answer was already clear to him: he wanted Ariana to awaken her ability to wield magic silently. But it wasn't time to tell her yet. Not until she realized herself that no ordinary method would let her keep up with him; then, and only then, would the idea sink in with full conviction. Once Ariana was soothed, Tom turned back to his favorite pastime, spectating. Harry's Parseltongue revelation had stirred some whispers, but it didn't dampen the students' zeal. Especially at the main stage, it had already become the prime arena for settling grudges. Davies. If you've got any manhood at all, get up here. The 6th-year Hufflepuff prefect was bellowing at Roger Davies, a 5th-year Ravenclaw. Their quarrel was simple: the prefect's girlfriend had secretly transferred allegiance, and he'd only found out recently. They'd already exchanged blows once, fists flying, but other students had pulled them apart too soon. Tonight, under the eyes of the entire school, he wanted round 2. If Davies backed down now, he'd never raise his head again in Hogwarts. So, grim-faced, he climbed onto the stage. Both were high-level students, skilled and proud. Their clash was leagues more exciting than Malfoy's one-sided bullying earlier. And better yet, they fought while trading insults, flinging scandalous revelations mid-duel. The audience ate it up. Even Professor Rouse was grinning ear to ear, thoroughly entertained. He had thought British students were stiff and boring. Clearly, he had underestimated their flair for drama. Tom was equally engrossed, happily munching on the metaphorical popcorn, when someone called from behind. Riddle. He turned to see a brown-skinned girl waving him over. Curious, Tom walked toward her. Marietta, what's the matter? Chapter 241, Doubts and Secrets. The one who had called Tom's name was none other than Cho's close friend, Marietta Edgecombe. Marietta wore a mischievous smile as she pointed toward Cho, who stood near the Ravenclaw stage. Cho and I have been practicing the disarming charm for a while now, but we keep messing it up. She thought of you, the genius, but was too shy to ask for your help. As her friend, I had no choice but to come over on her behalf. Tom's eyes slid toward Cho. For a moment their gazes met, and she quickly looked away, flustered. Too shy? Not exactly. She hadn't intended to trouble Tom at all. It was Marietta's idea to meddle and create an opportunity. But to say Cho had no thoughts of her own wasn't true either. If she had really wanted to stop her friend, she could have. So it's just that. Tom chuckled. All right then. He followed Marietta over to where Cho stood. Thank you, Tom, Cho murmured, embarrassed. Tom shrugged. What's the trouble? No one wants to partner with me anyway. I'd rather help you than sit around bored. Daphne was busy watching over Astoria to keep her safe. Hermione, on the other hand, was on a winning streak. She'd beaten girls from 2nd year all the way up to 4th. Gryffindor's pride was starting to look grim. Just, don't think I'm stupid, Cho whispered. Never, Tom replied with a small wave of his hand. We don't have much time. Let's start. Cho nodded, stepping apart from Marietta. The two began their duel, restricting themselves to disarming charms. Tom observed carefully. Cho's posture was strong, her figure athletic, with the toned power of a Quidditch player. Her long legs gave her the kind of presence that radiated agility and grace. Wait. Tom blinked. His focus had drifted. He snapped his mind back to the actual spell work. It didn't take long for him to spot the problem. Stop for a moment, he called. Did you notice something? Cho returned Marietta's wand and walked over. Your incantation is fine. Rhythm, tone, all standard. You've even succeeded a few times, which means your intent and emotion are there. What you're missing is momentum. Tom lifted his wand. At the start, you're swinging too hard, which turns the final motion into a circular flourish. It should be clean, decisive, one sharp flick, like this. Marietta found herself volunteered as the test subject. With a neat swish, her wand once again flew from her hand. Remember, one swing, one flick. Be bold with the final motion, as if you're yanking your opponent's wand straight from their grip. I see. Cho listened intently, immediately trying again on Marietta, whose patience was wearing thin. Honestly, I've become a training dummy for this girl. Cho, you'd better pay me back someday. Sure enough, with Tom's corrections, Cho's success rate soared. But then a new problem cropped up, the spell kept veering off course. Even when she locked her eyes on Marietta, the red beam would skim past, grazing dangerously close. Still a posture issue, Tom said, shaking his head. You're flicking with just your forearm. The proper way is to drive the motion from the upper arm, big arm leads, little arm follows. Honestly, Riddle, Marietta broke in suddenly, this is too slow. Why not just correct Cho's movements directly? Cho shot her friend a quick glare but didn't refuse. Would you mind, Tom? It's quicker that way, Tom agreed. He practiced what he preached, hands-on teaching worked best. He stepped closer, gently taking Cho's arm. Cast the spell. I'll guide your hand. Her skin flushed pink beneath his touch, heat blooming all the way to her ears. Dizzy, she nearly forgot to speak until Tom's quiet prompt brought her back. Expelliarmus. Under Tom's close guidance, Cho quickly grasped the fluid strength of the swing and the decisive snap of the wrist. The motion felt smooth, natural. And with the right key, progress came fast. By the time Professor Rouse announced the end of class, she had the spell down solid. Excellent work, everyone. Our next public dueling lesson will be after Halloween. I expect to see real improvement. Dismissed. The students filed out in groups. Cho lingered just long enough to thank Tom again before Marietta whisked her away, both girls chattering in hushed tones. That night, many Hogwarts students found themselves too restless to sleep. Cho was certainly one of them. The lingering sensation of Tom's hand guiding hers still tingled through her arm. Malfoy, too, tossed and turned. He had humiliated Weasley thoroughly, which left him smug, but the aborted duel with Harry left a sour taste. Worst of all, the Parseltongue incident gnawed at him. He was a pureblood Slytherin, scion of an ancient family whose ancestors had all graduated from this very house. Yet he wasn't a Parselmouth. Potter was. Potter could command the serpent Malfoy himself had conjured. Even snakes bow to him. Malfoy clenched his fists in the dark. Next time, I won't make that mistake again. Meanwhile, high in Gryffindor Tower, Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy above his bed. Parseltongue. Fred had said it was the mark of a powerful dark wizard. Almost every Parselmouth in Britain had come from Slytherin. And the Sorting Hat, hadn't it once told him he belonged there? Was he really a natural-born dark wizard? No. That couldn't be right. There were good Slytherins, too. Tom Riddle, 4-1, wasn't so bad. But still, in duel after duel, he couldn't ignore the truth. Slytherins were stronger. Even Malfoy could trample him and Ron with ease. Did I really choose the wrong house? As these doubts gnawed at Harry, Tom slept soundly, unbothered by any of it. Daphne had once again crept into his bed, curling into him like a living pillow. She was soft and warm, her hair carrying the faint scent of bath soap. Tom inhaled deeply, sinking into comfort. Only one word could describe the feeling. Bliss. T/N. Please donate Power Stones. Re-uploading the whole novel was such a tiring job. Chapter 242, Sunlight, Grudges, and Strange Deals. The next morning was Saturday, which meant most students slept in. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock that they stumbled into the Great Hall, yawning as they filled their plates with breakfast. Despite a few hiccups, last night's dueling class had been a resounding success in the students' eyes. Their only complaint? It was far too short. Too many grudges had gone unsettled, too many rivalries left unresolved. But the next chance wouldn't come until after Halloween. Why can't this class be permanent? At least once a week, students grumbled. In truth, Rouse had already fought tooth and nail to make the class happen every 2 weeks. His original proposal had been just once a month. The heads of house believed dueling lessons offered limited benefit. Before honing combat skills, students first needed the foundation of magical knowledge. Weekly duels would lead to exhaustion, not growth. Rouse, however, had argued that dueling was more than training. It gave students an outlet, a safe place to unleash all their pent-up energy. That argument had struck home with Professor McGonagall, who knew all too well the chaos that came from corralling restless teenagers. "Tom, what are you doing later?" Daphne asked as she dabbed her lips with a napkin after finishing her last bite of cod. "Nothing. I'm going to the lake to bask in the sun." Tom had decided to give himself 2 days of pure rest. Ever since term began, he had been working non-stop, like a spinning top. No, not even a spinning top. Those required someone else to crack the whip. He spun all on his own. "I'd love that," Daphne nodded eagerly. "I'll have Para bring some sweets." Astoria opened her mouth, tempted to tell her sister to slow down on the desserts before she really did turn into a little pig. But she clamped it shut. If she dared say it aloud, her cheeks would pay the price. Better to let Daphne indulge now and face her guilt later. So the three of them dragged along Hermione, who had wanted to study in the library, and headed out of the castle. They sprawled on the grassy shore of the Black Lake. Hogwarts weather was already turning brisk. Tom conjured a wind shield and lit several floating flames of blue fire, their warmth circling above them. Only then did he settle into true leisure. Astoria curled up beside him and drifted off to sleep in minutes. Meanwhile, Hermione and Daphne whispered together, still dissecting the previous night's dueling lesson. Hermione had been unstoppable, trouncing Gryffindor girls one after another until a fifth-year prefect finally ended her streak. And though she wasn't bragging, there was frustration in her voice. "I don't understand them," Hermione sighed. "They lose to me, and instead of working harder, they blame me for winning, as if succeeding is some kind of crime. This morning, half of them acted like I didn't even exist." "They're just jealous," Daphne said bluntly. "My mother always told me, most Gryffindors are small-minded. They hate those who have what they lack, and laugh at those who don't. They're self-satisfied fools who think they're the best. The moment someone outshines them, they feel threatened." Hermione found herself nodding despite herself. That description was too accurate. She'd once tried to help, pointing out mistakes to classmates. But instead of gratitude, she got resentment. Ron was the perfect example. At least, to his credit, he had eventually apologized. Compared to the rest, that made him one of the better Gryffindors. Still, Hermione regretted her sorting. When the hat had given her the choice, she had picked Gryffindor because her books had convinced her that Dumbledore's house was the noblest of them all. Now, it was far too late. Ugh. She sighed. Forget it. I don't even want to be their friend. I'm just tired of the nonsense. Then don't think about it. Daphne smiled and handed her a slice of Basque cheesecake. Para just bought this from Diagon Alley. Tom tilted his head back, staring at the clouds. He had promised himself idleness, but it wasn't long before his thoughts drifted back to problems. He had hit bottlenecks. The Centaur's assistance was waning. Some materials had been successfully improved, but others remained unsolved. After all, Centaurs weren't alchemists. Their expertise lay elsewhere. Tom almost felt guilty, he didn't want to turn them into unpaid labor. To balance things, he had offered a sweet date. If the Centaurs ever faced an existential threat, he would call on Usagi to intervene. That didn't matter much to them, the Forbidden Forest's ecosystem was stable. As long as Tom didn't stir trouble, the biggest danger had already been removed. But the second condition? That had hit home. Tom had promised Mogorian he would bring a herd of Maras to balance their tribe's lopsided gender ratio. At present, there were far too few females. That meant many stallions would never find mates, and their next generation would inevitably shrink. Worse, if those primal urges weren't channeled, they often erupted as violent conflict among themselves. So yes, Mogorian had been tempted. The mighty centaur had become a loyal little helper, assisting Tom's research. Another problem was materials. He had already dissected the Whomping Willow and found it could replace many ingredients. But there was only one such tree at Hogwarts, and it wasn't enough. He needed to acquire several saplings of his own. Then there was Abberforth. Tom was starting to suspect the old man had run off with his pocket money. Every time he asked, Abberforth would say, soon. Just wait a little longer. Could it be? Had the old goat decided to disappear, cheating both Tom and his own brother? Fine. Tom would give him one more month. If Abberforth still had nothing to show for it. Tom swore he'd butcher that herd of goats he doted on and feast on mutton skewers for weeks. Chapter 243, Potions, Plots, and Perseverance. Tom spent the entire weekend in full slacker mode. Saturday afternoon, he napped in his dormitory. Sunday morning, he walked his pets. In the afternoon, he strolled through Professor Sprout's greenhouse, casually probing for any news about Whomping Willow seeds. No luck. Sprout had never paid attention to such things. The Whomping Willow was valuable, yes, but also dangerously aggressive. Ordinary wizards could neither manage nor cultivate it. If it were simple, there would be more than one tree in all of Britain. So Tom made up his mind, time to lean on his elders. Tom, teacher, I've finished all my research on the Whomping Willow. It's a wonderful substitute material. But now I've run into a new problem. Old Nick, you don't have another willow, do you? Tom, sharp as always. Hogwarts has only the one. I'd rather not have Professor Sprout try to strangle me over this, so I'll have to rely on you. Of course, Lady Greengrass could have handled it as well. But that would burn through favors. Nicholas Flaml, however, was different. He was already invested in Tom's push for alchemy popularization. A little extra effort from him would cost nothing. Old Nick, leave it to me. How many do you need? Tom, at least 20 fully grown willows. If they're saplings, we can raise them ourselves. I have a master herbologist and a master podiwunner on hand, it's doable. Old Nick, 20 adults. That won't be easy. I've got some friends in Africa. I'll ask around. Tom's eyes lit up. He had long coveted Africa's riches. From the wizarding perspective, that land was a treasure chest overflowing with magical flora and fauna. Even goblins had placed Gringotts' headquarters in Egypt. To Tom, the way others squandered such resources was nothing short of sacrilege. Old Nick, oh, and at Christmas, you must come. I'll introduce you to a few old friends. Tom. Old Nick, some are decent alchemists, others hold influence in their countries. Promoting alchemy is a vast undertaking, having their support will smooth the way. Tom, understood. Should we invite Newt as well? I'd planned to visit him over Christmas. Old Nick, Newt, I haven't seen him in a while. Trouble is, the French ministry doesn't trust him. Unless he comes without that suitcase of his, but that's impossible. Still, I'll try. Don't get your hopes up. Worst case, after term begins again, we'll take a trip to America. In Flaml's eyes, school was the least important thing Tom had on his plate. Missing a few days meant nothing. Tom pressed him on a few other problems before they ended their exchange. As usual, he also fired off a message to Abberforth. And as usual, the man's reply was dismissive. Tom stopped caring. By Monday, the weather turned sharper. The sudden chill swept through the castle, and a wave of cold spread among the students. Madame Pomfrey was overwhelmed, handing out doses of pepper-up potion left and right. The potion worked instantly, sluggish students perked right up, but the next few hours came with smoke hissing from their ears, leaving the hospital wing smelling like a bonfire. Still, neither the plunging temperatures nor the endless rain could stop Quidditch training. The first match after Halloween was the fiercest rivalry of all, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. This year, the rivalry burned hotter than ever. Fred and George were constantly spying on the Slytherin team, eyeing the sleek Nimbus 2001s with mounting dread. The gap in quality was like putting a GTX 960 against a 5080, completely unfair. Their only hope was Harry. If he caught the snitch before the score gap exceeded 150 points, they could still win. Once again, the fate of Gryffindor rested entirely on the boy who lived. Oliver Wood's training sessions grew more and more ruthless, every tactic designed around Harry's speed and instincts. On the other side, Tom happily shared techniques with Slytherin's team. Iron Mountain Slam. Earthquake Shake. Shoulder drop feints. Not one had anything to do with the quaffle. Dirty. Maybe. But fouls only meant penalties. Penalties were part of the rules. How could anyone call it underhanded when it was right there in the book? Astoria, did you drink your potion today? Rain rattled against the castle windows like gunfire. It was the fourth straight day of downpour. Tom and Daphne stepped out of potions class, only to spot Astoria at the stairs. But instead of bounding toward them as usual, the girl froze. The moment she saw them, she turned to run. Tom reached out in a single stride, catching her by the arm. Her small face scrunched up, pitiful. Tom, it's too disgusting. I can't drink that potion anymore. It's better than being bedridden with a fever. Tom ruffled her hair gently. Daphne, keep an eye on her. She doesn't leave the dorm until she finishes it. Heh heh. Finally, little sister, you're at my mercy. Daphne grinned wickedly, dragging Astoria off as the younger girl wailed. Tom could only shake his head helplessly. Astoria's constitution was fragile. Surrounded by sick classmates, she was at high risk. That's why Tom had brewed extra preventative potions for her. But the taste, indescribable. Not sugar, not milk, not even frying it up with pork and chili could save it. So the only solution was force. Today, Tom finally hardened his heart, letting Daphne handle the enforcement. After watching the two sisters leave, Tom climbed a different staircase, weaving through corridors until he reached Professor McGonagall's office. He waited 5 minutes before she appeared, fresh from class. Her eyebrows rose in surprise when she saw him. Mr. Riddle. What brings you here? Tom met her gaze calmly. Professor, I've invented a potion. I'd like to publish it in Transfiguration today. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Illusion Draft. Professor McGonagall suddenly wondered if she had misheard English altogether. If her ears weren't deceiving her, Riddle had just said, he had invented a potion and wanted to publish the corresponding paper in Transfiguration today. I see. McGonagall recovered quickly, though her tone was uncertain. You haven't spoken to Professor Snape. He'll be in the Great Hall shortly. You could see him then. Now it was Tom's turn to be confused. Professor Snape is an editor for Transfiguration today. McGonagall. Right. That was her mistake. Mr. Riddle, she said delicately, I believe you'd have more success submitting to Brewing Glory, not Transfiguration today. Of course, if you had insights into Transfiguration, I would be glad to help. Tom grinned. Professor, the potion I invented may be a potion, yes, but it's designed specifically to aid in Transfiguration training. So naturally, it belongs in Transfiguration today. McGonagall's interest sharpened immediately. A potion that aids Transfiguration. She had intended to press further, but realized they were still standing in the corridor. She opened her office door, gestured him inside, and conjured a cup of steaming lemon tea and a silver tray bearing small cakes. Thank you, Professor. Please, take a look at my paper. Tom handed her a thick stack of parchment, then lifted the teacup with casual ease. Curiosity tinged with skepticism, McGonagall began to read. The opening was heavy with advanced potions theory, enough to make her eyes blur. She had never cared much for potions after graduation. But as she turned the pages, the subject shifted into her own domain, and her expression grew grave, then intrigued. Tom had named his invention the Illusion Draft. Its effect was to strengthen the power of imagination. Ordinarily, when one visualized something, the mental image was hazy, an indistinct sketch hidden behind fog. With concentration, details could be sharpened slightly, but always with that stubborn veil of vagueness. After drinking this potion, however, the image became sharper, crisper, almost tangible. For transfiguration, this was critical. The clearer one's internal image of the intended form, the higher the success rate and the more precise the transformation. No wonder Riddle insisted this belonged in transfiguration today. Mr. Riddle, McGonagall asked after carefully finishing the paper, do you have a finished sample? I do. 3 bottles. Tom produced 3 crystal vials filled with shimmering silver-gray liquid. I've already tested it with Hermione and Daphne. Both reported excellent results. McGonagall nodded knowingly. Indeed, I have noticed Granger and Greengrass improving rapidly these past weeks. Still, she lifted one of the vials herself. I'll need to test it personally to be sure. Of course. She didn't hesitate. Poison never crossed her mind. Not from Tom, a student held in high regard by nearly every professor. Even if it had been a Gryffindor's most troublesome rival, McGonagall would not have suspected poison. Let alone Tom Riddle. The potion's effects struck swiftly. Her vision blurred, not from her eyes, but as if 2 worlds overlapped before her. She struggled for several minutes to stabilize her thoughts, forcing herself not to imagine anything nonsensical. At once she understood. This draft truly enhanced the clarity of imagined constructs. With a flick of her wand, the quill on her desk warped instantly into a mouse, which darted about the office in panic. Such a simple feat was beneath her skill, but she knew exactly what it meant for students, a significant increase in accuracy and stability. Mr. Riddle, how long does it last? Balancing cost and ingredients, about 1 hour per vial is optimal, Tom replied smoothly. 1 hour. McGonagall's eyes lit up. That was perfect, roughly the length of a class. In double sessions, subtracting lecture time, students would still have nearly an hour of enhanced practice. She flipped back to the potion's recipe. Most of the ingredients were common. The rarest were myrtlap tentacle juice and powdered skin of the African tree serpent, though the latter required only a pinch, about 2 grams. Overall cost was reasonable. A student hitting a wall in Transfiguration could afford to try a bottle. McGonagall's heart stirred. Transfiguration had always been Hogwarts' most difficult discipline. The illusion draft could not alter raw talent, but it could strip away one of the greatest hurdles. Many failed not from lack of knowledge, but from faltering visualization. With this potion, that stumbling block would vanish. She set the parchment down with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Mr. Riddle, you're right. The illusion draft belongs in Transfiguration today. Give me some time. I'll test it with several students. No rush, Professor. Tom inclined his head. Tomorrow I'll bring you 10 more bottles. Use them freely. If the paper needs polishing, I trust you to refine it. McGonagall's usually stern face softened into a rare smile. It's my duty. To think, one of my students may soon be published in Transfiguration today. I can't help but feel as proud as when Severus first rose to prominence. Leaving her office, Tom's spirit soared. Soon, another source of steady income would open up. And unlike his earlier theory of magical creatures' evolution, the illusion draft would strike deeper. After all, Transfiguration had always held greater prestige than the study of magical fauna. That hierarchy had been centuries in the making, and no single paper could overturn it. Chapter 245, A Potion and a Secret Meeting. It was just like the hierarchy in the film industry. Those who made films looked down on those who made television. Those who made television sneered at those who made short dramas. The same was true here. Tom's earlier evolution theory of magical creatures sounded grand, but its practical application was far too limited. By contrast, the illusion draft could benefit vast numbers of students. It turned dullards into ordinary students into promising prodigies, raising the baseline of Transfiguration across the entire wizarding world. Just before he had left her office, Professor McGonagall had even hinted that if the potion truly performed as well as expected, a Merlin medal was inevitable. What grade medal, however, remained uncertain. First class was impossible. But if an award really did come, Tom was already planning to decline, better to save that glory for a future, deliberate strike at first class. Oomph. Back in the Great Hall, Astoria surprised him by showing a rare temper. She gave a little huffy hum, turned her head away in mock anger, but her eyes betrayed her, sneaking constant glances at Tom to gauge his reaction. Still sulking with me? Tom chuckled. He gently but firmly turned her small face back toward him. You know this is all for your own good. I know. Astoria's voice was small, wounded. But the potions taste so awful. 3 different brews every single day. I'm sick of them. Tom couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl. You're not even in your later years yet. Daphne said you used to drink far more medicines before, stronger, fouler ones. You should be used to it. How can you resist these? Astoria's eyes went hazy. Yes, once upon a time, she had to drink far more, strange concoctions with tastes so bitter and bizarre her tongue had long since gone numb. So when had her taste begun to return? When had she started to dislike the flavor of potions again? Ah, of course. It was from the day Tom had first given her a strengthening elixir. From that day forward, she only needed a single restorative potion at intervals. Her body not only avoided decline, it grew steadily stronger. And now, in front of Tom's startled expression, Astoria's wide eyes filled with tears. She suddenly threw herself into his arms. I was wrong, Tom. I'll listen to you from now on, I'll drink the potions on time, I promise. Tom stood there utterly baffled, feeling like Louis XVI facing the guillotine, utterly clueless. He hadn't said anything harsh. Why was Astoria crying like this? Even Daphne froze mid-bite, crumbs still on her lips, staring blankly. What just happened? Other students glanced over curiously. One look from Tom, sharp, dangerous, a deathly glare, was enough to scatter them like startled birds. Gently, Tom patted Astoria's back. His voice softened. Astoria is the bravest girl I know. Just a little longer, and I swear one day you'll be free of every foul-tasting potion forever. MHM. Realizing how dramatic her reaction had been, Astoria blushed furiously, keeping her head buried in his chest, refusing to let go. Tom had no choice but to scoop both sisters up and hurry out of the hall, Astoria still pink-faced with embarrassment. That same day, the Halloween Eve notices went up. The lists of new assistant prefects were posted on every common room board. Slytherin showed no surprises, their former invisible prefects were now formally recognized as assistant prefects. In the other houses, results were predictable. Hermione Granger was named assistant prefect for the girls, and for the boys, Harry Potter. It was logical. Their performances had outshone their peers, and they best embodied Gryffindor's values in the eyes of Professor McGonagall. Fred and George Weasley had strong cases, but Minerva McGonagall would have to be insane to hand them official authority. Even Lee Jordan, their close friend, was struck from the list. Instead, she picked a studious boy, whose dueling had improved remarkably in recent days, thanks to trials with Tom's very own illusion draft. Truly a deserved choice. Tom had only just stepped into the hall when his notebook pulsed faintly. He slipped it from his pocket, eyes narrowing with sudden focus. Abberforth, got what you asked for. Tom, you're at the Hog's Head. I'll come at once. Abberforth, skipping the Halloween feast. Tom, a runic serpent is worth more than a feast. The banquet is meaningless. Abberforth, then come. I'm waiting at the bar. Tom shut the notebook, his expression sharpening. Turning to Daphne, he said briskly, I've got business to take care of. If Snape asks, tell him I went into the Forbidden Forest to gather herbs. He won't dare dock points. All right. Daphne's greatest virtue was that she never pried. She simply nodded. Tom slipped out of the great hall against the flow of students, out into the night. Darkness had fallen fully by now. For safety's sake, he layered a disillusionment charm over himself before taking to the sky. At his current speed, Hogwarts to the Hog's Head was a matter of minutes. But he had forgotten one thing, at this hour, the bar was already open, and with the holiday it was full to bursting. Laughter, curses, and drunken shouts spilled from the doorway. Unwilling to risk recognition, Tom transfigured his Slytherin robes into a dark green, gold-edged hooded cloak. He wove a subtle charm across his face so none could glimpse the features beneath. Only then did he push open the creaking door. A stranger in such a cloak immediately drew eyes. The Hog's Head clientele were not the sort to trust anyone. One drunk tried to pick his pocket. With a cold snort, Tom released a ripple of dazzling blue lightning. The thief collapsed instantly, convulsing on the floor. The rest of the room shrank back quickly, muttering. Behind the bar, Abberforth Dumbledore scowled, ready to shout at the disturbance. But when Tom lifted his notebook in one hand with a casual wave, recognition flashed across Abberforth's eyes. Go upstairs. Wait for me there. Tom gave a curt nod, climbed the creaky wooden steps, and slipped into Abberforth's private room. Chapter 246, The Portrait of Ariana. Boss, who was that guy? He looked awfully mysterious, a regular at the Hog's Head chuckled. And by the looks of it, you two get along pretty well. You even let him go upstairs. Abberforth didn't bother looking up from mixing drinks. Barnes, don't let your curiosity get you killed. Some people, you're better off not knowing at all. Right, no need to say it twice. Barnes gave an awkward grin and shut his mouth. Abberforth didn't immediately head upstairs. He still had orders to fill. Meanwhile, Tom was already wandering the upper floor, curiosity in his eyes as he examined the room. He didn't touch anything, only studied what was openly displayed. A massive two-way mirror caught his attention. So big. Tom murmured, impressed. Who would have guessed Abberforth was hiding wealth in plain sight? Daphne's little hand-sized mirror was nothing compared to this. This enormous pane could be smashed into hundreds of those trinkets. Of course, it didn't really work that way. A two-way mirror only connected with its other half. No matter how many pieces you cut it into, it would still only show the other mirror's view. Tom tried activating it, curious to see what lay on the other end. He tried several times, but the glass remained stubbornly dull. Either it had been sealed by powerful enchantments, or its twin was long destroyed. Beside the mirror, something else stood against the wall, a large painting covered completely by a heavy velvet cloth. Ariana. I'd wager that's your portrait hidden under there. Want to see it? Not just a portrait, Tom knew well enough that behind it lay a secret passage into Hogwarts itself. Inside the learning space, Ariana twisted nervously for a long time before giving the faintest nod. But I can't just go around messing with other people's belongings. Tom sighed. Ariana thought he was teasing her and puffed out her cheeks, lips pouting in protest. Before she could scold him, however, the window suddenly rattled. A violent gust of wind tore through, banging the shutters wide open. The velvet cloth flew off the portrait and crumpled to the floor. Well now, isn't that convenient? Tom grinned, eyes gleaming. What a coincidence. Just what we wanted, handed to us. Ariana rolled her eyes so hard she nearly saw her own brain. Fine, she'd pretend to believe that was natural wind, and not someone's deliberate handiwork. But even so, she couldn't stop the small smile tugging at her lips as she looked toward her own portrait. Her smile froze in the next instant. Puffed, Tom burst into laughter before he could stop himself. Who in Merlin's name painted this? The resemblance is there, sure, but is that supposed to be you at 40 years old? Tom. Black mist began to seep from Ariana's form, her fury spiking. She shrieked, even when I'm 40 I wouldn't look that hideous. Quickly, Tom suppressed the rising energy inside the learning space before she lost control. No, listen, Ariana. That's just the portrait looking bad, not you. I think you're adorable. Why else would I treat you so well? It was shameless, betraying Tom's weakness for a pretty face. But girls loved hearing such words. Ariana's anger melted away, her cheeks flushing pink. Still, when her gaze slid back to the ghastly portrait, she bristled again. On the wall, the painted Ariana had noticed Tom, this stranger, entering. She squeaked, ducking behind a painted tree, peeking out with half her face in a timid attempt at being cute. You've got no right to act cuter than me. Ariana fumed in indignation. She wanted nothing more than to unleash her newly learned shattering charm and rip the painting apart, then hunt down the best artist alive to paint her a brand new, breathtaking portrait. Tom, maybe the wind could blow just a little harder. Ariana hinted wildly. But Tom only feigned ignorance. If the portrait were his, he would have happily indulged her. But tearing down Abberforth's painting. That was asking to recreate Grindlevald's infamous duel, only this time with Albus Dumbledore himself chasing him down. And perhaps worse. Dumbledore had once held back against his former lover. Against Tom. He would have no reason to pull his punches. Just as Ariana was pleading and coaxing him further, the door creaked open. Abberforth entered, one hand holding a bag, the other balancing a tray. When he saw the window open, the cloth on the ground, and the portrait bare, his face instantly hardened. Tom quickly raised a hand and pointed at the window. Didn't touch a thing. Wind blew it open. Abberforth's glare softened slightly. Whether or not he believed it didn't matter, he decided no one could be so foolishly petty. Fine. You've seen it, then. He set the bag on the floor and the tray on the table, his tone casual. I only kept it covered so strangers wouldn't frighten Ariana. She doesn't like unfamiliar faces. Ariana. Tom prompted innocently. Ariana Dumbledore, Abberforth said, stepping up to the portrait. The painted Ariana brightened at his arrival, peeking fully out from behind her painted tree and smiling warmly at him. She's my sister. Your headmaster's sister too. Isn't she beautiful? Not beautiful, Tom replied flatly. Swish. Abberforth's fury exploded. His wand flashed into his hand, aimed directly at Tom, rage burning in his eyes, ready to curse the boy on the spot. But Tom's next words rang out with absolute conviction. This portrait isn't nearly as lovely as Ariana herself must have been. The real Ariana had to be far more beautiful, far more kind-hearted, far more gentle. A girl who was thoughtful, understanding, and sweet beyond measure. The words were so firm, so heartfelt, Abberforth could feel it, Tom wasn't lying. It was as though he had truly seen Ariana before. The anger drained from him in an instant, replaced by wistful memory. His lips even curved into a small, rare smile. You're right. Ariana was far more beautiful. Inside the learning space, Ariana was crimson with embarrassment. She buried her head under her blanket, squealing silently to herself. Tom thinks of me that way. Approval +1+1. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, A Cat Turned to Stone. In the blink of an eye, Ariana's approval rating had soared past 90, leaping clean over Grindlevald's. But Tom wasn't focused on the system's numbers. His attention was fixed on the goods Abberforth had brought him. A dozen runespore serpents, every last one of them fully grown. 7 female, 5 male. Tom was delighted, more than delighted. He had only expected Abberforth to scrape together a few, maybe even immature ones he'd have to raise himself. Lately, he'd managed to pry a number of secret formulas from Newt that could accelerate the growth of magical beasts. But this? A dozen adult serpents, neatly delivered. Beyond his wildest hopes. As for the uneven ratio of males to females, Tom dismissed it with a shrug. A wife too weak to keep her place would simply have to share her husband. These must have cost you a fair bit, Tom remarked, eyes glittering. How much am I short? I'll make it up. 2,000 more, and we're square, Abberforth said without hesitation. He hadn't had an easy time acquiring them, calling in favors from old contacts. Truthfully, he'd only succeeded because of the respect owed to Nicholas Flaml and Newt's commander. Of course, he'd also added on a handsome fee for himself. The money Tom had given before was more than enough. These extra 2,000 galleons. Pure profit. Tom didn't care whether he was being gouged. If 2,000 galleons could net him a dozen runespores, it was a bargain. He set 2 heavy bags on the table, each with 1,000 galleons already counted and sorted. That was the downside of the wizarding world. Large transactions meant endless coins, clinking and clattering, making one feel both wealthy and absurdly encumbered. Abberforth pocketed the hardship fee without shame, his mood brightening at once as he watched Tom excitedly tuck the serpents into his enchanted case. You'd best not let Newt hear of this, Abberforth chuckled. What do you think he'd say? Probably demand you release every last serpent back into the wild. Newt's not that rigid, Tom said smoothly, standing with casual arrogance. Besides, I'm no poacher. Oh. Abberforth sneered. And how exactly are your actions any different from poaching? There's a vast difference, Tom replied, giving him a look of almost pitying condescension. First, I didn't catch these serpents. You did all the legwork. I'm merely an innocent buyer. He held up a finger. Second, the runespores chose to come here. They must have felt the call of freedom, guiding them into your hands, and thence to me. It was destiny. Fate itself brought us together. He spread his arms, voice mockingly tender. A meeting so fated and romantic, why sully it with crude words like poaching? Abberforth stared, floored. So, this brat was innocent. Abberforth was the one who'd done all the dirty work. Which meant, he was the poacher. The absurdity made him bark a laugh, though his eyes burned with exasperation. He jabbed a finger at Tom, shaking it furiously. Merlin's beard, you really are a snake-tongued Slytherin. More conniving than half my classmates back in the day. Tom beamed. High praise indeed. For him, it was as good as a compliment. With one more problem solved, his spirits lifted further. He rubbed his hands together and dropped into a chair. This must be Newt's famous silver cod stew. Umph. Abberforth snorted. If it weren't for tonight being a holiday, I wouldn't have bothered. Eat, and don't you dare leave a single drop. Tom conjured a clean spoon, he wouldn't dare touch the greasy knives and forks of this place, and dipped into the sauce-drenched fish. Tell me about your sister, Abberforth. Headmaster Dumbledore never speaks of her. Abberforth didn't leave. Instead, he sat opposite Tom, pulled a bottle from his bedside, and began to eat and drink. Ariana. His eyes lingered on the velvet-draped portrait. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Then the memory spilled out. He didn't share the darkest secrets, but spoke of Ariana's childhood quirks, small stories that painted her in a softer light. Tom listened intently, delighted. Ariana, inside the learning space, was mortified. So many embarrassing tales she had never revealed, enough to make her want to unleash her obscurial form out of sheer shame. By the end, Tom had eaten his fill, heard his gossip, and was ready to return. Before leaving, he placed a bracelet on the table. Abberforth frowned. What's this? A gift of thanks. You'll figure it out after a couple of tries. Tom didn't explain further. The bracelet was inscribed with a permanent shield charm against disarming spells. Nothing world-changing, but a token of appreciation. Without giving Abberforth the chance to refuse or question him, Tom pulled up his hood and slipped out the door. Abberforth stared at the bracelet for a long while before chuckling, shaking his head. Other than Albus, it's been years since anyone gave me a gift. While Tom soared back toward Hogwarts under his cloak of secrecy, the Halloween feast was drawing to a close. Then, a shrill scream split the night. In the torchlit corridors, Argus Filch stood frozen, cradling the stiff, petrified body of Mrs. Norris. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Harry Potter. "You," he roared, voice breaking with grief. "You killed my cat. You, and that student." "No, no, it wasn't me." Harry stammered, face pale, stumbling backward. Chapter 248, The Accusation at the Wall. Harry felt that his luck had truly hit rock bottom. Day after day of grueling Quidditch practice had left him sore and exhausted. To make matters worse, he'd been caught by Filch for tracking mud into the castle after training, only to stumble across one of the caretaker's shameful little secrets. If not for nearly headless Nick's timely intervention, he might not have escaped punishment. And to repay Nick, Harry had agreed to attend the ghost's death day party. It was, without a doubt, the most dreadful dinner he had ever attended in his life. The hall was crowded with hundreds of translucent ghosts. Each time one drifted through his body, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him, leaving his skin clammy and his bones aching from the chill. The food was even worse, rotting, moldy, and utterly inedible. Not that Harry dared touch it anyway. By the time he managed to endure the evening, he'd been half dead from hunger, planning to sneak away for a bite before the feast ended, only to walk straight into something far more terrifying. A student, and Filch's beloved cat, appeared to be dead. And of course, Filch immediately decided it was all Harry's fault. Just as the caretaker lunged, hands clawing, a withered yet powerful hand landed firmly on his shoulder. "Calm yourself, Argus. Your cat is not dead." At Dumbledore's words, Filch's bloodshot eyes lit up with desperate hope. The headmaster didn't waste time reassuring him further. Instead, he crouched beside the stricken student, wand tip flicking gently over the stiffened form. Harry thought he saw him exhale in relief. "My assessment was correct. They are not dead, merely petrified." Petrified. Snape loomed at his shoulder, stroking his chin. "More like living statues." An apt description, Dumbledore agreed gravely, tucking away his wand. Filch clutched Mrs. Norris to his chest, his voice breaking. Then she'll recover. She'll be all right." "I cannot say for certain," Dumbledore admitted, his tone somber. "Further study is required. But what matters most now is to determine what did this. Ask him." Filch shrieked suddenly, stabbing a finger at Harry. "It's him. He did this. He's taking revenge on me." "Control yourself, caretaker," said Rouse firmly, gripping Filch's arm. "A curse of this level is beyond even me. Do you truly believe a second-year boy could manage it?" For the first time in his life, Harry felt that being useless was a blessing. It was his only defense against the accusation. But Filch would not let go. "It was him. He saw the letter in my office. He knows I can't do magic. And look. Look at the wall. The proof is right there." Dozens of students had gathered by now, drawn by the shouting. They gasped as they spotted the blood-red words scrawled high on the stone. "Enemies of the heir, beware. Next will be you." Malfoy read aloud dramatically, but his voice cracked halfway through. Sweat ran cold down his neck as he glanced around the hall. Only when he confirmed that Tom Riddle was nowhere in sight did he relax, releasing a shaky breath. The other Slytherins shifted uncomfortably. Merlin's beard, since when had mudblood become a forbidden word in Slytherin? The irony of it all tugged at Dumbledore's lips. He masked it quickly, but inwardly, he marveled at the turn of fate, how theatrical the change had been. "Until we know the truth, Argus, you will not accuse students without cause." Dumbledore's voice rang sharp and firm. But I saw them." Filch sobbed, rocking Mrs. Norris as if she were a child. "When I arrived, Potter and Weasley were here." Dumbledore's eyes fell upon Harry. "Well then, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you would care to explain what brought you here tonight." He would have preferred to question Harry in private, but too many witnesses had seen. To protect him, the boy would need to be cleared publicly. "Sir, Ron and I were at nearly headless Nick's death day party," Harry blurted, his words tumbling over Ron's equally frantic explanation. "There are hundreds of ghosts who can vouch for us. And after that." Snape's silken voice cut in, full of false pleasantness. His black eyes glittered with satisfaction. "Why not attend the feast? Why come here instead?" Harry's throat dried. His heart hammered. What could he say? That he had followed a disembodied voice whispering about killing. That he alone could hear it. That excuse would see him expelled as a lunatic, if not worse. "We were tired," he muttered desperately. "We wanted to go to bed early." Snape's lips curled into a cruel smile. "A lie, Potter. You expect us to believe it? The Death Day feast offers no food for the living. Unless your stomach is forged from iron, you would be starving by now. We weren't hungry. Ron snapped, just as his stomach gave a deafening growl. Harry wanted to slam his head against the wall. Every single time, Snape managed to twist the knife, hounding him toward disaster. The watching students exchanged dark, suspicious looks. Few believed Harry capable of wielding such dark magic, but their evasive answers reeked of guilt. They were hiding something. And then. Make way. The calm voice sliced through the crowd like a blade. Students stepped aside, and Tom Riddle strode forward from the shadows, freshly returned from Hogsmeade. Riddle, Snape murmured, eyes narrowing. Curious. I don't recall seeing you at the feast either. He wasn't accusing, merely prompting Tom to provide a plausible explanation. One that Dumbledore would hear. Tom answered easily, as if the matter bored him. I've been practicing alchemy. Used up half my stock, so I went to replenish materials. Picked up some sleeping draft herbs for Usagi while I was at it. His eyes glinted faintly. Surely, Professor Snape, you don't suspect me of this. Snape said nothing, only flicked his gaze toward Dumbledore. I trust every one of my students, Dumbledore said serenely. And besides, this curse is of a level no child could possibly wield. We will know the truth when those petrified awaken. But Tom gave a little scoff, his tone laced with mock indignation. Oh, come now, Professor. Don't underestimate us. It's only a petrification curse, after all. Give me a little time, point me at a target, and I could knock them stiff in an instant. The professor stared at him. The students shivered. And Harry? He wasn't sure if Tom had just cleared his name, or made everything 10 times worse. Chapter 249, Suspicions and Alliances. Dumbledore sighed softly. Every young witch and wizard present felt their eyelids twitch. Merlin's beard, not now. Was Tom seriously boasting about mastering curses, here, and in front of the headmaster? This was hardly the time to flex. But Tom's reasoning was simple. Curses were efficient. They killed swiftly and invisibly, as both the defense against the dark arts professors and the decline of the Greengrass family could attest. And the deeper his research, the greater the chance he might one day find a way to help Astoria. Dumbledore's smile held a trace of weariness. Mr. Riddle, what we require now is not more petrifying curses, but a cure. The restorative draft. Tom raised his brows. Don't tell me our esteemed head of Slytherin can't brew something so basic. Riddle. Snape snapped, his expression thunderous. Do not insult me with beginner's concoctions. The restorative draft is hardly beyond me. What we lack are the necessary ingredients. The school's mandrakes are still immature. Ah, so it's the ingredients you're missing. Tom's lips curved into a sly smile. As it happens, Mr. Scamander recently gifted me several mature mandrakes. His sharp eyes swept the hall as he spoke, searching instinctively for any trace of the other diary tom, no sign. The script? To hell with the script. He'd already sent Lockhart packing weeks ahead of schedule. He had no time to waste humoring that clown. And as for Lucius Malfoy, who was to have slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron, that he could not confirm. The only thing certain was that the diary was inside the castle, and the basilisk had already stirred awake. Tom had studied the history of the first-class Order of Merlin. Outside the politicians, nearly all true recipients had been honored for saving countless lives. Take Tilly Tokay, who had shielded hundreds of muggles during the Ilfracombe incident of 1932. Or Hephaestus Gore, who used a simple repair charm to restore the Colosseum, preventing exposure of the magical world. If Tom wanted the highest class of honor, he needed a grand spectacle, a world-shaking event. And what better opportunity than a rampaging basilisk? No silent slaying in the chamber would do. No. The whole school, the entire magical world, must see him as the one who stood against it, the savior who turned disaster into triumph. If even then they denied him the first-class Order of Merlin, he would simply take matters into his own hands, bring the ministry to its knees and pin the medal on himself as Minister of Magic. That is most fortunate indeed, said Dumbledore, relief glimmering in his blue eyes. Mr. Riddle, we will borrow your mandrakes for now. When Professor Sprout's crop matures, they will be returned to you. Not an issue, Headmaster, Tom replied pleasantly. Filch even bobbed his head toward Tom in genuine gratitude, his opinion of the boy climbing rapidly. He'd never had much contact with Riddle before, the boy never gave him the satisfaction of catching him in petty mischief. If Tom caused trouble, it was the kind that lost entire housefuls of points at once, far beyond the caretaker's reach. Still, Filch made up his mind right there, if he ever did catch Tom breaking a rule, he would turn a blind eye. Harry, meanwhile, was nearly trembling with gratitude. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have hugged Tom right then and there. How could two Slytherins be so different? Snape and Malfoy were snakes he hated to the bone. But Tom was different. Tom made the castle feel safe again. Tom meant hope. Severus, Dumbledore said, turning back, the restorative draft is yours to oversee. I expect to see our young patients restored as soon as possible. 3 days, Snape growled. Not sooner. Dumbledore pressed gently. Arms folded, Snape's lip curled. Magic is not a toy, headmaster. Brewing is precise. Do not ask me to insult my craft with time-warping charms. Dumbledore sighed, conceding. Then he raised his voice so the gathered students could hear. Children, fear not. Miss Clearwater and Mrs. Norris will recover soon. When they awaken, the truth will emerge. Until then, you must all return to your dormitories. Grumbling, whispering, the students dispersed. Even Harry and Ron slunk away, guided by Dumbledore's firm look, but the rest of the school kept their distance, parting around them like a plague. Tom lingered, his eyes drawn to the petrified girl. Ravenclaw. Blonde curls, striking features, even in her frozen pallor. Penelope Clearwater, if he wasn't mistaken. She might have been beautiful once, but the waxy, corpse-like sheen of petrification robbed her of it. No wonder Filch had thought Mrs. Norris dead, their grayish stiffness was nearly identical. Dumbledore's wand twitched, and both Penelope and Mrs. Norris rose gently into the air, drifting toward the hospital wing. The old wizard paused just long enough to invite Tom for morning tea the following day. Tom inclined his head. Of course, headmaster. Riddle. A word, in my office. Snape's voice broke the moment. Tom quickly waved Daphne and Astoria off. Go back to the dormitory. I'll join you later. The walk to Snape's office was silent, heavy with unspoken tension. Only once the door shut did Snape finally speak. Riddle, who do you think did this? Tom cocked a brow, answering with a question of his own. Professor, it sounds like you already have someone in mind. A cruel smirk twisted Snape's lips as he leaned back in his chair. In this castle, only one man lacks a past. And in my years at Hogwarts, whenever there is trouble, the defense against the dark arts professor is always at the center of it. He sneered, eyes gleaming. If not Rouse Wilkinson, who else? Tom's lips curved ever so faintly. If only you knew how close you were, and how wrong. Chapter 250, a name redeemed in the Serpent's Den. Tom was certain that if Professor Rouse were here to hear Snape's accusations, the poor man would have vomited blood from the injustice. Just because he was the defense against the dark arts professor, did that automatically mean he had to shoulder the blame? Well, from one angle, Snape's suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. Rouse did come to Hogwarts with ulterior motives, and in terms of severity, his intentions might prove even more dangerous than the basilisk itself. If one compared influence, Grindlevald was a world-class threat, whereas Voldemort had never extended his reach beyond the British Isles. But tonight's events had nothing to do with Rouse. Still, a man sharp enough to juggle double loyalties between two Dark Lords was not to be underestimated. Snape's keen eyes could catch the faintest slip. Tom knew that meant he couldn't defend Rouse too openly. Professor, Tom said smoothly, if you suspect Wilkinson, then why didn't you speak to Dumbledore about it earlier? Snape gave him the sort of look reserved for idiots. Last year, I warned Dumbledore about Quirrell more times than I can count. Did he listen? No. Don't be fooled by that genial facade of his. Once the old man has made up his mind, no one can sway him. So. Tom raised a brow. He's the headmaster, you're just a head of house. If you can't overrule him, what good does telling me, a student, do? Keep an eye on him. Snape's voice dropped to a whisper, as if afraid the shadows themselves might overhear. Find out his true purpose. He could be another piece on the Dark Lord's board. The irony nearly made Tom laugh out loud. Rouse was a pawn of a Dark Lord, just not the one Snape imagined. You do know how to set a challenge, Tom replied with an easy smile. But shouldn't dangerous work like this fall to professors rather than students? Investigating him sounds like your job, not mine. Snape's hands clenched into fists at his sides. This boy, is he even human? Just standing near Tom filled him with an inexplicable sense of danger, as though he were facing some ancient predator that had slipped into the body of a schoolboy. This term, Snape hadn't breathed a word about dueling Tom. He no longer believed he could win, even holding back the darker spells, even aiming only for a stalemate, the risk felt too great. One day, when disaster strikes, you'll regret this, he hissed. Tom didn't bother replying. He simply said, bring me the mandrakes tomorrow morning. Don't delay my brewing. Grinding his teeth, Snape spat, fine. Tom gave a polite nod, left the office, and made his way back to the Slytherin common room. The room was buzzing with excitement. Students clustered in groups, whispering about the Chamber of Secrets and the ominous words scrawled on the walls. Even under Tom's quiet dominance, the arrogance of purebloods still festered. Many dreamed of Hogwarts cleansed, if not of Muggle-borns entirely, then at least rid of what they considered the lowest bloodlines. Deep down, though, most of them knew the truth. Their own family trees weren't as pure as their rhetoric. If they truly were, most of those lines would have already gone extinct. The Gaunt stood as the perfect example, pure blood pride carried straight to ruin. The chatter about what the chamber really was and whether it had been opened ceased the moment Tom stepped into the room. Every head turned away, eyes dropping, as though guilt had stolen their tongues. Tom smiled faintly. Don't worry, I know you're all excited. I understand the feeling. But if you think a few words on a wall and some crude little magic tricks will drive me from Hogwarts, then you're being far too naive. Tom, this has nothing to do with you. The voice came from Rosier, who suddenly rose to his feet. He looked around the common room boldly, his voice ringing with conviction. Tom's magical talent, his conduct, his bearing, what part of him resembles a Muggle's? A murmur rippled through the room. Think of the other Muggle-borns, Rosier pressed on. How many have adapted to the wizarding world as swiftly as Tom? Most skulk about nervously, hiding in their little circles. But Tom. He shines. Have you all forgotten what the Sorting Hat said? It called him a born Slytherin. He shouted it 3 times, in fact. The Sorting Hat carries the Founder's will. Are you saying its judgment is less accurate than your own? Rosier's confidence swelled as he spoke. So hear me clearly, Tom must be the descendant of some ancient, powerful pureblood line. Perhaps his ancestors lost their honor in a bygone generation, but in him, their glory is reborn. He belongs to us. Tom is one of us. The Slytherin common room fell utterly silent. Tom stared at Rosier in shock. Bloody hell, he's good. If I didn't know the truth, even I'd believe him. But what stunned him even more was that others began to believe it too. Yes. The first to speak up was Zabini, his dark eyes gleaming. If someone as exceptional as Tom isn't pureblood, then what hope do the rest of us have to stand against the other houses? We'd be nothing. I agree, Draco Malfoy added lazily, though his words cut sharp. I may have quarreled with Tom before, but without his guidance, would I have mastered the shield charm so quickly? Would I have humiliated Weasley and toyed with Potter? He smirked. Even the Weasleys, paupers though they are, count among the sacred 28. I'd say they don't deserve it. That spot should go to the Riddles instead. Not, your great-grandfather's book is outdated. Time for a revised edition, don't you think? Shove it, Theodore Nott growled. My great-grandfather's dead. You expect him to write from beyond the grave. But fine, if I ever rewrite the book, I'll strike out Longbottom and Weasley, and I'll put Riddle's name in their place. Voices swelled. One after another, the students echoed Rosier, building on his story, weaving a new legend for Tom. In mere minutes, they had erased his Muggle heritage and elevated him into their world. If we can't defeat you, they seem to say, then we'll claim you. We'll follow you. We'll call you our own. All for the glory of Slytherin. If their parents or grandparents could have seen this moment, they would have gasped in astonishment. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, The Legacy of Serpents. History has a way of repeating itself. Once, long ago, Slytherins had rallied to defend the bloodline superiority of another half-blood wizard, a boy named Tom Riddle. Now, here they were again, weaving legends around a different Tom. Say whatever you like, Tom muttered, pressing his palm to his forehead as he looked at his classmates, who were even more excited than he was. He truly didn't know how to argue with them anymore. But let me remind you of one thing. His voice dropped to an icy chill. Instantly, the air in the common room grew cold, frost seeming to creep into their bones. The chatter died in a heartbeat. Tom raised a finger, pointing upwards, or more precisely, toward Gryffindor Tower. Hermione is my friend. If I hear so much as a whisper of someone getting carried away and saying things they shouldn't. His eyes gleamed dangerously. Well, I've been practicing curses and dark magic lately, and I'd be delighted to use one of you as a test subject. The little serpents shivered and nodded, cowed into silence. Later that night, in their dormitory, Tom turned suddenly toward Theodore Nott, who was busy playing wizard's chess with Rosier. Nott, how close are you to your great-grandfather? Nott blinked, puzzled. Which great-grandfather? Tom rolled his eyes. Oh, you mean that one. The one who wrote the book, Nott said at last. That's the one. I've never met him. Nott shrugged carelessly. That side of the family has no one my age. Both of my uncles ended up in Azkaban, anyway. Why do you ask, Tom? Don't tell me you actually want your name in the family records. Tom rolled onto his back, staring at the ceiling. Please. I'm an orphan. What bloody family tree would I even claim? What are you going to do, invent one for me? Puffed. Rosier snorted with laughter. But Nott only grew thoughtful. Why not? I could make one up for you. Plenty of powerful wizards in history came out of nowhere. Add a few clever embellishments, connect the right dots, and it'd look perfectly legitimate. Tom glanced at him, caught between amusement and disbelief. His roommates each had their quirks. Zabini had a gift for potions, already ahead of many fifth years. Not adored wizarding history and dreamed of revising the genealogies of wizarding families. And Rosier. Well, Rosier's only talent was being aggressively average, which in a dorm full of prodigies was almost a gift of its own. Tom chuckled. Relax. I've no plans to claim an ancestor just yet. Don't waste brainpower worrying about it. I was just asking. Oh. Nott lowered his gaze, looking oddly disappointed. He'd thought, just maybe, this was a chance to contribute something meaningful. But Tom hadn't asked on a whim. The idea had struck him sharply. The book Pure Blood Directory had enshrined the sacred 28 families for over a century, shaping wizarding culture more deeply than any potion or theory. Its influence eclipsed even his alchemical extraction method or his theories on magical creatures' evolution. If Nott's ancestor could write such a book, why couldn't he? If his papers were the science of the magical world, then Pure Blood Directory was its literature, soft power, but no less impactful. And there was money to be made in both. As his roommates slept soundly, Tom slipped into his private world, preparing a new home for the rune snakes. Unlike common serpents that sought damp, shadowy burrows in grass or along riverbanks, rune snakes preferred dryness. Their glowing sigils naturally retained moisture, and they favored hollowed stones for their nests. Over time, as more snakes gathered, even massive boulders would be carved out from within. Tom partitioned a spacious area for them, magically sealing it off from his other creatures. Rune snakes were classified as XXXX beasts by the ministry, more than capable of swallowing a puffskein or bowtruckle in a single bite. He provided rocky shelters, adjusted the heat and humidity for shedding, and laid the groundwork for food sources. It was far from complete, he lacked both time and materials tonight, but it was a start. Satisfied, Tom left that world and entered his learning space, summoning Grindlevald. "Old man, do you speak Parseltongue?" Tom asked. Grindelwald's expression was one of mild disdain, as though the question itself insulted him. Of course. What kind of dark wizard would I be if I didn't? Many curses grow stronger when spoken in Parseltongue. If one can't even hiss to a snake, one isn't a dark wizard at all, merely a dabbler. Tom smirked. High standards, as always. He was used to Grindelwald's worldview by now. To him, humanity divided neatly into two categories, himself and Dumbledore. Everyone else was trash. Tom, though still trash in terms of raw power, had potential. Enough that Grindlevald begrudgingly placed him in the first category. So tell me, can Parseltongue control a basilisk? Tom asked. At once, Grindelwald's brow furrowed. His tone grew colder, tinged with a rare flash of emotion. Parseltongue can command ordinary snakes. But a basilisk? No. You cannot bend such a creature to your will simply by hissing at it. If it is already tamed, Parseltongue can be used to give it orders, but never to break it. Tom narrowed his eyes. You sound awfully bitter. There's a story behind this, isn't there? Andy Ross, ever the sharp-tongued observer, leaned in with a grin. Oh, there's definitely a story. The way his face twisted just now, it's personal. Tom nodded, watching Grindelwald closely. You mention a basilisk, and suddenly you're seething. Come on, out with it. Grindelwald's jaw clenched. He knew if he stayed silent, Tom and Andy Ross would never let it drop. Finally, his lips curled in a grimace as he spat out the memory. During the Wizarding War, I attempted to breed an army of basilisks. I had the roosters killed, the eggs secured. The process was nearly complete. And then, at the hatching stage, that damned Scamander ruined everything. Tom's eyes widened. Wait, you mean? Chapter 252, Shadows in the Laboratory. Inside the learning space, silence fell after Grindelwald's confession. Tom and Andrus exchanged a glance, and to their mutual surprise, both saw the same thing flickering in the other's eyes. Pity. A Dark Lord, a so-called king of the century, and yet how many times had he been humiliated by Newt Scamander of all people? Weren't his great battles supposed to be with Dumbledore? Instead, it seemed Grindelwald had spent half his life getting tripped up by a magi zoologist with a suitcase full of beasts. For the first time, Tom understood why those saints had once ambushed Newt. Scamander really had a way of ruining other people's plans. It's all in the past, old man, Tom said at last, trying to soothe the tension. Decades ago. Why keep fuming about it now? You're Grindelwald, after all, a Dark Lord. Surely your perspective should be larger than this. Grindelwald let out a cold laugh. Perspective? Don't lecture me about perspective, boy. Of course I have it. Do you think I'm some petty island peasant like Voldemort? But when it comes to Scamander, I want nothing more than to tear him apart with my bare hands. He leaned forward, his eyes burning. Tom, if you help me thrash Scamander, just once, I swear this anger of mine will vanish. Tom recoiled, shaking his head so quickly his hair swayed. Out of the question. Newt's helped me too much. Without him, I wouldn't even have my Thunderbird affinity. He smirked, half joking but serious underneath. Besides, do you know what it means to be Scamander certified? With Newt's endorsement, I'm practically an honorary Hufflepuff. Every badger I meet treats me like a long-lost cousin. Grindelwald's face darkened. Steam practically poured from his ears. Of all the insults in the world, praising Scamander in front of him was the cruelest. Yet he couldn't deny the truth of Tom's words. Wasn't it Scamander's favor that had smoothed the way for Nicholas Flaml to take an immediate liking to Tom? Not because he'd come on Dumbledore's recommendation, but because Tom had spent half a month under Newt's wing first. Wasn't it Scamander's reputation that had made Abberforth, so stubborn with others, agree at once to fetch rare rune snakes for Tom? It wasn't Tom's handsome face that had done it, it was Scamander's unspoken backing. Grindlevald clenched his jaw. In comparison, his own saints had done nothing useful for Tom at all. Have I really been outshone by a man who plays with nifflers and bowtruckles? For the first time, Grindlevald felt the hollow despair of losing relevance. Once, he had shaken the wizarding world. Now, trapped in this tower, even his influence within Tom's small circle couldn't compete with Newt's. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he should leave Nurmengard, escape the tower and re-enter the world. But the thought withered as soon as it came. His true body was frail and broken after 50 years of imprisonment. What could he possibly achieve outside? Here, in the learning space, he was whole again. Out there, he was nothing more than a shadow of himself. Old man, what's running through your head? Tom finally asked, curious at Grindelwald's long silence. Don't tell me this Dark Lord is brooding himself into depression. Grindelwald shook it off, his composure snapping back into place. I was merely wondering why you suddenly asked about basilisks. Don't tell me you plan to raise one yourself. Tom snorted. Hardly. The thing's more trouble than it's worth. Grindelwald chuckled, eyes glinting. One basilisk is trouble. But a dozen. An army. Numbers make power. If my basilisk legion had been born, the war's end might have been very different. Then you must have had a way to look them in the eye without dying. Tom leaned forward eagerly. Otherwise, how could you possibly control them? Grindelwald's lips curled into a wry smile. Of course. A spell of my own design. Simplicity itself, just a charm that blurs the perception of another being, creating a blind spot in its vision. He demonstrated. And sure enough, Tom mastered it in a single try. A neat little trick, subtle, effective, and infinitely useful. But Tom didn't stop there. He immediately began sketching magical runes, converting the charm into a physical enchantment. Before long, he had the outline of a device, an amulet or visor, that could distort a basilisk's deadly gaze. The next morning, Filch was already at the site where Mrs. Norris and Penelope Clearwater had been attacked. He was furiously scrubbing at the crimson letters on the wall with every detergent, solvent, and scourging potion he could find. But no matter how hard he worked, the words refused to fade. Tom arrived carrying a sack, and paused at the site. He flicked his wand lazily, tapping the wall twice. At once, the blood-red graffiti dissolved into nothing. Only problem was, that patch of wall now looked unnaturally clean compared to the rest of the corridor. Thank you, Riddle. Filch's tone was uncharacteristically polite, though his eyes kept darting toward the bag in Tom's hand. Tom hefted it once but didn't open it. Don't bother staring. It's just mandrakes. I'm delivering them to Professor Snape. Oh, well then, off you go. Filch forced a smile and shuffled aside. In Snape's office, Tom laid the mandrakes on the desk but lingered, watching as the professor sliced and extracted their components. Despite Snape's habitual scorn, the revival potion they were preparing was no beginner's brew. It wasn't taught at Hogwarts. It was advanced content, postgraduate level material, as it were. Tom quietly memorized every step, adding to his growing arsenal of techniques. Snape, catching his eye, narrowed his own. Riddle, you've grown complacent. It's been far too long since you produced a new paper. No fresh insights. No work worth publishing. Tom chewed a bite of sandwich Astoria had packed for him and mumbled around it. Oh, I've written one. Already gave it to Professor McGonagall. She's reviewing it for publication in Transfiguration today. Snape froze mid-motion. His quill hovered in disbelief. When Tom elaborated on his imagination draft, a potion designed specifically to aid Transfiguration training, Snape's expression twisted from confusion to disgust. Pointless, he sneered. Wasting your talent on trinkets for mediocrities. What good is a brew that makes fools slightly less foolish? The future of the wizarding world rests in the hands of people like you, like me. Dumbledore. The Dark Lord. Not the sheep we shepherd. He looked down at Tom with cold contempt. From McGonagall's perspective, Tom's potion was groundbreaking, perhaps even worthy of honors. But in Snape's eyes, it was beneath notice. To him, only weapons and power mattered, not tools to help others climb.